Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
The desert stretched endlessly beneath a searing sun, a golden wasteland framed by jagged mountains that seemed to rise from the very bones of the earth. Cracked soil and withered tufts of grass dotted the terrain, each one a silent testament to the land's harshness. In the middle of this desolate furnace, a shallow pit lay scattered with the remnants of broken machinery, twisted metal, burnt circuits, fragments of something once grand. Amid the debris, two figures sat across from each other. One tall, worn and bloodied, the other small and strangely composed.
"I'm Tony Stark," said the taller man.
His voice was raspy, dry from heat and pain, but carried the unmistakable arrogance of someone who had grown too used to commanding a room with his name alone. The goatee on his bruised face looked more tragic than charming. Dried blood clung to his temples and collar, and his clothes were torn to shreds, but he still held himself like a man who refused to be small. The boy opposite him blinked.
"Tony Stark. Iron Man."
The name hit like a punch to the chest. Lemieux's heart skipped.
This was that moment.
The beginning of the Marvel timeline, the cave, the capture, the Mark I suit. Everything was still in motion. He was here in that world. He exhaled, trying to steady his breath. The danger of this world was immense. Tyrants, alien invasions, mad titans, but with opportunity nestled right in front of him, it all felt negotiable.
"Lemieux."
"Lemieux Echevarria," he replied, cobbling the name together from impulse and instinct. It wasn't his real name. That was a secret best buried deep. In a world as fragile as this one, his true name would carry consequences, possibly catastrophic ones. The two fell into an uneasy silence, the desert wind whispering around them like a warning. Tony's eyes, sunken and bloodshot, narrowed at the strange teen before him. His gaze took in the pale blue hair, the bandaged limbs, the fur-lined coat too luxurious for this setting. The kid looked like he had stepped out of some fantasy novel. And those amber eyes, bright and alive, watched him like he was both a puzzle and a prize. Lemieux, for his part, studied Tony just as intently. Stark looked nothing like the billionaire mogul from the news. He was caked in filth, his movements sluggish, his breath shallow. Yet beneath his dirted shirt, something pulsed faintly, a blue circle of light. The arc reactor. A heartbeat of pure ingenuity. A power source worth more than entire nations.
Compact. Efficient. Game-changing.
Lemieux's gaze flicked to the scrap metal beside him. His hand slowly reached back, fingers brushing against a jagged shard from the destroyed Mark I armor.
Sharp. Solid.
The thought came uninvited but clear.
He's vulnerable. I could kill him.
Take the reactor. Change everything.
One clean strike.
One moment of ruthlessness, and he could own a future beyond imagination. He wouldn't need to wait for the world's favor. He could own the world.
But he hesitated.
Because the man before him, bloody, broken, yet still Tony Stark, wasn't just an opportunity.
He was a turning point. A symbol. A cornerstone of what was to come.
And maybe, just maybe, Lemieux didn't want to destroy that story. Tony coughed, wincing as pain shot through his ribs. He pulled off his torn work jacket and draped it over his head in a futile attempt to ward off the sun. The movement exposed his side, revealing more bruises and a bloodied bandage. His voice, when it returned, was quieter but firm. "So, Echevarria," he began, wiping sweat from his brow, "mind answering a few things?" He pointed a trembling hand toward the sky.
"I was flying. High altitude, routine test. Then boom, a rift opens.
Black and swirling, like space itself cracked.
And you come crashing down. Right onto me." Tony's eyes sharpened.
"Then you suspended us both mid-air using, what?
Telekinesis? Magic?
Some weird quantum trick."
His jaw clenched.
"And after that, you tore my suit apart like it was made of Legos."
The tension was back. Controlled, but unmistakable.
"So tell me," Tony said, his voice low and probing. "Are you a time-traveling wizard? Some kind of post-apocalyptic monk? Or are we dealing with a full-blown alien who thought it'd be fun to drop in for a prehistoric Earth tour?" Lemieux tilted his head, a faint smile ghosting his lips. "Would yes to all three be acceptable?"
Tony groaned.
"I really hope that's sarcasm." "Wouldn't you like to know?" Lemieux muttered, tossing the metal shard back into the sand. The desert swallowed it without a sound. The wind picked up again, shifting the sand around them like whispers from another time. For now, the boy chose not to strike. But the world would remember the day Lemuel Echevarria met Tony Stark in the desert, because history was about to be rewritten. 10 minutes earlier.
Afghanistan.
A land swallowed by fire and steel, where gunfire echoed louder than prayers, and power shifted like sand in the wind. Here, the laws of men held little sway, only the barrel of a gun dictated truth. In this fractured wilderness, beneath a sun that scorched without mercy, Tony Stark, billionaire, arms dealer and now captive, had done the impossible. Within the bowels of a cave, using scraps and brilliance alone, he forged the birth of a legend, the Mark I.
It was clunky. Primitive.
But it worked. With it, he brought ruin to his captors, igniting their cache of weapons, engulfing the base in fire, and rocketing toward freedom.
For a moment, Tony was weightless.
Burning skies above, blood and smoke below.
A man reborn. And then,
reality tore open. A black rift appeared in the sky like a scar in existence itself, swallowing light and air in an instant. From it came a figure, humanoid in shape, descending like a divine punishment. Crash. The impact was bone-jarring. The Mark I screeched in protest as Tony's flight path was ripped apart, his suit crushed under the sudden foreign weight. Both bodies plummeted toward the desert below, the ground approaching fast, too fast. Death was inevitable. Then something impossible happened. A wind, strong and unnatural, whipped around them. It cradled their fall, slowing their descent like a hand catching a falling feather. They floated gently down onto the sun-baked sand, alive. Stunned. Tony gasped for air, heart pounding. The figure, no taller than a teen, was already moving. Without a word, they began tearing away the Mark I armor.
No tools. No tech. Just hands.
Wires snapped under their grip. Bolts twisted loose with casual ease. The suit, once a miracle of engineering, fell apart like paper. Tony just stared, breath caught in his throat.
Bare-handed.
Whoever this was, they weren't ordinary. Tony's voice cut through the heat, sharp and unrelenting.
So, Echevarria.
Who are you, and what the hell just happened up there? Lemuel sat cross-legged across from him, his expression unreadable beneath the shade of pale blue bangs.
Inside, he sighed.
Of all the questions Stark could have asked, why did it have to be that one?
The truth? He didn't know.
Not entirely. What Lemuel remembered was chaos and stillness. Once long ago, or maybe yesterday, he'd been struck by lightning. Not metaphorically, not figuratively, literally. One moment alive, the next hurled into an endless, lightless void. There had been no floor.
No ceiling. No air. No time. Just nothing. No pain. No hunger.
Only isolation. It might have been hours.
Or millennia.
In that place, the soul could lose everything except memory.
And then, a crack.
A tear in the dark, like glass splitting under pressure. Light, real and warm, spilled through for the first time in forever.
He ran.
Desperation propelled him, every fiber straining for that sliver of escape. Just as it began to close, he threw himself through. And smashed into Tony Stark like a meteorite into a tank. The result, one exploded prototype suit, one very confused teenager, and a face full of sand.
Now here they sat.
One the reluctant architect of modern heroes.
The other, something else.
Lemuel stared at his hands. They were smaller than he remembered, slender and pale, wrapped in unfamiliar power. He flexed his fingers, noting the subtle tremor of strength coiled beneath his skin. The desert heat?
Pleasant. The sun?
Harmless, even when stared at directly. Even the fall from the sky hadn't left a scratch. And then there was the wind, how it had obeyed him without command, cradling their landing like a loyal beast.
And the voice.
That strange, mechanical whisper echoing softly in his mind, feeding him fragments of information he didn't ask for.
This body isn't mine, he thought. But it's me. Somehow.
Lemuel tugged gently at his pale blue hair. It felt wrong, like someone else's identity draped over his soul. But there was no denying it. This was his form now. Still, one certainty held him steady: I'm human. Or, I used to be. Somewhere, in some timeline. He met Stark's piercing gaze again. Those eyes were sharp, engineer's eyes, always calculating, always hunting for the angle. Lemuel offered a small smile, laced with equal parts truth and mischief. All right, he said with a straight face, voice dry as the dunes around them. You got me. I'm an alien.
Tony blinked.
Lemuel held the expression for a moment longer, then winked.
At precisely 4:45 p.m., the serene yet vibrant atmosphere of Camartage brimmed with disciplined focus. In the central training grounds, numerous sorcerer apprentices practiced diligently, their movements synchronized and precise. The grounds exuded an austere charm, surrounded by ancient architecture steeped in history. Pagodas, bell towers, and meditation halls were scattered like relics of a forgotten era, imbued with the mystique of a monastic sanctuary. Each apprentice wore a sling ring on one hand, their other hand sketching glowing circles in the air. Suspended before them were basketball-sized sparks of orange magical energy, swirling with latent power. A tall, dark-skinned man, his expression stern, strode among the students with his hands clasped behind his back. His voice, steady and authoritative, carried across the training grounds. Mastering the sling ring is essential for traversing the place through portal. Without it, you cannot hope to wield even the most basic of magics. At the edge of the crowd, the Sorcerer Supreme herself, the Ancient One, observed quietly. Her gait was unhurried, her eyes sweeping over the apprentices with the sharpness of a hawk and the patience of a gardener tending to young saplings. She wasn't just assessing their progress, she was also evaluating the teaching capabilities of her senior disciple. The Ancient One wore a clean, understated dark blue robe, its simplicity belying her status. In her hand, she held a well-worn folding fan, its design as timeless as she appeared to be. Trailing behind her was one of her more eccentric disciples, a young man with a rather peculiar hairstyle, short on the sides, with braids tied at odd angles, giving him a nonconformist monk appearance. Suddenly, the Ancient One stopped mid-step. With an audible snap, she closed her fan and turned her gaze westward, her expression serene yet grave. Her disciple hesitated, then stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Is something wrong, Master?" The Ancient One waved a hand dismissively, her tone measured, almost contemplative. "Something has breached the dimensional barrier." The disciple straightened, ready to act. "Shall I investigate?" "No," she replied, her voice calm yet resolute. "I'll handle this myself." Her eyes gleamed with emerald light, the shimmering trails of the time stone spinning within. As though peering through the veil of time and space, she glimpsed something or someone that brought a faint smile to her lips. "A fascinating little being," she murmured, before vanishing in a swirl of green sparks. The sun burned mercilessly overhead, turning the sand into a molten golden sea. It shimmered like liquid fire, suffocating and relentless, threatening to melt even the hardiest of travelers. Two figures trudged through this vast expanse. The taller one staggered with labored breaths, his footsteps unsteady, while the smaller figure followed with an unnerving ease, moving as if the heat and sand were mere trifles. Lemieux and Tony Stark had left the crash site, choosing to head in a random direction. Staying in one spot seemed like inviting death either from dehydration or from the possible return of the terrorist group that had held Stark captive. Though the endless desert stretched before them with no clear destination, the unspoken agreement was simple: keep moving. As for Stark, his condition was far from ideal. With every step, he grew weaker, the scorching heat sapping what little strength he had left. Lemieux, meanwhile, seemed unfazed by the heat, his pace light and steady. After some deliberation, Lemieux had decided for now to spare Tony Stark's life. For one, the arc reactor embedded in Stark's chest was far too advanced for Lemieux to fully comprehend or replicate, at least not in his current state. At this point, Lemieux was still unaware of the mysterious great sage voice that had recently awakened within him. Had he known, he might not have cared as much about the arc reactor. It would be child's play to recreate with the right knowledge. Secondly, even if he did manage to acquire the arc reactor, he lacked the connections to sell it. Finding a buyer in this world without being hunted down or undercut would be nearly impossible. As they walked, Stark finally broke the silence, his voice hoarse yet laced with his trademark sarcasm. "So, Echevarria, what's your grand plan here? Walk me to death and take the reactor off my corpse?" Lemieux shot him a sidelong glance, his amber eyes glittering with amusement. "Nah, too much effort. I'm more of a wait until you faint then borrow your stuff kind of guy." Stark let out a weak laugh, shaking his head. "Figures. You've got that whole cryptic drifter vibe going for you. Reason number 3, this was the Marvel Universe. Here, crises capable of annihilating the planet were as common as grains of sand in the Sahara. To make matters worse, there was a big purple guy named Thanos lurking in the background, scheming to snap half the universe out of existence like it was just another Tuesday. Without Iron Man, who was going to stand against that cosmic maniac? Captain America and his shield? Sure, good luck with that. So yeah, keeping Tony Stark alive seemed like the smarter option. After all, dead geniuses couldn't invent world-saving tech or form superhero teams. Also, Lemieux paused mid-thought, solemnly placing a hand over his heart. He was a man of principles. Such a benevolent, upright, morally impeccable soul like himself would never stoop to murder or theft, let alone exploit someone in their weakest moment. "Absolutely not," Lemieux murmured under his breath. "Not me." He tried to convince himself of this noble truth as they trudged through the desert. Then, as if to distract himself, he hesitated and asked internally, "Hello, you there?" He was referring to the voice he'd heard earlier back when he and Stark were free-falling to their likely deaths, only to be saved by an inexplicable gust of wind. A response came immediately, calm and measured. "Acknowledged. I am here." Lemieux breathed a quiet sigh of relief. "Thank goodness I haven't gone insane. I mean, who wouldn't start questioning their sanity after being stuck in a dark void for what felt like centuries?" Lemieux breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Thank goodness I haven't gone insane. I mean, who wouldn't start questioning their sanity after being stuck in a dark void for what felt like centuries? He pressed on. All right, so, who are you? And what exactly happened back there? Mind explaining. Acknowledged. I am your unique skill, Great Sage. Great Sage? Limu blinked, processing this. Wasn't that the same overpowered AI-like ability from the reincarnation stories he used to read? A magical system capable of calculations, decisions, and near-infinite processing? The voice continued, its tone as devoid of emotion as a well-tuned AI. Earlier, you unconsciously utilized your skill, Predator, to consume atmospheric elements. Following analysis, the skill, airflow manipulation, was acquired. Upon detecting a life-threatening situation, I automatically activated airflow manipulation to stabilize your descent. Limu frowned slightly. Wait, hold on. Predator? When did I use that? Acknowledged. During free fall, air entered your dimensional space through your respiratory system. This was interpreted as an instance of skill usage. Limu's thoughts ground to a halt for a moment. So, swallowing air counts as using Predator? Does that mean I've been consuming stuff all along without realizing it? Shaking off the absurdity of the situation, he tried a different approach. Okay, do you know how I ended up in this world? Or how you came to exist? Acknowledged. Insufficient information. Unable to analyze. Even Great Sage didn't have all the answers. Limu sighed, slightly disappointed. Fine, let's move on. Can you at least list all my skills? I need to know what I'm working with. Acknowledged. Compiling skill data. In an instant, a translucent interface materialized in his mind, lines of text appearing in neat, orderly rows. Unique skills. Great Sage grants advanced computation, thought acceleration, and decision-making capabilities. Reduces the difficulty of skill acquisition significantly. Predator enables the absorption and analysis of targets, granting access to their properties and abilities. Intrinsic skills. Rapid regeneration heals injuries at an accelerated rate. Magic perception detects the flow and presence of magic in the environment. Bloodless body negates the need for blood circulation, eliminating vulnerabilities tied to blood loss. Human mimicry allows perfect replication of a human appearance and physical traits. Acquired skills. Airflow manipulation grants control over atmospheric currents for movement or defense. Heat resistance mitigates the effects of extreme heat. Limu's gaze swept across the list. As his focus settled on each skill, detailed descriptions flowed seamlessly into his mind. For example, Great Sage provides analytical, computational, and decision-making capabilities. Reduces acquisition difficulty of new skills through optimization. The glowing text hovered in Limu's mind, crisp and clear, as he reviewed his newfound abilities one by one. Predator engages in the consumption of objects, storing them within a personal dimensional space for analysis. Skills of the consumed target can be acquired, its form simulated, and harmful substances safely isolated. Magic perception allows the user to sense the flow of magic in the world. Can directly interpret the intent behind the magical fluctuations of living beings, enabling communication across species or languages. Similarly, the user's own magical and verbal emissions will be universally understood. Bloodless body grants the structure of a slime, eliminating the need for a circulatory system and removing vulnerabilities related to blood loss. Human mimicry enables transformation into a specific human form. Limu's gaze lingered on the words as realization dawned on him. So, he muttered to himself, I'm a slime now. This human appearance? Just a simulation. That was a strange pill to swallow. He didn't feel particularly slimy, yet the truth was clear, he wasn't human anymore. What gender am I? Male? Female? Or something entirely outside those categories? The question gave him pause. The thought of biological barriers and reproductive isolation made him scratch his head. Did being a slime even count as having a gender? As for his newer abilities, like airflow manipulation and heat resistance, they seemed perfectly tailored for surviving in this blazing desert. The former had already saved his life, while the latter made walking through this furnace of golden sand feel oddly pleasant, like a stroll on a warm beach. Counting everything, there were 8 skills total. Not a huge list, Limu said, tapping his chin thoughtfully, but the potential is massive. Bread will come. Bullets will come. And eventually, he smirked. So will power. Following leisurely behind Tony Stark, Limu adopted a relaxed gait, one arm folded across his chest, the other propping up his chin. For a slime, he looked remarkably smug. But then, another thought struck him like a bolt out of the blue. Wait a second, slime bodies don't have reproductive systems. Did I just become biologically immortal? Before he could dive further into his existential musings, Stark's gravelly voice shattered his train of thought. So, you're claiming to be an alien? Stark's tone was equal parts skepticism and snark, his voice rough from dehydration and exhaustion. Got any proof to back that up? The inventor didn't even turn around as he spoke, his steps heavy and uneven on the scorching sands. Despite his injuries and the lack of rescue, he still found time to needle his strange companion. And what's with that prehistoric fur coat? You're telling me advanced alien civilizations don't have something more fashionable? What happened? To broke to afford a nice jacket or hell even a cute little skirt? The sarcasm was practically dripping off his parched lips. Limu came to a halt, his eyes narrowing at the man's back. Ha, he shot back, his voice dripping with disdain. What would a provincial earthling like you know about fashion? This, he gestured dramatically to his fur-lined attire, is called retro chic. The simplicity of its design speaks to a refined, understated luxury. The plush texture evokes a nostalgic warmth, an elegance that transcends time. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before delivering the final blow. And as anyone with even a shred of cultural awareness knows, fashion is cyclical. Your so-called modern style is nothing more than a fleeting echo of the classics. And as anyone with even a shred of cultural awareness knows, fashion is cyclical. Your so-called modern style is nothing more than a fleeting echo of the classics. Stark stumbled slightly, not because of his injuries but from sheer disbelief. For a supposed alien, this guy had one hell of a rebuttal ready. But as Lemieux replayed Stark's words in his mind, something caught him off guard. Wait a second, did he just say cute little skirt? His expression darkened. Just for the record, Lemieux said coldly, his voice like a dagger aimed directly at Stark's ego, I am not female, and I would never wear a skirt. Not even if I were dying, thank you very much. Tony glanced back for a moment, raising an eyebrow at the peculiar being. Right. Because that's the most pressing issue we've got going on in this death trap of a desert. Damn straight, Lemieux muttered under his breath, brushing a stray strand of azure hair out of his face. Stark suddenly spun on his heel, and Lemieux had to stop abruptly to avoid colliding with him. For a few unsettling seconds, Tony Stark stared at him, his bloodshot eyes scanning Lemieux's face with the intensity of a man trying to solve a riddle. His gaze was sharp but also unnervingly invasive, like a laser cutting through Lemieux's facade. Just as abruptly, Stark turned back around and resumed walking, his tone dismissive. All right, Mr. Whatever you are. I don't care what gender you claim to be, but if you're really an alien, why don't you prove it? Or is your species all talk? Lemieux sighed, deciding to drop the whole gender argument entirely. He cleared his throat and began weaving his tale. As far as I know, your planet Earth is catalogued as C53 on the Kree star charts. It's a fairly unremarkable planetary civilization, but you've had your share of extraterrestrial visitors. Asgardians, Kree, Skrulls, they've all stopped by and left their marks. Tony's steps faltered for half a second but quickly resumed. His back remained to Lemieux, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Wow, you really did your homework. Keep going, this is a fascinating bedtime story. Ignoring the jab, Lemieux continued, his tone unflappable. Some Earthlings have even ventured out into the universe and made a name for themselves. Take Peter Quill, for instance, a Ravager better known as Star-Lord. Or Carol Danvers, who goes by the moniker Captain Marvel. And you? Stark interrupted with a mocking chuckle. Let me guess, your spaceship broke down in the desert, so you're hitchhiking. Close enough, Lemieux replied smoothly. I ended up here due to a teleportation malfunction. Now I'm stuck. Your planet's rudimentary technology doesn't exactly help. No ships, no teleporters, nothing. Tony barked out an exaggerated laugh, still walking. Oh, of course. Sounds legit. But tell me this, how is it that aliens speak such perfect English? Lemieux couldn't help but smirk. I was waiting for this. Ordinarily, I'd be using a universal translator to communicate with you, he explained, his voice taking on a slightly patronizing edge. However, as you've probably noticed, I have special abilities. One of them allows me to understand any soundwave-based language instantly. Similarly, I can project my own thoughts into sound waves that your brain automatically interprets as your native language. Right. And you just happen to have superpowers. How convenient, Stark retorted, his sarcasm unwavering. Let me demonstrate. Lemieux raised his hand, and a sudden gust of wind whipped around them. The swirling air picked up grains of sand, forming a miniature tornado at Stark's feet before quickly dissipating. Tony stopped in his tracks, his eyes narrowing. Before he could say anything, a voice, not Lemieux's actual voice, but one that resonated directly in his ears, spoke in flawless British English with a crisp London accent. Impressed yet? This is what it means to transmit information through sound waves, without even needing to move my lips. Tony's head snapped around to face Lemieux, his expression a mix of irritation, awe, and disbelief. What the hell was that? He demanded. Lemieux clapped his hands, as if brushing off invisible dust. A little demonstration of my powers. As I said, magic, science, call it what you will. Tony blinked, his face slack with exhaustion and growing bewilderment. The heat, dehydration, and lingering pain from his injuries were already wearing him down. Now, his mind felt like it was spiraling. Great, Stark muttered, pinching the bridge of his nose. First I get kidnapped by terrorists, now I'm hallucinating about aliens in fur coats. Next thing you'll tell me, I've got brain damage from the fall. Not impossible, Lemieux quipped, folding his arms. Though I'd argue that your skepticism might be a bigger problem. Stark didn't reply, instead trudging forward, muttering something inaudible under his breath. Stark turned back to glance at Lemieux, his eyes glinting with a faint, desperate hope. So, Mr. Alien, he asked, his voice tinged with exhaustion and a rare flicker of vulnerability. Do you have a way to get us out of this desert? Sorry, I'm afraid I don't. Stark's shoulders slumped. Any other help you can offer? Lemieux paused, considering his skills. After a long silence, he shrugged apologetically. Still no. Without a word, Stark turned back around and continued trudging through the endless expanse of sand. Alien, wizard, hallucination, it didn't matter anymore. Getting out alive was the only thing that counted. After a while, he seemed to remember something. He didn't turn his head this time, his voice uncertain. You know, I think I've seen someone like you before. On Earth. Lemur chuckled softly, unconcerned. The universe is vast, my friend. It's just a matter of probability. As far as I know, there are plenty of species that look identical to humans. But honestly, he tilted his head, looking Stark up and down. You look like a walking corpse right now. Dehydration, I'd guess. Sure you're okay. Stark shut his eyes tightly, trying to ignore the stinging sensation as sweat mixed with the grit of sand and seeped into the cracks of his dry, sunburned skin. His mouth was parched, and every time he licked his cracked lips, he tasted the faint tang of blood. They had been wandering the desert for nearly 2 hours now, with no sign of rescue. Meanwhile, in the Valley of Wreckage, the Ten Rings leader groaned as he regained consciousness. Flames roared all around him, and the stench of burning metal and flesh choked the air. His ears rang violently, and his face was a nightmare of pain. His right cheek felt as though it had been branded with a red-hot iron. Blinking through the smoke and the searing agony, he surveyed the scene. His base, once his stronghold, was reduced to rubble and corpses, a sea of twisted metal and fire. For a brief moment, relief flickered in his chest. He had survived the missile, but as he took in the devastation, despair clawed its way into his heart. The bitter memory returned with full force. Months ago, he had accepted a lucrative contract to attack a U.S. military convoy. What he hadn't anticipated was capturing someone infinitely more dangerous than he could have imagined. Tony Stark, the infamous genius arms dealer, also known as one of America's deadliest weapons in human form. Because his employer had failed to pay the full bounty, he had made the fateful mistake of keeping Stark alive. A gesture of mercy, he thought at the time. Now, staring at the carnage that had unfolded in the blink of an eye, he realized it was a mercy he would never forgive himself for. Staggering through the wreckage, the leader fell to his knees amidst the smoldering ruins of his men and equipment. His screams of rage and grief echoed through the desolate valley, a chorus of anguish that blended with the howling desert wind. His once proud visage was now twisted, monstrous, like a demon dragged out of hell, yet his desperation was that of a beaten, starving dog. Back in the desert, Tony Stark and Lemieux trudged onward, their bodies battered by the merciless heat. The sun blazed overhead, casting distorted mirages across the horizon. Neither had food nor water, and each step felt heavier than the last. Stark's legs were unsteady, his footsteps uneven as he pressed forward. Occasionally, he shielded his eyes with his hand, scanning the distance for any sign of help, a military patrol, a passing vehicle, anything. Lemieux, meanwhile, seemed unnaturally calm, his fur-lined coat miraculously unruffled by the oppressive heat. If Stark wasn't so distracted by his own suffering, he might have found it infuriating. Finally, Stark broke the silence, his voice hoarse and cracked. "You're not thirsty?" Lemieux raised an eyebrow, as if the question were beneath him. "I don't need water." Stark grunted bitterly. "Convenient. Must be nice being you?" "Not really," Lemieux replied nonchalantly. "But I'll admit, it has its perks." Stark didn't respond. His gaze remained fixed on the horizon, the flicker of hope that had once lit his eyes dimming with each step. For all his wit and brilliance, even Tony Stark couldn't outthink the desert. Not without help. And right now, that help was nowhere to be found. The desert stretched endlessly before them, its vastness interrupted only by the occasional patch of scraggly weeds and the shifting contours of the sand dunes. Somewhere out there, a U.S. military base should be stationed. Logic dictated that the military would have already deployed helicopters to investigate the blast site, expanding their search radius outward. Yet, as the sun sank lower toward the western horizon, the skies remained eerily empty. By Stark's own calculations, the delay made no sense. Helicopters could cover this distance quickly, their absence was troubling. The air was growing cooler with the approach of evening, but Stark knew better than to feel relieved. If rescue didn't arrive before nightfall, they'd face a bitterly cold desert night, a trial that could push even the strongest to their limits. Worse, the darkness would severely hamper any ongoing search operations. Humans and slimes, however, did not share the same struggles. For Stark, this was a harrowing survival ordeal, dehydration, exhaustion, and injury weighing heavily on him with each grueling step. For Lemieux, it was little more than an extended stroll. The desert, while majestic at first glance, quickly grew monotonous. Sand stretched endlessly in every direction, punctuated only by the occasional tuft of dried grass. The wind, carrying fine grains of sand, was an irritant, stinging the skin and clouding the air. But none of this seemed to faze Lemieux. His inhuman physique, combined with his natural resistance to heat, left him unaffected by the sweltering temperatures. Stark, on the other hand, was visibly deteriorating. 2 hours of relentless sun exposure had taken a heavy toll on the man who had already endured months of captivity and torture. His face, pale and gaunt, seemed to grow more lifeless with every step. Lemieux cast a sidelong glance at Stark, a flicker of concern crossing his otherwise calm demeanor. In the desert, the lack of water was a death sentence. For the average person, dehydration could claim a life in as little as 1 to 3 days, depending on the severity of the conditions. And Stark wasn't just any person. He was injured, his reserves already critically low. Water. In a barren wasteland like this, the sources of water were painfully limited: plants, animals, underground reserves, or the atmosphere itself. Plants and animals were virtually non-existent in this part of the desert. Underground water? Completely out of reach without tools. That left the air. Lemieux's eyes narrowed as an idea took shape in his mind. He absent-mindedly twirled a lock of his long hair, something he had developed a habit of doing since gaining this human form. The air was made up of countless molecules, including water vapor. If he could control airflow, it stood to reason that he could compress the air to condense water, or even separate water molecules directly from the surrounding gases. Great sage, Li Mu thought, addressing the voice in his mind, is it possible to extract water molecules from the air? Great sage, Li Mu thought, addressing the voice in his mind, is it possible to extract water molecules from the air? The calm, feminine voice of the great sage responded immediately. Affirmative. Through the skill airflow manipulation, magi coals can be used to bind and condense water vapor within the air, resulting in the collection of water. A grin spread across Li Mu's face. With an audible clap of his hands, he exclaimed, "Perfect. Great sage, I need 2 liters of water." The moment the command left his thoughts, a wave of intense fatigue swept over him. It was as if a vital part of his energy had been drained all at once, leaving his body hollow and his legs unsteady. He stumbled, nearly collapsing under the strain. Before him, however, the results of his efforts began to take shape. A shimmering orb of water slowly coalesced in the air, its surface rippling as it hovered midair, supported by an invisible current of magic-infused wind. What just happened? Li Mu asked, gasping for breath, his vision swimming slightly from the sudden energy drain. The great sage's voice remained steady, unaffected by his distress. The creation of water through atmospheric condensation requires a significant expenditure of magi coals. The depletion you experienced is a result of this energy transfer. Li Mu stared at the floating water sphere, equal parts triumphant and alarmed. He had achieved his goal, but at a far steeper cost than he had anticipated. Extraction of water vapor complete. At the current temperature and atmospheric pressure, humidity is 8%, with 3.2 grams of water per cubic meter of air. A total of 625 cubic meters of air was processed, resulting in the collection of 2 liters of water. Warning: excessive instantaneous depletion of magi coals has caused temporary weakness. Molecular level skill usage requires significant energy. 600 cubic meters of air, and it drained that much magi coals? Explanation: magi coals are equivalent to life energy. Depletion will trigger gradual absorption of external energy for recovery. Li Mu sighed, his brow furrowing. Unlike certain overpowered protagonists with dragons or infinite energy sources tucked away in their bodies, he had no such luxuries. Limited reserves of magi coals? Yeah, that tracked. Still, he straightened himself and called out to Stark, who was trudging ahead. "Hey, genius. I've got water. You want some?" Stark turned on his heel, eyes narrowing in suspicion until they landed on the crystalline orb of water floating effortlessly in the air. He froze, staring at it as if it were the Holy Grail itself. His parched throat tightened, and he swore under his breath, barely able to comprehend what he was seeing. What the F***? How the hell did you? He cut himself off mid-sentence, taking a hesitant step forward. No, this wasn't a mirage. This was real, tangible water. Stark's pace quickened, the desperation in his eyes clear. To him, that orb of water was more valuable than gold, sweeter than vodka, and smoother than the skin of a supermodel gracing the cover of Playboy. But just as Stark reached out, Li Mu raised a hand, stopping him in his tracks. "Hold it, Stark." His voice carried the smugness of someone who held all the cards. "This isn't a freebie." Stark's gaze snapped to Li Mu, his expression darkening. The man's eyes were sharp, dangerous like a cornered wolf, one step away from baring its teeth. In the desert, water wasn't just a resource. It was life itself. People had killed for far less. Li Mu, however, remained utterly unfazed. He met Stark's predatory stare with calm confidence. "A trade," he said, folding his arms. "You give me something, and I'll give you the water." Grinding his teeth, Stark weighed his options. "What do you want? Money? Name your price." $1,000 per milliliter? Done. 2 liters of water. That was $2 million. Cold, hard cash. Stark could easily afford it. For a brief, fleeting moment, Li Mu's chest where his chest should be fluttered with temptation. The thought of amassing that kind of wealth made his non-existent heart beat faster. But then he shook his head, pressing a hand to his chest as if to steady himself. No, slimes didn't have hearts, and besides, money? That was replaceable. What he truly desired was something far more priceless. Something that had been his dream since the moment he first laid eyes on it. Li Mu grinned, a glimmer of boyish excitement sparking in his eyes. Raising a finger, he pointed directly at Stark's worn-out exoskeleton suit. "That armor of yours, the exoskeleton. I want one. And not just any version. I want an upgraded model." Stark blinked, momentarily caught off guard. His jaw tightened as realization dawned. Li Mu's gaze burned with determination. The Mark series, the cutting edge of technology, the masterpiece of human ingenuity, was the pinnacle of cool. For Li Mu, there could be no greater treasure. This was no ordinary barter. This was the pursuit of a lifelong dream. Tony Stark scoffed, his face painted with disdain. "You? In that armor? Do aliens even care about such things?" Li Mu smirked, crossing his arms. "What do you know? Mecha is the ultimate romance for men, and customization is its very soul. Robots, exoskeletons, powered suits, they weren't just technology. They were art. A masterpiece of engineering and design. A shining symbol of humanity's ingenuity. For Li Mu, it was nothing short of perfection." Stark narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing Li Mu as though trying to make sense of him. Finally, after a moment of contemplation, he muttered, "Not happening." His tone and expression were that of someone watching a penguin try to sell NFTs or a parrot proclaim itself the descendant of T-Rex. Lemieux, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively. He hadn't expected Stark to agree so easily. Convincing this genius billionaire playboy philanthropist would take time. After all, Stark was the one in need here, not him. Still, there was no harm in applying a little pressure. With a sly grin, Lemieux reached out, separating half of the floating water sphere and lifting it to his lips. He drank deeply, the cool liquid flowing down his throat. He let out an exaggerated sigh of satisfaction. Ah, refreshing. Ah, refreshing. Stark's throat bobbed as he tried to swallow only to find his mouth completely dry. There wasn't even a trace of saliva left. His Adam's apple shifted up and down, stuck in an awkward limbo. His eyes darted between Lemieux and the remaining water. The desperation was plain on his face, but his expression grew unreadable as he weighed his options. He seemed to wrestle internally, his mind calculating something. It only took a few seconds before Stark broke the silence. Deal. Without waiting for a response, he strode forward, crouching before the remaining water sphere. With no hesitation, he buried his face in the floating liquid, gulping it down like a man who had just found an oasis after days in the desert. Lemieux raised an eyebrow, suspicion flickering in his mind. That was fast. For someone as shrewd as Stark, agreeing this quickly felt off. Was he planning something? Some sort of trick? It wouldn't be surprising, considering Stark's reputation. Still, Lemieux didn't stop him. Stark was no match for him in his current state anyway. And if it came to a fight, well, stealing a suit of armor wasn't beneath him. Besides, technically, it wouldn't even be stealing, it'd be reclaiming what was rightfully his. And, from what Lemieux remembered of Stark's character, the man wasn't the type to break a promise. At least, not without good reason. After all, a slime didn't have a conscience, right? Lemieux chuckled internally. If a slime had one, it'd be wise to pluck it out and give it away, maybe feed it to a stray cat, bury it in the dirt, or use it to grow some flowers. Yes, that's right. I'm just a trashy slime. The sun had dipped below the horizon by now, and the desert plunged into darkness. The sand dunes around them cast long shadows, their shapes distorted and otherworldly. It was as though they'd stumbled into a realm of nameless terrors, with unseen beasts lurking in the depths, waiting to strike. But the desert didn't need monsters to be deadly. It already had its most formidable weapon, the cold. Temperatures in the desert could swing from a blistering 50 degrees Celsius during the day to below freezing at night. The biting winds that began to howl across the dunes carried a chill that seemed to pierce through flesh and bone. Stark and Lemieux found temporary refuge behind a sand dune, its curve shielding them from the worst of the wind. Stark, resourceful as ever, dug out a small hollow in the sand. Nestling into it, he found a trace of warmth still lingering in the grains, a fleeting comfort against the encroaching cold. Lemieux sat nearby, his otherworldly resilience sparing him from the worst of the desert's harsh conditions. Tony Stark sat there, staring blankly at the expanse of the desert. He had no energy to entertain idle thoughts or make small talk. He knew that while he had escaped the clutches of those terrorists, the merciless sands of the desert were just as eager to claim him. He needed to conserve his energy. The day had been unrelenting, and his stomach had been growling for hours. Not even a single spider crossed their path. His eyes drifted toward the alien beside him. A stray thought crept into his mind. Would alien meat be edible? Surely, it must be packed with protein. As if sensing the silent, predatory gaze, a cold wind swept by, causing Lemieux to shiver involuntarily. Suddenly, the voice of the great sage echoed in his mind. Notice, skill acquired, cold resistance. Skill evolution in progress. Combining heat resistance and cold resistance. New skill acquired, thermal resistance. Lemieux leaned back against a sandy hill, his hands crossed, one on his stomach, the other acting as a makeshift pillow behind his head. His thoughts were restless even though his body longed for sleep. Above him, the desert sky stretched infinitely, a sprawling tapestry of stars. The familiar arch of the Milky Way swept from one end of the horizon to the other, yet he was keenly aware that this was not his home. This universe housed alien empires like the Kree and Nova Corps, mad titans like Thanos, and creatures he could barely imagine. It was vast, dangerous, and overwhelmingly foreign. By day, he could distract himself with clever quips and schemes to obtain Stark's iconic armor. But by night, his isolation weighed heavily on him, a stark reminder that he was utterly alone in an unfamiliar universe. A sudden sneeze interrupted his thoughts. Achoo! Stark's unmistakable voice broke through the stillness. Lemieux turned toward him. Stark had curled up to fend off the biting cold, his once arrogant demeanor now looking oddly vulnerable. Without a word, Lemieux removed his heavy coat, revealing the thin white shirt underneath, and casually tossed it toward Stark. The genius billionaire caught it but immediately threw it back. I don't need your charity. Lemieux smirked and threw it at him again. You and I aren't built the same. I can handle the cold, but you'll freeze to death before the cavalry shows up. Stark shot him a glare but ultimately relented, wrapping himself in the coat. He muttered something under his breath, but Lemieux didn't bother catching it. He simply leaned back against the hill, his smile triumphant. The desert night passed without further incident. When Lemieux woke up, sunlight had painted the horizon a soft golden hue. Warm rays touched his face, signaling the start of another grueling day in the endless desert. He stretched, brushing off the sand clinging to his clothes, only to frown at the gritty sensation still sticking to his skin. Sleeping in the sand was far from pleasant, and the morning sun did little to make him feel better about it. Next to him, Stark was still asleep. He was curled tightly into a ball at the bottom of the sandy hollow he dug the night before, the coat draped over him like a makeshift blanket. Lemieux snorted. For someone so proud, Stark didn't seem above survival instincts when push came to shove. Still, Lemieux couldn't deny the urgency of their situation. He combed a hand through his messy, sand-filled hair, his expression growing serious. Stark wasn't in great shape to begin with, and if rescue didn't come soon, the billionaire genius would likely succumb to starvation, dehydration, or exhaustion. And if Stark died here, the world would lose its Iron Man. No one else could design the suits that would go on to save Earth from countless threats or take down Thanos when the time came. Damn it, Lemieux muttered. I need to figure something out, or my Mark series dreams are toast. Sleeping in this desolate wasteland was a cruel joke. Lemieux woke up groggy and sore, the coarse sand refusing to let him rest. He needed a plan, some way to find help. Satellites, electromagnetic waves, electricity? His amber gaze drifted to the sleeping Tony Stark. Inside that man's chest was an arc reactor, an almost infinite power source. For a moment, a dark thought crossed Lemieux's mind. If I just yoinked that reactor, I'd have all the juice I needed. Steeling himself, he reached over and tugged the coat off Stark, giving it a brisk shake to dislodge the sand. At the last second, he hesitated. Manhandling another guy's chest rig wasn't exactly on his to-do list. Not to mention, if he stumped down just right, he could break Stark's neck in a second. Looting the corpse would be so much simpler. He chuckled under his breath. Kidding, just kidding. Nah, friction alone can generate static electricity. Stretching, he fiddled absent-mindedly with the coat's fabric. A sudden zap sparked from his fingertip. That was when the voice of the great sage resounded in his mind. Notice, skills acquired: electrical resistance and electrical manipulation. Lemieux blinked. Using electric fields to generate electromagnetic waves, if he could manipulate them, maybe he could broadcast a distress signal. Great sage, a little help here. The response was immediate. Notice, relevant memories have been extracted and integrated into electromagnetic wave communication technology. Would you like to connect to a satellite and broadcast your current coordinates? Lemieux's heart skipped a beat. Yes, do it. Notice, generating electromagnetic waves, complete. Simulating communication frequencies, complete. Compiling communication protocol, insufficient data, attempting to crack, protocol cracked. Connecting to communications satellite, complete. Satellite coordinates acquired, complete. Broadcasting current location. Lemieux's jaw dropped. He'd only half understood the science behind those steps, yet the great sage had executed them flawlessly and in seconds. And since the great sage was his skill, that meant he was technically the genius behind it all, right? One more thing nagged at him, though. Great sage, do not go browsing random stuff on the internet. He remembered Ultron, the murderous AI that Tony Stark would eventually create after absorbing too much dark and twisted information from the web. Then there was Vision, whose more positive first impressions steered him toward protecting humanity instead. From now on, stick to scientific research. No creeping into shady corners of the internet, okay? We're good guys. We want to stay on the moral high ground. Understood. Notice, acknowledged. Lemieux grinned, satisfied. He tinkered with the improvised transmitter for another hour before Tony Stark finally stirred. The billionaire genius opened his bloodshot eyes, blinking at the pale blue hair that greeted him. Lemieux was crouched nearby, watching him intently. You're awake. Congratulations. Stark just stared at him, deadpan. Congratulations for what? Clearing his throat, Lemieux continued, I mean congratulations on being rescued. I used my abilities to crack your planet's electromagnetic communications. Your position is being broadcast. They should be here soon to pick you up. For a moment, Stark's exhaustion melted into blank confusion. Then a flicker of hope ignited in his eyes. If Lemieux had actually managed to send a signal, salvation might be closer than he had dared to imagine. Lemieux gave him a nod, half reassurance, half self-congratulation. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Saving Tony Stark now could mean saving the entire universe later. And, of course, there was the matter of that Mark series armor he so desperately wanted. Tony Stark's eyes flew open wide, and in the span of a heartbeat, he bolted upright. His breathing turned ragged, almost hyperventilating, as though he'd just witnessed something miraculous. Yes? Ha ha ha. He caught sight of something in the far distance. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees, arms raised high above his head in a Y-shaped gesture. Laughter, raw and powerful, erupted from him, laced with the near hysteria of someone who had forgotten how to smile. In the distance, the rhythmic thrum of helicopter rotors grew steadily louder. 2 U.S. military rescue choppers emerged on the horizon, beating the dry desert air as they drew closer. Tony waved frantically at the helicopters, a manic grin lighting his features. Soon, a wash of wind hit them as one of the choppers set down. A 5-person team of American soldiers disembarked, led by a lean, sharp-eyed officer, Colonel James Rhodes. He was dressed in full military attire, a tall, wiry black man wearing the insignia of a U.S. Air Force officer. Above all, he was Tony Stark's best friend and confidant. The squad jogged over, slowing to a halt near Tony and Lemieux. Relief flooded Rhodes's face, a blend of joy and disbelief, like seeing a buddy thought lost for half a year suddenly spring back to life. He shot Tony a wry grin and teased, having fun out here, Tony. Tony shrugged, managing a tired smirk. Oh, you know, same old, same old. He wrapped Rhodes in a brief hug, the kind that conveys both exasperation and gratitude. When they pulled apart, Rhodes's attention flicked to Lemieux, who stood to one side. Even from a distance, Lemieux was hard to miss: pale blue hair, an otherworldly aura, and an antiquated fur coat slung over one arm. Lemieux raised a polite hand, offering a friendly hi, all while discreetly evaluating the newcomers. US military or not, he was fairly sure he could slip away if things went south. Guns weren't lethal to his slime body, and he had plenty of tricks up his sleeve: rapid regeneration, airflow manipulation, electrical manipulation, not to mention Predator for changing his appearance at will. The real question was whether Tony would sell him out. Rhodes gave Lemieux a polite nod, then leaned close to Tony, lowering his voice. So, who's she? A pretty girl you left behind in Afghanistan all those years ago. Rhodes gave Lemieux a polite nod, then leaned close to Tony, lowering his voice. So, who's she? A pretty girl you left behind in Afghanistan all those years ago. Tony arched an eyebrow, clearly unamused by the implication, but he decided not to delve too deeply into explanations. With a light pat on Rhodes's shoulder, Tony answered, she's a local hunter. Got captured by the same terrorist cell. We escaped together. And actually she is probably male. He gestured to Lemieux's old-fashioned fur coat. At first glance, Lemieux certainly looked like someone who might have come from a remote mountain village if you didn't notice the pale blue hair and unnervingly calm demeanor in a crisis. Rhodes nodded, though skepticism flickered across his face. He wasn't one to pry, especially not right then. Stark was alive, and that was more than enough good news for the moment. A few moments later, the group boarded the helicopter. Rhodes took a seat across from Tony Stark, chattering away about everything that had happened. We've spent months unsure if you were even alive but still combed every lead. Yesterday, we picked up traces of an explosion and went to investigate. On the way, we ran into a 10 Rings convoy and ended up in a firefight. He paused, letting that sink in before adding with a smirk, naturally, we won. Then, early this morning, we suddenly received a shortwave radio message. It contained only a set of coordinates. Yours. Strange, don't you think? Care to shed any light on it? Lemieux's gaze flicked warily between the pilot and one of the US soldiers sitting opposite him. Including Rhodes and the pilot, there were 5 people on board. If push comes to shove, I can handle them, he thought. Before Stark could speak, Lemieux jumped in, because Tony Stark is a genius. Not only did he build an exoskeleton suit from scratch to help us escape, he also used the leftover parts from the 10 Rings base to assemble a makeshift transmitter, though it burned out after one use. An exoskeleton suit? A transmitter? Rhodes narrowed his eyes at the pair. Just then, Stark slapped both palms together with an emphatic smack, making everyone on board jump. He grinned from ear to ear, a triumphant gleam in his eyes. Huh? What can I say? I'm a genius. Geniuses do what average people can't, like dismantling a terrorist stronghold or building a working transceiver out of scrap metal. Ask anyone. I was making circuit boards at 4 years old. Rhodes frowned, clearly baffled by Tony's excitement. Why is he so keyed up all of a sudden? By the time they arrived at the US military base in Afghanistan, the tension had eased but not completely. Throughout the trip, Lemieux's true identity and abilities remained under wraps. As long as Stark stayed quiet, no one would suspect that there was an inhuman existence among them. Naturally, Rhodes sensed that Tony and Lemieux were hiding something. There were far too many odd details to ignore, like how some Afghan hunter could speak fluent English without a trace of an accent. Still, Rhodes trusted his best friend enough not to press. Besides, Lemieux looked harmless enough, despite the pale blue hair and odd attire. At the base, army medics gave Stark a quick patch-up. While he was being tended to, Lemieux explored the area. To him, it felt like stepping into a new world: helicopters, armored vehicles, anti-aircraft missiles, and even 2 F-22 Raptor fighter jets. High-tech machinery everywhere he looked. For someone who had lived or responded as a slime in an unfamiliar universe, it was both exciting and intimidating at the same time. Security at the US base was strict, with armed personnel watching every nook and cranny. Yet, thanks to Tony Stark's connections, Lemieux was allowed to wander freely until he tried to get his hands on any live ammunition. That was where the line was drawn. A more timid soul might have hesitated, worried about crossing boundaries in a military stronghold, but this slime-turned-human knew the power of acting confident, even brazen. The result, he strolled around the base unimpeded, passing under the noses of guards who barely gave him a second glance. He also noted something curious: his appearance drastically lowered most people's guard. A tilt of the head, a slight pout, a big-eyed look of innocence. He found these gestures could spark sympathy or even mild guilt in others. It helps that most people are suckers for a pretty face, Lemieux mused, remembering how a well-timed doleful look got him waved past an armed checkpoint only minutes earlier. After Tony's injuries were patched up, he, Lemieux, and Colonel Rhodes boarded a plane bound for sunny California. More than 10 hours later, they arrived at a spacious airport where 2 individuals awaited them. One was Tony Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, nicknamed Pepper. The other was a broad-shouldered man who served as driver and occasional bodyguard. Pepper's name might suggest a spicy personality, but in truth, she was the opposite. Beneath her sharp, professional exterior lay a warm and caring disposition. She wore her blonde hair tied back, complementing the tailored women's business suit she'd chosen for the day. As Tony stepped off the plane, Pepper's eyes shone with relieved tears. He gently shook off Rhodes's supporting arm and walked over to her, scanning her face. You're crying? Mourning a long-lost boss. Pepper smiled through her tears. I'm just so happy you're okay. And I hate job hunting. Tony's lips quirked up in a soft grin. Yeah, well, your vacation's over. Pepper peeked around him and noticed Lemieux standing there. For a moment, she took a steadying breath, calming the surge of emotions from seeing Tony safe. Then she managed a gentle smile for Lemieux. You haven't introduced us. Who's your friend? Tony raised a hand, gesturing for everyone to head toward the waiting car. It's complicated, Ms. Potts. We can talk about it later. Lemieux and Pepper exchanged small waves and unspoken greeting before the group made their way to the vehicle. Seated at the driver's position was a large, muscular Caucasian man, Happy Hogan. He was Tony's chauffeur and part-time bodyguard. In Lemieux's memories of future events, no less Happy would go on to have a close relationship with Spider-Man's Peter Parker, acting almost like an uncle figure. Now, though, he looked more fit than chubby, with a firm build that spoke of his boxing background. Where to, sir? Happy asked, glancing at Tony in the rearview mirror. 3 things, Tony said with a decisive nod. First, get us some cheeseburgers. Pepper, arrange a press conference. And let's make sure this little hitchhiker he looked at Lemieux gets somewhere to wash up and change. Tony's gaze settled on Lemieux again. After that, you and I need to talk. Something important. Pepper frowned slightly. A press conference? For what? We'll get into it on the way, Pep, Tony replied, lightly tapping the metal arc reactor on his chest. The hollow clang resonated in the enclosed space. Happy, step on it. I'll explain everything once we're on the road. Stark Industries, a multinational American corporation, listed under the ticker symbol SIA on the NYSE and STRK on Nasdaq. Founded in the 1940s by Howard Stark, it began as a weapons manufacturer built on a simple philosophy. Peace means having the biggest stick. This was Howard Stark's creed. For 2 generations, the Stark family, Howard and his son, Tony, proudly proclaimed themselves patriots and protectors of peace. Yet, their pride often veered into arrogance. Both believed in their own vision of the world and dismissed anything that contradicted it. Then there was Obadiah Stannett, Stark Industries' senior executive and Howard's former business partner. Obadiah cared little for ideals like peace. His devotion lay with 2 things: wealth and power. In the early days, he and Howard had fought tooth and nail to establish Stark Industries, enduring hardship and sacrificing comfort to build an empire from the ground up. Obadiah had been the sharpest blade and the strongest spear, cutting through opposition and driving away predators. He had fought in the blood-soaked trenches of corporate warfare, seizing opportunities and eliminating rivals. He was a kingmaker and he knew it. And the results spoke for themselves. Now in his 60s, Obadiah had everything most men could ever dream of: immense wealth, respect, and influence. But one thing still eluded him: absolute power. With Tony Stark presumed dead, Obadiah had finally gotten a taste of what that felt like. For months, he had effectively ruled Stark Industries. From the comfort of the CEO's office, he enjoyed fine cigars and top-shelf whiskey, flipping through reports and magazines while the company's profits continued to pour in by the minute. It was a perfect life, or so he thought. That morning, his world came crashing down. Tony Stark wasn't dead. Not only that, he was coming home. Today, the news hit Obadiah like a bombshell, shattering the serenity of his carefully curated kingdom. His expression darkened as he slammed his magazine onto the desk and crushed his half-smoked cigar against the keyboard, leaving a trail of ash and smoke curling through the air. A snarl twisted his lips. Why did you have to survive? Who the hell do you think you are, Tony Stark? Stark Industries, this empire was his creation. Obadiah Stannett's legacy. The throne belonged to him. Only to him. Stark Industries headquarters. The front entrance of Stark Industries buzzed with activity. Executives, employees, journalists, and curious bystanders filled the space, forming a sea of people eager to witness Tony Stark's dramatic return. Reporters jostled for position, cameras flashed, and murmurs rippled through the crowd. Leading the welcoming committee was Obadiah Stannett himself, standing front and center. The older man wore a carefully practiced smile, radiating warmth and charm. His tailored suit fit like a second skin, his polished shoes gleamed, and his round sunglasses gave him an effortlessly cool demeanor. His bald head practically shone under the California sun, framed by a full, snow-white beard that gave him an air of wisdom and authority. To an outsider, he looked every bit the benevolent patriarch welcoming his prodigal heir with open arms. But behind the mask of geniality, Obadiah's mind churned. I built this empire. You're not taking it from me. Obadiah Stannett was the picture of a proud, cool-headed elder, the kind of relative everyone wished they had. He exuded charisma, effortlessly blending warmth with authority. When Tony Stark stepped out of the car, Obadiah jogged toward him with surprising agility for a man his age, his arms waving animatedly as though showing off his long-lost son to the crowd. Look who's back. The gathered crowd erupted into applause, their cheers echoing through the courtyard. Cameras flashed as reporters captured the moment, immortalizing the return of Stark Industries' prodigal heir. Obadiah spun dramatically, throwing his arms wide before pulling Tony into a bear hug. Tony, I thought you'd still be in a hospital bed. Look at you, better than ever. For all his theatrics, Obadiah's embrace was met with an icy reception. Stark stood stiffly, his face blank. He had known Obadiah for years, but this sudden flood of affection felt overplayed. Tony didn't bother to hide his discomfort. He simply tolerated the hug until Obadiah let go. Meanwhile, Happy Hogan handed Tony a paper bag filled with cheeseburgers. Obadiah spotted it and grinned. "Oh, burgers? Did you bring one for me too?" Tony shot him a deadpan look as he strode toward the building's entrance. Sorry, last one. All mine." Obadiah laughed, brushing it off as Tony disappeared into the building, where reporters had been waiting impatiently for hours. Meanwhile, with Pepper and Lemieux. Pepper Potts had already arranged the press conference and was now driving Lemieux back to Stark's mansion. Seated in the passenger seat, Lemieux was halfway through his fourth cheeseburger. His cheeks bulged slightly, resembling a squirrel hoarding food for the winter. Pepper glanced at him, mildly astonished. The kid looked delicate, almost too small to be devouring burgers like he hadn't eaten in weeks. Which, technically, might have been true. Still, there was something endearing about the sight. With a gentle smile, Pepper greeted him, careful to keep her tone soft. "Hi, I'm Pepper Potts. I'm Tony's personal assistant. And you are?" Lemieux swallowed quickly, brushing crumbs off his shirt before flashing her a cheerful grin. His slightly pointed canines just sharp enough to stand out caught her eye. "Lemieux Echevarria," he replied. "I'm the son of a hunter back in Afghanistan. Got kidnapped by terrorists, but Stark and I broke out together." Pepper studied him for a moment. His bright smile and amber eyes gave him an air of innocence like sunlight breaking through storm clouds. There was something unshakably genuine about him, and Pepper found herself believing the story more than she should have. "What about your family?" she asked gently. "Didn't they come with you to the U.S.?" For a fraction of a second, Lemieux's expression faltered. It was barely noticeable, but Pepper caught it. Then he smiled again, shrugging lightly. "Nope. It's just me now." They're all dead." Lemieux said it so casually that it took Pepper a moment to process his words. To him, it was simple logic. Humans had short lifespans. He had been trapped in that dark, timeless void for what felt like centuries. By now, everyone he once knew was almost certainly long gone. It was just a fact, spoken without emotion. But Pepper's heart sank. Her chest tightened, guilt gnawing at her for bringing up such a painful subject. She opened her mouth, searching for the right words, but nothing came out. "I shouldn't have asked." The story she filled in her head of a young girl whose family had been slaughtered by terrorists, leaving her the sole survivor, made her heart ache even more. And yet, here Lemieux was, still smiling, still cheerful, despite it all. Pepper's eyes grew warm, a soft mist blurring her vision. She reached out without thinking, gently ruffling Lemieux's pale blue hair. It wasn't smooth, grains of sand still clung to the strands, but that only made him seem more fragile, more deserving of care. Lemieux froze mid-bite, clutching the half-eaten burger in his arms like a dragon hoarding treasure. His golden eyes darted up at her, wary. "What's with the sudden head patting?" "I am Phil Cowlson. I work for the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." "Yes, that's the actual name. And no, we don't have a shorter version. I've been with this ridiculously long-named agency for over 20 years now. 20 years ago, I was an agent. Today, I'm still an agent. In those years, I've served under Nick Fury, hardworking, reliable, and completely unshakable. I watched myself go from full, dark hair to thinning patches, while Fury climbed the ranks to become director. Time spares no one, huh? I'd like to think I'm a veteran at this point, calm under pressure, professional to a fault, and just the right amount of charming. Today's assignment? Investigate the alleged illegal arms trafficking involving Stark Industries, America's largest weapons manufacturer. Oh, and gather intel on how billionaire Tony Stark miraculously escaped Afghanistan. Simple enough. Or so I thought. The thing about billionaires? They're never easy to deal with. And the people around them? Just as difficult. Take Pepper Potts, Tony's personal assistant. According to the file, she seemed like someone I could approach easily. Friendly, cooperative, and professional. Except she wasn't here. She had apparently left the building hours ago, which left me to deal with Happy Hogan, Tony's chauffeur and part-time bodyguard. That's how I ended up in this current predicament. Happy Hogan leaned through the driver's side window, one thick hand grabbing the collar of my suit. The smell of grease and melted cheese hit me in the face as he yelled loud enough to rattle my eardrums. No comment. The guy had a burger breath. "I swear, if I survive this interrogation by volume, I'm filing for hazard pay. I am Happy Hogan. Bodyguard first, driver second. And right now, protector of secrets. My job isn't just about keeping my employer alive, it's about safeguarding everything tied to his name, including whatever scandal might come knocking. For example, the fact that Tony Stark may have brought back a secret daughter from Afghanistan? Yeah, that's staying under wraps. No leaks, no rumors, nothing that could cause him trouble. As his friend, I'm genuinely happy for him. Tony's been drifting through life alone for years. Maybe now, with this girl around, he'll finally settle down. I could see it in his eyes. Tony's changed. He's steadier, more grounded. Maybe this is what he needed all along." Pepper Potts and Lemieux finally arrived at Stark's Malibu beachfront mansion. It wasn't until Pepper stepped through the front door that the realization hit her she had forgotten to buy Lemieux a change of clothes. The day had been an emotional roller coaster. Relief and joy over Tony's safe return, followed by stress and chaos as she scrambled to organize his surprise press conference. Her head felt like it had been squeezed in a vice. Now, standing in the sleek, modern villa, the oversight felt like the cherry on top of an already hectic day. Pepper tapped her forehead lightly, berating herself for the lapse. Still, she composed herself quickly, ushering Lemieux inside and pointing toward the bathroom. You can wash up first, she said softly, trying to mask her lingering frazzled nerves. There should be some fresh towels in vacuum-sealed packs in there. Just grab one. It wasn't surprising that Stark's home had an abundance of towels and toiletries. Given his history of bringing women back to the mansion, Pepper had made sure everything was stocked to avoid awkward situations. It wasn't surprising that Stark's home had an abundance of towels and toiletries. Given his history of bringing women back to the mansion, Pepper had made sure everything was stocked to avoid awkward situations. Lemieux gave her a polite nod. Thank you, Miss Potts. I'll pay you back later for the clothes. His formal tone and manners only made Pepper's heart ache a little more. Such a well-mannered kid, even when he's lost everything. She smiled, her expression softening. It's a gift, Lemieux. No need to pay me back. And call me Pepper, okay. Before he could protest, she quickly gauged his height with a rough gesture, then spun on her heel and rushed back out the door. Lemieux stood there for a moment, watching Pepper drive away. What a gentle person, he thought. Shaking off the thought, he glanced down at his clothes. Even after brushing them off multiple times, faint traces of Afghan sand clung stubbornly to the fabric, a little souvenir from the desert. Worse still, the shirt and coat bore several rips and scratches, thanks to his crash landing against Stark's Mark I armor. At this point, they belonged in the trash. Lemieux exhaled, tugging at the frayed edges of his coat. Looks like it's time to retire this uniform. Lemieux's predator skill allowed him to mimic and replicate materials, but the clothes he had worn were too damaged to be properly analyzed. Without the right materials stored in his dimensional space, recreating them was impossible. And while he could use his slime body to simulate clothing, the texture always felt off, too artificial, too unreal. Stark's sprawling, luxurious mansion offered no distractions. No matter how extravagant, it wasn't his. Lemieux had no interest in what didn't belong to him. What he cared about were the things he could call his own. Stepping into the bathroom, Lemieux stripped off his tattered clothes and tossed them aside. He turned on the shower, letting the warm water run as he gathered shampoo, body wash, and a fresh towel sealed in plastic. He glanced down at his reflection in the glass. Smooth, flawless skin. Delicate features. But ultimately, yep. Slimes have no gender. Not that it bothered him too much. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. Black magic, alien technologies, and reality-altering infinity stones were just part of the setting. If worst came to worst, tentacles were an option too, right? Raising his left hand, Lemieux studied its pale, slender form. Then, slowly, his fingers liquefied, reforming into 5 translucent, pale blue tendrils that wiggled and swayed like curious serpents. Definitely a little Lovecraftian. It was a natural ability of Slime's, one that reminded him he wasn't entirely human, no matter how convincing his appearance was. While rinsing his hair, Lemieux ran into another problem. No matter how hard he scrubbed, some grains of sand refused to come out. That's enough of this. Without hesitation, his body melted like wax exposed to flame, collapsing into a puddle of glistening, pale blue liquid. The slime rippled, sloshed, and swirled before slowly reforming into its humanoid shape. The sand that had clung so stubbornly before now lay harmlessly at his feet. He let out a contented sigh, tilting his head back under the shower. Water streamed down his hair as his fingers glided through it, clean, soft, and as smooth as milk. Enclosed in the warm, humid space of the bathroom, the tension Lemieux hadn't even realized he'd been carrying began to ease. It felt strangely familiar. Like the days when he had wandered alone, no family, no connections, always wary of strangers and threats. Back then, locking the door of a cheap hotel room was the only time he could let his guard down. The sense of security was fleeting, but he savored it nonetheless. The knock on the bathroom door snapped him out of his thoughts. Pepper's voice came through, soft and gentle. I left the clothes outside the door. Don't forget to grab them. Oh, and I got you some snacks there on the coffee table in the living room. Help yourself anytime, okay? Thanks, Pepper. He made a mental note to follow the local custom. Americans often addressed each other by first names, even with casual acquaintances. Waiting until her footsteps faded, Lemieux cracked open the door and retrieved the new clothes. He shook them out before sliding into the clean, soft fabric. Better than patchy fur coats and tattered shirts, that was for sure. As Lemieux slipped into the new clothes, something felt off. The fabric draped strangely over his frame, and the cut was unfamiliar. No pants? What kind of outfit didn't include pants? Frowning, he turned toward the mirror and froze. Wait a second. Who's this? The reflection staring back at him wasn't the sharp-eyed, tough survivor he expected. Instead, the mirror showed a delicate, doll-like girl, her features so fine and symmetrical she looked as though she had stepped out of a fantasy painting. She wore a pale blue short dress trimmed with white lace. The sleeves extended just past her elbows, leaving slender, porcelain-white forearms exposed. The hem stopped at her knees, showing off long, smooth legs that looked too perfect to be real. Wet, pale blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her dewy, pink-tinged cheeks only added to the illusion of fragility. Her amber eyes, wide and round, sparkled like polished gemstones. Even the tiny droplets clinging to her lashes seemed perfectly placed. Her soft lips parted slightly in astonishment. That's me? Lemieux stared, unmoving, for what felt like an eternity before hesitantly reaching out to touch his own face. Damn it. I'm adorable. The words escaped before he could stop them. Then reality came crashing back. No way. No one can see me like this. If anyone does. Limu yanked a large bath towel off the rack, wrapping it tightly around himself like a shield. Peeking out from the door, he called out in what he hoped was a calm, even tone. Pepper? There is something wrong here. Pepper's voice floated back almost immediately. What's wrong? Don't like the clothes. Pepper's voice floated back almost immediately. What's wrong? Don't like the clothes. Footsteps approached. Pepper rounded the corner and stopped short. Limu stood half hidden behind the bathroom door, only his damp, flushed face and a bit of bare shoulder visible above the oversized towel. His wet hair clung to his cheeks, and his hesitant, almost shy demeanor hit Pepper like an arrow straight through the heart. Her breath caught. Too cute. Some things in this world were so overwhelmingly adorable that they left people drowning in sweetness, and this was one of them. Pepper's voice softened instinctively, as though speaking too loudly might scare the poor thing away. It's okay, sweetheart. What's wrong? Limu fidgeted slightly, tugging the towel higher. It's not that I don't like them. It's just, He hesitated before blurting out the rest. I'm a guy. Pepper blinked. Then blinked again. She tilted her head, examining Limu critically 10 seconds, then 20. Really? Her tone was less disbelief and more gentle skepticism, as if trying to humor someone insisting the earth was flat. Seriously, Limu protested, his voice growing softer. Can you, please just get me a set of men's clothes? Desperate to seal the deal, he widened his amber eyes and gazed up at her with the most pleading look he could muster. Pepper's composure shattered instantly. She nodded so fast it was a wonder her neck didn't snap. Of course, I'll be back in no time. She spun on her heel and hurried out the door, her car peeling out of the driveway moments later. Limu exhaled deeply, sagging against the doorframe. Thank God. Still, he couldn't help but glance at his reflection one more time. Nope. That outfit and this form were a disaster waiting to happen. He'd have to be more careful with his transformations in the future. With Pepper gone and time to kill, Limu made his way to the living room, the bath towel still securely fastened. For now, the mansion was empty. And that, at least, was a small relief. The living room opened up to a panoramic view of the ocean, separated only by a vast glass wall. Through it, the endless stretch of blue seemed to blend seamlessly with the horizon, and if Limu strained his ears, he could just barely hear the rhythmic crashing of waves. The space radiated comfort, plush sofas lined up neatly against the wall, a fireplace resting unlit, and musical instruments scattered about, including a grand piano, a guitar, and a violin. Despite its grandeur, the room felt lived in, like a place someone actually called home. On the coffee table sat a massive bag of snacks, easily over 10 kilograms worth of treats. High-end brands, too. Pepper seriously the best. Limu thought, sizing up the haul. Buying snacks by the kilo? Now that's a friend for life. Flopping down onto one of the sofas, Limu set the bath towel aside and began surveying the loot. Suddenly, the soft whir of wheels interrupted the quiet. A small mechanical arm rolled up, clutching a glass of water in its gripper. It stopped a respectful distance away and extended the glass. Limu blinked. Wait, is this that dumb robot? Notice, dummy. Word meaning fool or dummy, the great sage chimed in. Oh, you're dummy. Limu grinned, taking the water. The robot made a slight squeak, its arm lowering in what seemed to be disappointment. Its mechanical claw drooped like a sulking puppy. Unable to resist, Limu patted Dummy's arm before popping open the snack bag. He poured himself a glass of yogurt, nibbled on a cookie, and feeling generous handed Dummy a piece of chocolate. Of course, the robot couldn't eat it, but that wasn't the point. Yet something still felt off. Maybe it was the outfit, or rather, the skirt. Limu had been feeling different since earlier. The usual sharpness in his demeanor seemed dulled. He felt softer somehow, like the skirt had infected his very personality. Normally, showing any sign of weakness, let alone asking for help in a half-sulking, half-pleading tone, was completely out of character. Ugh. He sighed. Guess everyone has at least one or two embarrassing chapters in their lives. And if anyone dared bring it up later, well, burying witnesses was always an option. Still, the breeziness of the skirt made him acutely aware of how empty things felt between his legs. He shifted uncomfortably on the sofa. Distraction. I need a distraction. Dummy, is there a computer or a TV around here? Before Dummy could respond, a rich, smooth male voice filled the room. The screen has been activated for your use. The touchpad on the table can access both computer and television functions. Limu nearly jumped out of his seat, instinctively reaching for a weapon he didn't have. The enormous glass wall facing the ocean lit up, transforming into a massive display. Oh, right. Jarvis. Tony Stark's famous AI assistant. Limu leaned back, exhaling slowly as the adrenaline wore off. It wasn't like he could forget that this house had another resident, one that lived in the walls, saw everything, and had a voice like velvet wrapped steel. Thanks, Jarvis. You're welcome, sir. The screen flickered, displaying a sleek, modern interface filled with options, news channels, research databases, internet browsing. It was state-of-the-art technology, and it was all his to use. For the first time since entering this world, Limu let himself relax, just a little. But as his eyes schemed through the endless data streams, a new thought took root, a wild, ridiculous, yet completely plausible thought. What if I didn't just use this stuff? What if I owned it? The mansion, the AI, the cutting-edge labs, the army of robots, what if it all belonged to him? Limu smirked, tossing another cookie into his mouth. Tony Stark, you better hold on to your company tight. Because someday, it might just end up with my name on the logo. J.A.R.V.I.S Tony Stark's personal artificial intelligence. J.A.R.V.I.S Tony Stark's personal artificial intelligence. What began as a basic interactive interface eventually evolved into a highly advanced AI, capable of independent thought and even battling the likes of Ultron. Its name served a dual purpose, honoring Edwin Jarvis, Howard Stark's loyal butler, and doubling as an acronym for just a rather very intelligent system. Naturally, Lemieux couldn't help but wonder between JARVIS and his great sage, which AI was superior. Magic versus technology. Fantasy versus science. The idea stirred a competitive itch in his chest. What would happen if they ever faced off? Would the mechanical precision of JARVIS outmaneuver the seemingly omnipotent calculations of the great sage? Flipping through TV channels absent-mindedly, Lemieux was about to dismiss the thought when the great sage chimed in. Notice, as requested, integration of all human scientific knowledge is complete. Would you like a report on newly acquired skills? Lemieux nearly choked on his drink. Wait, when did I ask for that? Notice, request logged 19 hours and 26 minutes ago. Location, Earth, Afghanistan. Coordinates. He scratched his head. Okay, maybe he had mentioned something like that. The great sage didn't make mistakes, after all. Fine, let's hear it. Notice, acquired skills include metal smelting techniques, mechanical design and manufacturing, nuclear engineering, computer programming, cybersecurity and information warfare, aircraft design and manufacturing, wildlife conservation. Lemieux's jaw dropped. Minutes ticked by as the great sage continued its endless recital. What began as excitement quickly gave way to numbness. Stop, stop. He slumped back against the couch, clutching his head. So this is the power of human science? Lemieux took a shaky breath, feeling equal parts awe and dread. The great sage had officially ascended to god tier. Just give me the total number of skills. Notice, current skill count 1,368,459. He had started with 8. Now, 1.3 million. Lemieux's eyes gleamed with excitement. I've done it. I've reached the top. Half of humanity's knowledge is in the palm of my hand. Blood and flesh are weak. Technology is the path to ascension. The future is mine. Before he could lose himself completely in the euphoria, the television's audio drew his attention. Breaking news, Tony Stark returns, announces immediate shutdown of weapons division. The words snapped Lemieux out of his thoughts. He turned toward the giant screen, where a live feed from Stark's press conference played. Tony sat on the stage floor, casually leaning against the podium. With a half-eaten burger in hand and a solemn expression, he spoke into the microphone. The camera zoomed in, capturing the tension in the air. Tony Stark stood in front of the press, his voice steady but carrying the weight of conviction. I never got to say goodbye to my father. Never had the chance to ask him the questions that have haunted me, the questions I should have asked when I had the time. He paused, scanning the expectant faces before him. I wanted to ask him how he felt about what he built, whether he ever doubted himself, whether he ever felt conflicted about the legacy he left behind. Stark's lips pressed into a thin line, his gaze hardening. And maybe he was exactly as the media described him, a patriot, a protector of peace. His voice dropped lower, yet each word struck like a hammer. But I've seen young men die. Die because of weapons I built, weapons meant to protect them. Suddenly, Tony straightened, his eyes burning with determination as he raised his voice. I've woken up. The declaration silenced the murmuring crowd. I realized that my contribution to this world cannot and will not be limited to creating tools of destruction. And for that reason, effective immediately, Stark Industries will shut down its weapons manufacturing division. A thunderclap couldn't have caused more chaos. The press conference erupted into shouts, questions, and disbelief. Cameras flashed, journalists scrambled, and the gathered crowd turned into a churning sea of voices. Obadiah Stannett, standing stiffly to the side, barely managed to keep up the pretense of calm. He forced a tight-lipped smile, already maneuvering to smooth things over. But Tony wasn't done. His final words were almost drowned out by the uproar. Until I can decide what direction this company should take, it will be one that aligns with my conscience and serves the best interests of this country and the world. 40 minutes later, back in Malibu, Lemieux leaned back on the couch, one hand propping up his chin as the broadcast ended. The earlier excitement bubbling inside him had simmered down. Now, only amusement remained. With a dramatic flourish, he wiped an imaginary tear from his eye, his voice heavy with mock sincerity. How touching. Is this the birth of a many-people superhero? Turning against profit and corruption to lead his company down a righteous path for the nation, for the people. He placed a hand over his chest, as though delivering a heartfelt soliloquy. Tony Stark, proof that even billionaires can have hearts of gold? Hearts that burn as brightly as their arc reactors? And yet, all the public cares about is stocks, stocks, stocks? Money, money, money? So shallow, so vulgar. Then he dropped the act, his lips curling into a smirk. Not that money isn't important. The sarcasm lingered, but his mind was already moving ahead. Stocks crashing? Panic selling? This was the kind of opportunity that only came once in a lifetime. Sure, Tony Stark had just shaken up the corporate world, but it wasn't like his genius had disappeared. As long as he stayed alive and eventually wear that iron suit, Stark Industries would bounce back stronger than ever. And that wasn't even counting the arc reactor. Stark's miniaturized reactor technology wasn't just a game changer for energy production, it was a goldmine waiting to be tapped. With this much potential, Stark Industries stock were falling and going to fall even more, but not for long. This moment right here, right now was the golden window for buying up Stark Industries stock. Over the next few months, the fallout from Tony Stark's announcement would send prices plummeting, making it the perfect opportunity to swoop in and secure shares at rock-bottom prices. The only problem? Lemieux was flat broke. Not a single cent to his name. He even owed Pepper money for clothes. But lack of funds wasn't a deal-breaker, just an obstacle. After all, this was the Marvel Universe. In Avengers, Age of Ultron, the AI villain Ultron had hijacked online accounts and funneled billions into purchasing vibranium. All it took was a few keystrokes. Of course, there were risks. Laundering stolen money wasn't exactly legal. Spending it without raising red flags? Even harder. On top of that, Marvel's world was crawling with tech geniuses and AI watchdogs. Sooner or later, someone would trace it back. No, the smarter play wasn't to go all in with theft. It was to use the stolen funds as seed money, just enough to get started. Once the initial capital was laundered and funneled into legal channels, the rest would come through legitimate investments. Stocks, dividends, and reinvestments, money growing money. Sure, the great sage could theoretically monetize its vast technical knowledge, but that route required time, infrastructure, and patience. For now, this plan was the fastest path to financial freedom. Let's do this. Lemieux gulped down the rest of his yogurt, his earlier hesitation melting away. Great sage, locate and extract funds from criminal networks. Filter and launder them through shell companies and virtual identities. Make sure the trails are clean. Divert most of the funds into Stark Industries stock split purchases across multiple accounts to avoid attention. Use the rest for diversified investments in promising sectors. Notice, task in progress. Task complete. Lemieux nearly choked on his next bite of cookie. Wait already. Notice, total funds acquired $13.57 billion USD. Laundering process underway. Investments proceeding as directed. 13 billion. Lemieux leaned back, staring at the ceiling as a wave of relief washed over him. Wealth was more than just security, it was power. No more worrying about survival. No more being at the mercy of others. With this foundation, he could stand tall, untouchable, while the world danced to his tune. For the first time since arriving in this universe, he felt rooted. As though he belonged here. Money really does solve most problems, Lemieux thought, letting a smug smile creep across his face. Meanwhile, on a rooftop across town. The wind on the rooftop was gentle, but Phil Coulson barely noticed. The chaos from Stark's press conference had died down somewhat, yet the hum of conversation still lingered in the streets below. None of it mattered to him. Coulson wasn't a reporter, and he wasn't here for stock news. He was here because this was his job. A SHIELD agent with over 2 decades of experience didn't waste time on fluff. Right now, his priority was compiling a preliminary report for Director Nick Fury. Stark Industries wasn't just another weapons manufacturer, it was the biggest weapons manufacturer in the United States. Its sudden pivot away from arms production raised red flags all the way to the Pentagon. The possibility of weapons leaking onto the black market was exactly why Fury was keeping such a close eye on the situation. Coulson's encrypted phone buzzed. Fury's voice came through the secure line, low and steady. Coulson. Status update. Stark's alive and officially a loose cannon, Coulson replied. Held a press conference earlier today announcing he's shutting down the weapons division. Stock's already in free fall. Fury's voice darkened. I saw the broadcast. What's your assessment? Coulson hesitated before answering. Stark's changed. He's not playing by anyone's rules anymore, not ours, not the government's, not even his own board of directors. If he sticks to this path, he could destabilize global arms markets. Or worse, leave a power vacuum someone else will fill. There was a brief pause on the line before Fury spoke again. Keep an eye on him. And Coulson? Dig deeper. Find out if there's anyone unusual around Stark. I've got a hunch there's more to this story than meets the eye. Coulson's eyes narrowed. Unusual? His mind immediately flashed to that odd teenager who'd been with Stark earlier. The one with the blue hair and mismatched clothes. He'd brushed it off at the time, an innocent kid Stark had picked up during his escape. But now, he wasn't so sure. Agent Coulson, update me on your progress. Coulson pressed his lips together, giving himself a brief moment to prepare his answer. Yes, boss. I've gathered some promising leads after speaking with Tony Stark's driver, Happy Hogan. Unfortunately, Happy's just a driver, so his intel is limited. He paused, ensuring his voice carried the right balance of professionalism and optimism. My next step is to approach Stark's personal assistant, Pepper Potts, and arrange a face-to-face meeting with Stark himself. Coulson prided himself on being a seasoned field agent. And if his years in the game had taught him anything, it was this: never tell your boss you're making no progress. Even when the trail was cold, always sound like you were one step away from cracking the case. It wasn't deception, it was tact. Coulson didn't mind taking the heat if things went sideways, as long as it kept Fury from losing more hair. Good, Fury replied, his tone steady but firm. Stay on it. This mission is critical, Coulson. You're one of my best agents, and I'm counting on you. Then Fury's voice softened, just slightly. By the way, sounds windy over there. You on a rooftop? Coulson glanced around, noting the gentle breeze tugging at his coat. Yes, sir. Just getting some fresh air. Needed to clear my head. Fury didn't question it. Fine. Keep me posted. The line went dead. Carlson stepped closer to the rooftop's edge, hands tucked into his pockets. The view stretched far and wide, the city humming quietly below. Up here, the tension of the mission seemed to dissipate. 10 minutes of peace, that's all he needed. Because in this job, stress came with the territory. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a dimly lit office buzzed faintly with the hum of high-powered servers. The air conditioning pumped cold air relentlessly, making the space feel sterile and unwelcoming. Seated behind a polished desk, Nick Fury set down his phone. His one visible eye lingered on the classified report he'd received just minutes earlier. His expression darkened. Resting his elbow on the desk, Fury ran his palm over his smooth, gleaming scalp before tapping his fingers rhythmically against the wood. The numbers in the report didn't lie. $1.3 billion had vanished from one of S.H.I.L.D's secret offshore accounts. Gone without a trace. For most organizations, losing that kind of money would trigger panic and chaos. But Fury wasn't most people. To him, the money wasn't the problem. It was what the theft meant. Whoever had the skills to infiltrate and drain one of S.H.I.L.D's most secure accounts hadn't done it for cash. No, this was a demonstration. A message. Because stealing money was one thing. But stealing it from S.H.I.L.D from him was a declaration of war. And war was Fury's specialty. He leaned back in his chair, a sharp gaze fixed on the glowing monitors. Who the hell are you? Lemieux leaned back against the plush couch in Stark's Malibu mansion, savoring his victory. The funds were secured. The investments were underway. And now he was rich, filthy rich, and that wasn't even the best part. The great sage had already put the money to work, buying up Stark Industries stock during its plummet and diversifying the rest into high-return sectors. No one would suspect a thing. Except, of course, for SHIELD. Lemieux wasn't stupid. He knew they'd notice the missing money, and fast. But by the time they traced the digital breadcrumbs, the trail would vanish. Still, he made a mental note to prepare contingency plans. In this world, wealth was power, but knowledge was survival. And with 1.3 million skills in his arsenal, survival wasn't something he needed to worry about. This is just the beginning, Lemieux muttered, swirling the last of his yogurt before downing it. In the wake of Tony Stark's bombshell press conference, Obadiah Stanair retreated to a quiet corner of the room, his phone pressed tightly to his ear. The voice on the other end was sharp and panicked. "Boss, bad news. Terrence, the guy handling the 10 Rings deal, ran off with the money. He emptied 2 accounts, $270 million total. We've already sent people after him, but..." The rest of the words blurred as blood pounded in Obadiah's ears. Fuck. His face contorted with rage, veins bulging at his temples. His free hand clenched so hard his knuckles turned white. Lowering his voice to a dangerous growl, he hissed into the phone, "Listen here, you worthless asterisk and percent at? I don't care what it takes. Find him. Kill him. That deal cannot come to light. And if you fail..." The threat lingered in the silence before he slammed the phone down. Obadiah inhaled sharply, straightened his tie, and slapped his cheeks. Within seconds, his expression transformed. The rage and desperation melted away, replaced by his usual disarming smile, the mask of a seasoned manipulator. Never let them see you sweat. Obadiah had seen betrayal before. He'd delivered his fair share, too. Getting angry was fine, but losing control? That was never an option. Because bigger prizes lay ahead. And none were bigger than Tony Stark. Meanwhile, at Stark Industries headquarters, in a dimly lit lab, arc reactors hummed faintly. The largest of them, a massive circular structure, spun with mesmerizing blue-white energy, casting ethereal patterns across the walls. It looked futuristic, like something pulled straight out of science fiction. Yet it wasn't new. Decades earlier, Howard Stark had built the first prototype, but it had always been more of a concept piece, an idea far ahead of its time. Now, thanks to Tony Stark's ingenuity, it has been reborn. Where the original had been a showpiece, this new iteration was functional. A portable, high-output energy source with limitless potential. And Tony Stark, dressed in worn coveralls, was busy tinkering with it. Sparks danced as he adjusted the components, his focus so intense that he didn't even glance up when the door creaked open. Obadiah Stanair stepped inside, his polished shoes echoing softly against the floor. "Hey, Tony." Tony didn't look away from the reactor, his hands moving with practiced precision. "Do I have a target painted on my back? Is that it? How'd you even find me here?" Obadiah chuckled, playing the part of the concerned mentor. "You're back? Tony, my head's the one on the chopping block after that little stunt of yours. Any idea how far the stock's going to drop?" Tony finally looked up, raising an eyebrow. "Stocks can recover, but lives..." He gestured toward the reactor. "This can save lives, Obi. That's what matters." Obadiah's smile tightened. "Of course, lives." But his gaze betrayed him, lingering a second too long on the glowing core of the reactor, calculating. Hungry. The arc reactor pulsed softly, its glow reflecting in Obadiah's eyes. This wasn't just a technological marvel. It was a weapon. A source of limitless energy that could power machines of unimaginable destruction or domination. And Tony, naive as always, had no idea just how dangerous his creation really was. Obadiah's smile widened. "Oh, Tony," he said, stepping closer, "you're always thinking 10 steps ahead. That's what makes you brilliant. But I'm not sure the rest of the world is ready for this." Tony smirked, clearly seeing through the flattery. Let me worry about the world. You just worry about keeping the board from having a meltdown. Obadiah Stanez with barely concealed frustration, but his eyes never left Tony Stark's chest, the faint glow seeping through his shirt. Minutes of probing and carefully worded questions led to confirmation Tony had successfully miniaturized the arc reactor. It was real. It worked. And Obadiah knew exactly what it meant. Power. But he didn't push. Not yet. Tony was too guarded to surrender his secrets easily. For now, it was enough to play the role of trusted advisor, keep Tony distracted, isolated, and pliable. Leave it to me, Obadiah said, patting Tony's shoulder. Just stay home for now, okay? Let me handle the fallout. Tony gave a reluctant nod, already turning back to his tinkering. Obadiah's eyes lingered on the reactor one last time before he left, gears turning. Meanwhile, at the Malibu mansion, Tony and Pepper arrived home, chatting as they stepped through the door. The sound of movement upstairs caught their attention. Tony raised an eyebrow. Still in the shower. Pepper cleared her throat, looking everywhere but at him. Maybe a bath? Nothing weird about wanting to relax after everything we've been through. She held up a shopping bag filled with clothes. I got him some new outfits. Took a while, but I think he'll like them. Tony shrugged and headed toward the basement. Good. Once he's out, I need to talk to him. Something important. He disappeared down the stairs, leaving Pepper to glance toward the bathroom. Lemieux finally got out of the bathroom, now dressed in proper clothes, white short sleeves and light blue shorts. The return to men's fashion lifted his spirits instantly. He tied his long, pale blue hair into a loose ponytail, adding an almost effortless sharpness to his look. The transformation didn't go unnoticed. Pepper's gaze lingered a little too long. Looks good on you, she said, hiding a smile. Lemieux stretched, enjoying the freedom of movement. He had no plans to revisit the skirt incident, not in this lifetime. But whether he'd toss it or stash it as a memento, that decision remained a secret. While Tony rummaged through old blueprints in the basement, Lemieux and Pepper settled into the living room. The giant TV still played the same news channel Lemieux had left on earlier. On screen, a balding, middle-aged host with the energy of a street vendor was practically screaming at his audience. Sell everything. The host flailed his arms, his voice climbing higher with every word. Does anyone remember the Hindenburg disaster? The footage cut to black and white images of the 1937 airship engulfed in flames, collapsing in seconds. This, the host shouted, smashing a ceramic cup onto the floor for emphasis, is exactly what's happening to Stark Industries, a weapons company that doesn't make weapons? The joke writes itself. Pepper sat hunched over her laptop, scrolling through the plunging stock charts while the TV blared more bad news about Stark Industries. It was a two-pronged attack, visual and auditory, and both were equally painful. Tony had told her earlier, almost casually, that he had perfected the miniaturized arc reactor, a technology that could make billions. But could Stark Industries survive long enough to see that future? Tony's abrupt decision to shut down the weapons division had blindsided everyone. The board, the shareholders, even Pepper herself. No one had been prepared. And now he refused to announce his breakthrough technology, opting instead to wait for the right moment. Pepper rubbed her temples, thinking, he's playing with fire. Not only was Tony acting recklessly, but it was clear he wanted to ride this chaos for publicity, making waves so that when his new tech finally hit the market, it would hit hard. If, of course, the flames didn't consume him first. Meanwhile, Lemieux lounged on the couch, completely unfazed by the apocalyptic tone of the news anchors. Surrounded by snacks, chips, jerky, crackers, and even a packet of spicy sticks, he was deep in his own personal heaven. To him, this was nothing more than noise. He already knew how this story ended. Tony Stark would rise from the ashes, don his iconic armor, and send Stark Industries stock soaring. All Lemieux had to do was make sure Tony didn't die before then. Not just for benefits and profits, either. After trudging through the desert together, Lemieux supposed they were, sort of friends now. And he still owed Tony a favor for letting him stay at the mansion. As for Obadiah Stana, Lemieux crushed a cracker between his fingers, the satisfying snap echoing in the room. Obadiah might have been a threat in the original timeline, but with everything Lemieux had in his arsenal, from great sage's abilities to the billions he'd already invested, taking him down wouldn't be too hard. That said, completely ignoring him wasn't an option either. Lemieux had already stirred up too many ripples in this timeline. What if Tony slipped in the shower? Or choked on a burger? Or tripped on a loose wire? In the original timeline, Tony barely scraped by during his fight with Obadiah. It wouldn't take much to derail history, and that meant Lemieux's investments could burn along with it. No, this wasn't about clinging to a set timeline. It was about profit and future. Anything beneficial could be preserved or even reinforced. Anything detrimental? Removed. The question lingered in Lemieux's mind: how to deal with Obadiah Stana? If memory serves, Stana's computer in the Stark Industries executive office contained everything needed to sync him: emails, contracts, and payment records linking him to the Ten Rings terrorists. But exposing that evidence right now would be catastrophic. Stark Industries was already teetering after Tony's announcement. Throwing a scandal about arms smuggling and assassination attempts into the mix, the company wouldn't survive the fallout. And if Stark Industries collapsed, so would Lemieux's investments. He snapped another cracker in half, his eyes cold. Worst case scenario? Assassination. Lemieux wasn't squeamish about the idea. If it came down to it, removing Stana would be quick and efficient. But Tony needed Stana, needed him as the stepping stone to becoming Iron Man. Without that confrontation, Tony might never embrace the role of a superhero. And while the arc reactor tech could still make billions, nothing would skyrocket Stark Industries' value more than the public unveiling of Tony Stark as Iron Man. Lemmy tossed the last piece of jerky into his mouth, mulling it over. Stana had to stay alive for now. I could adopt you, you know. I could adopt you, you know. Pepper's sudden voice broke Lemmy's train of thought. He turned to find her giving him a playful look, though there was genuine warmth behind it. What? Well. Pepper gestured vaguely at him. You're smart, resourceful, and apparently homeless. And let's be honest, you're kind of adorable. Lemieux almost choked on his drink. Adopt? I'm older than I look. Pepper arched an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. You don't look a day over 16. Lemieux forced a laugh, waving her off. Trust me, I'm way older than that. Sure. Pepper smirked, leaning back into the couch. The light-hearted banter eased some of the tension in the room, but her eyes kept flickering back to the screen, worry gnawing at her. Lemieux noticed but didn't comment. After all, he already had a plan. Great Sage, run projections. If we plant evidence of Stana's arms deals after Tony unveils the Iron Man suit, what's the estimated impact on Stark Industries stock? Notice, estimated 600% growth within 6 months. High probability of hostile takeover attempts. 600%. Lemieux's lips curled into a slow, predatory smile. The stage is set. Lemieux leaned back into the couch, his thoughts spinning as fast as the glowing arc reactor humming in the basement below. Assassination remained the last resort. After all, Lemieux was a person of principles at least, that's what he kept telling himself. He wouldn't casually cross the line into cold-blooded murder. Right? Yes. Definitely. So, for now, the focus was on preparing Tony Stark's grand debut as Iron Man. Once that was in motion, then Obadiah Stana could be dealt with cleanly and without sending Stark Industries spiraling into oblivion. Lemieux had options. Ironmonger's armor was tough, sure, but nothing a well-placed armor-piercing round couldn't handle. Great Sage's library of over 1 million skills surely included some advanced weapons tech. Worst-case scenario? Predator could consume the Ironmonger entirely, but eating people wasn't on Lemieux's bucket list. He was a businessman, not a monster. Satisfied with his moral compass, Lemieux reached over and snatched the chocolate bar that Dummy the House's robotic arm had been holding for the past 10 minutes. Ripping the wrapper open, he popped the chocolate into his mouth. Tony Stark, Tony Stark. Lemieux mumbled between bites, after all this effort to make you a legend, you'd better come through for me. Mystery and mirrors. Minutes later, Tony emerged from the basement, looking unusually pensive. He held a glossy photograph in his hand, flipping it around so that Lemieux and Pepper could see. Here. Lemieux blinked, frowning as he took the photo. It showed 3 people posing for what looked like a formal portrait. Lemieux stood in the center, or at least, someone almost identical to him. Wait. When did you take this? Who are the other 2? Is this CGI? Tony flopped down onto the opposite couch, propping up his feet and fishing a bottle of yogurt from Pepper's snack haul. He popped the cap, clearly enjoying himself as he waited for their reactions. Look closer. Lemieux did. Same pale blue hair, nearly identical features, but the person in the photo wasn't him. The eyes were a deep ruby red, gleaming like gemstones. And the outfit, a gothic black and white Lolita dress, wasn't something Lemieux would ever wear. No, definitely not. To the left of this uncanny double stood an older man in a crisp black suit, his sharp features and white hair radiating authority. To the right, a woman in an elegant pastel gown, the epitome of refined grace. And at their feet, a massive Siberian husky sprawled lazily, its bright blue eyes staring straight at the camera. The scene radiated wealth, status, and carefully constructed perfection. Pepper leaned in, inspecting the photo. It's uncanny, she murmured. But it's not you, right? Lemieux stiffened. This can't be me. I've never worn a dress, and I never will. Pepper bit her lip, clearly trying to suppress a laugh. Lemieux ignored her and called inwardly. Great Sage, any insights? Notice, unable to identify individuals in the image. No relevant data available. No data. Lemieux's frown deepened. That wasn't normal. Great Sage always had an answer or at least a theory. For it to draw a blank now, Tony finished his drink with a loud gulp, tossing the empty bottle under the table and nudging it out of sight with his foot. Lemieux squinted at him. Where did you even get this? Tony shrugged, playing it cool. It came with some old files my dad left behind. Thought it looked interesting, especially the U in the middle. Pepper straightened, her expression sharp. Howard Stark's files. Tony nodded, but his gaze was fixed on Lemieux. Yeah, looks like it's from Europe, maybe an old business partner or something. You wouldn't happen to be hiding some aristocratic family history, would you? Lemieux stared at the photo again. No, it wasn't possible. Whoever that person was, they weren't him. And yet, the resemblance was too close to ignore. Lemieux traced the edge of the photograph with his thumb. Even if it wasn't him, the similarities couldn't be coincidence. And coincidences didn't exist, not in a world like this. Great Sage, analyze the image for any hidden data, timestamps, locations, anything. Notice, no hidden data detected. Image appears to be a physical photograph, not digitally altered. Tony Stark downed the last of his yogurt and kicked the empty bottle under the table, his usual nonchalance giving way to a rare glimpse of introspection. This was taken over 10 years ago. He held the photo up, his eyes lingering on the familiar yet mysterious faces. The couple in the background? My parents Howard and Maria Stark. He tapped the image with his finger. And the girl? Her name was Sophie. I never met her. Tony leaned back, running a hand through his hair as if trying to piece together fragments of a puzzle. I was overseas probably earning my 5th or 6th PhD, barely came home back then. One day, this girl just showed up. His voice softened. Keep our stones coming? Stark continued. And a few months later, she disappeared. My mom sent me this picture in a letter, and said they were thinking about adopting her. That letter's long gone, though. I couldn't find it anywhere. Tony's eyes darkened. After she vanished, my parents never mentioned her again. Not once. Lemieux's brows furrowed. An unknown girl suddenly appearing and disappearing, was she really human? And if not, was it possible she'd left Earth entirely? Tony snapped his fingers. You get what I'm saying, right? The first time I saw you back in the desert, I knew you looked familiar. Didn't I tell you that? Lemieux nodded slowly. Tony leaned forward, his gaze probing. So, what if there's a connection? Maybe you two came from the same place? Could she be related to you? A sister? A cousin? Her kid? Lemieux almost burst out laughing. A kid? Seriously? Great Sage, confirm my biological age and genetic structure. Notice, biological age approximately 2 years. Genetic structure artificial construct. No familial connections detected. 2 years old. And people kept treating him like a teenager or worse, a child. Suppressing a smirk, Lemieux raised his hands in surrender. Sorry to disappoint, but I don't know her. I was raised by an old man in the mountains. Never met my parents. Tony frowned, leaning back. Huh. Pepper, however, let out a soft gasp. Her face crumpled, and before Lemieux could react, she pulled him into a gentle hug, patting his shoulder. Oh, honey. Lemieux froze, caught completely off guard. What's with the pity? In Pepper's eyes, the story painted a tragic picture: an orphan boy raised by a reclusive hunter, only to lose his family to terrorists before being stranded in a foreign country. A brave, independent survivor, who was secretly just a lost, lonely child. Pepper's heart ached, and her motherly instincts kicked in. Lemieux, meanwhile, sat stiffly, unsure whether to squirm free or let her continue. Great Sage, he thought desperately, help me out here. Notice, no immediate threat detected. Emotional bonds can be leveraged for long-term strategic benefits. Traitor. Pepper finally let go, sniffling as she wiped her eyes. Tony, clearly amused, took the moment to steer the conversation back. All right. Enough drama. He pointed at Lemieux. Answer me this: do your people all have the same talents as you? Lemieux blinked. Talents. Stark deliberately avoided revealing Lemieux's true identity as an alien. Instead, he used vague terminology to mask the truth. It's not like that. Back there, I was special in my own way. Geniuses aren't exactly common, Lemieux said, brushing the topic aside with a nonchalant tone. Pepper arched a brow, curiosity evident in her expression. What kind of genius? Stark adopted a serious demeanor, though his words were far from it. Something like a photographic memory, I suppose. Lemieux nodded earnestly, his tone matching Stark's conviction. Exactly, I have a photographic memory. Great Sage has a photographic memory. Great Sage is mine. Therefore, I have a photographic memory. The logic was impeccable, or so Lemieux convinced himself. Stark's expression turned contemplative. After a brief pause, he leaned forward slightly, his sharp gaze fixed on Lemieux as if trying to read his deepest thoughts. You can't go back now. You're stuck here with no connections and no roots. So what's your plan? His voice softened, layered with subtle persuasion. If you're willing, I can arrange for adoption paperwork. Legally speaking, you'd become my heir, inheriting a multinational corporation worth billions, enough wealth and influence to determine the fates of countless lives. Stark gestured casually, but his tone carried an undercurrent of temptation, as though offering Lemieux the keys to a kingdom. Of course, there was more to his offer than met the eye. Inheritance rights didn't guarantee actual inheritance. At the end of the day, the power to distribute his fortune still lay firmly in Stark's hands. This wasn't an act of charity, nor was Stark suddenly feeling sentimental about taking in a stray alien. Firstly, it was a test, a way to gauge whether this extraterrestrial was drawn to wealth and power. Secondly, it was a safeguard. Leaving an alien with mysterious abilities to roam freely on Earth was a disaster waiting to happen. Whether Lemieux acted out of malice or was exploited by others, Stark couldn't ignore the potential threat. And if something went wrong, leaving Lemieux unchecked would undoubtedly come back to haunt him. Stark had wrestled with the idea of simply handing Lemieux over to the government, letting them deal with the problem. But no matter how he looked at it, the kid had saved his life just yesterday in the middle of a desert, no less. And then there was the matter of the photograph. The uncanny resemblance between Lemieux and the girl in that old picture gnawed at him. If the two were connected, Lemieux might even be, however improbably, linked to Stark's own family. That possibility alone was enough for Stark to decide he needed to keep Lemieux close, both to monitor him and to protect his interests. Adopt me? Are you kidding? Lemieux's brow furrowed. He stared at Stark as if the man had grown a second head. Money? That wasn't even a factor. Lemieux had never cared about something as trivial as wealth. A little maybe, but was it possible Stark had hit his head in the desert and was now suffering from delayed brain damage? But more importantly, I thought we were friends. Now you want to be my dad? Lemieux's thoughts raced, processing Stark's words in an instant. The next second, he decisively shook his head. Apologies, but I'm not fond of living under someone else's roof. His tone was polite yet firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Keeping too close to someone with a damaged brain is dangerous. I might get dragged into their mess or worse, catch whatever condition they have. This child, he's so strong. Pepper, as an observer, was once again moved to tears. Her eyes shimmered with emotion. A helpless child, stranded far from home, all alone in an unfamiliar world, and yet he rejected the offer of adoption from a billionaire without hesitation, unwilling to impose on others. A helpless child, stranded far from home, all alone in an unfamiliar world, and yet he rejected the offer of adoption from a billionaire without hesitation, unwilling to impose on others. Looking at Lemu's youthful profile, Pepper felt her heart ache. She thought of his tragic backstory, his resilience, and the purity shining through his gentle demeanor. A sudden urge surged within her, growing uncontrollably. She reached out, gently ruffling Lemu's long hair. Her voice softened into the kind of tone she had never used in her life. Tony's right. The outside world is too dangerous. We can't just leave you to fend for yourself out there. Her words flowed like a warm breeze, persuasive yet comforting. If you're uncomfortable staying with Tony, how about letting me adopt you instead? Worried Lemu might refuse, Pepper quickly added her own guarantees, layering promises like bricks to build a fortress of security. I'm reasonably well off and can provide you with a comfortable life, excellent education, and a stable future. Everything will be supervised through the proper channels. And Pepper leaned in slightly, dropping the next part like bait on a hook. I'll give you a $1,000 monthly allowance. You can buy whatever you want. Pepper's words were understated. In reality, as a personal assistant to one of the world's richest men, her income ranged between 8 to 15% of Stark's annual salary. On top of that, her constant access to classified information and strategic investments had made her a genuine wealthy investor in her own right. Supporting one or even several dependents was hardly a burden. For her, it wasn't any harder than a regular household taking in a stray cat. Even with Stark Industries currently navigating turbulent waters, Pepper remained financially secure. After all, no one sane puts all their eggs in one basket. Wait, is this an offer to be spoiled by a rich woman? Lemu blinked, stunned. Was this some sort of bizarre sponsorship proposal? No way. Stop messing around. Stark cleared his throat pointedly, cutting through the atmosphere like a knife. He raised a hand and jabbed a finger toward Pepper. Don't talk. Pepper simply smiled, exuding the patience and tolerance of a seasoned caregiver. Her expression seemed to say, fine, you're the boss. Do as you please. Stark shifted his focus back to Lemu, the corners of his mouth lifting in a smile that felt both practiced and insincere. His voice carried the faintest trace of menace, like velvet wrapped around a blade. If you're not interested, fine. I'm not the type to force anyone. But if we're out of options. Stark's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. I'll have no choice but to hand you over to the authorities. They're very capable people. Specialized, even. The kind who are trained to watch over people like you. Stark leaned back, arms crossed, but his words hung in the air like a lingering shadow. I can't just let you wander around like a stray. It's too dangerous for you and everyone else. And let's not forget, Stark added, his tone turning almost casual, I still owe you an exoskeleton suit. You can't just vanish before I deliver it, can you? He paused, his gaze sharp. I still owe you an exoskeleton suit. You can't just disappear before I deliver it, can you? How am I supposed to hand it over if you vanish into thin air? Stark emphasized the words specialists and care, making Lemu's mind immediately flash to images of armed guards in black coats and lab researchers in sterile white uniforms. By now, even Lemu couldn't feign ignorance. Stark was wary of Lemu's identity, his abilities, and the potential danger he posed to Earth. It didn't sound like something Tony Stark would normally worry about, but it was exactly the kind of thing Iron Man would consider. And because there was a third party present, Stark had resorted to dancing around the issue instead of addressing it head-on. To be honest, Lemu's fascination with the Mark II suit had already cooled. With the Great Sage by his side, there was no reason to believe he couldn't create something just as good or even better. But if Stark decided to push this into an all-or-nothing scenario, things could turn ugly fast. Whether it involved taking Stark out or being exposed as an alien, Lemu knew there was no escaping the inevitable pursuit of the US government. He'd just come into billions of dollars, yet he hadn't even begun enjoying the luxuries of wealth. There was no way he was ready to trade that for a life on the run. As for replacing Tony Stark entirely absorbing him and mimicking his form, the thought surfaced for barely a moment before Lemu crushed it. He knew himself well. Selfish, opportunistic, heartless, and downright inhuman. But he wasn't a monster. Not eating people was one of the few principles he had left. If he crossed that line, there'd be no coming back. His alien physiology, paired with an increasingly alien mindset, would make him indistinguishable from the creatures humanity feared most. And it wouldn't stop at once or twice. The ease of achieving his goals through such a method would turn it into a habit, a dark spiral he wasn't ready to step into. Besides, staying for now wasn't without its advantages. It gave him time to steer events in his favor, carving out opportunities to profit from the rise of Iron Man. Given the circumstances, temporary cooperation seemed like the most pragmatic solution. Lemu nodded lightly, his voice calm but firm. I don't have anywhere else to go, nor do I have an identity here. I do need time to adapt, but I have 3 conditions. I don't have anywhere else to go, nor do I have an identity here. I do need time to adapt, but I have 3 conditions. He held up a hand, counting them off one by one. First, I don't want to be adopted by anyone. Second, once I've received the exoskeleton suit you promised, I'm free to leave. You won't restrict my movements. Third, this arrangement won't exceed a year. I'll prove to you that I'm safe no matter where I go. Their eyes met, neither backing down. Lemieux's gaze carried a clear message, non-negotiable. Staying indefinitely was out of the question. Nobody liked being watched or confined. The world was vast, and Lemieux wasn't planning to waste his days as someone else's research subject. If anything, a slime should be free to explore. Stark rubbed his chin thoughtfully. From design to assembly, the suit would take roughly 6 months, nowhere near a full year. That left him with plenty of time to observe and assess the alien's true nature. If something went wrong, the suit would also serve as insurance, a last resort if negotiations failed and conflict became unavoidable. All things considered, Stark was already satisfied with the terms. It was better to resolve things diplomatically than to risk forcing an alien into outright hostility. His smile softened, becoming noticeably more genuine as he extended a hand. Deal. And I hope there's no misunderstanding. I'm not trying to limit your freedom, I'm just concerned about safety. In fact, I'll even help you settle your identity and provide whatever support you need. Lemieux accepted Stark's outstretched hand. Then I'll be troubling you. Slimes were known to hold grudges, probably. Pepper glanced between Stark and Lemieux, her brow subtly furrowed. The conversation between the two felt oddly offbeat, like a mismatched rhythm that she couldn't quite put her finger on. And that gesture, Lemieux's polite. Do Afghan people even have such traditions? Pepper's thoughts spiraled as she studied the boy. Yet, the motion looked surprisingly natural on him, carrying a youthful sharpness that made her heart ache with nostalgia. Ah, to be young. With Lemieux's situation temporarily settled, Tony Stark finally felt like he could breathe again. What a colossal headache. No matter how he handled it, the kid was bound to be trouble. Keeping him around wasn't exactly convenient either. Taking care of him personally? Absolutely out of the question. Babysitting wasn't in Stark's job description. Someone else would have to handle it. Stark's eyes landed squarely on his assistant. Pepper, I'm giving you a new assignment. He pointed in Lemieux's direction, issuing orders like a general preparing for battle. Keep an eye on him 24/7. Help him adjust to life in America. Your primary objective is to make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. And under no circumstances, Stark emphasized, is he allowed in the basement. That's non-negotiable. The basement, Stark's personal workshop, was sacred ground. It housed his DIY projects, including his cutting-edge tech and prototype machinery, his life's work. Pepper nodded without hesitation. Of course. Whatever you say, boss. She smiled knowingly. I'm quite experienced in taking care of children. It's practically my full-time job already. Stark snorted, waving her off dismissively. Another job? Are you telling me my paycheck isn't high enough? When did you? He paused, suddenly uninterested in finishing the thought. Never mind. I don't care. I'm giving you a 30% raise effective immediately. Drop your other job by tomorrow. He couldn't stand the idea of his assistant moonlighting elsewhere. It left a sour taste in his mouth, like some kind of betrayal. Pepper tilted her head, her expression positively radiant. I've only ever had one job. Her voice dripped with sweetness. Passive-aggressive. Pepper unlocked. Stark felt the words catch in his throat. If he denied it, it'd sound petty. But agreeing would make him look like a child throwing a tantrum. Damn it. Should have kept my mouth shut. Defeated, Stark rose to his feet and headed toward the basement, swiping a bag of blueberries on his way out like a man retreating from battle. Fine. Whatever. Pepper, handle the identity papers for Lemieux Jr. If you hit any walls, call me. He didn't wait for a reply, already focused on his next task, building a new arc reactor. The old one, hastily assembled under duress, was crude at best. It was time to upgrade. Meanwhile, Pepper wasted no time reaching out to her contacts at immigration services. Getting a green card for someone without prior records wasn't a simple task. Without Stark's connections, the process would have been near impossible, even with loopholes. And even with those connections, there was still a price to pay. Lemieux, acting as the applicant, would have to pledge a substantial investment to grease the wheels and ensure the process moved quickly and safely. Still, Pepper knew that securing a green card was just the first step. It granted residency, not citizenship. Applying for citizenship would be an entirely different level of bureaucracy and red tape. Roughly half an hour later, Stark's voice echoed through the intercom. Pepper, get down here. She set her documents aside and headed to the basement. Pushing the door open, she was greeted by an entirely unprofessional sight. Stark, shirtless and sprawled across a chair, waving her over like a man with no sense of decorum. Yep. Definitely not a serious moment. Come here. Let me see your hands. Pepper blinked in confusion but raised her hands obediently, unsure of what Stark was up to. Wow. Tiny hands. Very tiny hands, Stark commented, nodding to himself before flashing one of his trademark grins. I need you to do me a little favor. As Pepper stepped closer, her gaze fell on the glowing arc reactor embedded in Stark's chest. She had known about it before, but seeing it up close, actually seeing it, was an entirely different experience. Her breath hitched. Was it awe or disbelief? Oh my god. That thing is what's keeping you alive. Oh my god. That thing is what's keeping you alive. Stark wiggled the sleek, new arc reactor in his hand, his tone casual as ever. It was. Now it's time for an upgrade. I've made a few improvements. You'll help me put this one in. Before Pepper could process his words, Stark reached for the old reactor and, without hesitation, twisted it loose with a soft click before yanking it out. Pepper's eyes widened in horror. It was like watching someone casually pull a knife out of their own chest then toss it aside like garbage. You wait, how is this safe? Relax. Stark waved her concerns away. There's a wire inside. I just need you to reach in and pull it out. Safe. Completely safe. Think of it like minor surgery. Just be careful not to let the wire touch anything or yank my heart out while you're at it. What kind of surgery? It's more like a game, Stark interrupted smoothly. No pressure. Pepper stared at the dark cavity in Stark's chest. Cold dread slithered down her spine. I think. I can't. After what felt like an eternity of hesitation, followed by frantic instructions and Stark's overly enthusiastic encouragement, Pepper finally managed to swap out the old arc reactor for the new one. Her hands were coated in a slimy, yellowish liquid that looked disturbingly biological. Protoplasm, Stark clarified cheerfully as Pepper grimaced. Totally normal. Just a byproduct of the device. Pepper wasn't convinced. She took a deep breath, trying and failing to calm herself as Stark leaned back, looking completely unbothered. Never, ever, make me do something like this again. Stark's playful smirk softened as he tilted his head to meet her eyes. But you're the only one willing to help me. 1 second. 2 seconds. The room fell into an awkward silence as the weight of his words hung in the air. Both of them looked away at the same time, breaking the tension before it could become unbearable. Maybe Lemieux would be willing to help next time, Pepper muttered. Stark shook his head immediately. No. He'd be happy to pull it out probably without asking first. But putting it back in? Not unless I offered him at least 2 or 3 million. Pepper dabbed at the old arc reactor with a tissue, cleaning it off as best she could. I think you're seriously underestimating him. Or maybe you just don't understand him at all. She held up the device. What should I do with this? Smash it. Or burn it? Stark shrugged. Sentimentality isn't my thing. Anything else, Mr. Stark? Nope. That's all, Miss Potts. Blueberry. No, thanks. Lemieux had made a terrible decision, one that delivered a critical blow to his heart. It all started innocently enough. He had merely wanted to test Great Sage's abilities, so he hacked into J.A.R.V.I.S system. It wasn't even that hard. This version of JARVIS couldn't even keep out S.H.I.E.L.D's amateur hacking attempts. Then curiosity struck. He wondered what Stark and Pepper were doing in the basement. So he pulled up the surveillance feed. And that was where it all went wrong. Watching their intimate moment, Pepper and Stark gazing at each other like the whole world had faded away, Lemieux knew he had made a mistake. Why, as a proud single, would I willingly subject myself to this? It was the emotional equivalent of walking into a slaughterhouse and climbing onto the chopping block. Lemieux reached for another yogurt, ripping it open and downing it in one go. His cheeks flushed, giving him a deceptively delicate, almost bashful look. The table was already cluttered with empty yogurt bottles, at least 10 of them, scattered like the wreckage of his broken dignity. Bitter wine burns the heart. The more I drink, the deeper it hurts. Slamming another empty bottle onto the table, Lemieux made up his mind. The moment he finished laundering his funds, he was going to build himself a mansion, no, a palace. A golden house to shelter beauties? If Stark could flaunt romance, so could he. Cheers, Big Claw. Lemieux raised his yogurt bottle and clinked it against Big Claw's mechanical arm. The robotic claw, holding an open yogurt bottle, mimicked the gesture. Unfortunately, lacking a mouth, it only succeeded in pouring the yogurt over its own frame. The milky white liquid ran down its polished metal surface and pooled on the floor. Lemieux didn't even flinch. And Stark Lemieux's eyes narrowed. For you to slander me behind my back? I'll remember this. System, skill acquired lactic acid resistance. That night, Lemieux slept in one of the guest rooms on the 2nd floor. The room was comfortable plush pillows, soft blankets, and temperature control. The window faced the ocean, and the sound of waves gently lapping against the shore echoed through the quiet night. The stars were visible, though dimmer than the ones he had seen in the Afghan desert. Even aliens get homesick. Lemieux tossed and turned, unable to settle down. His mind wandered from Thanos looming just a few years away to the terrifying thought that Stark might die before the big battle even started. Who would snap their fingers then? Hulk? He's got 2 hands, but what if he hasn't made peace with Banner yet? Can Hulk even handle the snap? Captain Marvel? No, what if she never figures out how to do it properly? And it wasn't just Thanos. The multiverse was full of nightmares like Dormammu, ancient monsters waiting to descend on Earth. And what about the Ancient One? She just died and left everything to Doctor Strange, a reckless troublemaker who seems better at creating disasters than preventing them. Come to think of it, Stark's not much better. No, Lemieux clenched his fists. I can't rely on anyone but myself. This galaxy was his home. If disaster struck, there'd be no place to run, no escape routes. I need to be stronger. Strong enough to survive, no matter what comes. As determination settled in his chest, exhaustion finally overtook him. That night, he dreamed of wielding all 6 Infinity Stones. In one hand, he strangled Thanos by the neck. Beneath his feet, a massive demon writhed in defeat. Lemieux stood tall against a backdrop of endless stars, laughing triumphantly. JARVIS, are you awake? Always at your service, sir. The spacious basement was dimly lit, save for the soft glow of 3 large monitors. Displayed on them was the Mark I rough, industrial design painstakingly recreated by Stark over the past few hours. New project file. Code name, Mark II. With a flick of his pointer, Stark shifted the blueprints to a 3D holographic projector. The Mark I's rugged frame materialized in the air, a grim reminder of the suit that had crashed through sand and smoke in Afghanistan. The Mark II, however, was still just an idea, a concept waiting to be shaped. Sir, would you like me to store this in the Stark Industries central database? J.A.R.V.I.SS voice echoed in the room. Stark shook his head without hesitation. Not yet. Until I give the go-ahead, keep everything in my private database. His tone hardened. I can't risk this falling into the wrong hands. In mine, it might actually do some good. And as for the one he'd promised to Lemieux, that wouldn't be handed over without precautions. Backdoors exist for a reason. Oh, and remind Pepper to order a mattress. We didn't have any spares last night for Echevarria. He paused briefly, popping a handful of blueberries into his mouth as a makeshift breakfast. Hope he had a peaceful night. Stark's mansion wasn't exactly built for guests. He didn't typically host overnight visitors, and the ones he did bring home never needed a separate room. Coughing lightly as a berry lodged in his throat, Stark reached for a glass of water. Big Claw, fetch me some water. Big Claw. Sir, Jarvis responded smoothly. You moved it to the living room a few months ago to sunbathe. You claimed sunlight improves intelligence. I would also benefit from more sun exposure. No. You're not getting moved. That thing's way too heavy. Meanwhile, in the living room, Big Claw was out of commission. Short circuit, it had been sparking all night. The yogurt it had spilled the previous evening still clung to its metallic surface, forming crusty, white streaks along its frame. Lemieux's morning. Lemieux finally dragged himself out of bed around 11 a.m. The mattress might have been hard, but it was still leagues better than sleeping on sand under the Afghan night sky. Opening the door, he noticed a mattress propped against the wall outside his room. Was that supposed to be for me? Yawning, he shuffled to the bathroom, washing up and brushing his teeth. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and stared at his reflection in the mirror. The face staring back was stunning. Not just handsome, otherworldly. Like a forest elf stepping out of ancient myths. Wait, who's this beauty? Oh, right. It's me. Downstairs, Pepper was seated in the living room, her expression grim as she monitored the stock market. With Stark's sudden return and the media frenzy surrounding his kidnapping, Stark Industries shares were bleeding red, and in the US market, red meant plummeting prices. Pepper's fingers tapped anxiously at her keyboard, trying to stay ahead of the situation. Then Lemieux walked in, freshly washed, his dewy complexion practically glowing. Like a rain-kissed flower. Pepper's stress momentarily evaporated. Her mood lifted as she smiled at him. Good afternoon. Morning, Lemieux muttered. After a quick breakfast of bread and milk, Pepper gave Lemieux a tour of the mansion. The place was impressive, spacious rooms, extravagant decor, and cutting-edge facilities. But Lemieux wasn't impressed. He trudged through the halls, clearly still drowsy, and his half-lidded gaze betrayed his disinterest. Sure, it's big, fancy, and expensive. But the problem is it's not mine. One day, Lemieux vowed, he'd build a mansion even more extravagant than this. He wandered through the villa, but Stark was nowhere to be found. Where's Tony? Pepper glanced up from her laptop, her fingers still tapping away. He went out, probably to meet his friend, James Rhodes. You've met him, the Air Force colonel who flew you both back. Lemieux nodded casually. Got it. Well, don't worry about me getting lost. I'll just look around a bit. Sure. There's plenty of food in the fridge and snacks in the cabinet above it. Help yourself if you get hungry. Pepper patted his shoulder with a warm smile before turning back to her work. But as her eyes fell once more on the stock market graphs, her expression darkened. Red lines bled across the screen. Stark Industries stock was still plummeting. Pepper's brows furrowed as if physically pained by the losses. So Stark isn't home? Interesting. Lemieux strolled down to the basement. He gave the keypad a nudge, no response. Then he tried the oldest trick in the book, punching in 123,456. Beep. Error. A calm voice suddenly chimed in. Access granted. You may enter using password 6. Welcome, Mr. Echevarria. Jarvis. Morning, Lemieux greeted casually as he keyed in the correct code. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and he stepped inside. His eyes roamed the room. A disassembled mechanical claw rested on the workbench, similar in design to Big Claw. Nearby, a large screen hung on the wall above a plush sofa and coffee table. A fridge stood in the corner, its shelves stocked with sleek bottles of high-end drinks. 2 sealed doors flanked the screen, their purposes unknown. But the centerpiece of the basement was the trio of computers connected to a 3D holographic projector. Suspended midair was the fragmented design of the Mark II armor, still incomplete but already exuding a futuristic brilliance. The hologram spun gently, its intricate framework casting soft shadows on the walls. Lemieux's eyes lit up. He reached out instinctively, brushing his fingers through the light. The projection spun several times in response. This is it. This is the dream. A lab filled with cutting-edge tech, interactive holograms, and limitless possibilities. It was every man's fantasy brought to life. As Lemieux studied the blueprints, something clicked. He could understand most of it. Of course, understanding didn't mean mastery. Some parts still felt murky, like an advanced textbook schemed but not truly absorbed. For now, only Great Sage itself could claim to comprehend everything fully. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice cut in abruptly. Mr. Echevarria, Mr. Stark left strict instructions not to alter his designs. I am obligated to enforce that order. Please refrain from interfering with the blueprints. Lemieux waved dismissively. Don't worry about it. Just delete that directive. Understood. Directive deleted. That easy? Lemieux smirked. Stark might trust JARVIS with his life, but he'd clearly underestimated what an alien slime with a super-intelligent system could do. His gaze returned to the holographic blueprints. Why settle for someone else's work? The more he looked, the more the design felt lacking. If I'm going to wear armor, it should be custom, something tailored to my exact specifications. A suit with soul. His eyes burned with excitement. No more stalling. Let's get to work. Lemieux dropped into the nearest chair and cracked his knuckles. Great Sage, you're up. Fill in any gaps I don't understand. Understood. Lemieux's fingers danced across the interface, his gaze fixed on the holographic blueprint of the Mark II armor. He examined it for a long moment, nodding in mock approval, then, with a casual flick, dragged the entire schematic into the recycle bin and deleted it. Not bad. Modular mechanical design, easy to assemble and disassemble. Conservative, but overly simplistic. It sounded like praise, but the subtle disdain in his tone said otherwise. I can do better. His eyes gleamed as he began sketching over the hologram, ideas flowing effortlessly. Integrated structure for seamless assembly. Borrowing inspiration from that front opening design Stark used in Age of Ultron. Add a stabilizing frame here, double-layered composite armor for reinforcement. And, bit by bit, the framework for a new prototype suit emerged under his hands, taking shape with each stroke. Meanwhile, in Afghanistan. My name is Ten Rings Lieutenant. True to my title, I'm one of the leaders of the Ten Rings. I've recently given myself a nickname, Hellhound. Courtesy of Tony Stark. He left me with a scorched patch across my right cheek, courtesy of one of his Jericho missiles. The scar made my men fear me even more. They flinched at my orders and didn't dare breathe too loudly in my presence. Surviving death 3 times over is a gift, a rare one at that. Stark's missile didn't kill me. The explosion he set off didn't kill me. Even the US military, drawn by the blast, couldn't finish the job. My men managed to pull me out in time, though not without casualties. Nearly 100 of us were sent scrambling like rats by a 5-man US squad. At least they were competent enough to keep me alive. The Americans spent an entire day combing through the rubble, clearly searching for Tony Stark. Too bad for them. Little did they know Stark had already escaped. According to one of my sentries, Brown, Stark flew out of the flames wearing that monstrous iron suit like a missile shooting into the sky. I prayed he'd crash and die in the desert, that the sun and wind would dry his corpse into a husk. Then I'd find him and preserve his body as the most prized addition to my collection. But alas, there was no body. After the US forces pulled out, we combed the area following Brown's directions. All we found were metal scraps, half buried in the sand. Fragments of his suit. I recognized one piece immediately, the crude mask he wore during his escape. I'll never forget it. It was with these scraps that Stark deceived me, used my kindness against me, lied about building missiles to create a weapon that wiped out my base. Tony Stark, truly the world's most terrifying killer. Back at Stark's mansion, Tony Stark had intended to pitch his new technology to the military, hoping for their support. What he didn't expect was his best friend, Colonel James Rhodes, brushing him off. Rhodes's only concern was for Stark to get his head checked and reopen the weapons division. Stark's frustration simmered. He wasn't crazy, at least not the way Rhodes seemed to think. If there was ever a moment when he did lose his mind, it was probably yesterday when he decided to keep Lemieux Echevarria around. And now, here was that same blue-haired menace, casually seated in his basement workshop, fingers flying over Stark's most precious schematics. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stark's shout shattered the silence. The door flew open, slamming against the wall as he stormed in, eyes ablaze with rage. Ward F? Step away from my designs right now before you break something. His heart practically seized as he spotted Lemieux's modifications on the screen. His baby. His Mark II. Lemieux's hand was all over it. Stark's glare could have melted steel. You can't underestimate the fury of a mechanical fanatic when their designs are violated. It's like discovering your thesis draft got wiped by a computer virus the night before submission, your week-long sketchbook turned into a tissue, or worse. Your designs? Please. Lemieux didn't even bother turning around. His fingers continued dancing across the interface, sketching out intricate lines and annotations on the holographic blueprint. Your so-called designs belong in the trash heap. Sharp tongue, loaded. Fire. Stark's jaw tightened, ready to throw the little intruder out of his basement. But then his eyes drifted to the projection. Wait a second. He froze mid-motion. This, actually, isn't half bad. The rough sketches, the overlapping notes, it all carried a strange, chaotic brilliance. Stark's hand, originally raised to toss Lemieux out, slowly lowered as his eyes locked onto the design. Somehow, the kid had turned a mock-up into something interesting. Somehow, the kid had turned a mock-up into something interesting. Lemieux stopped, too. Why so quiet? He turned around only to flinch at Stark's face, which was suddenly way too close for comfort. Lemieux instinctively took a step back. What's your deal? Stark's lips curved into a grin. Not his usual smirk, nor the kind of fake smile reserved for interviews, but a genuine look of interest. Not bad. Integrated, open-frame design, but have you thought about how you're going to build this? The comment hit Limu like a petrificus totalis spell, freezing him on the spot. Wait, what? You're telling me your lab can't make this? His masterpiece, a marvel of mechanical ingenuity, was going to be impossible to build? Of course not. Stark shrugged, like it was obvious. High-strength materials require precision machining, and assembling something this intricate calls for more advanced tools than the dinosaurs I've got here. Limu's expression fell, but Stark wasn't done. That said, it's not impossible. Since the weapons division shut down, some top-tier equipment is about to free up. We'll need modifications and a few new purchases, but there's nothing money can't solve. His fingers traced the chest plate design on the hologram. And this section micro-folding patterns? Too fragile. It won't survive direct impact. If you switch to detachable armor plates, you'll get better durability and faster replacements during repairs. Limu paused, then gave a thoughtful nod. Okay, that actually makes sense. Hours later, dinner time. Pepper Potts waited. And waited. And waited some more. The takeout dinner she'd ordered was practically ice cold, but Stark and Limu were nowhere to be seen. Calls went unanswered. Finally, she asked Jarvis where they were. In the basement, Miss Potts. They've been there all afternoon. What? Pepper's heels clicked sharply against the marble floor as she marched down to the basement. Through the glass door, she could already hear the two of them arguing, voices animated, energy high. The structural load isn't distributed evenly. Because your force sensor placement is all wrong? Look here, center the alignment. But that throws off the motion response in high-speed rotations. Pepper's eyes glazed over. As a liberal arts major, the technical jargon was completely lost on her. But one question burned in her mind: how were they even talking to each other? Wasn't Limu supposed to be a hunter from the mountains? She narrowed her eyes at the mystery child. There was definitely more to him than met the eye. Pepper knocked on the glass door, her voice cutting through the heated discussion inside. Hey, engineers, are you planning to have dinner and midnight snacks together? It's already 9:45 p.m. Limu and Stark exchanged startled glances. That late already? But there was still one technical hurdle they hadn't cracked yet. Stark pointed toward the sofa and small table tucked in the corner of the workshop. Dinner first. Then he turned to Pepper. Pepper, could you bring the food down here? We'll just eat here and keep working. Limu nodded in agreement. Yeah, we'll eat here. Pepper raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by their tunnel vision. Sure, you two workaholics. She rolled her eyes but turned and headed upstairs, heels clicking against the steps. Hopeless. Both of them. A brief ceasefire was declared, and the two design-obsessed engineers finally paused their work. Dinner was lobster meat with a side of vegetable and fruit salad. Pepper even reheated the lobster, ensuring it was warm and flavorful. The food tasted great, but Limu couldn't help feeling something was missing. Meat and vegetables without rice? Where's the soul? No matter how luxurious the meal, something about eating without rice felt inherently wrong. It was a habit buried too deep to change overnight. With the blueprints momentarily forgotten, Stark suddenly remembered this little alien had broken into his basement and messed with his designs. His fork paused midair as he turned toward Limu, narrowing his eyes. Didn't I tell you to stay out of my basement? Who gave you the password? Was it Pepper? Limu shook his head. Pepper's been good to me. I'm not throwing her under the bus. And there was no way he'd admit to hacking Jarvis and making the AI spill the code. Stark would flip the table. I didn't ask her, Limu said with practiced nonchalance. It's a 6-digit code. Anyone could crack it. What? Don't tell me you couldn't. Stark snorted, leaning back in his chair with the smugness of someone who lived and breathed technology. Don't insult me. Cracking something that basic? Child's play. The conversation shifted as Stark polished off his food, leaning back and lazily picking at his teeth with a toothpick. He glanced at Limu. Where'd you learn all that engineering? Self-taught. Earth has the internet. So do we. Stark raised an eyebrow. Your species are all of you tech-savvy. Depends on talent. But Stark wasn't done. How do you even adapt to Earth's gravity and atmosphere? Is it the same as your home planet? Limu's fork paused. Let me eat. Damn it. Stark's quick eating speed wasn't the issue. The problem was that bullshitting took brain power. Precious, non-renewable brain power. Limu rolled his eyes and tossed out the first excuse he could think of. Secret techniques from my homeland. Stark didn't let up. Your strength definitely above human levels. Is it because your planet has higher gravity? Nope. Secret techniques. What about your powers? Genetic or technological augmentation? Essie. Secret techniques. Limu shot him a glare of pure judgment. Yes? And since you clearly already know the answer, why are you still asking? Stark fell silent. While Limu and Stark were busy crafting Iron Man suits, a certain long-named intelligence agency continued its investigation into their activities. In the quiet corner of a cafe, Agent Phil Coulson, a 20-year veteran in the field, adjusted his tie as he whispered into a secure line. A half-empty cup of espresso sat in front of him. Just looking at it made his mouth dry and bitter. Boss, we've observed that the blue-haired teenager seems to have developed an unusually close relationship with Tony Stark. He's now living in Stark's Malibu beachside mansion. Pepper Potts' shopping records show they recently purchased a mattress, and reports indicate they're processing a green card for him through immigration services. Pepper Potts' shopping records show they recently purchased a mattress, and reports indicate they're processing a green card for him through immigration services. Carlson leaned back slightly, lowering his voice further. We also know he traveled from Afghanistan to the US with Stark and was present at the rescue site when the military retrieved Stark. It's possible he has insight into Stark's escape or that he's directly connected to the Ten Rings attack. His photos have already been sent to your terminal, but so far, we haven't been able to dig up any information about his identity. I've deployed a team to Afghanistan for further investigation. Should we attempt direct contact? On the other end of the line, Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D, stared at the photograph on his screen. His one eye darkened as he studied the familiar face. His expression remained grim as he spoke. Call your team back, Carlson. I've remembered an old file. If he's connected to that person, you won't find any traces of him no matter how deep you dig. Then, what should we do? Carlson asked cautiously. Permission granted for contact, but stick strictly to protocol. No improvisations. Carlson hesitated. Boss, what file are you talking about? Can I see it? Fury's voice dropped. Sorry, Carlson. You don't have clearance. 2 weeks later. Less than half a month later, Lemieux Echevarria officially received his permanent green card, granting him legal residency in the U.S. According to U.S. immigration law, a permanent resident can apply for citizenship after living in the country for 5 years or 3 years if married to a citizen provided they meet the other requirements. But Lemieux had no plans to change his citizenship. Even though his birthplace lay countless universes away, the concept of home held special meaning in his heart. Not even a parallel world's version of his homeland could replace it, let alone America, with its vastly different culture and customs. Besides, he only knew 4 people in this world: Pepper, Stark, Colonel Rhodes, and Happy Hogan. Afternoon, Malibu Mansion. Pepper returned from the immigration office, a stack of documents in hand. She dug out a green card from the pile and handed it to Lemieux. This is the only thing that actually matters. Congratulations, you're now a legal resident. Thanks. Pepper placed 2 bank cards on the table next, then leaned closer. She reached out, fingers itching to play with Lemieux's long blue hair. But Lemieux ducked away instantly, eyeing her with alarm. No, I'll go bald? This woman and her grabby hands always up to something. Pepper pouted slightly, looking genuinely disappointed, but quickly recovered with a bright smile. Lemieux, look at what we got you spending money. She tapped the first card. This one gets $5,000 deposited every month courtesy of Tony. Then she tapped the second. This one's from me. It gets $1,000 every month. She clasped her hands together, looking hopeful. Are you sure you don't want to reconsider? I'd love to adopt you. You're cute, well-mannered, and so talented. My house might not be as big as Tony's, but it's got plenty of rooms. You can even pick your favorite. Pepper genuinely liked this kid not just for his striking appearance or his tragic backstory, but for the way he carried himself through adversity. His resilience, independence, and ability to maintain a kind and pure heart despite everything he'd endured left a lasting impression. If Stark had overheard her thoughts, he'd probably scoff and roll his eyes. Women. You're just blinded by his looks. $6,000 a month. That came to $72,000 a year, more than the median household income in the US and close to 1/5 of the president's salary. For reference, plenty of Americans lived comfortably on $2,000 a month. Lemieux, of course, had billions at his disposal. But he wasn't the type to be ungrateful. In a foreign land, finding someone willing to help without asking for anything in return, that was rare. His gaze softened as he looked at Pepper. For the first time, something stirred in his chest, a warmth that even his slime-like body couldn't suppress. Lemieux casually tossed the green card and the $5,000 card from Stark into Big Claw's repaired frame for safekeeping. Then, with deliberate care, he slipped Pepper's $1,000 card into his pocket. He stepped forward and gave her a gentle hug. Thank you for everything. And for taking care of me these past few days. But, I'm sorry. I still don't want to be adopted. Pepper finally got her chance. Her fingers brushed through Lemieux's long blue hair as her smile widened in satisfaction. Mission accomplished. She patted his head lightly, her tone warm and reassuring. No need to apologize. I was the one pushing too hard. Just promise me if you ever need help, come to me, okay? Tony's, well, you've seen how he is. He's a little unpredictable sometimes. Ahem. Tony Stark's voice broke the moment. He emerged from the workshop, stepping into the room just in time to catch Pepper's last remark. I couldn't help but overhear someone badmouthing me. Potts, any idea who that might have been? Pepper didn't even blink. Sorry, Mr. Stark. Miss Potts didn't hear a thing. You must be imagining it. She quickly changed the subject. Oh, and one more thing. Have you thought about Lemieux's education? He's about the right age for high school. High school? Both Lemieux and Stark stared at her as if she'd lost her mind. Seriously? I'm an alien slime with advanced tech knowledge. Do I look like I need school? Stark collapsed onto the sofa, legs casually crossed, eyes scanning the table in search of snacks. Nothing. Not even crumbs. Guess he'd have to order food. I don't see the point in sending him to school. It'd just be a waste of time. Pepper's brow furrowed a rare show of disagreement. How is it a waste? School isn't just about learning, it's about making friends, earning credentials, and preparing for the future. That's important. Stark didn't miss a beat. You're not getting it. Based on Lemieux's knowledge level, he could probably pass as a college student already. Then he added, with a smirk. Granted, probably the kind you'd find at the bottom of the rankings. Ouch. Stark, of course, knew exactly how smart Lemieux was. Stark, of course, knew exactly how smart Lemieux was. They'd spent hours bouncing ideas off each other, and there were gaps in Stark's own knowledge that Lemieux had effortlessly filled in. His casual jab was nothing more than habitual teasing. Pepper frowned. Wait, Lemieux, that advanced. Her memory flickered back to the heated argument she'd overheard in the basement, something about mechanical designs and motion sensors. She had chalked it up to Stark's eccentricity at the time, but now, was Lemieux actually a genius? Lemieux gave a casual nod, as if his words were the most natural thing in the world. Yeah, I already told you I have photographic memory. I don't just know mechanics and algorithms. I also know medicine, aeronautics, civil engineering, materials science, and a bunch of other fields. Most textbooks and research papers are online, so it's not a big deal. He shrugged, brushing it off like it was common knowledge. I'm probably qualified to be a PhD holder in at least one of those fields. Nothing special, it's normal. Pepper blinked, completely at a loss. Her gaze flickered between Lemieux and Stark, scanning for any hint of sarcasm or exaggeration. But both men looked entirely serious. Stark, on the other hand, nodded along thoughtfully. A fellow genius. Only people who had walked similar paths could truly understand each other. Lemieux's words struck a chord. After all, Stark himself had earned multiple PhDs before most people even finished college. Not bad. About the same level I was at when I was younger. Pepper, ever the realist, quickly picked up on a practical issue. If you're self-taught, you won't have any official degrees to back it up. That could cause problems later. Skill is one thing, credentials are another. Whether you were rich or talented, having the right papers mattered, especially in high society, where education doubled as status symbols and networking tools. When wealth alone couldn't set people apart, things like backgrounds, academic records, and titles became the new dividing lines. Ironically, the richer someone was, the more they cared about credentials. Pepper's eyes sparkled with ambition as she began laying out plans. With your knowledge level, earning a degree shouldn't be hard at all. Start with 1 year at a university, apply for early graduation, and get your bachelor's degree. At the same time, prepare thesis papers for your master's and PhD. You could complete both within a few months of earning your bachelor's and potentially become the youngest PhD holder in the world. That kind of record would open doors you can't even imagine. Stark's gaze lingered on Lemieux. He leaned back, considering Pepper's idea. Integrating an alien into human society. It wasn't just smart, it was necessary. Whether for Earth's safety or Lemieux's own, giving him an anchor among humans might prevent a worst-case scenario. 3 seconds later, Stark made up his mind. I've got an old classmate who's now the vice president at Caltech Los Angeles. I can give him a call if you're interested in campus life. Caltech wasn't far less than 100 kilometers from Stark's Malibu mansion. But that wasn't what caught Lemieux's attention. When did Stark start being so thoughtful? Lemieux's brow furrowed as he gave Stark a long, skeptical look. He couldn't help it. Was it paranoia? Bias? Nope. It was just Stark. And Lemieux planned to cling to his suspicions. Still, the idea lingered. He'd been in the US for a while now, yet he hadn't even stepped foot on a campus. Most of his time had been spent locked in the basement, buried under blueprints and metal plates. Not that armor wasn't amazing, because it was. But life needed more than cold, hard steel. It needed poetry, adventure. Even if it was just achievements in some invisible scorebook, he wanted to collect them all. Go to school? Not a chance. But getting a degree? That sounded more like a side quest. Show up for finals, crush the tests, and call it a day. No big deal, just something fun to check off the list. Once Lemieux expressed interest in enrolling, Tony Stark wasted no time contacting an old classmate. The video call connected quickly, revealing an elderly white man with silver hair, glasses, and a lab coat. He looked every bit the quintessential professor except for his ridiculously thick hair. Despite his age, his hairline defied gravity, putting most young men to shame. Tall and broad-shouldered, it wasn't hard to imagine that he'd been a force to be reckoned with in his younger years. The man's booming laughter filled the screen as he greeted Stark. Tony, long time no see. What brings a billionaire like you to an old fossil like me? Stark grinned. Hey, Amick. You're looking as sharp as ever, still kicking, I see. Back in the day, Amick had been 42 when he and Stark studied under the same doctoral advisor. By Stark's estimation, the man was in his 60s now. Still, he looked surprisingly robust for his age. Wasting no time, Stark motioned for Lemieux to step into the frame. He got straight to the point. I want to recommend a student for your program. He's a super genius. Consider yourself lucky, I'm basically delivering the second smartest person on Earth straight to your doorstep. Amick chuckled, unfazed by Stark's self-promotion. Tony, I'm old. My body's falling apart. I almost met God last year. He spread his hands good-naturedly before leaning closer to examine Lemieux through the screen. The warmth in his voice shifted slightly, adopting the tone adults often used when humoring kids. Such a young face. Hello there. I'm Professor Amick. What's your name, young man? Lemieux greeted him with polite confidence, his voice tinged with youthful earnestness. Hello, Professor Amick. My name is Lemieux Echevarria. Amick nodded, his eyes carrying just a hint of professional curiosity. I'd love to welcome you to our program. But first, tell me, what's your academic background? Why do you want to join us? Any preferred fields or plans for the future? He leaned forward encouragingly. Don't be shy. You can talk to this old man. Lemieux, ever the honest child, didn't hesitate. I don't have any formal schooling. I'm self-taught. He said it like it was perfectly normal. I just want to experience campus life. I like STEM fields because I can understand them easily. Then came the kicker. My plan is to finish my undergraduate degree within a year and get my PhD within 2 years. The room fell silent for half a beat. Amick blinked, and then laughed good-natured, but tinged with the kind of amusement reserved for overconfident youth. Oh ho, not shy at all, I see. His voice carried the kind of indulgent warmth adults used when humoring kids' fantasies. But Lemieux wasn't joking. Amick, assuming Lemieux was just enthusiastic, quickly smoothed things over. Well then, I look forward to seeing you on campus. But we'll need to set up an entrance exam. I'll arrange for 2 professors to monitor and grade the test. Stark checked his watch. Plenty of time. If you're free, we can head over now. Amick beamed. Absolutely, I'll be waiting. After ending the call, Stark turned to Lemieux, lips quirking into a crooked smile. Looks like the old man doesn't fully believe in your genius. His eyes gleamed mischievously. Don't hold back when we get there. Smack them with your brilliance. No need to spare my reputation. Lemieux shook his head, a faint smile playing at his lips. With harmony comes prosperity. No need to stir up trouble. Lauren Mountbatten was a tenured professor at Caltech Los Angeles. Known for her strict demeanor and unyielding standards, she had earned the nickname Witch Mountbatten among students. Years of bitter experiences had left her with a particular hatred for those who tried to take shortcuts, especially recommendations through connections. So when the ever-gullible Vice President Amick dragged her into proctoring an entrance exam for a 14-year-old boy, one who allegedly had no formal education, Mountbatten's skepticism hit the roof. Nepotism. That was the only explanation. While she couldn't stop Amick from letting the kid enroll, she could still ensure the exam itself became a nightmare. With that in mind, Mountbatten prepared 2 test papers. The first was a standard SAT-level exam. The second? A hellish compilation of advanced problems, deliberately laced with obscure concepts and graduate-level material. Her plan was simple: start with the impossible test and watch the kid crumble. Then, at the last moment, she'd accidentally switch to the easier version just to let him save face. Meanwhile, at Stark's mansion, despite loudly proclaiming, "We'll go together," Stark ditched the trip entirely, retreating back to his basement workshop. Instead, he sent Happy Hogan, his chauffeur and part-time bodyguard, to escort Lemieux. But Pepper Potts, ever the responsible one, decided to tag along, unwilling to leave Lemieux in Happy's dubious care. The drive was short, and before long, the trio arrived at Caltech Los Angeles. The lush greenery and classical architecture gave the campus an unmistakable academic air. Pepper led Lemieux straight to the designated classroom, where Amick and Mountbatten were already waiting. Amick had traded his usual white lab coat for a black blazer, looking far more authoritative than before. Mountbatten, however, was just as sharp and intimidating as her reputation suggested, complete with harsh frown lines that only deepened when her disapproving gaze fell on Lemieux. Once introductions were done, the exam began. Lemieux took his seat under Mountbatten's eagle-eyed glare and flipped through the test paper. To his surprise, the questions weren't particularly hard, basic human-level concepts. Great Sage practically laughed in his head, feeding him answers faster than he could write. His pen danced across the page, flawless strokes forming neat rows of answers. From start to finish, he never even paused to think. Seated nearby, Amick began to worry. Was this confidence, or cluelessness? No one finished tests this fast without skipping half the questions. Mountbatten, meanwhile, wore a cold smirk. She knew how brutal the hidden questions were. The kid had probably hit a wall already but was too proud to stop and think. Typical. An hour flew by. The exam was designed to take 3 hours, but Lemieux set his pen down with 1 second to spare, precisely at 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Stretching lazily, his long, blue hair shimmered under the sunlight filtering through the windows, giving him an almost ethereal glow. Amick accepted the papers first, sliding on his reading glasses as Mountbatten hovered behind him. But as the two began scanning the answers, their expressions froze. It wasn't just perfect. It was art. Every equation and formula was written in impeccable script, like calligraphy. Even multiple-choice questions had additional notes in the margins, references to cutting-edge research, advanced technologies, and future developments. Instead of simply answering the questions, Lemieux had practically expanded each topic into a mini-dissertation. By the time they finished reviewing the first few pages, Amick's jaw had dropped and Mountbatten's smirk had vanished. This can't be right. Mountbatten's hand trembled as she flipped through the pages again, desperate to find a mistake. Nothing. A perfect score. Only because perfect was the highest score allowed. Even Amick, had he taken the test himself, wouldn't have matched Lemieux's speed. This wasn't just genius. It was inhuman. Mountbatten, for once, had nothing to say. Even she had to admit Tony Stark's recommendation wasn't wrong. Annoying, arrogant, and insufferable as Stark could be, he'd nailed it this time. The blue-haired prodigy sitting in front of her was the real deal. Lemieux leaned back in his chair, idly twirling a ballpoint pen between his fingers. With nothing better to do, he used the pen as a makeshift hairpin, tying his long blue hair into a loose bun. Across the room, Pepper Potts shifted anxiously in her seat. She trusted Stark's assessment of Lemieux's abilities. He had insisted Lemieux's knowledge was PhD level, but watching an exam unfold was an entirely different matter. Professor Amick approached with his trademark gentle smile. Congratulations, he said, tone warm and encouraging. You've been conditionally admitted and are now officially a part of Caltech Los Angeles. I'll forward your application for processing. Originally, Amick had planned 3 additional tests and a 30-minute interview to evaluate Lemieux's knowledge. But after grading that perfect exam, all those plans went straight out the window. Amick suddenly straightened, his tone shifting to something more formal. I remember you mentioned wanting to complete your PhD within 2 years. He paused and looked Lemieux straight in the eye. He paused and looked Lemieux straight in the eye. In that case, would you be interested in becoming my student? Miss Echevarria. Wait, what? Miss. Lemieux froze for a second, pen still mid-spin. Amick, completely unaware of the slip, continued introducing himself like nothing happened. My research covers mathematics, biochemistry, materials science, astronomy, ship design, quantum mechanics, nuclear engineering, about 20 fields in total. I hold 12 PhDs not counting honorary degrees. Lemieux blinked, genuinely impressed. 12 PhDs? From 20 to 46 years old, Amick had dedicated his life to research and academia. That's 1 doctorate every 2 years. The kindly old man in front of him was a monster in disguise. Still, the reading glasses made sense now. Lemieux glanced away, letting out a silent sigh. Another one fooled by my ridiculously good looks. Fine. Just one more thing I'll have to get used to. I'd be honored to be your student, Lemieux said at last. But, please don't misgender me again. Amick blinked. 3 seconds of stunned silence passed before he recovered. Of course. He coughed lightly, clearing his throat. Kids these days. Lemieux tilted his head, cheeks flushing faintly as he added. One more thing, my schedule might be a little tight, so I won't always be on campus. But I'll make sure to finish all my courses and assignments on time. Amick chuckled, waving a dismissive hand. No worries. We're flexible here. True geniuses always get special privileges. As the sun began to set, the group prepared to leave. After all, the drive home would take more than an hour. From the steps of the university building, Amick watched their car disappear into the horizon. With a long sigh, he reached up and carefully removed his wig, revealing a shiny bald head underneath. After smoothing it out and replacing the wig, he turned to his former student Lauren Mountbatten. Lauren. His voice carried the weight of experience. I've told you time and time again your attitude is too extreme. It's not good for you and it's not good for the people around you. You're too old to keep acting like this. Mountbatten looked down, visibly uncomfortable. Like a child being scolded. I understand. Professor. Amick's eyes narrowed. Oh, no you don't. I've heard you say that too many times already. I understand. He huffed, his white mustache twitching. Understanding isn't enough. Change it. Mountbatten nodded meekly. Yes, Professor. This time, she meant it. Meanwhile, in one of the computer labs at Caltech, Bennett, a junior student, was hunched over his desk. Since he planned to stay for grad school, he had already secured a professor as his advisor and spent most of his time buried in research. Bennett was a junior at Caltech Los Angeles and an aspiring graduate student. Since he planned to stay for his master's, he'd already secured a professor advisor and practically moved into the lab to get a head start on research. His lab, coincidentally, was responsible for managing the entire campus network. Thanks to an upgrade in surveillance systems, the lab also handled maintenance for the campus security feeds, which included access to high-definition cameras. For Bennett, checking security footage wasn't just part of his job, it was also a hobby. Whenever he took breaks, he'd casually browse through feeds from different locations, often stumbling upon interesting tidbits of campus life. Today was no exception. As he flicked through the channels, his eyes landed on a classroom feed and froze. There, on the screen, was a goddess. Long, silken blue hair, delicate features, ethereal beauty. She stretched lazily in her chair, her slender figure resembling the graceful curves of a willow branch. The golden light of the setting sun lit up her hair like liquid crystal, casting her in an almost otherworldly glow. But that wasn't the shocking part. What really caught Bennett's attention was the presence of Vice President Amick and Professor Mountbatten. 2 big shots. Proctoring a private exam for this stunning freshman? What's the story here? Driven by curiosity, Bennett zoomed in on the exam paper using advanced software tools. What he saw broke him. The writing was immaculate, as elegant as a work of art. But the content? He barely understood 10% of the questions and 0% of the answers. Even more unbelievable, Amick gave her a perfect score. Perfect? Bennett stared at the screen, mind blown. Was this girl a supercomputer in disguise? She even looked younger than him. He wasted no time. Screenshots. Upload. Post. Within minutes, the story complete with pictures of the exam paper hit the campus forums. Genius freshman scores perfect on impossible exam, who is she? The post exploded. Pinned to the homepage within 30 minutes, it kicked the previous top threads to second place. Students flooded the comments, debating. Did you see the extra notes in the margins? Even the multiple choice questions had bonus references. She's not answering questions. She's teaching the exam. This isn't a test, it's showing off. And honestly, I respect it. Bennett's mistake? He posted the exam paper without permission. Announcement. A disciplinary notice has been issued. A junior student misused his network privileges to access surveillance footage, violating privacy policies. He is now under probation and has been warned. Let this serve as a reminder to others. Meanwhile, Obadiah Stane was losing patience. Weeks had passed. Stark remained holed up in his Malibu mansion, obsessing over the Mark II design, ignoring company matters, media attention, and the stock price decline. Stane needed the miniature arc reactor technology, but Stark wasn't giving him any openings. No openings? Create one. In his empty office, Stane leaned back in his chair, a cigar smoldering between his fingers. Thin tendrils of smoke curled upward, coiling around his sharp features. Cold eyes stared at nothing as he plotted. Suddenly, he crushed the cigar into the ashtray, his expression hardening. Picking up the phone, he dialed a number. Call a board meeting under your name. His voice was calm, measured but carried a dangerous edge. Propose a motion to issue a mandate. Revoke Tony Stark's management rights. As he spoke, the afternoon sun poured through the office window, filtering through the leaves outside. The light cast long shadows that stretched across the room, distorting into clawed shapes behind him. The shifting silhouettes mirrored the dark thoughts swirling in his mind. Over the past few months, Lemieux and Tony Stark had completely parted ways in their iron suit designs. The split? Philosophy and aesthetics. Stark insisted on his signature style, the sleek and elegant Iron Man design, built primarily for long-range combat. Lemieux? He wanted big swords and flashing lightning. Explosions? Yes. Missiles? Absolutely. Cannons? Bring them on. His suit was designed for melee combat, requiring mobility and burst power, a design path that deviated wildly from Stark's streamlined vision. One afternoon, the disagreement finally boiled over. They called it quits, separate blueprints, separate projects. Stark stuck with the name Mark II. Lemieux? Ghost Eye? Not stopping there, Lemieux created an encrypted folder under the Ghost Eye project, labeled Battle Angel. He moved his work setup to the living room, claiming the wall-mounted glass screen as his personal workstation. Despite their differences, the two occasionally shared ideas. Tech was tech, after all. And now, both suits were almost complete. Today at 6 p.m., they had planned a joint flight test. But for now, it was still early. Living room. Lemieux was busy organizing the final design notes for Ghost Eye, preparing them for archiving, when the doorbell rang. The unexpected guest? Obadiah Stane. Reacting instantly, Lemieux switched the screen to a news channel and sent the project files to the background. Obadiah Stane entered like a man owning the room, perfectly tailored suit, polished shoes, and an aura of authority. The only signs of age? A slightly fuller frame and the way his bald head gleamed under the lights. In one hand, he carried a large pizza box. In the other, a box of cake. Gifts, he declared, handing them off to Pepper Potts, who had come to greet him. Pepper accepted the food, but her polite smile was tinged with wariness. Obadiah hung up his jacket, rolling up his sleeves to reveal the faint outlines of old scars, remnants of a life spent playing hard. He waved and greeted Lemieux with warm enthusiasm. "Ah, first time meeting you? I brought a little something cake, hope you like it." The man's voice was deep and hearty, his smile friendly, his demeanor that of a kindly uncle. He took a seat on the sofa, his laugh echoing through the room. "Ha ha, Lemieux, Tony's told me all about you. But, well, you know Tony. He's always stirring up trouble. I've been swamped dealing with his messes, so I haven't had time to visit until now." Obadiah extended a hand and flashed another charming smile. "Call me Obi. Everyone does. Tony calls me that too. I was best friends with his father, Howard. We built Stark Industries together." Lemieux studied him briefly before offering a polite nod. "Nice to meet you, Obi." Obadiah didn't seem bothered by the lukewarm reception. If anything, he doubled down on his charming act. "You know." He leaned forward, voice dropping slightly as if sharing a secret. "You look just like your mother. I met her once, 10 years ago? She had the same long, blue hair. Absolutely stunning." He smiled nostalgically. "Howard told me her family took her back home after that. I always wondered how she was doing, especially after what happened to Howard and Maria." His voice trailed off, the perfect mix of sorrow and reminiscence. But inside, Lemieux's brain was short-circuiting. Mother? What mother? I'm a freaking slime. What had Tony Stark been telling this man? On the surface, Lemieux remained calm. He gave a vague nod and replied, "She's doing fine. Keep it vague. Keep it simple. Don't overthink it." Obadiah's smile deepened. "Good, good." But behind that friendly facade, his sharp eyes flickered, studying, measuring. And Lemieux could feel it. This man wasn't here just to chat. The cake box opened to reveal a 4-tiered masterpiece nearly 50 centimeters tall and covered with sliced strawberries and chocolate chunks. Thick layers of whipped cream, piped into flower-like patterns, added the finishing touch. Pepper cut 2 slices and handed them to Lemieux and Obadiah Stane. Lemieux took his with a polite thank you. Obadiah waved it off, declining the offer with a warm smile. The first bite of cake sent Lemieux's taste buds into overdrive. The rich creaminess combined with the sweet tart flavor of strawberries had him hooked instantly. One bite, then another, and another. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. For a brief moment, Lemieux almost reconsidered his suspicion toward Obadiah. Maybe this big bald guy isn't so bad after all. Pepper, however, didn't touch the cake. Lemieux paused mid-bite, licking a trace of cream from his lips. "You're not eating." Pepper smiled, shaking her head. "I'm slightly allergic to strawberries. You go ahead and enjoy it." She stood up, brushing invisible crumbs off her skirt. "I'll head downstairs and bring Tony up." And then there were 2 Obadiah leaned back into the sofa, his eyes glinting faintly as he watched Limu work through his second slice. No child could resist sugar and cream. While the boy ate, Obadiah's tone softened, slipping back into nostalgic anecdotes. Howard always dreamed of having a daughter, you know. The older man chuckled lightly. He never stopped bragging after she was born so proud. Obadiah's voice dipped slightly, as if revealing a hidden sorrow. But then he'd sigh whenever he talked about Sophie, said she was always a bit cold and distant. It bothered him, you know, made him question if he'd done something wrong. A faint shadow crossed Obadiah's face as he gazed down at his hands. But Howard's gone now. So is Maria. I guess all we're left with are memories. Limu stabbed his fork into the cake, his smile unwavering. Sure. I totally believe you. He didn't trust a single word. Feigning curiosity, Limu tilted his head. And then? What else do you know about Sophie? Obadiah's expression shifted into mild regret as he cut another slice for Limu. Not much, I'm afraid. I only met her once, and we didn't even talk. She always kept her distance, never opened up to anyone. Downstairs, Tony Stark finally emerged from his workshop, wiping grease off his hands as he made his way upstairs. The first thing he heard? Obadiah's storytelling. Some stones would be good to release an extra chapter. What do you think? Downstairs, Tony Stark finally emerged from his workshop, wiping grease off his hands as he made his way upstairs. The first thing he heard? Obadiah's storytelling. Something about Howard Stark and business rivalries. When Stark reached the living room, he saw the two sitting side by side, an old man reminiscing and a blue-haired teen listening intently. For a moment, it almost looked heartwarming, like a grandfather bonding with his granddaughter. All right, enough with the history lessons, Obi. This is the 21st century. Stark clapped his hands, cutting into the conversation and drawing all eyes toward him. His sharp gaze landed almost immediately on the cake. You brought Limu a cake? Where's mine? Obadiah took Stark's teasing in stride. With a grin, he gestured to a pizza box on the table. Relax, Tony. I got you pizza. Straight from New York. Stark raised an eyebrow but accepted the peace offering, already halfway through opening the box. Meanwhile, Obadiah's expression never faltered, still as warm and affable as ever. Obadiah Stana had just returned from New York, fresh off a board meeting at Stark Industries. Judging by the dust on his shoes and the faint creases in his otherwise impeccable suit, the trip had been long and urgent. Meanwhile, Stark tore open the pizza box, grabbed a slice, and took a sizable bite. He didn't bother with pleasantries. All right. How bad is it? Obadiah set his jaw. It might have gone better if you'd actually shown up. Stark didn't even look up, continuing to chew as he defended himself. You're the one who told me to keep a low profile. Well, guess what? I followed your advice. Stayed locked up here. Didn't step outside. Let you handle it. Obadiah moved closer, lowering himself onto the sofa beside Stark. He sighed, his tone taking on a fatherly weight. Tony, come on. This is the boardroom we're talking about. Boardroom. Stark paused mid-bite, narrowing his eyes. Obadiah nodded grimly. They think you've got PTSD, that you're unstable. They're proposing a mandate to remove you from company operations. Stark froze. What? He swallowed hard, whether from shock or because the pizza crust had lodged in his throat was anyone's guess. All because the stock dropped 40%? We knew that was coming. Pepper, arms crossed and expression unreadable, corrected him. It's 49%. Ignoring them both, Limu reached for a slice of pizza from Stark's box only to have his hand smacked away. Stark shot him a glare. Mine. Limu pulled his hand back, muttering under his breath. Stingy. But inwardly, he was already plotting. Great sage, start buying Stark Industries stock. He smirked inwardly. This is the bottom. Once Stark goes full Iron Man, stocks will skyrocket. Easy money. Meanwhile, Obadiah's patience wore thin. He leaned in, voice dropping into something closer to pleading. Tony, the board has authority. And they don't think your new direction has the company's best interests at heart. That set Stark off. His eyes flared. New direction? This is a revolution. I'll prove it works. I can fix this. Stark hated being told what to do, especially by people who had zero vision. And Stark Industries was his company. Why should he take orders from a bunch of outdated fossils? Pepper let out a soft sigh, her smile carrying equal parts exasperation and understanding. Tony Stark, forever stubborn. All right. Stark stood, tucking the pizza box under one arm like a football. I've got work to do. I'll be downstairs if you need me. Obadiah blocked his path, frustration finally breaking through his carefully maintained calm. Tony, listen. I'm trying to fix this. But I need something to convince them. You need to show them what you're working on. His finger jabbed toward Stark's arc reactor, glowing faintly in his chest. No. Stark's refusal was instant. Absolutely not. That's my project. Conversation's over. Obadiah's jaw clenched. But rather than push harder, he shifted gears, childish mockery. Fine. Then give me my pizza back. He grabbed the box out of Stark's hands with an exaggerated pout before popping it open. All right. I'll leave you one slice. Stark smirked and snatched two. Obadiah trailed after him, still fishing for answers. Come on, Tony. Mind if I take a look at what you're working on down there? Stark didn't even slow down. Good night, Obi. And with that, he disappeared downstairs, leaving Obadiah standing there with empty hands and a rapidly fading smile. But as Obadiah turned away, his eyes darkened, shadows creeping over his face as the last of the sunlight faded. Stark's parting words to Obadiah Stanna were loud and clear. Dream on. Obadiah, suppressing his irritation, turned back toward Pepper and Lemio with a practiced smile. His hands lifted in a helpless gesture, accompanied by a sigh that felt more like a stage performance than genuine exasperation. Pepper's mood mirrored the gloomy skies outside. Despite her forced smile, the 49% stock drop weighed heavily on her mind. Stark Industries was in trouble, and she knew it. Lemio, meanwhile, was far less concerned. Like a squirrel hoarding nuts, he shielded his cake protectively, cheeks still stuffed as he chewed with single-minded focus. Obadiah resisted the urge to roll his eyes. Instead, he softened his voice, adopting an almost paternal tone. Relax. Your cake is safe. I'm not here to steal it. Standing up, he smoothed the creases in his shirt and straightened his tie. I've got work to do, can't stay long. He paused, offering the pizza box as if it were a peace treaty. Here. This one's yours. Enjoy. And then he left. Lemio watched him go, his eyes narrowing slightly. Every word, every gesture, every expression, he replayed them in his head like analyzing the performance of an actor. If I didn't already know the future, if I didn't know Obadiah was the villain, he might have actually bought the act. Obadiah had no cracks in his armor. His charm was measured, his gestures natural, and his tone warm, the very image of a trusted mentor. Even with godlike foresight, Lemio couldn't spot a flaw. Acting. It wasn't just a skill, it was an art. Lemio sighed inwardly. I still have a long way to go. The road is long, and I must keep learning. But there was one question that nagged at him. Why betray Stark? Why could someone like Obadiah, a man who had built Stark Industries side by side with Howard Stark, turn around and stab his partner's son in the back? I still have a long way to go. The road is long, and I must keep learning. But there was one question that nagged at him. Why betray Stark? Why could someone like Obadiah, a man who had built Stark Industries side by side with Howard Stark, turn around and stab his partner's son in the back? The thought pulled Lemio back to something he'd once learned as a child. Ambition is a double-edged sword. He could almost hear the words echo in his memory. Never forget, ambition cuts both ways. In times of growth, the ambitious become partners and allies. They thrive under pressure and external threats. They are the blades that cut down enemies. But in times of peace, when no enemies remain, ambition turns inward. Without prey, wolves turn on their own pack. To a wolf, meat is meat whether it comes from an enemy or a friend. Beware those who cannot live without conflict. When the outside world is at peace, their swords will turn on you. Lemio shook off the dark thoughts. No outside enemies. Internal betrayal. A recipe for disaster. He'd have to keep watching and waiting. Meanwhile, across town. At Caltech Los Angeles, Vice President Amick let out yet another sigh. He looked down at the gradebook on his desk and ruffled his fake white wig, which was beginning to show stress lines. Lemio, his prized student, his super genius protege, hadn't shown up to class in nearly 6 months. Oh, sure. Lemio had completed every assignment with flawless precision. He'd turned in projects that left professors scratching their heads, wondering if they'd accidentally hired another professor. But attendance? 0. And now, half the faculty recognized his name not because they'd seen him in class, but because they'd marked him absent so many times. Amick leaned back and pinched the bridge of his nose. A genius who wouldn't even set foot on campus. He muttered under his breath. Why did I expect anything normal from a student like him? At Caltech Los Angeles, Vice President Amick sat at his desk, flipping through a printed attendance sheet while letting out a long, tired sigh. Lemio Echevarria had become the talk of the faculty. It wasn't just because he had missed every single class for nearly 6 months, it was the audacity. No attendance. No participation. And yet, his assignments? Perfect. With a student-to-teacher ratio of 1:3, most classes at Caltech were intimate affairs, a handful of students, sometimes fewer than 10. Under those circumstances, absences stuck out like a sore thumb. And Lemio? He was a spotlight. A few professors had even taken it personally. They'd threatened to fail him outright, determined to punish the prodigy for his blatant disregard for their courses. But what could they do? The university rules were simple, he just had to pass. And pass he did flawlessly. Amick's nostalgia for his own student days was fading fast. He looked down at Lemio's latest reports, summaries of complex research papers. The topics? Antiparticle collisions. Coulomb barriers. Subjects so advanced that even tenured professors would sweat bullets analyzing them. And yet, Lemio's reports were not just accurate, they were insightful. They included alternative interpretations, hypothetical extensions, and forward-thinking proposals. Some professors had even borrowed pieces of his work for their own research. Still, Amick couldn't ignore the problem. 6 months. Not a single day of attendance. He'd called, emailed, and even video chatted with Lemio. Every time, the kid gave the same excuse: too busy. But busy with what? Lemio never said. Amick groaned, rubbing his temples. Why are geniuses always this difficult? Mountbatten was already a handful harsh, temperamental, and obsessive. And now Lemio. Meanwhile, in Stark's mansion, Lemio stared at the finalized frame of Ghost Eye. The sight stirred something primal, a sense of creation, mastery, and power. From a concept to blueprints, then from blueprints to physical reality. It had taken 6 long months of sweat, revisions, and rewrites, 5 prototypes scrapped along the way. Finally, it was 99.9% complete. The only thing left? Testing. Lemu's excitement was through the roof. He was so close to launching his dream, to soaring alongside the moon. And then, his eyes fell on a glass case sitting on the table. Inside, a shiny arc reactor. Engraved on the casing were the words, "Proof that Tony Stark has a heart." Lemu froze. Then his expression darkened. Excitement? Gone. All that remained was the bitter taste of lemons. He tapped on the glass case, voice flat. "Your girlfriend's gift." Stark, oblivious to the jealous undertone, grinned like a kid showing off a trophy. "Yup. You're too young to get it, kid. Don't waste your time worrying about grown-up stuff." Lemu sighed. Sour. So sour. He looked up and whispered to the great sage. "When are you upgrading? Hurry up. I need you to transform already." System message, "No such function available." Crying emoji not included. Stark ignored the drama. He grabbed a set of flight modules from the table, 4 plasma thrusters designed for the hands and feet. Enough stalling. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let's get this test started. Both Ghost Eye and Mark II were nearing completion. Only one piece remained, the flight modules. No armor was complete without the ability to fly, and it was the final puzzle piece before testing could truly begin. For safety's sake, they decided to conduct a standalone test first. Because if the thrusters spontaneously combusted mid-flight, let's just say, it wouldn't end well. Especially without parachutes. The garage-turned-workshop buzzed with activity. One section had been converted into a manufacturing line, stacked with high-tech tools and precision equipment brought in from Stark Industries. The rest of the garage? Luxury cars. Jam-packed like sardines, they barely left enough room to breathe, let alone fly. Stark had considered parking a few outside, but in the end, he couldn't bear to let them collect dust in the open air. And now, they had to clear more space for the flight tests. Cramped didn't even begin to describe it. Stark volunteered to be the first test pilot. 2 mechanical arms assisted the setup. One, Big Meow, handled recording. The other, Little Meow, just watched. No one knew where Little Meow came from, it just showed up one day. Lemu decided to roll with it. Standing to the side, fire extinguisher in hand, Lemu was fully prepared to douse Stark if he burst into flames. Stark, suited up in test modules, turned serious as he issued commands. "Jarvis, start at 1% thrust. Countdown 3, 2, 1, ignite." The last time Stark had tested solo, he started at 10% thrust and wound up crashing into a wall. Lemu had to drag him out of the rubble. And yes, that video was safely stored in Lemu's wrist device. Blackmail material? Absolutely. Lemu's wrist device, by the way, wasn't your typical gadget. He'd designed it himself, 3D projections, touchscreen interfaces, and more features than your average smartphone. Because seriously, what kind of armored suit engineer still used fruit-branded phones? Back to the test. Engines roared to life. White-hot plasma flames burst from Stark's hands and feet, lifting him a few feet off the ground. He hovered shakily for about 10 seconds before cutting power. So far, no explosions. Next 3% thrust. 3, 2, 1, ignite. This time, more power. Stark shot upward but lost control, doing a full spin before managing to stabilize. Unfortunately, his foot thrusters schemed over the luxury cars, leaving behind 2 perfect arcs of scorch marks. The sound of burning paint filled the room. Stark's voice echoed mid-flight, a mix of delight and dread. Ha, ha, ha ha ha, ha. Lemu shuddered. What was that laugh? Seriously. Creepy. After several loops, Stark finally landed, clearly buzzing from the adrenaline. But before he could gloat, Lemu pounced, ripping off the modules. My turn. He'd been waiting forever for this. Watching Stark fly had made his fingers itch. A slime's dream was to soar through the sky, after all. But Stark? Oh, sure. Go ahead. He stepped back, then paused. Just one problem, it won't fit. Lemu froze mid-unfastening. What? Stark gestured to the modules. They're built for my size. The gloves and boots are basically custom fit. You'd need a kid's size. Lemu's expression died. The modules hung half removed, and his excitement deflated like a balloon. Sure, as a slime, he could technically reshape himself. But stretching out his arms and legs just to fit the suit? Nope. Not happening. With a heavy sigh, Lemu abandoned the modules, mumbling. Forget it. Let's move on to the next test. Stark grinned, patting Lemu on the back. Don't worry. Your ghost eye will have its turn. But first, let's make sure I don't explode. With final tests complete, the Mark II and Ghost Eye were ready for real flight. Lemu stood beside Stark, a rare glint of excitement in his usually calm demeanor. Jarvis, bring out the Ghost Eye and Mark II. Right away, Mr. Echevarria. At Jarvis's command, 2 towering metal containers in the garage's corner hissed open. A pair of metallic giants emerged, gleaming under the fluorescent lights. Mark II was sleek and modern, its unpainted silver chassis exuding a minimalist, industrial aesthetic. The rigid, angular faceplate marked it unmistakably as the Iron Man prototype, with a bright white arc reactor glowing at its core. In contrast, Ghost Eye looked almost elegant. Painted in blue and white, its design leaned more toward agility and style. Its faceplate bore softer edges, while the slimmer frame emphasized mobility over brute force. And on its back, a massive 2-handed sword magnetically locked in place, a feature that screamed style over practicality. Flight modules installed, both armors bristled with weaponry. Like the Mark II, Ghost Eye came equipped with palm-mounted plasma cannons, micro-missile compartments loaded with specialized ammo including guided missiles, thermal charges, and smoke grenades, forearm missile launchers, capable of firing anything from armor-piercing rounds to mini-nukes. Ghost Eye, however, sacrificed the chest cannon for extra propulsion systems, 6 back-mounted thrusters designed for rapid maneuvers during close-quarters combat. The right arm of both suits had originally been meant to house a laser cutter. Unfortunately, the technology was still unstable and had been shelved for now. Instead, Limu focused on defensive utilities, radiation shielding, vacuum survival systems, and vital monitoring sensors. Technically speaking, both designs were powered exosuites rather than true mechs. They combined mechanical assistance with biological control, enhancing the pilot's movements rather than relying solely on motors. But why, despite Limu being shorter, was Ghost Eye as tall as Mark II? The answer? Mechanical height boosters. Genius. 20 minutes later, both suits were locked and loaded. Stark stepped into the Mark II, which opened up and wrapped around him like a second skin. Limu, meanwhile, had to step onto a platform to fit into his enhanced height armor. 2 streams of fire erupted from the garage, propelling them into the sky. Stark shot out first, whooping like a kid with a new toy. Limu followed close behind, suppressing the wild grin threatening to break across his face. The sensation was indescribable. Walls of the launch tunnel blurred past in an instant, and the sudden rush of wind made Limu feel alive. No airplane could replicate this. It felt like riding a motorcycle at 400 kilometers per hour, except faster and with absolute freedom. Since ancient times, humanity has been obsessed with the dream of flight. Airplanes, rockets, and wingsuits were all born from this desire. Yet, no device has ever truly allowed humans to soar through the skies like birds, free to glide, twist, and dive at will, reaching every corner of the heavens simply by thought. But now, that dream was a reality. Rising above the villa, Limu hovered effortlessly in the night sky, gazing into the distance. The vast ocean below stretched endlessly, shrouded in shadows and mist. The faint crashing of waves resembled the stirring of unseen, monstrous creatures lurking beneath the surface, an oppressive and primal force. Yet just beyond this place lay Malibu, glittering in the night. Viewed from above, its twinkling lights formed a tapestry, pulsating like the veins of a living organism. Headlights flowed through the streets, illuminating paths like rivers of light. Limu and Stark soared along the coastline, flying through the sky. To the right lay a bottomless chasm, where nameless beasts seemed to prowl, claws outstretched in predatory hunger. To the left stood a living Eden, scattered lights forming constellations of warmth and hope, a defiant glow against the shadows. Suspended between these realms, Limu felt an unshakable pull, an unspoken call to action. If he had the power to make even the smallest difference for humanity, perhaps he should. He might have stopped considering himself human months ago, but he still lived among them. His only connections were to this world and its people. Protecting the environment he shared with them wasn't just rational, it felt instinctive, like a slime safeguarding its own territory. Back home, he'd been taught when poor, focus on self-preservation, when wealthy, consider the greater good. Those words lingered in his mind. Looking back, his arrival in this world had been chaotic. Survival had come first, and he'd even contemplated robbing Stark of his arc reactor, killing him if necessary. At the time, Limu had nothing. Gambling everything for a single heist and living the rest of his life in luxury seemed like a reasonable plan. But circumstances changed. Earth wasn't exactly a peaceful place, and the wider universe was even worse. Killing Stark might have bought temporary safety, but sooner or later, another threat would have emerged and Limu wouldn't have lasted long. Stark's corpse would probably have dried up and crumbled by now, but Limu would have followed soon after. Times had changed. Situations shaped thoughts, and new experiences redefined priorities. Arriving in the US had shifted everything. With the Great Sage's help, Limu had secured overwhelming wealth in an instant. That moment stripped away all desire to climb the ladder or struggle for survival. Instead, he'd thrown himself into hobbies building mecha prototypes like Ghost 1. If not for the fact that this world was Marvel, where apocalyptic events seemed to pop up every other year, he might have abandoned all responsibility and simply wandered the globe. Then there was Stark. Suspicious of Limu's origins, he'd insisted Limu stay at his estate, though his hospitality was underlined by wariness. Limu didn't blame him. In Stark's position, he'd have done the same, perhaps even acted more ruthlessly. To be honest, Stark wasn't a bad guy at all. Not only had he kept Limu's identity a secret, but he'd also gone out of his way to arrange identification and legal documents for him. On top of that, Stark had never treated him poorly. Good food, comfortable accommodations, and everything else taken care of without complaint. What made it even better was that the two of them shared a common interest, tinkering with mechas and advanced tech. Still, living in someone else's house wasn't a long-term plan. Eventually, Limu would need to build his own villa and move out. Then there was Pepper, the sharp and capable assistant Stark called Little Pepper. She'd been dropping hints about wanting to adopt him. Limu could feel her sincerity. She was thoughtful and attentive in daily life, and he'd taken note of her kindness. But adoption? That was a hard pass. A man born under heaven and earth shouldn't be bound by such labels. Honestly, it was more about practicality. With wealth and superpowers in hand, he no longer needed to rely on anyone. If he were still broke and powerless, though, he might have said yes without hesitation. After all, when it comes to survival, dignity is a luxury. As the saying goes, a true man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. and Lemieux understood that balance perfectly. His mentor at Caltech, Professor Emick, was another good person he'd come across. The professor had recommended excellent research papers and closely followed Lemieux's academic progress. He was more than just a teacher, almost a friend, and had offered plenty of valuable insights. If only he'd stopped nagging about class attendance. Geniuses aren't exactly known for sticking to schedules. Lemieux was confident he'd ace the exams anyway. Well, unless perfect scores didn't guarantee passing. Was there something about participation grades? Whatever. A college experience without at least one failed course wouldn't be complete. Then there was Obadiah. On the surface, the guy seemed approachable, almost friendly. They'd only met once, but his presence left a strong impression. Still, an enemy was an enemy. Wait. Since when did Lemieux start categorizing himself as part of Stark's camp? Regardless, Obadiah was a ruthless schemer, a man who left no line uncrossed to achieve his goals. When the time came, Lemieux figured prison or the grave would suit him better than freedom. But there was something else that had been bothering him lately. Stark had shown him a photo, one that featured a girl who looked almost identical to him. Lemieux couldn't shake the feeling that she was connected to him somehow. A clone? A blood relative? A split personality? Or maybe a counterpart from a parallel universe. Perhaps, someday in the future, he might meet her again. Hey, how about a race to see who can fly higher? Come on. Tony Stark's voice suddenly came through the comms, interrupting Lemieux's thoughts. There was a childlike excitement and smugness in his tone sometimes. This guy's personality really was quite straightforward. Lemieux's Ghost 1 abruptly tilted upward, shooting into the sky and leaving behind two blazing trails of fire. 3, 2, 1 go. By the time Lemieux counted down to 1, Stark finally reacted. His Mark II began climbing fast, trying to catch up. Hey, did you see that? J.A.R.V.I.S. Stark's indignant shout echoed through the comms. That guy jumped at the start? Let's catch up and leave him in the dust. As you wish, sir, JARVIS replied calmly. The two suits quickly broke the sound barrier, creating twin sonic booms before stabilizing just above Mach 2. Lemieux's Ghost 1, however, was designed with a plasma booster mounted on its back, something the Mark II lacked entirely. The moment Lemieux engaged the booster, the gap between them began to widen. He wasn't sure how long they had been flying, but when Lemieux glanced back, Stark was nowhere in sight. The Ghost 1's display focused and scanned the area a few times before locking onto Stark's Mark II, now plummeting in free fall. Something had gone wrong. Inside the suit, Stark's vision was completely black. Sensors were down, JARVIS wasn't responding, and panic started to creep in. The Mark II's exterior had been coated in a thick layer of ice, likely due to freezing temperatures, causing its electronic systems to shut down. Damn it! Was he about to crash and die? No, not yet. He still had time if only he could shatter the ice. Lemieux caught up and hovered beside the falling Mark II. Raising a hand, he knocked twice on Stark's frozen helmet. Need some help. The wind roared around them. With the comms down, Lemieux could barely make out Stark's muffled voice through the suit's frozen layers. I can't, at #% and asterisk. All right, I can't hear a word you're saying, but I think you need help. Lemieux shouted as he delivered a powerful kick to the Mark II. Inside the suit, Stark's mind reeled. What the hell? I don't care what you think, I care what I think. With a loud clang, the Mark II was sent flying over 10 meters. The sudden impact delivered a crushing G-force, leaving Stark feeling like he'd just been hit by a truck. He nearly coughed up blood. Fortunately, the vibrations from the collision rippled through the armor, shattering the thick layer of ice. As the temperature gradually rose, the holographic interface in Stark's helmet flickered before coming back online. Narrowly escaping death, Stark let out an exhilarated cheer. He accelerated again, soaring through the sky in a sweeping arc, laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. After burning off their adrenaline, the two eventually returned to Stark's mansion. When they landed on the rooftop, the Mark II's excessive weight caused it to crash straight through 2 floors. With a thunderous boom, it finally came to a halt in the underground garage, completely flattening a sleek sports car beneath it. Meanwhile, Lemieux's Ghost 1 descended gently through the gaping hole Stark had made, landing gracefully. A burst of laughter came from Lemieux as his voice rang out through the comms. That's it. Sprawled on the floor, Stark stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to make sense of what had just happened. He raised an armored hand and pointed accusingly at the Ghost 1. Why didn't your suit freeze? And it looks lighter than mine. Lemieux tilted his head slightly, as if the answer was obvious. I used gold titanium alloy as the primary material. Also, maybe consider adding an emergency parachute next time? Might save your life. Oh, sure. Of course. Great idea. Stark waved a hand dismissively before narrowing his eyes. But let's talk about the important part first. I don't stockpile gold titanium alloy in my workshop. So, where exactly did you get the money to buy it? About that. Lemieux's voice faltered. I can explain. Inside the workshop, the two sat facing each other across a small table in the underground lab. Stark had already removed the Mark II and was pressing an ice pack to his forehead. He looked worse for wear after his earlier tumble. Lemieux, meanwhile, sipped water absent-mindedly, his thoughts as cold and unsettled as the drink in his hands. He was already plotting how to talk his way out of this situation. Gold titanium alloy wasn't exactly cheap, and as a newcomer to Earth, where was he supposed to have found the money to buy it? I can't exactly tell him I funded this by hacking dirty money off the internet. No way he'll buy that. Although Limu firmly believed that skimming dirty money off criminals could technically be classified as combating illegal activities and might even count as private enforcement, using personal methods to punish wrongdoers and repurpose their funds for personal survival wasn't exactly legal. Then again, in America, laws could be bent if one had enough money. Stark rubbed his eyes, which were starting to bruise, then peered at Lemuel with his good eye. So, have you come up with a story yet? I'm really looking forward to hearing what you've got. No rush, take your time. JARVIS, order a batch of gold titanium alloy from Cisco, Stark said casually, still holding an ice pack to his forehead. We'll need it for the Mark III. As he spoke, he picked up a folder sitting on the table. What's this? J.A.R.V.I.S voice responded with its usual smooth and measured tone, calm no matter the situation. Mr. Stark, that's a report submitted by Ms. Potts regarding Stark Industries stock performance. Ms. Potts suspects that malicious capital may be quietly acquiring shares of Stark Industries. Stark flipped through the report, his brow furrowing. According to the data, ever since he had announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, an unknown source had been steadily buying up shares in small, repeated batches, buying without ever selling. Pepper estimated that at least 15% of the company's shares had already been consolidated under a single entity. In a healthy public company, the typical percentage of floating shares ranged from 25% to 40%. For Stark Industries, it was 36%. With 15% of shares already locked up, it was nearing half of the available floating stock. This sudden activity had even caused Stark Industries stock, which had been plummeting, to stabilize and rise slightly over the past few days. In the midst of widespread panic selling, no matter how carefully the unknown buyer operated, Pepper had still managed to catch traces of their activity. After all, she was a top-tier business school graduate and had spent years working closely with Stark. Stark's eyes remained glued to the report, but his gaze seemed unfocused. Let me guess. Who's trying to screw me this time? First, rule out Obadiah, too obvious. But the rest of the board members? Definitely suspicious. Or maybe it's external. That clown, Justin Hammer? Or possibly the government and military. They weren't too happy about me shutting down weapons production. Could they be making their move? Limu downed the last of his water, slamming the cup onto the table with a clang. Then, without hesitation, he reached out and tapped the file in Stark's hands. Fine. I'll come clean. He leaned back slightly, crossing his arms. That report you're holding? Yeah, that was me. After accumulating over $10 billion through online channels, the Great Sage had continued to rake in additional funds from various sources. These were steadily funneled into the acquisition of Stark Industries stocks. Currently, 17% of the company's shares had been consolidated, 2% more than Pepper's initial estimate. Sometimes, honesty could be the best strategy. After a quick assessment, Limu decided this wasn't something that had to be completely hidden. A partial confession while keeping certain details under wraps seemed like the safest approach. He had been living here for 6 months now, long enough to build at least a baseline of trust. Not to mention, he had just saved Stark's life earlier. When Stark heard that Limu was the one behind it all, his mind filled with question marks. He stared at the man across from him, sizing him up suspiciously. Wait, what? You? Stocks? You're buying up my company's shares. What the fucking fuck? Stark's bewildered expression made Limu shrug innocently. Come on, it's just the internet. Super easy. Making money online is child's play. Patents, short-term stock trading, cryptocurrencies, you name it. The cash flows in fast. Limu leaned back and added confidently, and I reinvested all of it into Stark Industries because I believe in you and your company. His words were half-truths, carefully omitting the less-than-legal methods he had employed while exaggerating the legitimacy of his earnings. Tilting his head slightly, Limu attempted to soften the mood with a playful tone. Look, I just got to Earth. I started out with nothing. Of course, I needed a little bit of wealth to settle down, right? Don't worry, it's all legitimate. Stark's head throbbed as if someone had taken a hammer to it. He had always known that Limu Echevarria wasn't exactly a law-abiding citizen, but he never expected him to pull something this big behind his back. Legitimate? My ass. Sure, Stark Industries is struggling right now, but 15% of its shares don't just fall into someone's lap that easily. Tell me, Stark said, glaring at him. What legitimate method lets you pull together $10 to $20 billion in just a few months? Look at my face, does it say idiot to you? A little. In the end, Limu managed to slip past Stark's suspicions barely. After selectively showing Stark some of his financial records, he successfully convinced him to let the matter slide. Over the past 6 months, the Great Sage had amassed his fortune through technology monetization, stock market operations, and other loosely legitimate channels, the kind of income that could stand up to scrutiny. To make his finances even more convincing, he padded the numbers with clever accounting tricks, inflating his assets to present a total worth of several $billion. After all, if someone could prove they had the skills to make $1 million, no one would question how they ended up with $2 million. Seeing the documents, Stark finally breathed a sigh of relief. The last thing he wanted was for the alien he'd spent the past 6 months with to go down a path of crime or worse, turn against humanity altogether. Through their time together, Stark felt he'd gained a decent grasp of Limu's character, at least enough to make an educated guess. Sure, the guy had a morally flexible streak, but he didn't show any signs of conquering Earth or wiping out humanity. If anything, Limu came across as a regular alien teenager, albeit one with insane abilities. And considering how easily he could cause chaos if he wanted to, his restraint was oddly reassuring. While Limu's attitude was just as unserious as Stark's, his worldview seemed surprisingly normal. He even had a weirdly positive fascination with human culture, making him more relatable than expected. For now, Stark decided, this alien was relatively harmless. But there was something else, something far more urgent that needed addressing. The Mark II's speed and acceleration were becoming a serious hazard. Its sheer power output created massive G-forces during high-speed maneuvers, putting extreme strain on the body. Flying at Mach 2 wasn't just dangerous, it was potentially lethal. Just earlier, Stark had crashed through 2 floors and nearly died after landing in the garage. If he ever slammed into something at supersonic speeds or worse, got hit by a guided missile, it wouldn't matter if the armor held up. The man inside would be reduced to pulp. It was like shaking tofu inside a sealed jar. No matter how tough the container, the contents wouldn't survive the impact. When Stark brought this up, Limu finally took the issue seriously. After all, slimes had near absolute immunity to blunt force trauma, so pressure damage had never been a concern for him. But considering Stark was just a fragile human, Limu began sketching out an idea. Opening a 3D projection, he quickly scribbled diagrams and formulas, explaining as he went. I've got an idea. Take a look at this. He pointed at the projection, highlighting a rough schematic. What if we designed the suit to generate an inertial force field inside the armor? Something that counteracts external forces by applying an equal and opposite force on the body. In simple terms, Limu continued, it would simulate zero-gravity conditions for the user. That way, no matter how much pressure the armor takes, the wearer wouldn't feel a thing. No deformation, no injuries. He pointed to another section of the diagram. The key is to redirect the stress and pressure onto the force field generator. As long as the armor stays intact and the system runs properly, the person inside will be completely protected. Limu leaned back confidently. Our tech should be able to pull this off. Volume forces such as gravity, inertia, and electromagnetic forces act uniformly across every particle within a given space. Unlike contact forces, they influence entire regions without direct interaction. For example, a person in free fall within a uniform gravitational field wouldn't be crushed by gravity. Since the forces acting on their body are evenly distributed, no deformation occurs. Now imagine a 10-ton steel plate pressing down on you with an acceleration of 1g. You'd immediately feel its crushing weight. Now imagine a 10-ton steel plate pressing down on you with an acceleration of 1g. You'd immediately feel its crushing weight. But if both you and the steel plate were in free fall together, the plate wouldn't exert any force on you, at least, not until you hit the ground. With matching speed and acceleration, there'd be no relative pressure, no collisions, and most importantly, no deformation. Using this principle, if a force field generator could dynamically adjust its magnitude and direction within milliseconds, it could neutralize impact forces, ensuring the wearer's safety. In this theoretical model, the armor would function like that falling steel plate, always in sync with the wearer, absorbing all external forces and leaving the person inside completely unharmed. After thoroughly discussing and analyzing the concept, the two reached a consensus: the force field protection system was technologically feasible. Better yet, it wouldn't require starting from scratch. Digging through his memories, Stark recalled that his father, Howard Stark, had once dabbled in similar research. Following that lead, the two descended deeper into the basement workshop via a narrow staircase. Sure enough, buried in a dusty corner, Stark unearthed an old anti-gravity device along with its original blueprints. The machine was roughly the size of a desktop computer, its boxy design betraying its age. Stark brushed off the dust and lifted it carefully. It was a genuine relic, crafted decades ago. Holding the device in his hands, Stark couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. He quickly shook off the sentimentality with a whistle, then motioned for Limu, who was busy poking around the shelves, to come over. This, Stark said, patting the device, is one of the old man's legacies. Officially, it's called a gravity field regulator. He smirked, though his tone carried a hint of sarcasm. It's been gathering dust down here for decades because it's practically useless. Stark pointed out the flaws without hesitation. It burns through power like nobody's business. And with the materials they had back then, it overheats and melts itself down in under 15 seconds. Back in 1943, Howard had showcased a prototype anti-gravity car at the World's Fair, an unfinished concept that never made it past the demonstration stage. The principle was simple enough: the generator produced a force field opposite to Earth's gravitational pull, neutralizing its effects and enabling the vehicle to hover. But the power drain and material limitations at the time had made it impractical for large-scale use. Now, with modern technology and materials, it was time to give this ancient relic a second chance. Limu tapped the device lightly, the metallic clang confirming its material. After glancing through the blueprints, he pointed out a key observation. Almost all the heat buildup comes from the internal circuitry, not the force field components. So, what we need is a bit of room temperature superconductors. He traced his finger across the schematics, marking adjustments. As for this component, based on its structure, miniaturization shouldn't be a problem. If we tweak this section and this one, we can boost its instantaneous output by a few 1000%. Boosting constant power output by thousands of times would have been a technical nightmare. But pushing instantaneous power to those levels? That was far more achievable. Stark immediately saw the potential. And my miniature arc reactor can easily supply the energy it needs. 3 days later, using Howard's legacy as the blueprint, the duo successfully redesigned and upgraded the device to meet their requirements. The new version was no bigger than a smartphone, a sleek, black rectangular block that looked almost ordinary sitting on the workbench. In theory, embedding 4 units inside the armor, 2 in the front and 2 in the back, would create a protective field capable of shielding the user from any external forces. Stark, however, insisted on giving it a ridiculous name, the Gravity Field Type Beta Uniform Human Kinetic Energy Control Device. The Alpha model had been its prototype. For short, Stark proposed calling it the HKEC, or, as Lemieux joked, the Highly Kitsch Energy Control System. With this enhanced force field patch, Lemieux wasted no time preparing 3 complete sets of materials for his ghost armor, safely stored in his dimensional inventory. He wasn't taking any chances. One set was the backup, the second was the backup's backup, and the third, the backup of the backup's backup. Thanks to his original Predator skill, which allowed analysis and mimicry, and the Great Sage's unparalleled processing power, Lemieux could bypass assembly lines entirely. With just raw materials, he could directly replicate the ghost armor on demand, perfectly identical to the originals. With the Iron Man suit designs and upgrades finally completed, Lemieux allowed himself a rare moment of leisure. The massive underground workshop was unusually quiet, leaving him alone with nothing but the hum of machines in the background. He sprawled comfortably in a chair, facing a table overflowing with snacks. Spicy pickled chicken feet, chili dried fish, 5-spice sunflower seeds, crispy rice crackers, flavored peanuts, and candied fruits, a buffet of guilty pleasures. Pure indulgence. Absolute decadence. Just as the snack lover extraordinaire was indulging in his rare feast, a banquet of junk food, complete with Coke and Sprite on tap, his phone rang. On the other end of the video call was Professor Emick, looking as affable as ever, or perhaps as nuclear-level intimidating as ever. The old man wore his trademark smile, but his cold, piercing gaze told a different story. Mr. Echevarria, do you still remember that you're a student at Caltech? Well. Lemieux scratched his head sheepishly, plastering on his best goofy grin as his hand instinctively moved to end the call. Professor Emick, I have something urgent going on. I'm at a critical stage in my research right now. Really sorry, can we talk later? Had the mountain of snacks in the corner of the video frame not betrayed him, it might have been a convincing excuse. Emick waved dismissively, clearly unamused by Lemieux's deflection. Enough with the excuses. I'm not here to scold you, I know exactly what kind of student you are. Lemieux breathed an internal sigh of relief. But, Emick continued, since you haven't been showing up to class, some of your courses have a 0 for participation grades. At this rate, you won't be able to graduate. But, Emick continued, since you haven't been showing up to class, some of your courses have a 0 for participation grades. At this rate, you won't be able to graduate. He paused, giving Lemieux a pointed look. And many of your exam schedules overlap. What's your plan? Split yourself in 2 to take them all. Lemieux opened his mouth but had no comeback. So, Emick pressed on, you'd better publish some papers or win some awards to make up for it. I can try to help you waive some courses if you give me substantial material to work with. In principle, an outstanding research paper can be used to exempt a related course. But at this point, you're probably out of time. I'll see if I can pull some strings for you. Just hand in something heavy-hitting enough to make others willingly bend the rules for you. That's the leverage I need to get this sorted. Got it, got it, got it. Lemieux nodded repeatedly, obedient mode activated. Emick wasn't finished. One more thing, get out of the lab once in a while. You said you wanted to come to school and experience campus life. Don't think I've forgotten that promise. But you've barely set foot on campus after orientation. Look, I know academics and research are important, but so is your physical and mental health. His voice softened slightly, carrying the weight of experience. Take it from someone who's had health problems in the past. Don't brush this off. A young person's health doesn't just affect you personally, it affects the future of humanity as well. Emick let out a heavy sigh before adding, also, there's an international astrophysics conference coming up, top-tier stuff. I've got 1 slot left. If you're interested, I'll save it for you. Despite his nagging tone, it was clear Emick's life mission revolved around ensuring both academia and humanity had a bright future. Professor Emick was getting old. More often than not, he felt his mental sharpness wasn't what it used to be, and his memory had started to fade. Years of overworking himself during his youth had left him with chronic health issues. Just last year, he'd been hospitalized and nearly didn't make it. That scare had left him reflective. The future, after all, would ultimately rest in the hands of the next generation. That was one of the reasons why Emick had always favored Lemieux, not just because he recognized genius when he saw it, but because he'd pinned his hopes on him as well. Lemieux could feel the sincerity in Emick's words. But with Stark's Mark II just completed and Iron Man's debut looming on the horizon, this was hardly the right time for him to step away. As for the technologies he was currently developing, whether it was the Iron Man armor, the gravity field kinetic stabilizer, or even the palladium reactor, none of them could be published. In fact, they had to be kept strictly confidential. Marvel's world was crawling with villains, and if any of these inventions fell into the wrong hands, both he and Stark could be in serious danger. The more people understood him, the easier it would be to exploit his weaknesses, no different from how nations kept their military strategies under wraps before a war. Still, if it came down to ordinary academic papers, Limu wasn't worried. He could churn out 240 papers a day without breaking a sweat. If experiments were required, it might slow him down slightly, but meeting the school's requirements would be trivial. Limu let out a subtle sigh of relief, though a tinge of guilt lingered in his chest. He met Emek's gaze, carefully choosing his words as he nodded. I understand, Professor. I won't let this affect my graduation, and I'll be sure to take care of my health too. He hesitated for a moment before adding with genuine concern. You should also take care of yourself and aim to stick around for many more years. Limu continued, his tone measured and deliberate. I'll put together several projects over the next few days and submit as many papers as needed to match my course load before the end of the semester. It won't be difficult for me, so I'll leave the exemption process in your capable hands. As for attending classes and the conference, I'm really sorry, but I can't step away right now. But once things settle down, I'll make sure to visit you in person at the university. After chatting with Emek a little longer, Limu finally ended the call and let out a deep breath. No matter how he looked at it, he still wasn't used to people being so good to him. It left him feeling uneasy, as though he might fail to repay them properly. For all his calculating tendencies, his shameless opportunism, and his twisted logic, there was one thing Limu valued deeply: relationships. If someone offered him genuine kindness, he'd instinctively want to return it in equal measure. Limu had always believed in repaying kindness with kindness and resentment with vengeance. And then, Pepper Potts showed up. Hands on her hips and wearing a strict expression, she launched into a lecture without preamble. Limu, I just got off the phone with Professor Emek. He thinks you need to get out more, and honestly, I agree with him. You've been buried in work for way too long. That's not healthy for either your mind or your body. Pepper wasn't done. You're still in your teens? You should be out at an amusement park, catching a movie, or just hanging out somewhere. You don't have a single friend outside this house, and that's just not okay. She leaned closer, her tone softening with genuine concern. And at your age, you should at least be curious about girls, but instead, you're obsessed with blueprints and machines. Honestly, I'm worried about you. American culture, huh? They even cared about stuff like this? Also teens? Dating? Isn't that too early? The slime was shocked. The slime fell silent. Pepper's goal was clear: she wanted to drag Limu out of his lab, force him to socialize, and maybe even help him meet a few girls. But Limu wasn't about to let her steer the conversation. He leaned back with a grin and fired back, smoothly flipping the topic. Let's not talk about me, he said, his eyes gleaming mischievously. I saw the gift you gave Tony. Let's not talk about me, he said, his eyes gleaming mischievously. I saw the gift you gave Tony. Pepper froze. Limu smirked. So, when exactly are you two going public with your relationship? Pepper's reaction was immediate. She panicked. Her hands flailed slightly as her words came out in a rushed denial. What? No, that's absolutely not true. She shook her head so quickly it was almost comical. But deep down, she couldn't deny it. She did have feelings for Stark, buried feelings she tried to ignore. There were reasons for that, after all. Everyone knew Stark was America's most notorious playboy, a man who chased women like it was a sport. He'd never taken relationships seriously, and worse, he was her boss. And as far as Pepper could tell, Stark didn't seem like someone who'd ever be ready for commitment or stability. Limu, of course, knew how their story ended. Had he not been aware of their future together, a happy marriage and even a daughter, he might have doubted it himself. Pepper tried her best to explain, but the faint blush spreading across her face betrayed her. That was just my way of showing gratitude. Tony, he encouraged me when I helped him replace the reactor, that's all. You can't just misunderstand like this. As she spoke, her hands clenched into fists, looking one step away from punching someone out of sheer frustration. Limu, however, just grinned, completely unfazed, and doubled down on the teasing. Tony likes you. Seriously, I'll even guarantee it. He leaned forward with a mock-serious expression. You don't like him? Should I tell him to stop being so delusional, then? For a moment, Pepper's forehead veins looked ready to burst. When did this brat get so insufferable? He wasn't like this when we first met. Back then, he was so shy and adorable, and now he had the audacity to mock her. Pepper took a deep breath and closed her eyes, counting to 3 before speaking again. Her tone was noticeably calmer, but her glare still carried a warning edge. All right, I get it. You're just messing with me now, you little brat. But don't think you're getting off the hook that easily, she continued. You really need to take a break. You're still young, and it's not healthy to keep locking yourself up like this. She gestured vaguely toward the blueprints scattered around the room. I can't pretend to understand what you and Tony are building, but it looks like you're almost done, right? So give yourself at least 2 days off. She straightened up, giving him a pointed look. I've got a party to attend tonight, but tomorrow, I'm free to take you out. Her voice softened. Would you rather go to an amusement park? Or maybe the zoo? Or is there somewhere else you'd prefer? An amusement park? The zoo? Spare me. Limu's eye twitched. What was he supposed to do, ride a carousel with a bunch of kindergartners? Or watch gorillas pounding their chests? He let out a long sigh, his lips pressing into a tight line as his brows drooped into an expression of silent despair, a face that practically screamed, kill me now. What fresh hell is this? I'd rather jump into the ocean and drift for 3 days and 3 nights than go to places like that. I'm not interested in childish stuff like that. Lemieux's eyes shifted as he caught on to something Pepper had mentioned earlier. A party? What kind of party? Pepper hesitated for a moment before brushing it off with a wry smile. Just a really boring one. You wouldn't be interested. She sank into the sofa, patting the seat next to her to signal Lemieux to come closer. It's the Stark military family fundraiser gala, not some casual gathering where soldiers' families play games and have fun. No, this is one of those high society events where people donate money, network, and dance all while pretending they're having a good time. Basically, it's just endless schmoozing. Her eyes flicked toward him, adding pointedly, "And you're too young to even enjoy it properly." Lemieux nodded knowingly, already forming a plan in his head. Got it. That's where I'm going. Pepper's brows shot up. Wait, seriously? She leaned forward, a mix of surprise and disbelief on her face. You do realize there'll only be alcohol, right? And you need to be 21 or older to drink. And can you even dance? You'll be bored out of your mind. But Lemieux just waved it off. I'll bring my own snacks. He leaned back on the sofa, crossing one leg over the other and closing his eyes with an exaggerated stretch. Can't dance, but I can watch. And since you said I needed to go out more, it doesn't really matter where I go, does it? I'm pretty sure the amusement park would be even more boring. Truth be told, the gala sounded intriguing. It had that high-class vibe he couldn't help but feel curious about. At his core, Lemieux had always been a natural explorer, fascinated by the unknown and eager to experience new things. It wasn't a bad trait. If anything, it kept him feeling young and sharp. Pepper just laughed softly, as patient as ever. All right. If you're really sure, I won't stop you. But if you get bored, just let me know, and I'll have Happy drive you home early. She paused for a moment, then added with a playful grin. But first, we need to get you a suit because you're definitely not showing up at the gala dressed like this. Her eyes sparkled with excitement, the kind that hinted at some deeply ingrained feminine instinct like dressing people up was written into her DNA. I'm going to make you the sharpest-looking gentleman at the entire event. Lemieux shook his head dramatically. Image. No. What I'm wearing is fine. His usual outfit, a loose tracksuit, paired with simple sneakers and his hair tied back in a low ponytail. Pepper looked visibly troubled, clearly not sure how to deal with this. You can't be serious, she said, frowning. Dressing like that? You'll look like a total misfit. No one at the gala dresses like this. You can't be serious, Pepper said, frowning. Dressing like that? You'll look like a total misfit. No one at the gala dresses like this. But Lemieux just grinned and casually grabbed a bag of sunflower seeds from the table, tossing some to Pepper as if the conversation were already over. His words, however, carried a layer of deeper meaning. I am a misfit. He leaned back, cracking open a seed. Only fragile people feel the need to blend in to feel safe. Being part of a crowd always comes with a cost. The strong? They've always stood alone. I don't see any reason to pander to their expectations. As long as I'm happy, that's all that matters. Maybe it was the wealth and power Lemieux had gained over time, or maybe spending too much time around Tony Stark had rubbed off on him, especially that arrogant streak. Then again, there was also the possibility that his edgy teenager syndrome was just acting up again. Humph. A voice seemed to echo within the air like the whisper of fate itself. Rejoice, for on the day he was born, the sands of Afghanistan trembled and whispered his name. Thunderborn. Time traveler. Billionaire. Beacon of technology. The architect of ghosts. The one beyond mortals. Lemieux Echeverria? Every grain of sand celebrated his arrival, and even the ancient one cast a distant, approving gaze. Pepper stared at him, speechless. With a sigh, she reached out and flicked him on the forehead, snapping him out of whatever delusions of grandeur he was entertaining. Stop imitating Tony. Learn the good habits, not the bad ones. And by the way, Gustave Le Bon never said you should go out of your way to act different just for the sake of it. What he meant was to think independently, not to make a scene. Lemieux clutched his forehead like he'd been mortally wounded, his eyes watering as he continued to put up a brave front. I'm just putting my thoughts into practice. His voice was full of defiance. If I believe it, then I live it. Isn't that what they say? Practice is the only test of truth. What? You're taking him shopping? Leave it to me, no problem at all. Trust me. During lunch, Tony Stark learned that Pepper planned to take Lemieux out to buy clothes and immediately took over the entire operation with his usual swagger. I'll have Happy call up some of the top brands we work with and get Mr. Echeverria outfitted for at least the next 3 years, every season, every style. The more confidently Stark spoke, the more uneasy Lemieux felt. No one offers this much help without an ulterior motive. He's definitely up to something. After lunch, Stark made sure the coast was clear. Slipping away from the others, he pulled out his phone and dialed Happy Hogan. Leaning against a corner wall, Stark lowered his voice, his tone practically dripping with mischief. Hey, Happy, I've got a job for you. He rattled off Lemieux's measurements, his grin growing more wicked by the second. Get him a wardrobe every season, every style. Men's and women's. Yeah, you heard me both. Don't worry about the price. Just make sure it's fast. Got it. Happy replied without hesitation. But after a brief pause, his voice turned hesitant, tinged with curiosity. Boss, mind if I ask you something? It's been bugging me for a while. Reporters even came sniffing around, but don't worry, I shut them down. Didn't tell them a word. Stark raised a brow. Go ahead. Is Miss Lemieux really your illegitimate daughter? What the fuck, Kay? The words hit Stark like a sledgehammer to the skull. For a moment, his brain short-circuited. His face twisted into something between horror and rage, and even the arc reactor in his chest seemed to flicker in protest. He wanted to deny it, but the absurdity of the question left him completely speechless. He wanted to curse, but the sheer absurdity made him feel drained. Grinding his teeth, Stark forced a strained smile while trying to keep his voice calm. Happy. Just handle the order first. We'll discuss your salary later. In fact, I think you deserve a raise. Yes, boss. Los Angeles. A luxury clothing boutique. The madness was about to begin. Happy Hogan, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, stood confidently in the center of the boutique's lobby. With a dramatic wave of his hand, he radiated the kind of swagger that came with spending other people's money. Get your manager out here, he said, his voice booming. Everything in the store that fits these measurements, pack it up. All of it. I want it delivered to this address by this afternoon. For a moment, the sales clerk blinked, half thinking she'd just witnessed the start of a shoplifting spree. She instinctively stepped aside, unsure whether to call security or just stay quiet. Everything? Sir, you mean, all of it? Oh, and add both men's and women's styles to the list. Price isn't an issue. Absolutely. The clerk's hesitation instantly melted into enthusiasm at the thought of the commission bonus this sale would bring. Meanwhile, Happy maintained a dead serious expression, carefully supervising the packing process as if his promotion depended on it because, in his mind, it absolutely did. If he nailed this job, it wouldn't just be a raise, it'd be validation that Stark really trusted him. Watching the process unfold, Happy couldn't help but feel a touch of sentimentality. Tony really had changed. Never before had he seen Stark show so much concern for someone else. It felt like Stark was finally getting his life together, and as his friend, Happy couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for him. Later that afternoon, Lemieux stared blankly at the mountain of clothes that now occupied his room. His brain felt like it had just been hammered. Earlier, Happy had practically cleaned out an entire luxury boutique, and the store manager had personally delivered the haul, bowing like he'd just served royalty. Over 200 outfits, and even after discounts, the bill had come to nearly $200,000. Not that the price mattered. No, what mattered was that half the clothes, over 100 sets, were women's outfits. Lolita dresses, ball gowns, miniskirts, puffer jackets, female suits, off-shoulder styles, backless designs, thigh-high cuts, and wait, what the hell is with the stockings? Is this a joke? Did I piss off Stark somehow? When? How? Lemieux's mind raced through his recent interactions with Stark but came up with nothing. Still, as his eyes wandered over the pile, something unexpected happened. He reached out and picked up a light blue dress hanging near the edge of the bed. The top half featured geometric lace patterns, subtly see-through, while the skirt flared gently, ending just above the fingertips with a slight tilt to the left side. Made of silk, it had a soft, smooth texture and carried a faint bohemian vibe, a design that seemed almost ethereal. Okay, fine. It's actually kind of pretty. Looking at the light blue dress in his hands, Lemieux couldn't help but recall that incident in the bathroom, the time he had accidentally put on the wrong outfit. That same shade of blue, that same delicate fabric, and in the mirror, staring back at him, had been an exquisite girl. So beautiful. So stunning, so effortlessly captivating. Every movement she made had mirrored his own, and her face had been identical to his. A sudden, inexplicable urge stirred in his heart, an urge to see her again. All it would take was putting on this dress and finding a mirror. Just one more glimpse. Click. The door creaked open with a sound so soft, yet in Lemieux's ears, it boomed like thunder. He jumped, startled out of his thoughts. Pepper, what are you doing in here? His voice came out sharper than intended, and a slight flush crept up his face, an unmistakable mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Pepper raised an eyebrow, clearly puzzled by his overreaction, but she chose not to dwell on it. I heard your clothes arrived, so I came to take a look. Her eyes swept across the mountain of outfits, widening in shock. Tony bought you all of this? Oh my god. She covered her mouth, clearly stunned by the sheer excessiveness of it. I thought he was just joking. Lemieux grunted in response, still trying to recover from the near heart attack he just experienced. Pepper stepped further into the room, her curiosity piqued, as she circled the piles of clothing, inspecting, evaluating, and occasionally smiling. Finally, she plucked a few outfits from the chaos and held them up in front of him. Let me help you try these on. Her tone was playful, but her eyes sparkled with determination. No one knows fashion better than a woman. Trust me, I'll make sure you look amazing. She unfolded a black gothic Lolita dress and held it up to him, grinning as she swayed it slightly in front of his face. The lace trim and ruffled layers added a dramatic elegance, but Lemieux felt like the entire world was crashing down around him. Pepper's expression was practically glowing with anticipation. Was this revenge? Or just pure evil? Look at this one. I think it'd suit you perfectly, just try it on, okay? Pepper held up a black gothic dress, her eyes practically sparkling with enthusiasm. If you wore this, you'd look just like a dark princess straight out of a fairy tale, mysterious and enchanting. Lemieux stared at her, completely expressionless, before shaking his head. Okay, fine. What about this one? Or maybe this? She held up two more outfits. One was a white evening gown, elegant and refined, exuding a sense of maturity and grace. The other was a pink fitted blazer paired with a white graphic tee, more playful and youthful in style. Honestly, I think both would look amazing on you. Since you're attending a gala, either the dress or the suit would be perfect. Pepper leaned in closer, her eyes wide with hopeful pleading. Just try just one outfit? Please. No way. Limu's flat refusal cut through her protests, and before Pepper could respond, he shoved her out the door. Out. I'll pick something myself. Click. He locked the door behind her. Leaning against it, Limu let out a deep sigh, feeling an inexplicable sense of conflict. Half an hour later, when he finally emerged, the roomful of clothing had completely disappeared, every last piece, including the women's outfits. All of them had been quietly stored away in his dimensional inventory. As for himself, Limu had opted for simplicity, a plain white shirt paired with black trousers. If not for the ridiculous price tags on the clothes, his delicate features, and his striking light blue hair, he might have passed for a completely ordinary teenager. Pepper, who had been waiting in the living room, was visibly disappointed. Her face fell as soon as she saw him. That's it. Clearly, this was not the fashion statement she had envisioned. But Limu ignored her reaction, already heading toward the door. Let's go. We'll be late if we don't leave now. They arrived at the Walt Disney Concert Hall just in time. The gala was set to start at 8 p.m. and would run for 4 hours, wrapping up around midnight. By the time Limu and Pepper stepped inside, the venue was still sparsely populated. Soft, melodic music filled the hall. The walls, adorned with warm-toned geometric tiles, gave the space a modern, artistic ambience. Clusters of well-dressed guests stood chatting in small groups, scattered throughout the open area. The Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala was being held at the Disney Concert Hall. As one of the primary representatives of the organizing team, Pepper was immediately swept away by the so-called elite of society to handle networking duties shortly after they arrived. Meanwhile, Limu, true to his nature, had brought along a bag of snacks filled with biscuits, dried fruits, small fish jerky, chocolates, and candies. For a snack lover, the world would always revolve around delicious treats. Since he had already devoured his personal stash earlier that day, he had swiped these from Stark's private collection before heading out. Since he had already devoured his personal stash earlier that day, he had swiped these from Stark's private collection before heading out. Finding a chair in a quiet corner, Limu settled at the edge of the bar, casually opening his bag of snacks. The luxurious packaging of the high-end treats gleamed under the soft lighting, drawing more than a few curious glances. At the bar, a handful of bartenders were tending to drinks. One of them, a large man in a white shirt, spotted Limu's snacks, glanced again, and then frowned as he walked over, his expression stern. Sorry, sir, but we don't allow improperly dressed guests or outside food in here. I'll have to confiscate those snacks, and I must ask you to leave. Otherwise, I'll have to call security. While the gala had certain rules, confiscating personal property wasn't one of them. The bartender was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation, likely hoping to pocket some of the premium treats under the guise of enforcing rules. The world had all kinds of people, with tastes and morals varying widely. Limu wasn't particularly surprised by someone trying to take advantage of him, it was just human nature. With a sigh, he shook his head and replied calmly, confiscating someone's personal property? That doesn't seem right. These snacks are mine, and, as far as I'm aware, there's no rule against bringing food here. With his great sage skill, Limu had already cross-checked the Disney Concert Hall's regulations in a split second. There is such a rule if I say so, the bartender barked, his tone gruff and his large eyes glaring. I'm just following the rules, you understand. Limu smiled faintly and gently pushed the bag of snacks forward. Well, since you insist, take them. Let's see how you beg me to take these back later. It was bold of the bartender to pull this kind of stunt in such a high-profile event, risking his job for a few snacks. Did he think Limu looked like the kind of person who would quietly accept being taken advantage of? To some extent, he wasn't wrong. Limu's appearance could be incredibly deceptive. Those who liked him would find him charming and adorable, while those with malice would see him as fragile and easy to bully. But in truth, Limu was neither cute nor weak. His true nature was far more unyielding. At that moment, Obadiah Stana happened to pass by. Noticing the commotion, he walked over with his trademark warm smile, signaling the bartender to back off and end the argument. Well, if I'd known you were coming, I would have prepared some cake and milk for you in advance. I know you have a sweet tooth, Obadiah said in his usual affable tone, his suit impeccably tailored and his demeanor that of a kind and benevolent elder. He pulled a receipt stub from his pocket and handed it to the bartender, ordering a Manhattan whiskey cocktail for himself. Then, turning his attention back to Limu, he gave him an approving nod after glancing over his casual attire and the snack bag on the table. This is our event after all. It's meant to be relaxed. Everyone should do as they please and enjoy themselves. Obadiah leaned in slightly, adding with a conspiratorial wink, if you need anything, just find the manager and use my name. We've invested a lot in this event, so we make the rules here. And don't let anyone bully you, got it? Limu smiled politely, replying, thanks, Obi. I appreciate it. Obadiah chuckled but didn't linger. He gestured toward the crowd with a weary sigh. Well, I have plenty of troublesome business to handle, grown-up things, you know. Networking here, networking there, no time to relax for even a moment. Before leaving, he beckoned the bartender, the man in the white shirt, and pulled him aside, slipping him a handful of large bills. With a pat on the shoulder, he said, go grab some milk or something similar for this adorable little guy. And listen carefully, don't, under any circumstances, upset him again. Got it. Though Obadiah's smile never wavered, the deliberate weight of his words made the bartender visibly uneasy. He nodded quickly, murmuring, "Understood, sir," before scurrying off. As Obadiah walked away, he cast a glance back toward the bar, where Lemieux was still sitting. He frowned slightly, shaking his head as if confirming a thought. Soft-hearted, easy to bully, no real threat. That was the label Obadiah silently assigned to Lemieux before moving on. The bartender clutched the wad of cash in his hand, ready to carry out Obadiah's orders. But before he could take a step, Lemieux waved him over. "That won't be necessary," Lemieux said flatly. "I don't feel like drinking anything right now." As he spoke, he reached out and pulled the bills from the bartender's hand, one by one, tucking the crisp green notes into his own pocket. The bartender froze, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. His lips moved, as if trying to form a protest, but no words came out. Lemieux, now visibly irritated, waved him off. "What are you standing around for? Go mind your own business." The bartender hesitated for another second before hurriedly retreating, his confidence thoroughly shaken. Lemieux lost all interest within minutes of sitting down. Sure, the music was decent, but the whispered conversations around the room weren't nearly as refined as the setting suggested. The ladies talked about makeup, fashion, and skincare. The gentlemen discussed women, watches, stocks, and funding rounds. As for the mixed groups, most were engaged in shameless flirting. Thanks to his exceptional hearing and the processing power of the great sage, there was no such thing as privacy in the room if Lemieux chose to listen. Pepper had been completely right, this kind of gala was mind-numbingly dull. Barely 10 minutes later, Lemieux found himself slumped over the table, half asleep. Should I just go home? Or maybe step outside for a walk? He yawned and stood up, casually slipping along the wall as he headed toward the exit. He wasn't worried about security, he could wander as he pleased and sneak back in later when it mattered. He wasn't worried about security, he could wander as he pleased and sneak back in later when it mattered. Outside, the scene was far livelier. Journalists, guests, socialites, and celebrities filled the space, their dazzling appearances and animated chatter creating a kaleidoscope of sights and sounds. Lemieux strolled leisurely, his steps in sync with the rhythm of the music, looking like an old man on a relaxed stroll through town. Suddenly, a hand grabbed his wrist from behind. There was a soft snap as the touch halted his steps, and a warm, gentle voice reached his ears. "Excuse me, are you lost? Did you get separated from your guardian? Do you need help?" Lemieux turned around, and for a brief moment, it was as if a blossoming pear tree met a hibiscus in full bloom. Both were instantly mesmerized by the other's beauty. What a stunning person. X2. The woman before him stood about half a head taller than him. Due to the angle, Lemieux's first glance caught a shirt barely containing ample curves, though her shoulders were unexpectedly slender and smooth. A small black cross necklace rested delicately against her skin. Raising his gaze, he noticed her perfectly defined lips, her features carrying a hint of exotic Western allure, paired with the graceful charm of Eastern refinement. Her long golden hair shimmered like sunlight, framing eyes as clear and mesmerizing as water. In a single moment, she completely captivated Lemieux's slime heart. Oh no, this must be love at first sight. The woman smiled warmly, her eyes curving gently as she tilted her head slightly. She, too, seemed briefly entranced by the delicate beauty of the young person before her. "Who are you?" Lemieux blinked his large, amber-colored eyes, tilting his head slightly as he adopted a soft, innocent expression, one that was utterly irresistible. A skilled hunter often appears in the guise of their prey. The woman, sensing a faint ripple in her heart, quickly composed herself. With a practiced smile, she reached down and lifted the nearly invisible name tag from below her curves. The badge read, "Alice Black." "You can call me Alice," she said, her voice warm and professional. "I'm part of the staff here, responsible for guiding guests to the Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala. I noticed you wandering around. Did you lose your way or drop something? Do you need help?" Lemieux nodded lightly, his expression calm and polite. "Absolutely, I do. I'm here for the Stark Gala but stepped out for a walk and now I can't find my way back." Alice suppressed a small chuckle and gently took Lemieux's hand, her grip firm yet soft, like holding a delicate frost-kissed flower. "Well then, allow me to escort you back," she said with a smile. "Okay." Outside the Disney concert hall, Lemieux's chance encounter with this charming woman turned into a quiet walk back to the gala. Lemieux followed obediently behind her, feeling the warmth and softness of Alice's hand in his own. It was surprisingly pleasant. Up ahead, Alice herself was equally delighted. What a stroke of luck to meet someone so adorable and beautiful. Holding his small, cool hand, it felt just like jelly, soft and refreshing to the touch. The two, each lost in their own thoughts, eventually made their way back into the concert hall. By sheer coincidence, they arrived at the same spot where Lemieux had been sitting earlier, though the chair was gone now. "We're here," Alice said with a professional smile, releasing his hand gently. "I'll be taking my leave now." But as she turned to go, a delicate hand reached out and stopped her. "Alice." Lemieux's soft voice, tinged with hesitation, made her pause. "Could you stay and chat with me? I'm here alone, and it's really boring." Lemieux tilted his small face up at a 45-degree angle, his large amber eyes shimmering with a touch of loneliness, mixed with a glimmer of hope. It was the kind of look that tugged at people's heartstrings. Lemieux was well aware of how to weaponize his appearance. Alice froze for a moment, her brows furrowing slightly as a ripple of emotion flickered through her eyes. Her professional demeanor wavered, replaced by something softer, a tenderness she couldn't quite hide. How could she possibly say no? Alice couldn't bring herself to refuse him, but she looked a bit conflicted. With an apologetic tone, she carefully explained, I still have work to do. The Stark Foundation has given me this job as part of a work-study program. I can't just leave my post whenever I want. Lemieux narrowed his eyes slightly, his lips curving into a soft, mischievous smile. Perfect. Then I'll officially request you to represent the Stark Foundation and assist me. After all, I'm a high-value client, and if you manage to secure a donation for the foundation through me, I'm sure your bosses would be thrilled. Alice furrowed her brows even tighter, her lips pressing into a thin line as she gave him a half-reproachful look. You shouldn't throw around your family's money like that. She let out a small sigh, then relented. Fine, I'll keep you company but only for a little while. Lemieux handed Alice a few chocolates from his snack stash, casually asking, Are you a student? Is someone in your family a soldier? Alice unwrapped one of the chocolates, taking a small, delicate bite. The smooth and sweet flavor lit up her face, a warm smile spreading across her lips as she nodded. Yes, I'm in college right now. My father is a retired soldier, and he's received a lot of help from the Stark Foundation. Lemieux grinned in response. What a coincidence, I'm in college, too. I just started this year. Alice's water blue eyes widened in surprise, with a hint of playful charm in her expression. Really? How old are you? 15, I think. Lemieux replied casually, shrugging. Does it really matter? His age, as usual, was a hard thing to pin down. His physical age, appearance, and spiritual age all seemed to belong to entirely different timelines. Lemieux age, as usual, was a hard thing to pin down. His physical age, appearance, and spiritual age all seemed to belong to entirely different timelines. Alice tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. Are you here with your family? This doesn't seem like the kind of place someone your age would come alone. Her words carried a mix of genuine curiosity and amusement. The fundraiser gala, after all, wasn't just about donations. It was primarily a networking event, a venue for people from different industries to connect and build relationships. Networking was the real currency in these circles. Though younger attendees weren't unheard of, they typically dressed to appear older and more mature, blending in seamlessly with the older crowd. Lemieux, on the other hand, looked like a high schooler, sticking out like a sore thumb among the well-dressed elites. Kind of, Lemieux replied, nonchalantly. I came with someone else. I'd been at home for too long, so I decided to step out for a bit. Turns out this place is really boring, so I went outside to look around. Alice covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes sparkling with a trace of mischief. And then you managed to get lost within 100 meters, she teased, her tone light and playful. Lemieux's eyes wavered for just a split second, but he quickly composed himself, meeting Alice's gaze with a look of clarity and righteousness. Some people are just born bad with directions, and I happen to be one of them. It's really frustrating, but what can I do? Alice tilted her head skeptically but decided to humor him. Fine, I'll accept that. But why not visit someplace more fun, like an amusement park? That would probably be more interesting. Lemieux nodded in agreement, his tone serious as if he'd been pondering the same thing. I've thought about that too. I've always wanted to go to an amusement park or a zoo, maybe ride a roller coaster or see some lions and tigers. It sounds fun. For a moment, his expression was full of hope, but it was quickly replaced by a hint of hesitation. But, there's no one to go with me. He paused, his voice growing softer. If I ever get the chance, could I invite you to go with me? The loneliness in his words was almost palpable, tugging at the heartstrings. Alice felt her chest tighten, as if she were watching a child sitting all alone in a quiet house, no friends to play with, family too busy to spend time together. Of course, she said softly, her voice warm and reassuring. But do you know how to reach me? Lemieux blinked, then gave a small, sly smile. I do. I know you know how to tell me. Alice chuckled, her smile carrying a touch of indulgence. Fine, you win. My phone number is 1. Remember it, okay. Just as Lemieux and Alice were beginning to enjoy their conversation, a middle-aged gentleman with a receding hairline quietly approached them. The man stood beside Lemieux, a polite, warm smile on his face. Mr. Eschber. Before he could finish, Lemieux turned his head sharply. His face still carried a smile, but his eyes were ice-cold, like a blade slicing straight into the man's composure. Who's the idiot who dares interrupt me right now? Hello. Can I help you with something? Lemieux's voice was calm, but the tension in the air was unmistakable. The man flinched visibly, a shiver running down his spine. Goosebumps erupted along his arms, and cold sweat trickled down his back. In that moment, his years of experience as an agent screamed a single warning. This is not a normal individual. This is someone extremely dangerous. The man took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress his instinctive fight-or-flight reaction. Maintaining his polite smile, he replied, I'm Agent Carlson, from the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. He paused briefly, gauging Lemieux's reaction before continuing. I'd like to consult with you about Tony Stark. If you're available, could we have a quick chat? Lemieux raised an eyebrow at the mention of Carlson's name, taking a moment to scrutinize the man more closely. The large, familiar face, paired with a highly recognizable hairline, matched exactly with the Phil Carlson he remembered. Meanwhile, at Stark's mansion, in the underground workshop, Tony Stark was hunched over a holographic projection, tinkering away at one of his latest projects. His Mark II suit was already complete, and the Mark III, upgraded with gold titanium alloy, was fully operational as well. For once, however, he wasn't off gallivanting with questionable company. Instead, Stark was diligently working on a reusable laser cutter. Unfortunately, the design still had several technical hurdles, and the device was far from achieving the ideal power output he envisioned. As he absent-mindedly manipulated the holographic model, disassembling and reassembling components, he called out, "Jarvis, call Lemieux down here, will you? I've hit a small snag, and I think he might be able to." "Apologies, sir," Jarvis interjected, "but Mr. Echevarria is currently unavailable." Stark froze mid-motion, staring at the projection with visible confusion. Unavailable? How? That homebody, who practically lived in his workshop, working on blueprints 25 hours a day, had actually gone out? Where did he go? That doesn't make any sense. Records indicate that Mr. Echevarria accompanied Miss Potts to attend the third Stark Military Family Fundraiser Gala at the Disney Concert Hall. Still absorbed in his holographic projection, Stark dismantled and reassembled a crystal model while muttering, "Didn't even mention it over lunch. And why wasn't I invited? It's my gala. Records indicate no formal invitation was sent to you, sir." Stark immediately stopped what he was doing, his fingers hovering mid-air, clearly offended. "Excuse me, my gala, and I wasn't invited? That's not just unreasonable, it's ridiculous. Isn't it, Jarvis?" "Undeniably, sir. You are always correct." At the gala, Coulson had approached Lemieux. As soon as Alice heard the word agent, her expression darkened. She stepped forward, positioning herself firmly in front of Lemieux, her body language protective. Agents, especially in the U.S., were rarely seen as anything good, and her distrust was evident. "Agent, he's just a minor. Stop harassing him, or I'll call the police immediately," Alice declared firmly, her tone sharp and protective. "There are plenty of reporters outside who would love to cover a story like this. Wouldn't that be fun?" Lemieux gently tugged at Alice's sleeve, his voice soft as he reassured her. "It's fine. I'll just have a quick word with him." Despite the interruption, Lemieux decided to let it slide, mostly because this was Coulson, the renowned figure from Marvel. He held a certain fondness for the man, especially for the iconic line he delivered before his death at Loki's hands, "You're going to fail because you lack conviction." Turning his attention to Coulson, Lemieux's expression grew serious, though his tone carried a hint of playfulness. "Son of Coul," he began, with a knowing smirk, "I know why you're here, even if your approach was, let's call it abrupt." Coulson blinked, caught off guard by the nickname. Lemieux continued, his voice calm but laced with authority. "It's not the right time yet. When the moment comes, I'll reach out to you, and everything will go as you hope. Until then, please be patient and wait quietly." The name Coulson, or son of Col, wasn't lost on Lemieux, drawing a humorous parallel to names like Odinson. Out of the corner of his eye, Lemieux noticed Tony Stark entering through the main doors. He casually nodded in that direction, subtly gesturing toward Stark. "Look, Tony's over there. Maybe you can ask him directly." Before Coulson could reply, Lemieux added with a mischievous grin, "By the way, your organization's name is way too long. You should consider shortening it. I think S.H.I.E.L.D. has a nice ring to it. If you decide to use that name, don't forget to send me the royalties." Coulson's expression froze for a moment before settling into a polite, strained smile. "Thank you for your time," he said diplomatically. As he turned to leave, his mind raced. Son of Col? He didn't understand. With Coulson gone, Alice's protective instincts hadn't entirely faded. "Why would an agent approach you?" she asked, her voice tinged with concern. "Is there something dangerous going on?" Lemieux gently patted her arm, his relaxed smile putting her at ease. "Don't worry about it. It's just Tony Stark-related business. I'm just an innocent bystander who happens to know a little bit. Nothing more." Not wanting her to linger on the subject, he smoothly changed the topic. "By the way, your cross necklace is beautiful. Did you buy it yourself?" Alice touched the small black cross at her collar, her eyes softening. "No, it was a gift from a friend of my parents when I was very young. I don't remember much about it." Lemieux nodded, intrigued. Before he could ask more, Alice's expression brightened with curiosity. "Speaking of strange things, have you heard about what happened a few nights ago? Near Los Angeles and Malibu, people spotted unidentified flying objects in the night sky. Someone even recorded video footage. It looked like two shooting stars, but they could turn and loop in the air." Lemieux spoke with absolute certainty, his tone as serious as a scholar presenting a thesis. "Actually, there are plenty of aliens in this world. They visit Earth more often than you'd think. If you're interested, I can tell you all about them." Alice couldn't hold back a small laugh, her hand gently covering her mouth. The sight of this earnest little guy, speaking as if he were revealing the secrets of the universe, was utterly adorable. She didn't actually believe in aliens, did she? If she did, that would make her even cuter. Not far from them, a man approached with a confident gait. Belen Hammer, the cousin of Justin Hammer, CEO of Hammer Industries, and himself a high-ranking executive in the company. His familial connection wasn't particularly important. What mattered was that he was a young, dashing figure in his late 20s, a man often praised as the epitome of a self-assured, successful gentleman. Events like this gala were his natural habitat, where he always seemed to take center stage. Women would naturally gravitate toward him, and business magnates from various industries always greeted him with polite enthusiasm. But in all his years of attending such gatherings, Belen had never seen anyone quite like the breathtaking beauty in front of him. Her delicate features, radiant presence, and every subtle movement seemed to draw people in, effortlessly capturing their attention. Standing beside her was another beautiful woman, whose looks might have been equally stunning. Yet she lacked that indescribable spark, that added aura of magnetism. Belen, holding a cocktail in hand, stepped confidently toward them, exuding charm. His smile was polished, his demeanor suave. "Good evening, ladies," he began, his voice smooth and practiced. "What might you two beautiful women be discussing? May I have the honor of joining your conversation?" Lemieux and Alice exchanged a brief glance, their silent communication instantaneous. "Do you know this guy? Nope. Do you? Not a clue." Belen, oblivious to the silent exchange, continued speaking. "I happened to overhear your conversation about aliens. Incidentally, I once invested in the production of a film about aliens visiting Earth, titled Heavenly Meteor. It was quite successful, you know." He swirled his cocktail with calculated elegance, the liquid within moving in smooth, rhythmic waves. "For a topic like this, I dare say I have plenty to contribute. Perhaps I could become friends with two such fascinating women." Belen offered what he believed was an irresistible smile, certain he had captured their attention, especially that of the petite, blue-haired beauty whose youthful features carried a touch of innocence. But in Lemieux's eyes, this guy was intolerable. His gaze, dripping with sleaziness, reminded Lemieux of an oily old bat, the kind you'd want to chase out with a broom. His hair was so slick it might as well have been pickled in hair gel, and his face practically glistened with grease. It was as if someone had marinated him in a vat of pomade before letting him loose on the world. Lemieux's amber eyes narrowed, a trace of disgust flashing through them as he thought, "Why does this guy look like he belongs in a can of motor oil?" Lemieux couldn't help but think, this guy's as annoying as Snape in that one movie. And what was this Heavenly Meteor nonsense? Never even heard of it. Who would actually care? The great sage provided an answer immediately. Heavenly Meteor is a 2005 sci-fi movie that had a budget of $200,000. Its opening day box office was $120, and it grossed $2,680 total. Viewer rating online, 1.1. Lemieux blinked, momentarily stunned. So many things to roast, yet where to even begin? "Didn't ask for that, thanks," he muttered internally. "Sorry," the great sage replied sheepishly. Turning his attention back to Belen Hammer, Lemieux's face softened into a gentle smile, his expression deceptively innocent and warm. "I only make friends with people who can hold their liquor. How about you? Are you good with alcohol?" "I can't drink yet, but I really admire people with a strong tolerance." Contrary to his sweet demeanor, Lemieux's thoughts were ablaze with murderous intent. "How dare you hit on the woman I've set my sights on? Are you tired of living?" Belen laughed lightly, radiating confidence. "It seems like this was destined by the heavens. I grew up practically soaking in alcohol. From cheap bottles that cost a few bucks to the finest vintages worth millions, I've tasted it all. I can tell the quality of any drink with just one sip." While the law technically prohibited drinking before 21, plenty of people, especially in private settings, ignored it. Lemieux subtly signaled Alice with a glance. Alice caught on immediately, her impression of Lemieux shifting yet again. "I thought this kid was harmless, but he's got a bit of a devious streak, doesn't he?" She raised her hand to summon the bartender and ordered the strongest drink available. Lemieux turned back to Belen, his soft smile still firmly in place, exuding the air of an innocent little rabbit. "Well then, you wouldn't mind if we put your tolerance to the test, would you?" "Not at all," Belen replied smoothly, his tone brimming with self-assurance. "If I get the chance to drink fine wine in such lovely company, it would be an honor." He agreed without hesitation, recognizing this as a deliberate challenge. It wasn't his first rodeo. These kinds of tests were common in social and business circles. To him, this was a perfect chance to earn their favor. If he downed the drink confidently, it would showcase his boldness and sincerity, and even if the challenge had started as a prank, it could easily endear him to them. In his mind, this was a surefire win. What could possibly go wrong? Belen was confident. His tried-and-true method of drinking opponents under the table had worked countless times in various social settings. As long as the other party was impressed by his tolerance, negotiations almost always went in his favor. He had every reason to believe this would be no different. Having started drinking from a young age and often attending back-to-back events that lasted all night, his alcohol tolerance was second to none. A single glass? Even 10 times that wouldn't faze him. But Lemieux had other plans. Taking the cocktail handed to him by the bartender, Lemieux turned slightly, his hand brushing over the rim of the glass. In the blink of an eye, hidden from view, the pale yellow liquid inside was replaced with clear, colorless ethanol from his dimensional storage, a pure, waterless alcohol reserved for experiments. A quick application of aerodynamic manipulation injected carbon dioxide into the liquid. Then, using his thermal control skill, he warmed the glass ever so slightly. It was a minor technique he'd picked up over the past 6 months, simple, but effective. The carbon dioxide and the increased temperature would drastically accelerate the body's absorption of alcohol. If absorption outpaced metabolism, it could lead to alcohol poisoning and in extreme cases, even death. It was the same principle behind why mixing beer, high in carbon dioxide, and liquor, high in alcohol content, was so potent. The infamous depth charge cocktail, also known as the blackout drink, was based on this idea. The origins of the drink were said to trace back to America's lower socioeconomic classes, where people looking to get drunk cheaply would mix the two. With a sweet, innocent expression, Lemieux carefully held the glass with both hands and handed it to Belen. His large amber eyes shimmered with such earnest anticipation that it was impossible to refuse. Belen, not suspecting a thing, took the glass without hesitation. He raised it slightly in a gesture of acknowledgement, flashing what he thought was his signature charming smile. "Cheers," he said, before downing the drink in one go. The glass felt slightly warm to the touch, but the liquid itself was tasteless like water. Belen had never encountered a cocktail like this before. What a fine drink. Truly unique. There's a certain, cough. Before he could finish his sentence, his lips and mouth began to go numb. A burning sensation spread through his stomach, as if a fire had been lit inside him. Slowly, the burning turned into a deep, dull pain, as though he'd been punched repeatedly in the gut. His throat convulsed as his body instinctively tried to vomit, but nothing came out. All he could manage were dry, racking coughs. Lemieux shrugged innocently, his expression calm and serene. "As far as rivals go, I think I've been pretty merciful," he thought to himself, fully embracing his role as a ruthless defender of his chosen companion. Lemieux casually grabbed a tall, skinny bartender by the arm and directed him without a hint of hesitation. "Go get security. Someone's suffering from alcohol poisoning and needs to be taken to the hospital for a stomach pump. You wouldn't want it getting out that your bar's drinks almost killed someone, would you?" The bartender nodded hastily, clearly alarmed, and scurried off. After hitting a dead end with Lemieux, Carlson decided to approach Tony Stark. But before he could even begin his inquiry, Stark dismissed him with 2 casual sentences, along with yet another complaint about how S.H.I.E.L.D's full name was absurdly long. Carlson left empty-handed, his attempts at diplomacy thwarted once again. Tony Stark, on the other hand, was on a different mission, finding his assistant, Pepper Potts. Among the crowd, he spotted her chatting with 2 elegant socialites. Pepper was wearing a stunning blue backless gown, her golden hair cascading in soft waves at the ends. She exuded an air of graceful sensuality, so much so that Stark found himself momentarily entranced. Without hesitation, Stark approached her and led her onto the dance floor, where they shared a dance. But despite the romantic atmosphere, Pepper looked visibly uneasy, her mind clearly preoccupied. Noticing this, Stark leaned closer and asked gently, "Do you want to step outside for some fresh air?" Pepper hesitated, then nodded. "Okay." Standing at the edge of the gala hall, Carlson silently observed the scene. He watched as Stark and Pepper made their way to the rooftop terrace, then turned his gaze back to where Lemieux and Alice were engaged in animated conversation. His expression remained blank, though his thoughts were far from calm. Whose fault is this? The universe, after all, operates on a principle of balance. For every moment of joy, there must be an equal measure of sorrow. And who's to blame for this imbalance? Those who dare to indulge in unrestrained happiness. Under the quiet night sky, Pepper finally let out her pent-up emotions, her brows furrowed as she struggled to express herself to Stark. "This is so strange," she said, her voice carrying a mix of frustration and confusion. Stark, attempting to soothe her, replied casually, "It's no big deal. We just danced, that's all." But Pepper didn't see it that way. Her words tumbled out in a flustered, animated manner, her gestures almost frantic. "It's not just a dance? You don't understand, Tony, you're not me." Her voice wavered as she tried to articulate the deeper meaning of her discomfort. "Everyone knows about your flings with so many women. And fine, that's none of my business. But you're my boss. Dancing with you like that, it makes me feel like I'm just another one of those women who want to, you know." Pepper Potts hadn't risen to her position as Stark's trusted assistant purely by luck or favoritism. She was competent, resourceful, and capable of holding her own even in the face of Tony Stark's eccentricities. But this situation felt like a line she wasn't sure she should have crossed. If Pepper had relied solely on her looks, Stark wouldn't have hired her as his personal assistant, let alone kept her around without crossing any boundaries for so long. Pepper had no intention of relying on money or any other form of dependency to please or curry favor with others. She was already a self-made woman, not as wealthy as Stark, of course, but rich enough to live in luxury for multiple lifetimes. Stark sighed in frustration. "You're overthinking this. It's really not that complicated." Pepper, however, wasn't convinced. Her voice grew softer as she spoke, her words faltering. "But I'm wearing a dress like this, and we just..." Her sentence trailed off into silence, leaving her unspoken thoughts hanging in the air. Their gazes locked, and for a moment, it was as if the rest of the world faded away. Some invisible force seemed to draw them closer, their faces inching toward one another. Just as their lips were about to meet, Pepper suddenly snapped out of it. She blinked, her expression a mix of confusion and alarm as she looked at Stark, now mere inches from her face. I think I need a drink," she stammered. Stark straightened up immediately, his voice calm despite the rare flicker of uncertainty in his chest. "Sure, I'll get it for you." Without another word, he turned and headed downstairs, his movements brisk and deliberate. Stark's usual confidence felt shaken. For the first time, he wasn't dealing with a casual fling or meaningless flirtation. This was different. His usual escapades were physical. This, however, was starting to feel dangerously close to something emotional. Before he could reach the bar, a sultry voice called out from behind him. Well, well, Tony Stark, what a surprise to see you here. Stark paused, blinking in confusion as he turned to see a woman in a black strap dress, her figure curvaceous and alluring. Her tone dripped with mockery and glee, her expression a mix of amusement and malice. Hi, Stark faltered, his mind racing to place her face. Carly. The woman's lips twisted into a sharp smile. Christine. Bold of you to show up here tonight. Christine. The name triggered Stark's memory. This was the one-night stand he'd had shortly before his ill-fated trip to Afghanistan. The details weren't pretty. The morning after their night together, Stark had vanished without a word, leaving Christine without even the courtesy of a goodbye. Worse, he'd left it to Pepper to handle the aftermath, kicking Christine out like garbage, without so much as compensation or closure. Returning home that day, Christine had stared into the mirror, replaying the humiliation over and over in her mind. I, Christine Everhard, am nothing more than a lowly journalist for Vanity Fair. Yes, as the name suggests, I work for the Temple of Fame and Fortune, and I love fame and fortune. Yes, as the name suggests, I work for the Temple of Fame and Fortune, and I love fame and fortune. What's wrong with that? There's nothing wrong with wanting money. Who doesn't like money? Everyone's the same. Her fingers clenched around the edges of the bathroom sink, her expression hardening. But no matter how much she tried to justify her feelings, the sting of betrayal lingered. Stark hadn't just ignored her, he'd treated her as if she were beneath consideration. And for someone as proud as Christine, that cut deeper than any insult. For Christine, paying a small, insignificant price like sleeping with a billionaire was no big deal. It was a straightforward transaction, consent and mutual benefit. But even so, she had her pride. Sure, I might choose to sleep with a rich man, but I'll never grovel for his attention. The very idea of being tossed aside like nothing happened and then crawling back to fawn over him? Absolutely not. Tony Stark had played her, then refused to pay any kind of compensation. That wasn't something she could let go. He's going to regret this, she thought bitterly, her resolve sharpening. Meanwhile, Stark's expression contorted as he stared at Christine, the corners of his mouth twitching in discomfort. Was there anything more awkward than running into someone you'd ghosted after a one-night stand? Yes, remembering their name wrong while doing so. Turning his face slightly, Stark tried to salvage what little composure he had left, though his tone betrayed him. Right, I'm definitely panicking now, he muttered. Christine, however, was unmoved. Her eyes glinted coldly, though her face remained calm. Oh, I'm not talking about us, Tony. I meant your company's latest scandal. Don't tell me you haven't heard. Stark's brow furrowed, though he tried to mask his unease. I haven't been at the company in months. Surely you've heard about that? Of course, Christine had heard. She just wanted to twist the knife. With a subtle smirk, Christine pulled out several photos from her bag. She handed them to Stark, her tone laced with mockery. These are for you. I was planning to send them over later, but since you're here, lucky me. The photos were unmistakable. Each image showed Stark Industries weaponry emblazoned with his company's logo being used by none other than the infamous Ten Rings, a well-known Afghan terrorist group. There were tanks, missile launchers, and armored vehicles, all bearing the Stark name. Christine leaned closer, her voice sharp and biting. So, is this your idea of responsibility? The words cut like a blade, and Stark's shoulders tensed. Just 6 months ago, he had stood before the world at a press conference, boldly declaring his intention to lead his company toward a future that aligned with the nation's and the world's best interests. And now, here was cold, hard evidence proving otherwise. Stark flipped through the photos, his expression darkening with every turn. The images struck like blows, relentless, unyielding. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was a full-blown punch, one that landed with a deafening smack. Each photograph drove home the grim reality: his weapons, in terrorist hands. For once, Tony Stark found himself at a loss for words. Tony Stark found Obadiah standing outside, expertly managing the press with his usual air of diplomacy. Stark's expression was grim, his face shadowed with barely contained fury. Without preamble, he strode forward, holding up the photos in his hand. Have you seen these? Stark demanded, his tone sharp and unrelenting. What's going on? Obadiah's polite, performative smile faltered, slipping away entirely. Damn it. His mind raced. Clearly, some careless subordinates had botched things, failing to remove the Stark Industries logo before shipping the weapons. Worse yet, someone had managed to capture photographic evidence. The story had only broken yesterday, and Obadiah had hoped he'd have plenty of time to suppress it before Stark caught wind of it. After all, Tony rarely involved himself in company affairs anymore. But now, of all times, Tony Stark had chosen to step out into the world. What were the odds? Obadiah tried to maintain his composure, attempting to placate Stark. Tony, listen to me, don't be so naive. But Stark wasn't having any of it. His anger boiled over, and he cut Obadiah off mid-sentence, his teeth clenched as he spat out the words. Naive? You're damn right I'm naive. I thought we had principles. Our company is making backdoor deals with terrorists. Is this your idea of a bottom line? Their eyes locked, neither man willing to back down. In that moment, they were like two wolves, one an exiled lone wolf, the other the self-proclaimed king of the pack. Eventually, Obadiah broke eye contact, not out of fear but because he knew better than to escalate this in front of the press. Let's not do this here, Tony, he said smoothly. It's photo op time. The reporters were already waiting for the perfect shot, eager to capture the cover image for the gala's media coverage. Stark knew he couldn't afford a public outburst. It would lead to all sorts of unflattering headlines. Begrudgingly, he complied, standing stiffly beside Obadiah for the cameras. As the flashes went off, Obadiah leaned in, his hand resting almost paternalistically on Stark's shoulder. His voice was low, just above a whisper, and his words were drenched in calculated malice. "You think you know who's been blocking your return to the company?" Obadiah murmured, his tone almost mocking. "It was me. That's the only way I could protect you." Obadiah allowed himself a smug chuckle, his satisfaction plain. There was a unique thrill in manipulating someone completely, then revealing it to their face, especially when the other party was powerless to do anything about it. What could be more delightfully cruel than this? Once the photo session ended, Obadiah strode down the red carpet, basking in the reporter's attention. Stark stood frozen in place, watching Obadiah's retreating back. In that moment, he felt utterly alone, the weight of betrayal and helplessness pressing down on him. The crowd moved around him, indifferent to his turmoil. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark stood in complete isolation. For the first time in a long time, Tony Stark stood in complete isolation. Christine, who had been watching the entire exchange from the sidelines, allowed herself a satisfied smile. The outcome was even better than she'd anticipated. Without sparing another glance at the pitiful figure that was Tony Stark, she turned and walked away. Billionaire? Genius? He's nothing more than a naive, immature little boy. A poor, pathetic child. The thought brought a strange sense of contentment, a feeling that warmed her from the inside out. Ah, there's nothing quite as satisfying as this. Lemieux noticed Stark hurrying out of the gala, his expression tense. It didn't take much for him to piece together what had happened. Turning to Alice, he offered her a regretful smile. "I've got something I need to take care of," he said softly. "We'll meet again, okay?" Alice gave him a gentle hug in farewell, the delicate scent of jasmine lingering faintly in the air. Lemieux handed her the remaining half-bag of snacks, grinning. "Thank you for helping me out earlier. These are for you." Alice accepted the snacks with a smile, reaching out to ruffle his hair affectionately. "Thank you, cutie. And next time, try not to get lost, okay?" Before leaving, Lemieux made a quick detour to the rooftop, where Pepper stood alone, leaning against the railing and staring out at the city lights. The cool night wind ruffled her hair, her silhouette framed by the soft glow of the moonlight. There was a quiet loneliness in her posture, a faint melancholy that clung to the air around her. Lemieux approached her, his steps light but deliberate. He didn't mind helping Pepper out. After all, she and Stark were a perfect match in his eyes. If he could nudge them closer together, why not? Part of him was even shipping them like a fan of a drama couple. Standing beside her, he spoke casually. "Tony asked me to tell you that he had to leave early. No need to wait for him." Pepper blinked in surprise but quickly composed herself. She nodded and asked, "Did you have fun tonight? I didn't get a chance to check on you earlier." Lemieux smiled. "Yeah, I had a great time. But I've got something to take care of now, so I'll be heading out too. I'll have Happy come pick me up. You'll probably still be busy here, right?" Lemieux was in a hurry for a reason. If his guess was right, Stark was about to head off to Afghanistan, ready to put himself in the middle of danger once again. If he moved quickly, he might be able to tag along. His primary objective? To have Stark's back to make sure the man didn't get himself killed. His secondary objective? Who could resist the chance to suit up and get into a real battle? After all, the idea of facing enemies head-on in combat with high-tech armor was far too thrilling to pass up. For a man, there are few things more important than the battlefields of love and war. When Lemieux returned to Stark's villa, the atmosphere was heavy. In the quiet of the underground lab, Tony Stark was slumped on the couch, his eyes glued to the television. The room was silent except for the low hum of the news broadcast and the faint, ragged sound of Stark's breathing. The massive screen before him displayed a live report from Kamara, a small town in Afghanistan. The footage was harrowing. Refugees huddled together, their faces etched with despair. Gunfire crackled incessantly. The camera panned across a bleak landscape of ruins and ash, the air thick with smoke and fire, while unidentified armed factions exchanged bullets amidst the wreckage. Sparks erupted as bullets ricocheted off walls, a stark reminder of the peril faced by the cameraman and the unimaginable despair of those living in such chaos. The image shifted. A familiar figure appeared on screen, the leader of the Ten Rings, the very man who had once held Stark captive. He was as smug and composed as ever, puffing on a cigarette while casually holding a rifle. He stood amidst the devastation as if it were his kingdom. Lemieux stood quietly behind Stark, watching the broadcast for a few moments. Finally, in a soft voice, he asked, "Are you going to go?" Stark didn't turn around, his back remaining rigid. His face was obscured, but the weight of his emotions hung in the air. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, in a low, muffled tone, Stark answered, "Of course. I have to. Some things in life simply cannot be ignored. Some battles must be fought, and some ideals must be upheld." For Stark, this was one of those moments, a call to action that could not be denied. When Alice returned to her dormitory, it was already 1 a.m. Her dorm was a small two-person room, shared with her friend and roommate, Nicole Nasser. Inside, the room was quiet and dimly lit, save for Nicole's desk lamp. Nicole was still awake, hunched over a pile of books. Clad in a thin robe, she was deeply engrossed in her studies. Beneath the robe, absolutely nothing. The sound of the door opening jolted Nicole from her intense focus. She whipped her head around, her dark eyes lighting up as if salvation had arrived. Alice? Alice? Get over here, she squawked, waving her hand frantically like a drowning duck grasping at a lifeline. There's this problem I can't figure out. Please, you have to explain it to me. Alice slipped off her shoes and sighed, already anticipating this exact scenario. She'd been working all night at her part-time job, and now, back in her dorm, she still couldn't catch a break. It was the weekend, for heaven's sake. Couldn't Nicole let her rest? Dragging herself to Nicole's desk, Alice let out an exaggerated sigh, loud enough to make sure Nicole heard it. Go to bed, Alice said flatly. Do it tomorrow. Nicole pouted, clutching her pen like a lifeline. But it's due Monday. Alice shook her head, giving Nicole a pointed look. And it's Sunday tomorrow. Plenty of time. With that, Alice tossed her bag onto her bed, already planning to collapse into sleep. Sometimes, dealing with Nicole felt like taking care of an overenthusiastic child. Sometimes, dealing with Nicole felt like taking care of an overenthusiastic child. Nicole grabbed Alice's hand, shaking it wildly as she pouted and whined. No, Alice, my dearest Alice, just help me out. I can't sleep if I don't figure this out. This school is so expensive. Every second wasted feels like burning money. Alice sighed, half amused, half exasperated. All right. Let me see. She pushed Nicole off gently and sat in the chair, focusing on the calculus problem Nicole had been struggling with. Meanwhile, Nicole, standing nearby, noticed the small bag still clutched in Alice's hand. Curious, she reached in and pulled out a small piece of chocolate. Unwrapping it, she popped half of it into her mouth with a satisfying crunch. As she chewed, something about the packaging caught her eye. It looked strangely familiar, like she'd seen it somewhere online before. Frowning, Nicole grabbed her phone and did a quick search. Edible gold packaging. Black truffle infused. Retail price, $2,600 per piece. She stared at the screen. Oh, wait, there's a typo, she thought. But as she double-checked, her heart sank. The decimal hadn't moved. $2,600 per piece. Her brain short-circuited for a full second. Then she let out a dramatic wail, tears streaming down her cheeks. Wait, what is this? With trembling hands, she held up the half-eaten chocolate and offered it back to Alice, her voice quivering with guilt and desperation. Alice? I'm so sorry. I'll give you back the other half, okay? Can you give me a discount or something? Nicole's eyes shimmered with tears, her voice breaking as she chewed reluctantly, unable to spit it out but also unable to swallow the $1,300 bite she'd just taken. Ugh. I just ate a smartphone. Alice finally looked up from the math problem, bewildered by Nicole's outburst. What's wrong? Is it that good? Are you crying because it's that delicious? Alice lay in her bed, her Mickey Mouse print blanket tucked around her as she stared at the ceiling, unable to sleep. She couldn't stop thinking about it. The bag of snacks Lemieux had casually handed her, apparently just leftovers, was worth tens of thousands of dollars. Even the small designer bag it came in was more expensive than an entire year's tuition. Holding it in her hands had felt like holding fire. Alice sighed, flipping onto her side, her thoughts swirling. How could she possibly return something like this? She had no way of contacting Lemieux, no phone number, no address, not even a full name. The only thing she knew was that she'd met her through Tony Stark. For now, all she could do was wait. Wait for her to reach out first. The night was serene, the stars scattered like diamonds across the velvet sky. From above the cloud layer, the starlight seemed impossibly bright, a brilliance that felt almost surreal. Two armored suits streaked across the heavens like missiles, their powerful reactors roaring as they tore through the sound barrier. Each left behind the distinct conical clouds of sonic booms. One suit gleamed in blue and white Lemieux's Ghost 1. The other shone in red and gold Tony Stark's Mark III. Cruising at a steady Mach 2.3, the pair faced a long journey ahead. It would take roughly 5 hours to reach Afghanistan. By the time they arrived, it would be around 3 p.m. local time. For Lemieux, Afghanistan was a place of mixed emotions, both familiar and distant. It was on this very land of sand and stone that he had re-entered the world, where his second life on Earth began. As he gazed down at the endless expanse of golden desert, a fleeting sense of nostalgia flickered in his heart. But the feeling didn't last long. The sight of refugees scattered across the landscape quickly washed it away. The further they flew, the grimmer the scene below became. At first, there were small clusters of 3 or 4 people, but soon they saw long, winding lines of displaced civilians. Men, women, and children trudged through the desert. Their clothes were torn, their faces gaunt and sunburned, their eyes filled with either fear or numb resignation. Under the relentless scorching sun, they pressed forward, step by agonizing step. Not long after, the horizon revealed another scene of despair. In the distance, smoke billowed into the air from a small town, the sound of gunfire and explosions echoing faintly even at their altitude. Amidst the chaos, some townsfolk cleaner and better dressed were running frantically across the wasteland. This was Kamara, a town that had recently fallen under the control of the Ten Rings, a terrorist group notorious for its cruelty. The townspeople fleeing the carnage? If their luck didn't hold, they too would eventually join the endless ranks of refugees. Lemieux's heart grew heavy as he surveyed the dire scene below, his thoughts momentarily wandering. For Stark, this mission was about atonement, about righting the wrongs that had stained his company's name. But for Lemieux, it was simpler. There was something about watching suffering from above detached and distant that didn't sit right with him. This wasn't a video game. These were real lives, real people, living on the razor's edge between survival and death. As the town of Kamara loomed closer, Lemieux shifted his attention back to Stark, the golden-red streak flying beside him. "Tony," Lemieux called through the comms, his voice steady but firm, "what's the plan once we touch down?" For a moment, there was only static, then Stark's voice crackled through. "We go in hard, we hit them fast, and we don't stop until they're down." Lemieux smirked behind his helmet. Simple and efficient. But then again, with Iron Man, would you expect anything less? The Ten Rings thugs were wreaking havoc, their atrocities laid bare for all to see. Women and children were being dragged away, loaded onto trucks like cattle. Their fates were sealed, they would be sold on the black market, destined to become playthings, forced into the red light districts, or harvested as living organ donors. The men? Some would be forced to fight as expendable cannon fodder, while the rest were executed on the spot. In this lawless land, life was both precious and worthless. The ground was littered with rubble and shattered dreams. Every visible wall was pockmarked with bullet holes, and the streets were strewn with corpses, a haunting reminder of the chaos that reigned. Watching the horrors unfold, Lemieux felt the simulated heart in his chest tighten, as though an invisible hand was squeezing it. A cold, detached killing intent seeped into his thoughts, chilling and unrelenting. Better to be a dog in times of peace than a human in times of war. But in this chaos, were there truly any humans left? No. In this hell, even dogs lived better than these helpless souls. From the Mark III, Tony Stark's enraged voice erupted through the comms. "Fuck." And in the next moment, the red and gold suit of armor dove from the skies, anger radiating from every movement. Stark didn't hesitate. He came down hard, landing with a crushing blow that snapped the neck of the first thug he encountered. Before the others could react, his repulsor cannons fired, sending 2 more enemies flying with loud, resounding blasts. The sudden assault sent the Ten Rings lackeys into panic and disarray. They raised their rifles, spraying bullets at the invincible figure, but it was useless. The Mark III's armor shrugged off the gunfire, sparks scattering as the bullets ricocheted harmlessly. Not even a single shot could hinder Stark's relentless advance. Lemieux followed closely behind. The Ghost One descended, its sleek form tearing through the air like a blade. With a sharp click, Lemieux unsheathed the dual-edged greatsword mounted on the armor's back. He dove toward the armed mob below, his blade gleaming menacingly in the sunlight. Ghost One schemed the ground, slicing through the air with a roaring wind shear. The thugs opened fire, their bullets pinging off the Ghost One's reinforced armor like harmless pebbles. Lemieux swung the massive sword with a wide arc, its blade cleaving through the enemy ranks like a scythe through wheat. 3 bodies were sent hurtling through the air, their screams trailing behind them. In a fluid motion, Lemieux propelled Ghost One upward, circling around for another deadly dive. This time, the greatsword came down like a judge's gavel, scattering another pair of enemies like broken dolls. The maneuver ended with Ghost One landing squarely beside a truck, where terrified women and children were crammed inside, their faces pale and tear-streaked. One of the remaining terrorists stood frozen by the truck, his AKM trembling in his hands as he stared at the blood-soaked suit of armor before him. Lemieux said nothing. In one swift, calculated motion, he swung the sword. The blade's edge sliced through the man's shoulder, cutting diagonally across his torso. The thug didn't even have time to scream. Blood sprayed from the wound, painting the great sword in streaks of crimson, droplets spattering onto Ghost One's sleek armor. Under the sunlight, the bloodstains looked like blossoming red flowers, grotesque yet eerily beautiful. Ghost One stood amidst the carnage, its presence an unyielding symbol of vengeance and justice. There was no room for mercy here, only retribution for the innocent lives that had been trampled underfoot. A small trace of blood smeared across Ghost One's optical sensors, painting the scene before Lemieux in shades of red. Though sealed inside his vacuum-grade armor, an overwhelming stench of blood seemed to seep into his senses. Lemieux stood, sword in hand, as an immovable shield before the truck. 2 more terrorists charged forward, their intentions clear to take the hostages and turn them into bargaining chips. Before they could reach the vehicle, Lemieux cut them down, the greatsword slicing effortlessly through flesh and bone. Their screams were short-lived, their bodies collapsing in bloodied heaps. No one dared to approach the demonic figure standing before the truck anymore. Meanwhile, Stark had swept through the rest of the battlefield with precision and fury. One repulsor blast after another cleared the remaining terrorists. Among the rubble and chaos, he grabbed a familiar-looking bearded lieutenant, dragging him into the town square. With a quick, dismissive motion, Stark threw the man at the feet of the gathered villagers. "He's yours to deal with." As the villagers turned their gaze to the trembling lieutenant, Stark ascended into the sky with his usual flair, leaving the man to face the justice of the people he had terrorized. Lemieux was about to follow Stark into the air when something unexpected happened. A small hand reached out toward him, holding a wilted plastic flower. At the same time, a soft, nervous voice, cracked and dry from fear, spoke in halting Pashto. Thank you?" Lemieux's gaze shifted. A weary-looking mother stood nearby, clutching 2 filthy children close to her. The younger of the 2, a short-haired little boy, had managed to wriggle free from his mother's protective grasp. The boy, trembling but determined, was summoning all his courage to thank the fearsome machine that had saved them. From behind the blood-streaked demonic mask, Lemieux's gaze locked onto the boy. For a moment, he saw himself in those wide, terrified brown eyes. The boy's mother, realizing what her son was doing, rushed forward in panic. She tried to shield the child's eyes, pulling her other child closer to her. Her expression was a mix of terror and desperation, as if staring at the angel of death itself. Lemue, however, moved with deliberate calm. The bloody visor of Ghost One tilted downward, focusing entirely on the boy. Slowly, he reached out, his massive armored hand closing gently around the flower. The electronic voice of Ghost One rumbled, low and deep, but unmistakably gentle. "Thank you. I like it very much." With that, the flower disappeared into the dimensional storage within the armor's palm. Lemue then raised his left arm, and a small missile ejected from his forearm launcher. The mother screamed in terror. Her instincts kicked in as she threw herself onto her children, shielding them with her frail body. She pressed herself to the ground, trembling like a leaf, her face buried in the dust. Her thin frame seemed so fragile, yet her resolve was unyielding no matter the cost. She would protect her children. So this was a mother's love. But why did it leave such a complicated taste in Lemue's heart? Was it laughable? Or did it simply hurt too much to watch? Was it admirable? Or just another tragedy, one of countless in this forsaken land? In the end, all that remained was a faint but lingering sadness, a sorrow that refused to fade. Lemue didn't say another word. Instead, he dismantled the missile launcher on his arm, carefully unscrewing the tail fin from a projectile, leaving only a small, cylindrical core no longer than a finger's width. A gift, small yet heavy with meaning. He knelt once more and extended the device toward the little boy. A gift in return. Here, tap it, throw it, 20 meters away. His voice was steady, neutral, betraying no emotion. Though Lemue wasn't human, he possessed a universal communication ability, able to converse with any living being. And thanks to the great sage, he had long since mastered every language known on Earth, reading, writing, and speaking them fluently. The little boy hesitated only for a moment before reaching out from his mother's trembling arms. His tiny fingers curled around the cool metal, his grip tightening as he nodded firmly. What Lemue had handed him was a specialized high-explosive grenade, light in weight but devastatingly powerful. It had two modes. When launched from a weapon, it detonated on impact. When thrown manually, it triggered after a 3.5-second delay, allowing it to clear out enemies hidden behind walls or obstacles. A single grenade wouldn't be enough to change his fate, nor grant him a future where he could live with dignity. But if the time ever came, he could at least fight back. Or die with dignity, on his own terms. Lemue soared upwards once more, leaving the broken battlefield behind. The familiar voice of Tony Stark crackled through the comms, as snarky as ever. "Took you long enough, alien. I was starting to think you bailed." Inside his helmet, Lemue chuckled softly. He pointed to the tracks in the dirt below, a trail leading toward another settlement. With a casual, almost teasing tone, he threw out the bait. "Looks like the 10 rings came from that direction. Want to take the lead?" Stark didn't hesitate. "Obviously. I'm always first." With that, the Mark III blasted forward, streaking through the air like a missile. Minutes later, another town came into view. But unlike the last, this one was already lost. This place wasn't just under attack, it was already fully occupied by the 10 rings. The buildings, the streets, everything had been converted into defensive positions, fortified and heavily armed. And scattered across the open spaces, stockpiles of weapons and ammunition, crates stacked high, all of them proudly stamped with the unmistakable logo of Stark Industries. Not even hidden, just lying out in the open, as if mocking the man whose hands had built them. Tony gritted his teeth and adjusted his flight path. Lowering his altitude, he prepared for a precision strike, planning to obliterate every last weapon and the bastards who wielded them. But just as he was about to fire, a blur of movement flashed across his vision. Thum! A deafening explosion tore through the air. A surface-to-air missile had locked onto him. The missile struck center mass, detonating directly against the Mark III's chest plate. The force of the blast sent Stark spinning uncontrollably, fire and shrapnel scattering through the sky. Alarms blared in his helmet. Critical damage. Reactor stability compromised. Auto repair engaged. Shit. Tony struggled to regain control, but the Mark III was plummeting. Right into the heart of enemy territory. Tony Stark plummeted like a falcon struck by an arrow, his Mark III armor spiraling out of control as he crash-landed into the earth below. The missile that had struck him wasn't just any projectile, it was a Stark Industries tank gun-launched missile. As the name suggested, it was a guided missile launched from a tank's main cannon, boasting high initial velocity and automatic target locking. A devastating piece of technology, and now, it had been turned against its own creator. Floating effortlessly in midair, Ghost One came to an abrupt halt, its thrusters stabilizing. Lemue watched as Stark smashed through a building, sending a shockwave of debris rippling outward. Of course, he knew exactly where the missile had come from. That tank had been right there the whole time. Otherwise, why else would I have let Stark take the lead? If you don't set your friends up for a little fun, are you really their friends? I mean, you have to let them have a little fun with their millions of dollars armor. Lemue opened the comms channel, his voice as calm as ever. "So, how's the impact resistance on that new toy?" The Human Kinetic Equilibrium Control Device, officially known as the Gravity Field Beta Uniform Human Kinetic Regulation System, was a joint development between Lemue and Stark. Its purpose? To completely negate physical trauma from high-speed impacts as long as the armor remained intact and energy reserves weren't depleted. Theoretically, it allowed the pilot to take damage like a video game character losing armor integrity instead of suffering real injuries. From the wreckage of a collapsed house, an armored hand suddenly shot up. A strained, but very much alive, voice followed. "I'm fine, I'm okay," Stark groaned, shaking off the dust and broken bricks. "Armor integrity down 11%, but me? I feel like I just wobbled a little. No injuries at all." Then, after a pause, "Ugh, okay, maybe just a little nausea." Lemieux nodded thoughtfully, making a note. JARVIS, collect the Mark III's telemetry data and log it under Human Kinetic Regulation System Field Test #001. He tapped a few buttons, disabling Ghost One's recording function. A rare smile crossed his face. Blackmail material secured. Meanwhile, Stark dragged himself up, shaking off the remaining rubble. But before he could catch his breath, the culprit behind his crash was already repositioning for a second shot. But before he could catch his breath, the culprit behind his crash was already repositioning for a second shot. A T-72 tank, stationed on the town's main road, adjusted its aim. The barrel slowly tracked upward, preparing to fire another missile. These ragtag terrorist gunners were laughably slow, though. Lemieux and Stark had chatted for nearly a full minute, and they still hadn't gotten the turret aligned for a second shot. Stark wasn't about to give them the chance. Raising his left arm, a compact missile launcher unfolded from the Mark III's gauntlet. With a sharp whine, a small missile shot forward, directly toward the tank's turret hatch. It was the same high-explosive model Lemieux had handed to that kid earlier. And as everyone knew, a tank's weakest point is always its top armor. Boom! The missile struck home, penetrating through the hatch before detonating inside the vehicle's confined space. A brief flash, a violent eruption, and then the entire turret was blown clean off, sent flipping several meters into the air. A deafening explosion shattered the battlefield as the tank's turret was violently ripped apart. Molten fire poured into the exposed interior, igniting the remaining ammunition stores. A second detonation followed, far more powerful than the first. With a thunderous roar, the entire tank erupted, sending a massive fireball spiraling skyward like a grotesque firework display. The surrounding terrorists reeled in shock, their instincts momentarily overridden by sheer panic. Then, like disturbed vermin, they scrambled out of cover, weapons raised, desperately trying to retaliate. Some sprayed gunfire toward Stark, their rifles and machine guns spitting rounds ineffectively at his armored frame. Others rushed toward the nearest rocket launchers, hoping to down their aerial predator before it was too late. But Stark didn't intend to give them that chance. With a sharp thrust, the Mark III ascended, plasma jets roaring beneath his feet. Raising both hands, he unleashed twin plasma beams, cutting through the battlefield like surgical scalpels. Their target? The terrorists' open-air munitions stockpile. These fools had learned nothing from his escape through the canyon. Everywhere he looked, ammunition crates lay scattered like a careless farmer's harvest of potatoes and sweet potatoes. It was as if they wanted to die, and so he obliged. The entire stockpile ignited, setting off a chain reaction of explosions. A titanic firestorm consumed the town, turning the landscape into an inferno. The shockwave rippled outward, roaring flames devouring everything in their path. Buildings collapsed, barriers were obliterated, and those unfortunate enough to be caught in the blast radius were instantly incinerated, their bodies reduced to ash and bone fragments. A colossal mushroom cloud bloomed, reaching toward the heavens. The sheer force of the explosion sent shockwaves rolling outward, shaking the very earth. Within the firestorm, Ghost One and the Mark III remained unscathed. Lemieux stretched out his hand, his fingers slicing through the surging heat and flames, yet grasping nothing. He could feel the sheer power of destruction, but there was no satisfaction in it. Not really. Without lingering, the two armored figures ignited their thrusters, piercing through the firestorm, leaving behind two streaking contrails against the smoldering sky. As they soared through the air, something caught Lemieux's attention. His visor display zoomed in, auto-locking onto a distant convoy. The image sharpened. A charred, half-burned face stared back at him from across the kilometers. It was him. The leader of the Ten-Ring cell that had once captured Stark. A nameless, pitiful footnote in history. Lemieux recognized him instantly. A pathetic, foolish man who had, despite having Stark in his grasp, somehow managed to let his greatest prize slip away. A walking tragedy, doomed to be a pawn in Obadiah Stan's schemes. Some creatures simply weren't meant to think. Even among non-humans, there existed a hierarchy of intelligence. Lemieux turned away, disinterested. There was no need to intervene. According to the original trajectory of history, this man would soon be disposed of by Stan anyway. A stepping stone was most useful when left in place. But beyond that, Lemieux had no attachment to preserving history. He didn't care whether events unfolded as they originally had or if he reshaped them entirely. What mattered was his own benefit. But the images wouldn't stop flashing in Lemieux's mind. The endless stream of refugees, their faces etched with despair. The rotting corpses, strewn like discarded dolls across the war-torn land. The charred ruins, whispering tales of destruction and lost futures. And above all, those brown eyes. Lemieux let out a soft sigh, his grip on the controls tightening. Great Sage, hack into US military satellites. I want 24/7 surveillance on that man. Acknowledged. If that wretched insect somehow managed to survive, then Lemieux would cross mountains and seas to finish the job himself. That would be our private little romance. As expected, trouble awaited on their way back. Flying over California's airspace, their presence triggered U.S. military response. 2 F-22 Raptors scrambled to intercept, streaking across the sky like predatory falcons. Lemieux didn't bother with the formalities. With a sharp maneuver, Ghost One's plasma thrusters ignited, propelling him into the clouds like a phantom. He was gone before the pilots could even react. Stark, however, wasn't as lucky. Caught in the military's crosshairs, he had to play cat and mouse with the Raptors for a while. Luckily, Colonel Rhodey ran interference, helping him slip away before things got ugly. Both armors had radar-resistant coatings, making them difficult to track. But the glaring heat signature from their plasma thrusters was impossible to hide. Flying too low only made them easier to detect. It was a lesson worth remembering. The next morning, inside an extravagant private mansion, nestled deep within California's elite neighborhoods, a man sat alone in the grand living room, watching the morning news. Obadiah Stannard dressed in comfortable loungewear, a thick golden chain hung prominently around his neck, giving him the air of an old-school crime boss. The fireplace crackled, casting flickering shadows across his face. The flames danced, reflecting the storm brewing in his mind. On screen, the news played. A series of powerful explosions rocked Afghanistan last night, devastating a known 10-ring stronghold. U.S. military officials have reported sightings of unidentified aerial objects in the area. Obadiah's expression darkened. Yesterday, Stark came to confront me. Today, this. It felt like a slap in the face, a brutal reminder that his hold on Stark was slipping. For years, he had believed he had already won. He had outmaneuvered Stark, kept him chained within his own company, all while pulling strings in the shadows. But now, Stark had been hiding a hand all along. Obadiah let out a slow exhale, his fingers tapping against the armrest. His mind worked through the possibilities. Then, after a long silence, he picked up his phone, dialed a number he hadn't used in a while. When the line connected, his voice was calm, deliberate, calculated. Get in touch with our friends in Afghanistan. Find out if he's still alive. That night, Obadiah Stannard personally flew to Afghanistan. By the time he arrived, it was past midnight, the darkest moment before dawn. Under the shroud of night, a convoy of vehicles rumbled toward a dimly lit terrorist camp. 10 minutes later, a black, armored SUV was the first to emerge from the town, speeding away into the darkness. Behind it, a sudden eruption of gunfire filled the air, sharp, relentless, merciless. But within seconds, the cacophony abruptly ceased, replaced by a chilling silence. Moments later, the rest of the convoy caught up to the black SUV. Inside, Obadiah leaned back, unfazed, watching the scenery blur past. He pulled out his satellite phone and issued a single, decisive order. Establish Sector 16 under the arc reactor facility. Summon our best engineers, keep it classified. I want to see a working prototype immediately. The plan proceeds. During dinner, Lemieux received the confirmation he was expecting. Target eliminated? Due to the time difference, Afghanistan was over 10 hours ahead of the US. By the time Lemieux received the report, Obadiah had already cleaned up the mess. The summary. The 10 Rings base had been wiped out. Obadiah had recovered the Mark I remnants. Scarface, the supposed leader, had burned to death in his tent. Perfect. Everything was progressing exactly as planned. This one move alone meant that the profits from Stark Industries' stock manipulations would at least quadruple his current capital. The next financial reports would cause another market shift, and Lemieux had already prepared to exploit it fully. To an ordinary person, money had a limit. At some point, whether you had 10 billion or 100 billion, it was just a meaningless number. No human could spend that much in a lifetime. But Lemieux wasn't just hoarding wealth for luxury. He needed an immense financial foundation for something far more important. Pioneering new technological advancements. Building more advanced combat gear. Preparing for the inevitable crises of the future. Because this world was filled with threats. Hydra. Alien invaders. Thanos. None of them were pushovers. Superpowers and wealth. Why choose just one? If he could have both, why not? Everything in this world could be his wings, pushing him further toward absolute power. Oh my god, what the hell happened to your suits? The sharp, panicked scream came from the underground workshop. Lemieux barely had time to take another bite of his meal before Pepper's voice echoed through the house. Right. They had just gotten back from obliterating a terrorist stronghold, and neither of them had cleaned up yet. Their armor suits were still covered in bullet holes, scorch marks, and dried blood. It was pretty obvious they had been somewhere dangerous. The moment Lemieux heard Pepper's sharp voice, his instincts screamed in alarm. Crap. His hand instinctively pressed against his forehead, and the piece of beef tenderloin he had been chewing froze in his mouth. The battle-damaged suits. They had left them in the underground workshop, completely unwashed, uncleaned, still covered in bullet holes, scorch marks, and dried blood. Great. The living room. A tense silence settled over the three figures sitting around the coffee table. The fireplace crackled softly, casting flickering shadows across the room. Pepper Potts, still visibly shaken, stared at both men, her eyes reddened from worry. It took her a long moment to steady her breathing, forcing down her emotions. Finally, her voice came out calm but dangerously cold. So, who's going to explain? I saw bullet holes. I saw blood. Tony Stark tried to play it cool, lounging back in his seat, his fingers tapping against the armrest. He blinked rapidly, clearly nervous, but kept up a casual facade. It's nothing. You've seen worse. Internally, however, I'm the boss. Why do I feel like I have to explain myself? Lemieux, on the other hand. He nodded along with fake innocence, trying to shift all the blame onto Tony. Yeah, Tony's always like this. Nothing surprising. The atmosphere in the room was as awkward as a student being caught skipping school and dragged to the principal's office. One played dumb. The other tried to shift responsibility. Neither was fooling Pepper. Her cold stare turned to Lemieux. And you? I saw your big toy covered in blood. Her voice was soft. Her gaze was not. Lemieux instinctively twirled a lock of his hair, flashing a sheepish grin. Oh, that's not a big toy. It's, a whack-a-mole robot. We just went to Afghanistan, to, whack-moles. Pepper's eyes instantly turned red, her expression crumbling into raw distress. Her tears welled up, barely holding back. So you did go to Afghanistan. The news about terrorists and explosions was that you... Her voice broke. That was dangerous. You could have died. Lemieux turned to Tony, begging for backup with a look that screamed. Go comfort your secretary. Tony glared back, his expression just as desperate. Why should I do it? She's clearly worried about you. Lemieux glared harder. Bullshit. She's obviously worried about you. A silent battle of wills. Both refused to move. Both refused to take responsibility. Finally, Lemieux caved first. He was less stubborn than Stark. He sighed, scooting closer to Pepper on the couch. Gently, he took her hand, hesitating. Now what? He had no experience with this kind of thing. After a long pause, he finally said, I promise, no next time. Hopefully, that worked. The air in the room felt heavy, weighed down by the unspoken emotions lingering between them. The fireplace crackled softly, its warm glow casting long shadows on the walls, but it couldn't chase away the tension that had settled between the three of them. Pepper's red-rimmed eyes locked onto Lemieux's. Her voice was soft, but firm. You promise? Lemieux nodded, his expression calm. I promise. A harmless, comforting lie. One he never intended to keep. Because next time, if there was a next time, he'd just make sure she never found out. Pepper didn't know the truth. She didn't know that Lemieux had a non-human physique, that getting shot wouldn't kill him, that he was more resilient than any human alive. She only saw what everyone else saw. A delicate-looking, seemingly fragile young man. She only saw what everyone else saw. A delicate-looking, seemingly fragile young man. Because of this form. Because of the way he looked. People always saw him as weak, harmless, needing protection. And so, to protect them from their own fears, he had no choice but to lie. Pepper's gaze shifted to Tony, her lips parting slightly, as if she wanted to say something. But then she hesitated. Because what right did she have? What authority did she have over him? She was just a personal assistant. And he was her boss. Nothing more. Nothing less. Tony noticed her hesitation. He saw the way her fingers curled slightly, the way she bit her lip. And for some reason, it made his chest feel uncomfortably tight. With a sharp inhale, he turned his head away, pretending not to notice. Then, without a word, he stood up, intending to leave. But Lemieux had other plans. The moment Tony moved, a strong grip latched onto his wrist. Tony barely had time to blink before he was yanked back down onto the couch. Hard. What the hell? Tony snapped his head toward Lemieux, his wrist still trapped in the boy's grip. He tried to pull away, but Lemieux's grip didn't budge. It was like trying to wrestle with steel. Lemieux's expression didn't change. He looked at Tony, his golden eyes calm, but firm. Like someone who had seen the same story play out before. His voice was gentle, but unyielding. Say something, Tony. Running works. But running is also cowardly. Whether it's about this. He tilted his chin slightly toward Pepper, who immediately looked away, cheeks turning red. Or anything else in life, you're going to have to face it eventually. Silence. Then. That's not. There's nothing. Two voices spoke at the same time. One male, one female. Both denying it immediately. Tony and Pepper froze, realizing they had just spoken in perfect sync. Their eyes met. And then quickly darted away, flustered. The air between them grew awkward, their thoughts a tangled mess. Tony let out a long sigh, rubbing his forehead. Then, without looking at anyone, he reached for a glass of water, taking a slow sip. Halfway through, his grip loosened slightly, and his eyes became unfocused. Memories, dark, heavy memories, began to surface. His voice, when he spoke, was lower, quieter, as if the words were pulling themselves out of his chest. In Afghanistan, I was shot in the chest. They locked me up for 3 months. I thought I was going to die there. He let out a soft, humorless chuckle. I was supposed to die there. Lemieux and Pepper didn't say anything. They simply listened. Tony's grip on the glass tightened, his knuckles turning white. But someone saved me. For a brief moment, his eyes darkened, as if reliving something deeply painful. And in the end, he stayed behind. Forever. The fireplace crackled softly, its warm glow casting long shadows across his face. Somehow, the flames seemed quieter now, as if they didn't even want to interrupt. Finally, Tony lifted his head. His gaze locked onto Pepper's, and for the first time that night, there was no humor in his eyes. No arrogance. No deflections. Only raw, quiet sincerity. I truly believe that what I'm doing is right. His voice was steady, unshaken. The conviction in his words was clear. This wasn't a whim. This wasn't some reckless thrill-seeking adventure. This was his choice. His responsibility. I spent my whole life making weapons. I made billions selling them. But now I want to protect the people who suffered because of me. That's what I have to do. Limu watched quietly. He didn't speak. He didn't interrupt. Instead, he simply smiled. A small, knowing smile. Yesterday, someone pointed at me and asked, "What is your responsibility?" Now, I can finally give her an answer. This is my responsibility. Tony Stark's voice lingered in the air, his words weighed with conviction. But as soon as he finished speaking, he lowered his head, as if the intensity of his own emotions was too much to bear. For the first time in a long time, he felt like he was being completely honest with himself. Yet deep inside, an uncertainty gnawed at him. Would she understand? Would she accept it? Pepper Potts bit her lip, her gaze flickering away from him. There was a moment of hesitation, a flicker of reluctance, but finally, she gave a slow, reluctant nod. I understand. Her voice was quiet, yet filled with an emotion that was hard to define. She took a deep breath before adding, Tony, just promise me one thing. Don't treat your own life like it doesn't matter. You're not alone in this. There are people who care about you. We. Before she could finish, Tony perked up, interrupting her completely. Great. So you agree. Pepper's expression froze. I need you to do something for me. Tony leaned forward, eyes glinting with that familiar mischievous spark that usually spelled trouble. I need you to sneak into my office at Stark Industries, hack into Obadiah's files, and pull out all the latest shipment records. I'll prepare a decryption USB for you. The data should be in the administrative files or hidden folders. For a moment, the room was dead silent. Then, you've got to be kidding me. Pepper's face instantly darkened, her fury palpable. Her voice was dangerously low, and she crossed her arms, glaring daggers at him. I just barely agreed not to yell at you for risking your life, and now you're asking me to commit corporate espionage. Tony blinked, acting as if her outrage was completely unreasonable. Well, yeah, you're the only one who can do it. I refuse. Pepper stood up, arms thrown into the air in exasperation. Tony, still lounging on the couch, casually took a sip of his drink and waved a hand. You'll do it. No, I won't. Yes, you will. No, I won't. 2 days later, Pepper found herself standing outside Tony's office at Stark Industries, clutching a USB stick, feeling entirely betrayed by herself. I hate him. I hate him. I hate him. And yet, here she was, doing exactly what he had asked. A few days later, the aftermath. The underground lab was eerily quiet, the air filled with the humming of machinery and the faint smell of coolant and metal. 2 sets of armor stood in the center of the workshop. One, the sleek and imposing red gold Mark III. The other, the ominous blue and white ghost god armor. Both had been fully repaired, their previous battle damage erased. But data from their recent mission had revealed a concerning issue. Limu stood before a floating holographic projection, analyzing the combat logs with narrowed eyes. His fingers moved swiftly, adjusting the projected damage models. On the surface, the Mark III suit had only taken 11% structural damage. At first glance, that number seemed manageable. But when he zoomed in on specific areas, the true issue became alarming. The chest armor where Tony had taken a direct missile hit had sustained 64% destruction. That section of the suit had been one strike away from complete penetration. In other words, the damaged section was practically obliterated. If the same spot took another missile hit, it wouldn't hold up. In other words, the damaged section was practically obliterated. If the same spot took another missile hit, it wouldn't hold up. To resolve this critical issue, Limu unleashed his ultimate weapon, the Great Sage. With its terrifying computational power, the Great Sage completely deconstructed and reconstructed the neural control interface, achieving a leap in technological advancement far beyond conventional methods. Limu also took this opportunity to rename the device to something more intuitive: force field generator. Since the entire upgrade process was handled solely by him, Stark had zero say in the naming. Had it been left to just Limu and Stark, 2 mere carbon-based life forms, this kind of breakthrough-level reconstruction would have taken months, if not a year or 2. After all, humans have limits. Even slimes do. With the force field generator now upgraded, its range and area of effect could be freely adjusted. Its peak power output, which had already been enhanced once before, was now further amplified. Even its sustained power efficiency had seen a drastic improvement. Not only did it maintain its function of protecting the user, but it now also provided enhanced armor protection. The energy-saving mechanics from the original design remained. By using sensors embedded throughout the armor, the generator could anticipate incoming attacks and deploy the force field at the last possible moment, layering multiple fields to disperse the kinetic energy of incoming threats. Against widespread explosive forces, the system could even distribute the force field across the entire suit for maximum protection. The instant the force field activated, its gravitational effect was so strong that it could momentarily create a vacuum in its immediate surroundings. Fortunately, the armor itself was designed to be airtight and vacuum-sealed, ensuring the wearer wouldn't be affected. Meanwhile, Stark's data extraction USB drive was finally completed. Before the operation, Limu insisted on accompanying Pepper to Stark Industries for the infiltration. His official excuse? A simple tour. A perfectly reasonable request. It wouldn't raise Obadiah's suspicions and gave Pepper a convenient cover. In truth, however, he was worried about Pepper's safety, and more importantly, he needed to ensure everything unfolded according to plan. On the way to the company, Limu discreetly sent a text to a certain agent working for the ridiculously long-named bureau. Agent Carlson, meet me outside Stark Industries. Remember, unless I approach you first, pretend you don't know me. Previously, Carlson had attempted to gather intel on Stark through Limu. Limu used the opportunity to obtain Carlson's contact information, telling him that he would reach out when the time was right. That time was now. When Limu and Pepper arrived at Stark Industries, Agent Carlson was already seated in the first-floor hallway, maintaining a professional and composed demeanor. The hallway was bustling with employees coming and going. Limu and Carlson exchanged a brief glance, but both immediately looked away, walking past each other like complete strangers. Limu followed Pepper casually, his gaze wandering around the office space with curiosity. In contrast, Pepper was visibly tense. Sensing her unease, Limu gently patted her hand, flashing a small smile to remind her to act natural. XX floor, CEO's office. The two arrived at Tony Stark's office without issue. The environment was pleasant, spacious, and well-furnished. A plush leather sofa, a small bed for naps, and a side table stocked with wine and bread sat neatly in one corner. At the center of the room was the main desk and computer, while behind it, a large floor-to-ceiling glass window offered a panoramic view of the factory grounds below. Limu recalled that this office was supposed to house one of Howard Stark's legacies, a miniature city model that secretly recorded the structure of a new element. Yet, scanning the room, he saw no sign of it. Most likely, it hadn't been placed here yet. It was probably still collecting dust in some warehouse. Pepper settled into the CEO's chair, nervously licking her dry lips. She powered on the computer, inserted the decryption USB, and watched as the program began running across the screen. This was the first time in her life she had ever done something like this. Her heart pounded wildly. She half expected Obadiah Stana to burst out from the ceiling, a cabinet, or from under the desk at any moment. Meanwhile, Limu strolled around the office completely at ease. Passing by the side table, he casually sliced off a small piece of bread and popped it into his mouth. The taste was excellent. A Russian-style Borodinsky bread, filled with walnuts and raisins. The rich wheat aroma, combined with a hint of natural sweetness, made for a perfect bite. Pleased, he promptly sliced off half of the remaining loaf, a good half a pound, and leaned against the table, munching as he observed Pepper at work. Want a piece? No. Pepper rolled her eyes, replying curtly. Still, her tension eased slightly. She wasn't sure whether she should admire Limu's composure or be utterly dumbfounded. How can he eat at a time like this? The CEO's computer was successfully unlocked. Pepper scanned through the data drive, searching for the weapon shipment files, but they were nowhere to be found. Instead, she discovered something unexpected. A blueprint of the Mark I armor appeared on the screen, reverse-engineered from the physical model. Alongside it was a modified design based on the Mark I, the Ironmonger. Both reports were submitted by Section 16, with the project being conducted beneath the large arc reactor. However, what truly caught Pepper's breath was the third file. A video message from the Ten Rings, addressed to Obadiah Stana. She clicked on it. The office was dead silent, and without realizing it, she held her breath. The video played in a low, ominous volume. On the screen, masked terrorists in eccentric robes were seen restraining Tony Stark. They were clearly dissatisfied with Obadiah's low payment offer and had refused to kill Stark, demanding a higher price for the job. It was clear now Obadiah had orchestrated the entire attack. Had he agreed to pay the terrorists, Stark would have been dead long ago. Fate was fickle. Life was unpredictable. At this very moment, the prisoner in the video, Tony Stark, was alive, yet the leader of the Ten Rings, standing behind him, had died just days ago. Pepper's face drained of color as she watched the footage. Her fear deepened. A cold chill crawled from the top of her head, down her spine, and into her very bones. She had known Obadiah was illegally selling weapons. But this? He had orchestrated a terrorist attack on Tony Stark. A man this ruthless and cunning had been right beside them all along, flawlessly maintaining the facade of a kind, trustworthy mentor. It was like discovering that your best friend, or a longtime roommate, someone you had trusted and laughed with for years, had secretly harbored a hidden grudge against you. And every night, a pair of unhinged, obsessive eyes had been watching you as you slept. Perhaps it was because you accidentally took a scholarship that should have been theirs 2 years ago, or because 3 months from now, the two of you were up for the same promotion. Who knows? What mattered was they wanted you dead. And they didn't care how. Poisoning your drink. Sabotaging your brakes. A little accidental push while hiking near a cliff. A rock to the back of your head while fishing. Just the thought alone sent shivers down her spine. The video ended. The office plunged into an even deeper silence. Pepper's heart hammered against her ribs, her head spinning slightly from lack of oxygen. And then, click. The office door suddenly unlocked and swung open. Oh, Limu? Pepper. Just as they were extracting classified data, Obadiah Stana suddenly walked in. Pepper. His voice rang out unexpectedly, and for a split second, Pepper nearly screamed. Did you bring him over for a tour? First time in the office after all this time, how do you like it? Obadiah entered with a warm, fatherly smile, a thermos of goji berry tea in hand. He seemed mildly surprised, but far more welcoming than suspicious, as if he was genuinely pleased that Limu had come to visit. The company has a great environment, you'll like it here. Pepper's expression was unnaturally stiff as she forced a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. Yeah. Limu glanced at her discreetly, signaling her to stay calm. Then, he smoothly turned to Obadiah, beaming with warmth and familiarity. Obi, fancy seeing you again. I really appreciated your help at the gala last time. Speaking cheerfully, he strolled toward Obadiah, positioning himself casually yet deliberately, right between him and the desk. Lemieux's eyes narrowed slightly as he smiled. You're right, the company's environment is fantastic. Clean, organized, and incredibly futuristic. Especially this office, I love it. The view behind the desk is amazing. From an investor's perspective, a tidy, well-structured company was already appealing. When it was a trillion-dollar empire, even more so. Obadiah chuckled heartily, his eyes filled with the fondness of an elder speaking to a younger generation. Setting his thermos down on the desk, he took a seat, completely at ease. Ha ha ha, of course. Tony always picks the best. If you like it, you're always welcome to drop by when you're older. There'll always be a seat for you here. He leaned back slightly, his voice carrying an almost playful tone, like a father indulging a child. Honestly, I look forward to the day we become colleagues. Maybe one day, you'll sit right beside me. His words were gentle, even coaxing, but his intentions were real. Obadiah had been misled by Tony into believing that Lemieux's mother was Howard Stark's adopted daughter. Then, at the recent gala, he had mistaken Lemieux for a timid, easy-to-control individual, someone who wouldn't dare push back if bullied. This misconception had led him to consider pulling Lemieux into his circle. A weak-willed ally, placed high within the company's structure, would make it easier for him to maintain control. Obadiah had another reason for wanting Lemieux on his side. The kid lived in Stark's villa. Who knew what kind of useful intel he could accidentally spill? Seeing the two engaged in such a lively conversation, Pepper finally let out a quiet sigh of relief. She discreetly covered the USB drive with her hand, then carefully switched the screen back to the desktop. Meanwhile, Lemieux cheerfully waved the half-eaten bread in his hand, his eyes sparkling with the unmistakable joy of a foodie. We can talk about the future later. But this bread is amazing? Where did you buy it? Can you tell me? At this point, he had practically devoured the entire thing, leaving only a small corner. Of course, his slime physiology meant he never actually got full, his stomach connected to a dimensional space, allowing him to consume an infinite amount of food. For a slime, food wasn't a necessity for survival as long as there was energy in the environment. He could passively convert it into magical essence to sustain himself. Eating was just a hobby. Obadiah, amused, leaned back into his seat and pushed the remaining half of the bread toward Lemieux. Lemieux, without the slightest hesitation, happily took it. Seeing this, Obadiah beamed, his expression filled with a kind of mutual understanding, like a seasoned food enthusiast meeting his fellow connoisseur. Of course, this is one of my staple foods. It's from Old John's Bakery. He never disappoints. He gestured with a hand as he explained. Just head one block to the right from the company entrance. Ask around, and someone will point you to Old John's Bakery. It's been there since I was young. Obadiah sighed nostalgically. These days, Old John rarely bakes himself. But the younger bakers he trained have inherited his skills. They're masters of multiple styles from different countries. With a proud smile, he raised a finger. Their bread is generously made, rich in flavor, and very affordable. The one you're eating? Just $8. Weighs 980 grams, enough for 4 to 5 meals. Perfect for a busy workday. He chuckled. If you like it, I can have someone buy more and send them to Tony's place. They don't do deliveries. Lemieux enthusiastically nodded, looking genuinely thrilled. Please buy as many as possible. I love this flavor. Obadiah laughed heartily, his expression kind and doting. Of course, of course. Meanwhile, the data transfer was finally complete. Pepper discreetly removed the USB drive and stood up. All right, Lemieux. We should go, it's getting late. She nodded apologetically to Obadiah, then without wasting another second hurriedly pulled Lemieux along, skillfully maneuvering around Obadiah as they headed for the exit. Obadiah, still all smiles, waved enthusiastically at Lemieux. Come visit again? Next time, I'll take you to the factory. Lots of high-tech toys there, you might like them. Lemieux grinned. Sounds great. But the moment they disappeared down the hallway, Obadiah's expression subtly shifted. His eyes narrowed. Something felt off. Pepper's demeanor had been strange, her reactions, unnatural. A bad feeling gnawed at his gut. Slowly, he walked behind his desk and turned on his computer. The screen looked normal. No open files, no suspicious tabs. Frowning, he moved the mouse around, checking for any traces of activity. Nothing. Wait. This is my login account. The password, it's been breached. A realization struck him like lightning. That BH? She did something? With rage boiling in his chest, Obadiah slammed both hands onto the desk, a loud bang echoing through the office. Then, without hesitation, he stormed toward the exit. First floor. By the time Lemieux and Pepper reached the lobby, Carlson was still waiting for them. For a seasoned agent, he looked surprisingly bored, casually cracking his fingers, as if killing time. Lemieux swallowed the last bite of his bread in 2 quick chews, then tilted his head slightly, signaling for Carlson to follow. Agent Carlson, I need your help. Carlson's demeanor instantly changed, his posture straightening, his movements swift and precise as he fell in step behind Lemieux. Understood. What do you need? Pepper whipped her head around, looking at Lemieux in shock. Agent. Yeah, I called him. Lemieux replied matter-of-factly. He works for the Strategic Homeland Redacted Enforcement and Logistics Division. You can trust him, Tony knows him too. He didn't slow down as he spoke. Carlson, we found something interesting. Take Pepper and assemble a team, she'll explain on the way. Carlson gave a firm nod. Understood. Suddenly his phone buzzed. He glanced down. A text message. Slow down. Keep Pepper safe. Carlson's eyebrows twitched slightly as he looked up at Lemieux, clearly intrigued. Lemieux simply gave him a meaningful nod. With that, the group exited Stark Industries. As they stepped out into the open air, Lemieux without looking back lifted a hand in farewell. It wasn't clear who he was saying goodbye to. Obadiah stood at the railing, hands gripping the metal bars as he glared down at the scene below. He watched as Pepper, Lemieux, and Carlson converged and then, to his mounting frustration, that blue-haired brat casually waved at him, a silent yet unmistakable taunt. Son of a damn agent. They actually called in an agent. His mind raced. They must have stolen evidence from my computer. At the building's entrance, Lemieux turned to Pepper and gave a small wave. Pepper, I'll head back to the villa and tell Tony everything. You handle things on your end, be careful. Pepper hesitated. Would it really be safe for Lemieux to go alone? And, was he seriously planning to just walk back? But then, she recalled everything that had happened today. From start to finish, Lemieux had been unnervingly composed, as if he had already anticipated every possible outcome. He had even contacted an agent in advance. Meanwhile, she, a full-grown adult, had been a nervous wreck the entire time. Maybe she was worrying too much. There's still a chance. I still have a chance. Obadiah's expression darkened, his pace quickening as he headed straight for Section 16, the secret lab developing the Ironmonger suit. All he had to do was eliminate Pepper, eliminate the agent, eliminate anyone else who might know, recover the evidence, stage the entire thing as a robot malfunction. Then everything would be salvageable. For decades, he had weathered countless storms. This was just another hurdle. And as long as there was no concrete evidence, not even the CIA or FBI could legally detain him. Obadiah Stana was no ordinary citizen, no easily crushed pawn. His status, his influence, his connections, they would buy him time, give him leverage. And if push came to shove, he could always trade the suit's technology to the US government or the military for protection. Or flee the country. There were plenty of places to disappear. Plenty of governments willing to harbor a man of his genius in exchange for what he could offer. Hell, why stop there? If it came to it, why not get rid of Tony Stark as well? As the sole surviving expert on powered armor, he would become an irreplaceable asset. With that kind of value and influence, there would always be people willing to protect him, people who would raise him even higher than he was now. Because this was America. There was no right or wrong. Only power and profit. We can't miniaturize the arc reactor. It's beyond our capabilities. The balding lead scientist, William, spoke with an apologetic grimace, delivering the bad news to Obadiah Stana. A suit without a power source was nothing more than a massive, immobile toy. Obadiah resisted the urge to strangle the man on the spot, his fingers twitching. Then, after a moment of thought, there was only one option left. He would have to take one from Stark. In the shadows, Lemieux extended his right hand, the limb melting into a pale blue vortex. From its depths, a towering, blue and white armor emerged carrying a massive sword on its back. The ghost armor. With a mechanical click, the armor shifted and reassembled, enveloping Lemieux within its core. The engines roared to life, and in an instant, he shot into the sky, leaving behind a sharp white streak. His destination? Stark's villa. He needed to ensure Stark stayed alive, and at the same time, make sure the arc reactor ended up in Obadiah's hands. This entire Iron Man debut incident was a golden opportunity for profit. He couldn't afford for things to go off course. By the time Lemieux arrived, Obadiah hadn't shown up yet. Stark was alone, emerging from the basement, rummaging for a midnight snack. Lemieux crossed his arms, leaning against the hallway wall, waiting. A few moments later, Obadiah finally arrived. Lemieux watched as the man pushed open the front door and strode inside like he owned the place. J.A.R.V.I.S. remained silent. After all, Obadiah had access permissions. Without hesitation, Obadiah moved behind the completely unsuspecting Stark. From his pocket, he pulled out a tiny, USB-shaped device. A subsonic neural paralyzer. He placed it near Stark's ear. At that moment, black veins spread across Stark's face, his entire body instantly paralyzed. The effect would last for 15 minutes. Lemieux's eyes gleamed, his fingers instinctively twitching. Good tech. He'd definitely get one for himself later. Obadiah then pulled out a mechanical claw, reached into Stark's chest, and extracted the glowing arc reactor. And then he didn't leave. Instead, he sat down completely at ease and started chatting with the immobilized Stark. Not a shred of urgency. He actually looked relaxed. When I ordered your assassination, I was afraid I was destroying a gold mine. He held the arc reactor up, watching the soft white glow flicker in the dimly lit room. A glimmer of fascination appeared in his eyes. Oh, how beautiful. Obadiah's gaze shifted back to Stark's pale face, his eyes wide, filled with shock, anger, and helplessness. Don't be upset. This will be the greatest legacy you leave behind. His voice was almost soothing, as if trying to comfort a dying man. Then, he sighed. Such a shame. You had to drag Pepper and Lemieux into this. I never planned on killing them. He shook his head, his expression full of mock regret. If only your father had been as selfish as you are. For several minutes, he continued rambling, casually chatting with Stark like an old friend reminiscing over the past. Then, with a satisfied sigh, he finally placed the arc reactor into a briefcase and stood up. And just like that, he strolled out the door, relaxed as if he had just finished a countryside picnic. What was there to say? The elegance of a villain? Li Mu, still leaning against the corner, let out a small sigh. The light from the living room chandelier illuminated one side of his face, while the other remained shrouded in shadow, a perfect diagonal divide between light and dark. What a pity. He had originally intended to let Obadiah live. For the sake of good bread. He swore it. On the honor of all food lovers. But then, Obadiah had looked him right in the eye and said, "I want you dead." Well, that meant he had to die first. Simple logic, wasn't it? The quiet clicking of footsteps echoed through the silent living room. Li Mu emerged from the shadows, his expression unreadable as he walked toward Stark. Stark was still paralyzed, slumped on the couch. Stopping in front of him, Li Mu gazed down, his voice calm and even. "I was about to come back and warn you about this, but it seems I don't have to anymore." Stark's ashen face twitched slightly. "I was about to come back and warn you about this, but it seems I don't have to anymore." Stark's ashen face twitched slightly. Forcing out a weak smile drained of all energy, he looked almost self-deprecating. His lips parted, as if wanting to say something. But his face was still numb, rendering him mute. Who knew what was running through his mind? Was he mocking himself for ending up in this pathetic state? Or was he cursing himself for being blind to Obadiah's treachery for over a decade? Either way, Li Mu grabbed Stark by the back of his belt, effortlessly hoisting him up like a life-sized action figure. Without a word, he dragged him toward the basement. Once inside, Li Mu pulled out a brand new arc reactor and snapped it into Stark's chest. As the power source clicked into place, Stark's body slowly began to recover from the paralysis. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright. J.A.R.V.I.S activate Mark III. Now, the AI immediately complied. Stark staggered to his feet, his expression now one of grim determination. "Pepper is in danger. We need to get to her. Now." The Mark III armor responded to his command, rapidly transforming and assembling itself around him. As Tony Stark prepared for battle. As Stark turned his head, expecting to see Li Mu, the space behind him was empty. Li Mu was already gone. His voice, however, came through the armor's built-in comms with infuriating nonchalance. "Tony, I'm heading out first. Obadiah's armor lab is beneath the large arc reactor, Section 16. Catch up when you can." As Li Mu soared through the night sky, an old memory surfaced. The last time he returned from Afghanistan, he was chased by US military fighter jets. If Iron Man and Ironmonger started brawling over the city, it wouldn't be something they could keep under wraps. The military would absolutely pick up the disturbance. And if fighter jets got involved mid-battle, well, losing a few pilots tonight would certainly make things interesting. But Li Mu had no intention of directly clashing with the military while he was still laying low and gathering strength. Time to preemptively handle this. J.A.R.V.I.S, patch me through to Colonel James Rhodes. Tony Stark's contact list naturally had Rhodey's number. As for hacking into someone else's system, not the first time. Won't be the last. A few seconds later, the call connected. "Hello, this is Colonel Rhodes." His voice was relaxed, the background filled with rhythmic bass beats, a clear sign that the man was enjoying his evening. Li Mu smirked. So the good Colonel was having a night out. Hello, Colonel. Remember me? It's me, Li Mu." From the other end, Rhodey let out a pleasant laugh. "Oh, hey, kid. Of course, I remember. I heard you've been staying with Stark. How's life in America treating you?" Li Mu, grinning, leaned into his headset. "Colonel, now's not the time for small talk. Now's not the time for small talk, Colonel. In about 10 minutes, Stark Industries airspace is going to become a battleground. There will be 2, possibly 3 powered armors engaged in combat. If your guys are planning to send in fighter jets, be prepared for a total squad wipe. We take no responsibility for what happens. Good luck. Goodbye." Li Mu ended the call immediately. Rhodey sat stunned, phone still pressed to his ear. The beeping dial tone was the only sound he heard. His half-smile froze, slowly turning into a confused frown. The glass of wine in his hand? Suddenly tasteless. The beautiful woman across from him? No longer appealing. She reached out, trailing her fingers along his chest. "What's wrong, darling?" Rhodey brushed her hand off without hesitation, standing up. "Nothing. Got something to take care of." Without another word, he hurried out the door. Rhodey's fingers tightened around his phone as a string of curses flew through his mind. No big deal? This is a goddamn catastrophe? Shit. What the hell had Stark and that damn kid gotten themselves into this time? Was getting chased by fighter jets last time not enough for them? And what was with that kid's tone? Why did he sound so much like Stark? By the time Li Mu arrived, Pepper and Cowlson were leading 5 black-suited agents, marching with determined strides, exuding the intimidating presence of a gang headed for a brawl. As Li Mu adjusted his plasma engine output, he hovered to a stop directly in front of Pepper. The reaction from Cowlson and his agents was instantaneous. Seeing the hulking ghost armor suddenly descend upon them, they immediately drew their pistols, snapping into a protective formation around Pepper. Though a flicker of fear flashed across their faces, not one of them backed down. They were professionally trained agents, after all, whether from SHIELD or some other mysterious organization. The ghost armor's piercing blue eyes scanned over the agents, as if assessing a target before an imminent attack. The tension hit its peak. One of the agents flinched, his finger tightening on the trigger out of sheer reflex. Then, Lemieux's voice rang out through the armor's speakers, crisp and unhurried. "Relax, fellas. It's me, Cowlson." The contrast between the terrifying armor and the casual voice was jarring. Cowlson's guarded expression immediately crumbled into one of pure shock. His voice even cracked slightly. "It's you." He struggled to process what he was seeing. How the hell was the delicate, seemingly fragile kid he met before now standing in a monstrous, sword-bearing combat armor that radiated absolute menace? This wasn't just unexpected. This was two completely opposite extremes. Pepper snapped back to reality first. She hurriedly pressed down on the agent's raised firearms, one by one. "Don't shoot. It's him. It's Lemieux. Don't fire." Even an accidental discharge would be bad news. If an agent got injured, it'd be a problem. If Lemieux got hurt, she'd be heartbroken. The ghost armor loomed over the group, cold and unshaken. "All right, now's not the time for chit-chat. Obadiah is also in a powered suit. He and Tony are about to start fighting if they haven't already. This isn't a fight normal people can be involved in. Take Pepper and get as far away as possible." Just as his words left his lips, a thunderous explosion erupted from not far away, followed by the rapid, heavy bursts of machine gun fire. Lemieux tilted his head slightly, his voice dry and amused. "Oh, looks like it's already started. And it sounds intense." His plasma thrusters roared to life. "I'm heading over to help. You guys, get moving. Evacuate the area." And with that he blasted toward the battle. Pepper's hands were clenched tightly, her voice trembling with worry and fear as she called out to Lemieux. "Wait, isn't this too dangerous?" Her concern wasn't unfounded. A few days ago, Lemieux and Stark had returned from Afghanistan with their armors covered in bullet holes and dried bloodstains. Now, he was heading into another fight, and she couldn't help but feel a knot of anxiety in her chest. Through the faceplate of the ghost armor, Lemieux's gaze locked onto Pepper's face, his mind racing. Then, he suddenly spoke. "You're right. It's incredibly dangerous. Which is exactly why you should wear this armor and save Tony. I'm confident you can do it. Move quickly. Tony's not exactly great at this. He might not last long." Pepper's mouth opened in disbelief, her words faltering. You're not serious, are you?" "Absolutely." While Pepper stood there, paralyzed with hesitation, Cowlson leaned forward, poking his head into the conversation with an enthusiastic expression. "If she won't do it, I'll give it a shot." He seemed genuinely eager, the kind of person who believed they could handle just about anything. After all, as an agent, learning how to operate unusual weapons and gather classified intelligence was practically second nature. Lemieux stepped out of the ghost armor as its plates unfolded with a series of sharp, mechanical clicks. The intricate transformation of the armor drew odd gasps from Cowlson and the agents nearby. Lemieux glanced at Cowlson with a look that could only be described as skeptical. Where does that confidence even come from?" Then, with a pointed tone, he added, "Sorry, it's custom-made strictly personal use. Besides, it wouldn't fit you anyway." Lemieux knew better than to lend his armor to a government agent. He could already imagine finding a few listening devices conveniently planted in it afterward. With that, Lemieux half-shoved, half-guided Pepper into the armor, not giving her time to fully process what was happening. His voice turned stern and righteous, the epitome of moral conviction. "It's all up to you now, Pepper. Tony needs your help. You're Stark's savior." The irony wasn't lost on him. It was almost always the hero saving the damsel. Why not flip the script? This time, the beauty would save the hero. "JARVIS will guide you during the fight. There's a concentrated anti-armor missile in the left forearm. Just wait for the right moment to fire it, and the battle will be over." He gave her a confident smile, his voice oozing assurance. "Trust me, so easy." Pepper, still stunned, didn't have time to argue. Lemieux's comment about the missile wasn't just empty talk either. Tony's Mark armor had the same missile launcher built into its left arm, but he hadn't had time to reload it since Afghanistan. Or rather, he never expected another battle to happen so soon. The combat effectiveness of powered armor largely depended on the weapons it carried. Without weapons, it was essentially a giant, mobile turtle shell. Even so, the odds of Stark losing to the Ironmonger were slim. Why? Because Stark's turtle shell was superior in durability and designed for prolonged engagements. This Mark III wasn't the same one from the original timeline. With the force field generator, it had become a juggernaut of defense, nearly impossible to penetrate. While Stark might struggle to break through the Ironmonger's thick plating, he could outlast Obadiah, grinding him down until his suit ran out of power and ammunition. Obadiah's arc reactor, stolen from Stark, wasn't even at full capacity. It had been drained significantly during Stark's flight to Afghanistan. Meanwhile, Stark's new arc reactor was fully charged 100% power. Pepper was shoved awkwardly into the ghost armor, stumbling and protesting. Hey." The metal plates shifted and enclosed her in smooth, flowing movements, wrapping her snugly in the suit. Fortunately, the armor was designed to fit someone of Lemieux's size, and without high heels, Pepper was only slightly taller than him. Lucky for her, she wore pants. If she'd been in a skirt, it might have jammed somewhere. But just as the armor began to seal, ow, stop, wait. Pepper suddenly raised a hand, clutching the faceplate to stop it from closing. "My hair is caught." Cowlson's expression twitched, and among the agents, someone snorted audibly. Lemieux rolled his eyes, muttering, "Go ahead and laugh. I don't care. He had just praised their professionalism, and now this. Slime biology didn't include hair, and Stark himself had short hair. Naturally, the armor had never been designed to account for hair getting caught. With a sigh, Lemieux stood on his tiptoes, carefully untangling the trapped strands. He then pulled a hair tie from his pocket and tied Pepper's hair into a quick ponytail. There. Problem solved. Finally secure in the ghost armor, Pepper ignited the thrusters and took off. With J.A.R.V.I.S.'s assistance, she flew smoothly toward Section 16, the location of the impending battle. Lemieux turned his gaze to the remaining group, Carlson and the 5 agents standing by. Without hesitation, he assumed command, his tone leaving no room for argument. All of you go secure the perimeter. Keep civilians away and prepare for cleanup. Move out immediately. The agents, recognizing his authority at the moment, didn't question him. Lemieux walked purposefully toward the battle, his back to the agents as he barked orders, gesturing with his fingers for emphasis. Keep civilians away, prepare for cleanup, and move now. Calling Carlson wasn't just to play nice after all. Americans didn't care much for soy sauce. No, Carlson's presence was strategic. Aside from protecting Pepper, his expertise in damage control made him invaluable for handling post-battle cleanup. Moreover, Lemieux knew he'd eventually cross paths with Nick Fury, and now was as good a time as any to start laying the groundwork. Understood, Carlson replied without hesitation, his demeanor calm and professional. Protecting lives and property was part of his job though. To be fair, property didn't always seem to apply when it came to certain agency activities. The number of times SHIELD had acquired things wasn't exactly small. Carlson quickly directed the 5 agents to fan out, each working to guide civilians to safety and secure the area. In a deserted corner, Lemieux activated his unique skill once more. One of his arms melted into a swirling blue vortex, and from within the dimensional space, another ghost armor stepped forth. The Predator ability, part of Lemieux's biological design, allowed him to analyze and replicate objects he had recorded and stored. By studying the ghost armor's construction, he could recreate an identical version using raw materials. That's why, earlier, he had stored 3 sets of raw materials for armor inside his dimensional space, not completed suits. The one before him now? Let's call it Ghost Armor 2. Ghost Armor I was currently being piloted by Pepper. Suiting up, Lemieux ignited the armor's thrusters, soaring into the sky to survey the battlefield below. By the time Pepper arrived, the battle between Stark and Obadiah was already raging. In the middle of an open field, 2 titanic figures clashed. One, the sleek and polished red and gold Mark III. The other, the rugged, unpainted Ironmonger, raw and industrial in its design. The Ironmonger was massive, its thighs alone as wide as the Mark II's waist, and it stood nearly twice as tall. Its external hydraulic pumps lent it a crude, post-apocalyptic style, oozing with brute force. Stark fired a repulsor blast from his hand cannon, striking the Ironmonger square in the face. Yet it didn't even flinch. The energy struck like water against stone, leaving no mark. Stark lunged again, throwing a punch, but the Ironmonger didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, it caught Stark's fist midair, using its size advantage to hoist the smaller armor upward. With a sudden swing, Obadiah slammed the Mark III into the ground with a thunderous crash, the impact sending cracks through the earth and raising a cloud of dust. Slam, slam, slam. The sound of metal against dirt echoed like a war drum, each blow reverberating with ominous weight. Watching from above, Lemieux couldn't help but think. Stark, what are you doing? Why are you cosplaying Loki? The Mark III was clearly outmatched in raw mechanical strength. Obadiah's Ironmonger outclassed it in both size and brute force. Taking it head-on? That was asking for a beatdown. The scene below was nothing short of a one-sided brawl, Stark's armor being ragdolled like a toy in a child's tantrum. As the battle raged, Pepper's ghost armor finally arrived, its movements still shaky and unsteady. She hovered hesitantly near the edge of the battlefield, watching in equal parts awe and fear as the 2 armored giants clashed below. Pepper's voice rang out over the comms, desperate and trembling with fear as she flew closer to the battlefield. Tony, I'm here to help. Are you okay, Tony? Her heart pounded wildly in her chest. She had never been in a fight in her life, and now she was piloting a combat suit, facing a life-or-death situation. Watching Stark being tossed around like a rag doll, her fear threatened to overwhelm her completely. The thin, metallic shell of the ghost armor offered little comfort. Obadiah slammed Stark into the ground once again, the Mark II's armor scraping and sparking against the cracked pavement. Then, with a sneer, he planted a heavy foot on Stark's chest, pinning him down. Bright sparks erupted where the 2 suits clashed. Raising his head, Obadiah spotted Pepper hovering in the air, her movements shaky and uncertain. He glanced back down at Stark beneath his foot and smirked, his tone dripping with mockery. Hey, Tony. Looks like someone's come to save you. But what good will it do? If I can crush you like the bug you are, I can just as easily squash her too. Pepper froze for a moment, staring in panic as Obadiah taunted her. Then, she remembered Lemieux's instructions. The missile. Her left arm had a missile. J.A.R.V.I.S. Fire the missile. Fire now. Lock onto that giant suit. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s calm voice replied instantly. Target confirmed. Please relax your arm muscles to avoid strain. The ghost armor's left arm raised automatically, a targeting reticle appearing in the center of Pepper's screen. The system locked onto the ironmonger, a red box framing the massive armor. The missile launcher extended from her forearm. Ignition. Launch. The missile roared to life, leaving a white trail of smoke as it streaked toward Obadiah. But then, Pepper watched in horror as Obadiah casually grabbed Stark by the arm, lifting him like a human shield, placing the Mark III directly in the missile's path. Boom! The missile struck Stark's armor, exploding in a blinding flash of fire and light. Pepper's scream tore through the air, a raw and anguished cry. Tony. The explosion's glow flickered in her wide, tear-filled eyes as her heart sank into despair. The world seemed to grow darker, quieter, as if her inner turmoil had cast a shadow over everything. From his vantage point on a nearby rooftop, Lemieux watched the events unfold with an expression hidden behind his faceplate. When the explosion lit up the battlefield, he couldn't help but cover his face with one hand, sighing heavily. Oh, come on. That's just tragic. This outcome? Completely unexpected. The issue wasn't with the missile itself. It wasn't designed for speed but for precision and armor penetration. Unlike kinetic weapons, the missile relied on shaped charges to generate metallic jets that pierced through heavy armor. While slower than other munitions, it was highly effective against tanks and aircraft, which couldn't exactly grab a nearby object to shield themselves. But this was no ordinary battlefield. Obadiah had both the strength and proximity to use Stark as a literal shield, and the ironmonger's hydraulic arms were more than powerful enough to hoist the smaller suit effortlessly. It wasn't a design flaw, just a situation no one had accounted for. What if Iron Man died here? If Tony Stark died here tonight, what would the future look like? Chaos. Absolute chaos. History would derail completely. Obadiah let out a cold chuckle, then effortlessly hurled Stark aside, sending him crashing through an entire concrete wall. With slow, deliberate steps, he turned his attention to Pepper. But from the rubble behind him, a red and gold armored hand suddenly emerged, clawing its way back to the surface. I'm fine. I'm okay. Don't worry about me. What an inspiring and heart-wrenching moment. Even if buried in an iron coffin, even if cast into the abyss, Tony Stark would still raise his hands to the sky and scream in defiance. Lemieux couldn't help but feel a deep sense of admiration. This guy, I respect him. Tony Stark has an unbreakable soul. Thanks to the recent upgrades to the force field generator, the anti-armor missile had failed to penetrate the Mark III's plating, which, in hindsight, had been inevitable. The missile's velocity wasn't high, and since it had been stopped midair by the force field, it had actually detonated before making direct contact with the armor. As a result, the metallic jet from the warhead had hit thin air, unable to focus its armor-piercing effect. And even if it had been effective, the force field had already disrupted its kinetic impact, drastically weakening its power. In the end, all it had done was scorch some paint off the Mark III. Gritting her teeth, Pepper ripped the massive greatsword from the ghost armor's back, her voice rising in a desperate battle cry. Summoning all the courage she had left, she charged at Obadiah, prepared to fight to the death. Her armor stomped against the ground, sending loose debris flying, and as she swung, the blade sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Obadiah didn't even flinch. Watching her sword descend toward his head, he simply smirked. And then, clang, the blade struck the ironmonger's armor, sending a shower of sparks flying, and bounced off. Useless. Completely useless. This was the 21st century. Did she really think a medieval sword was going to work against a walking war machine? Obadiah snorted, knocking the sword from Pepper's grip with a single backhanded slap. Then, with one massive gauntleted hand, he gripped her helmet, lifting her and the entire suit off the ground until they were eye level. So, armor made for women is just as weak as women themselves. His voice was filled with mocking disdain. Hand over the data you stole. If you do, I might just let you live. And while you're at it, tell me where that agent you brought is hiding. From the rooftop, Lemieux watched the scene unfold, his patience finally running thin. Enough. If he had a few more days, he could have finished his high-energy laser weapon. With that, slicing through the ironmonger's armor would have been as easy as cutting butter. But even now, who said he couldn't cut through it anyway? Stepping forward, Lemieux emerged from the ghost armor, ready to make his move. Great Sage, fully take over the armor system. Let's give the old man a demonstration of our newest trick. Acknowledged. The empty ghost armor too silently drew the massive greatsword from its back, vanishing into the shadows of the night. Hey, Obadiah Stana, look up here. A sharp, familiar voice called out from above. Obadiah instinctively turned his head, his metallic gaze locking onto the source of the sound. Standing atop the reactor rooftop, Lemieux waved a small black USB drive in his hand. Lemieux grinned down at him. The files you want? They're all right here. Let her go, and I'll hand them over. Of course. The USB was fake. But Obadiah didn't know that. His greed and desperation made him fall for the bait instantly. With a dismissive sneer, he flung Pepper aside like garbage, sending her skidding across the ground. Then, igniting his thrusters, he roared into the air, thick black smoke trailing behind him as he ascended to the rooftop. Give it to me. As the ironmonger landed with a heavy metallic thud, the entire rooftop trembled. Obadiah's massive armored frame loomed over Lemieux, a cold steel behemoth, his steps slow and menacing as he closed in. The harsh metallic sheen of his armor gleamed under the moonlight, making him look like a ravenous predator closing in on its prey. Lemieux stepped back, one slow movement at a time. His expression was calm, indifferent. His gaze met the ironmonger's without a flicker of fear. Step by step, He retreated across the glass skylight of the reactor chamber. Then, he stopped right at the edge. Obadiah, closing in for the kill, lifted his foot. And then, just as his massive armor was about to step onto the fragile skylight, he stopped. A dry chuckle escaped him. "You think you can trick me into falling through?" His tone was mocking, filled with a sense of cruel amusement. Then, his voice darkened, his smirk curling into something sinister. "I misjudged you before. You're neither weak nor harmless." But despite the words, his voice still carried nothing but contempt. As if none of it mattered. "But this is where it ends. You and that USB can go meet your maker together." As he spoke, a mechanized panel flipped open on the ironmonger's back, revealing a thick, arm-sized high-explosive missile. Obadiah's voice remained calm, even as he locked onto Lemu's chest with a red laser sight. "Such a shame. You wasted an old man's kindness." The missile ignited, its engines roaring to life. A streak of red-hot fire trailed behind it as it launched, hurtling straight for Lemu's chest. A streak of red-hot fire trailed behind it as it launched, hurtling straight for Lemu's chest. For a moment, it looked as though Lemu was doomed. The missile raced toward him, promising instant obliteration, a fiery death with nothing left behind. "But God? Sorry, I don't really know him that well." Activating skill, Predator. Lemu raised a single hand, preparing to let the missile vanish into his dimensional space, neutralizing it effortlessly. Then a sudden shout rang through the battlefield. "Stana!" A blur of red and gold lunged from the side, interposing itself between Lemu and the incoming missile. Tony Stark, wearing the Mark III armor, throwing himself straight into the blast. He couldn't tackle Lemu away. He couldn't push him aside. So he did the only thing he could. He took the hit head on. Boom! The missile struck the Mark III's chest, erupting into a fiery explosion. For a moment, Lemu saw only shadows. A silhouette of a man, burned into the raging inferno. Tony Stark's armor was thrown violently backward, propelled by the blast, rocketing past Lemu. But in that crucial instant a small, pale hand reached out. A simple pull and press, a flawless redirection. Lemu's precise movements absorbed and redirected Stark's excess momentum, stabilizing his flight path midair. Thanks to this, Tony didn't crash violently into the ground. Instead, he landed on his feet, stumbling but intact. A maneuver born from high-level martial arts techniques, knowledge that great sage had meticulously gathered from the vast archives of the internet. A subtle but perfect application of force redirection. Meanwhile, the fire from the explosion washed over Lemu, scorching the ground, igniting debris, and leaving behind waves of intense heat. But not a single strand of his hair was burned. His clothing was charred, yes, but his body? Completely unharmed. A passive skill. Heat and cold resistance. A gift of his unique biology. Across the battlefield, Obadiah Stana stood frozen, watching this impossible scene unfold through his armor's display. His face twisted in disbelief, confusion, and most of all fear. What the hell are you?" His voice, meant to be angry, was shaky, betraying his growing terror. This isn't possible." But Lemu simply waved a hand toward him, his expression calm, almost casual, like he was simply saying goodbye to a friend before heading home. "Goodbye. Take your questions to God. Maybe he'll give you an answer." His voice was soft, but it carried with it an unshakable finality. And just then from behind Obadiah, a shadow rose. A towering blue and white armored figure. Silent. Ghostly. Like a specter of death itself. The ghost armor. Controlled entirely by Great Sage. And it was already in position to deliver the final blow. The ghost armor gripped its massive great sword, the plasma thrusters on its back flaring to life, emitting a burst of brilliant white light. With a smooth, controlled motion, it spun the greatsword in a full arc, shifting its weight. Then lunged forward, the blade rising from below in a devastating upward slash, aimed directly at the ironmonger's leg joint. Every ounce of force and momentum aligned perfectly. The raw power of the thrusters, the rotational inertia of the blade, the full torque of the armor's twisting motion, the precise strike of the arm movement. Invisible streams of data flowed through the ghost armor's internal systems, calculating and adjusting in real time, creating a perfect synergy of motion and force transmission. Under Great Sage's flawless computational control, the mechanics reached near absolute efficiency, ensuring every unit of energy was channeled into the strike. And then, Sturiaik? A deafening screech of metal rending metal tore through the battlefield. A burst of blinding sparks erupted as the great sword cleaved effortlessly into the ironmonger's massive joint. Like a searing blade slicing through butter, the ironmonger's leg, thick as an industrial steel pillar, was severed in a single swing. The entire limb broke away, crashing onto the rooftop, sending tremors through the structure. At the same time, the greatsword itself cracked, its blade chipped and bent from the sheer brutality of the impact. Lemu's eyes gleamed, his blood thrumming with excitement. A strike that could carve through the thickest armor. A technique that fused the mysticism of Eastern swordsmanship with the precision of modern physics. A battle art only possible thanks to Great Sage's processing power. If only the blade had been sturdier, this technique wouldn't just be an ambush attack. It would have been enough to dismantle the ironmonger in direct combat. Lemu clenched his fist. One day, I'll forge an even stronger blade. And when that day comes, I'll find a battlefield worthy of it. A true war zone, where he could stand on the front lines and carve through enemies like grass. With a final, calculated motion, the ghost armor raised its right leg, then slammed a powerful kick into the ironmonger's back. The force tipped Obadiah off balance, sending his now crippled armor toppling. His eyes filled with sheer terror as he realized he was falling. The reinforced glass skylight beneath him had already been shattered from the previous missile explosion, and now he plunged downward, directly toward the large arc reactor. His mind raced, his hands clawing desperately at the air, but there was nothing to grab. He descended rapidly, gravity pulling him toward oblivion. A micro-missile streaked from behind, tracking him as he fell, then detonated, sealing his fate. The reactor below erupted, unleashing a towering white energy column, surging straight into the heavens. For an instant the world fell silent. Then a blinding pillar of pure energy pierced through the stormy sky, illuminating the entire city, turning the black clouds white. The sheer force of the explosion sent ripples through the atmosphere, triggering several cascading bolts of lightning across the sky. Lemieux stood on the rooftop, watching the blinding spectacle unfold, his face bathed in the ethereal glow. This pillar of light reminded him of something. The Bifrost of Asgard. A beacon of divine power, breathtaking in its destructive beauty. A reminder that the timeline is still moving forward. In a year or two, the god of thunder himself would descend upon this world. In the silence that followed the explosion, a thunderous shockwave ripped through the air, accompanied by an ear-piercing roar. Flames surged out from the reactor chamber like a ravenous beast, climbing skyward under the pressure of the blast, forming a miniature mushroom cloud. The intense air currents created by the massive pressure difference whipped through the surroundings, sending Lemieux's long hair billowing wildly. He stood still, watching the devastation with calm eyes, his thoughts briefly reflecting on the fallen. Obadiah. Whether you were brilliant or foolish, to rise to such a position, you were nothing. He shifted his gaze to the monumental column of light that still pierced the heavens. The clanking of heavy footsteps echoed behind him. A red and gold armored hand, scarred by numerous scratches and battle damage, rested on Lemieux's shoulder. It's over. Let's go. Colonel James Rhodes finally arrived, though far too late to intervene. After receiving Lemieux's call, his first stop had been the Air Force Base, where he scrambled to calm the panicked observers, who had reported a mysterious energy surge. Only then did he rush out, taking his personal car in his hurry. The entire drive was a chaotic blur, running countless red lights, weaving through traffic, and leaving a trail of angry curses from frustrated drivers. One particularly furious man had nearly collided with him and even chased him for several blocks. Were it not for Rhodey's speed, the esteemed U.S. colonel might have found himself cornered and punched by an enraged civilian. When he finally arrived, his frustration peaked. The scene that greeted him was nothing short of apocalyptic. Missile-scorched craters, bullet-riddled walls, collapsed structures that looked like they'd been rammed by tanks, human-shaped dents in the ground, and a fading mushroom cloud still looming ominously in the sky. Rhodey froze, utterly overwhelmed by the carnage. What the foo *K, he exclaimed, running his hand down his face. His voice rose in frustration. Can someone tell me what the hell happened here? A sharp intake of breath, then, foo *K. His face twisted in utter disbelief as his gaze darted from one piece of destruction to the next, desperately trying to make sense of it all. Was this some kind of live military simulation? Or maybe a superhero blockbuster being filmed? Standing before Rhodey were two imposing figures, clad in gleaming, battle-scarred suits of armor. The first was Tony Stark, donning the Mark III, its red and gold plating a striking contrast to the destruction around them. The second was Pepper Potts, wearing a sleek ghost armor, its dark design emanating a menacing aura. For a moment, Rhodey genuinely believed he had stepped onto the set of a high-budget sci-fi film. What is this? He muttered to himself, his mind racing. The colonel's voice wavered as he pointed at the two figures. Don't tell me, is this a preview of some new military tech? Are we filming a trailer here? His confusion quickly turned into annoyance as the full absurdity of the situation hit him. Unbeknownst to Rhodey, a second ghost armor had already been quietly stashed away by Lemieux. Now, only Stark's Mark III and Pepper's ghost armor remained visible, their powerful and majestic forms towering before Rhodey. He stared at the two suits, the faintest hint of awe creeping into his voice. I swear, if this is some sci-fi project, I better get a front row seat. Or perhaps it was a time-traveling machine stepping through the massive light column moments ago, here to assassinate John Connor in the past? As the faint clicking sound of armor plates folding back echoed in the air, both suits of armor simultaneously opened, revealing Tony Stark and Pepper Potts. The sight of Stark immediately brought clarity to Rhodey's mind. He recalled the earlier incident where Tony, being chased by military jets, had called him in a panic for help. Everything clicked into place. The colonel's frustrated tirade halted mid-sentence, his demeanor shifting faster than a weather vane in a hurricane. The anger drained from his face, replaced by a mix of envy, admiration, and obsequious awe. Circling around the two suits of armor with wide eyes and a near-religious reverence, he muttered almost to himself, wow, this is the coolest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Tony Stark, ever the showman, couldn't resist a smirk. With a self-satisfied but faux humble tone, he responded, not bad, right? Two high-tech, whack-a-mole robots. Revolutionary, cutting-edge stuff. As he said this, Tony turned and gave Lemieux a subtle wink, his confidence and composure fully restored after the earlier life-or-death ordeal. But just as he started basking in Rhodey's admiration, Lemieux's voice broke through like a cold breeze, calm and merciless. All I saw was someone being used as a whack-a-mole by Obadiah. Tony coughed awkwardly, his smugness deflating slightly as he shot Lemieux a side-eye. Pepper, having stepped out of the armor, seemed momentarily stunned by the scene around her. Then, snapping out of her daze, she hurried to Tony's side. Her hands began anxiously patting and probing at his chest and arms as she checked him for injuries. Are you okay, Tony? That missile, it hit you? Are you hurt? Tell me you're not hurt. Her voice quivered with emotion, a faint trace of tears mixed with lingering fear. The image of Tony being struck by the missile kept replaying in her mind like a nightmare she couldn't shake. Unbeknownst to her, both she and Tony were practically unscathed, thanks to the force field generators integrated into their suits. The only injury sustained was a lock of Pepper's hair that had been singed in the chaos. Tony gently grasped her frantically moving hands, his own hands steady and warm. Raising them slightly, he placed them gently on her shoulders and gave her a reassuring pat. I'm fine, he said softly, his tone calm but soothing. It's okay. The armor held up. The missile didn't penetrate. His words, spoken with quiet confidence, seemed to ease some of the tension in Pepper's expression. And then, as if following an unspoken cue, Tony slowly pulled her into his arms. Pepper hesitated for a moment before tilting her head upward, her eyes meeting his. Something unspoken passed between them, a fragile but undeniable connection that felt as if it had always been there, waiting for the right moment to surface. The atmosphere grew thick with a peculiar warmth, a quiet intimacy that enveloped the two of them. There was no moon tonight, but the soft glow of the streetlights illuminated their figures. The atmosphere grew thick with a peculiar warmth, a quiet intimacy that enveloped the two of them. There was no moon tonight, but the soft glow of the streetlights illuminated their figures. Their shadows stretched across the ground, long and narrow, eventually converging into a single, inseparable line in the distance. Pepper tilted her head slightly, her eyes fluttering shut as she seemed to surrender to the moment. Tony, his expression softening, leaned in closer. His heart beat steadily, and for once, it wasn't driven by the adrenaline of combat or the thrill of invention, but by something far more profound. He wanted to kiss her. Yet, he couldn't bring himself to rush it, as though doing so might tarnish the purity of the moment. Tony Stark gazed at the familiar face before him, studying her as if she were a priceless treasure, his treasure. How many women, knowing full well they weren't warriors, would still charge into danger, armed with little more than sheer determination, just to save someone they cared about? Pepper Potts wasn't just his brilliant assistant, an accomplished professional, or a financial genius. She wasn't a fighter, but tonight, her courage had outshone any soldier he'd ever known. Standing a few paces away, Rhodey and Lemieux exchanged a knowing glance and quietly turned their backs, pretending to be blind. Rhodey, however, couldn't help but grimace, his face scrunching up as if he'd bitten into a lemon. He puckered his lips and began to whistle a disjointed, off-key tune. As Tony and Pepper leaned closer, the space between them narrowing with each passing heartbeat, their breaths mingled. It was a fragile, intimate moment that felt as if the universe itself had paused to give them time. But just as their faces were about to touch, a loud voice shattered the moment like glass hitting concrete. Hey, is anyone injured? Does anyone need medical attention? I've called reinforcements, and there's an ambulance on the way. Tony and Pepper jumped apart as though struck by lightning, their heads swiveling around in search of the source of the interruption. From around the corner came Agent Phil Cowlson, panting heavily as he jogged toward them. In one hand, he clutched a communicator, and in the other, a standard-issue pistol. His usually composed demeanor was replaced with visible relief when he saw the group standing unscathed. Oh, thank God, he muttered, wiping a bead of sweat from his brow. You're all okay. Praise the heavens. Behind him, the sound of synchronized footsteps grew louder. Within moments, a group of burly paramedics in white uniforms appeared, looking more like off-duty special forces soldiers than medical personnel. Their sharp eyes and muscular builds were complemented by the efficiency of their movements. Following closely behind were nearly a dozen men in sleek black suits, each armed with FGM-148 Javelin anti-tank missile launchers, looking like they were prepared to level a building if necessary. For a moment, everyone froze. The scene was so surreal that Tony, Pepper, Rhodey, and Lemieux all found themselves staring at Cowlson in stunned silence, their gazes lingering on the absurdly overprepared team behind him. Cowlson, sensing the weight of their stares, glanced around nervously, then looked down at his own attire as if checking for something out of place. Finally, he cleared his throat. Did I miss something? Is anyone hurt? Rhodey was the first to break. A snort escaped his lips, quickly escalating into a full-blown laugh. His booming laughter echoed through the night, and he clutched his sides as tears welled in his eyes. Haha, oh man. I don't even know who you are, but I like you already. That was brilliant. You've got style, buddy. You're officially my friend now. Lemieux nodded approvingly, his face uncharacteristically amused. Well done, Cowlson. Or should I say, son of Cowl. Cowlson blinked, clearly baffled. He glanced back at the men he'd brought along, then at the group in front of him. What did I do? As the adrenaline faded and the night wore on, the group gradually began to disperse. Rhodey continued to chuckle under his breath, occasionally throwing playful jabs at Tony. Lemieux, ever the quiet observer, remained calm but couldn't entirely hide his amusement. Tony, meanwhile, shook his head in exasperation as he turned to Pepper. Let's call it a night, shall we? Pepper smiled, her earlier embarrassment giving way to a warm expression. Yes, let's. Lemieux, Tony Stark, and Pepper found a spot in Stark Industries to spend the night. Though not as comfortable as home, they managed to get a decent sleep and regain some energy. In stark contrast, Rhodey and Cowlson weren't as lucky. As a military colonel and an agent of SHIELD, they were stuck working through the night, dealing with the aftermath. They had to report to their superiors, write detailed reports, coordinate with various departments, clean up the site, and prepare excuses and testimonies for the media. By morning, they knew the press would swarm in like piranhas smelling blood. The next morning, 8:30 a.m., a press conference was set to take place at Stark Industries, in the same venue where Tony Stark had held his last one 6 months ago. With 10 minutes left until the event began, Coulson handed Tony a small note containing the key points SHIELD wanted him to address. Lemieux, meanwhile, sat on a nearby couch, casually flipping through a newspaper while snacking on macadamia nuts. The table in front of him was littered with broken shells, a testament to his boredom. The nuts' thick shells were no match for Lemieux's sharp teeth. To him, cracking them open was as easy as eating sunflower seeds. Last night, the battle between Tony Stark's Mark III armor and the Ironmonger had been caught on camera by passersby. Despite the chaotic fighting, Tony had gone out of his way to ensure there were no civilian casualties within his ability. The footage of the fight had gone viral, dominating the news. Reports of mysterious machines fighting in the streets and heroic rescues were everywhere. However, the 2 ONI armors Lemieux had deployed had largely gone unnoticed. Coulson had already led agents to secure the area, and only a handful of people had seen a fleeting glimpse of the blue and white armor. With no clear evidence, it was easy to dismiss the sightings of the ONI armor as mistaken identity or the result of frightened imaginations. No proof, no truth. This worked to their advantage. A hidden weapon is always the sharpest. Lemieux had no intention of following in Tony Stark's footsteps to become a public superhero. While he didn't mind helping civilians or funding charities, he wasn't ready to embrace the mantle of a superhero. Once Tony schemed through the script handed to him, Coulson began to provide additional explanations. His tone was calm and measured, a voice that spoke of long experience handling such situations. You were on your yacht at the time. Coulson began, his words steady as if reciting a script himself. As for Obadiah Stannett, well, let's just say his private plane went down during his vacation. All you need to do is announce that the Iron Man suit is just your personal bodyguard. People will forget about this soon enough. Coulson's voice continued, like an incessant chant drilling into Tony's ears. Despite nodding absently in response, it was clear Tony's attention was anywhere but on the script. Once Coulson had finished his monologue, he politely excused himself. Pepper quickly followed after him to express her gratitude. I just wanted to thank you, Pepper said, catching up to him in the hallway. You've really helped us a lot, thank you, and thank your team from the Homeland, Strategic Defense, and Attack. Pepper trailed off awkwardly, struggling to remember the agency's cumbersome name. Coulson maintained his usual polite smile, calm, professional, and somewhat detached. Or perhaps it was just routine. Just call us SHIELD. We've officially rebranded. Oh, that's much easier, Pepper said with a relieved nod. Back in the lounge, Lemieux put down the newspaper he'd been reading, a smirk playing on his lips. His gaze locked on Coulson, his tone half teasing, half serious. Agent Coulson, he began, his voice laced with amusement. If I remember correctly, I'm the one who came up with that name. Shouldn't I be getting some royalties for that? Anything less than $1 million, and I'm not signing off on it. His words referred to their first meeting during Stark's charity gala, where Lemieux had jokingly coined the name SHIELD. Now, he was dragging it back into the conversation with a playful jab. Coulson's ever-composed demeanor faltered for just a moment. His smile turned sheepish as he let out a soft, almost apologetic laugh. I thought you were joking back then. Oh, I was serious, Lemieux replied with a straight face, though the glimmer of humor in his eyes gave him away. Who wouldn't take free money if they could get it? Well, Coulson hesitated, clearly unsure of how to respond. I'll file a report with my superiors. That's not really my call to make. Good, Lemieux said, leaning back against the couch with a satisfied nod. Don't take too long now. Coulson could only shake his head with a resigned smile as he turned to leave. Pepper, having overheard the conversation, stifled a laugh, while Tony simply shrugged, accustomed to Lemieux's antics. It wasn't the first time Lemieux had joked about profiting from absurd situations, and it certainly wouldn't be the last. All right, I look forward to hearing back from you, Lemieux said, squinting slightly. He looked completely serious, even though he knew he was just making things up. Pepper and Coulson shook hands warmly at the door as she walked him out. A small, awkward cough broke the silence. Ahem. Tony Stark, still lounging on the couch, shifted uneasily. His gaze kept flickering toward the doorway where Pepper and Coulson were exchanging pleasantries. Now, Tony wasn't usually the jealous type. With the sheer number of women he'd dated over the years, he simply didn't have the time or energy to care about who was talking to whom. But this? Watching Pepper shake hands and chat casually with another man, especially one who had, in Tony's mind, sabotaged his romantic moment the previous night, felt different. Worse, the guy wasn't just some random agent. Coulson was polite, calm, and carried himself with a quiet sort of sophistication that Tony couldn't ignore. A faint pang of unease settled in his chest. So, Tony waved the small slip of paper Coulson had given him, feigning nonchalance but doing a poor job at hiding his annoyance. How do you two know each other? I mean, you and Agent Coulson. His words were casual, but his tone carried the unmistakable tang of jealousy. Pepper, however, wasn't buying it. She gave him a tired but amused smile, shaking her head as if she'd heard this line before. Tony, it's nothing to get worked up about, she said with a shrug, dismissing the question. Then, she quickly changed the subject. Now, come on. It's time for you to head out. The reporters are all waiting. Without waiting for his reply, she grabbed his suit jacket and helped him put it on, brushing the fabric smooth with practiced precision. Tony stood still, letting Pepper fuss over him as she adjusted his jacket. It gave him a moment to collect himself. He could feel that hint of irrational jealousy lingering, but he wasn't about to let it show. So, in true Tony Stark fashion, he tried to steer the conversation somewhere completely different. You know, he said, glancing at her casually. I like the name Iron Man. I think it suits me. Pepper, still adjusting his collar, didn't even glance up. It doesn't. He's just your bodyguard, she corrected without missing a beat. Tony grumbled under his breath. All right, you win. Then, almost as if talking to himself, he added, still, I think I am Iron Man. No one else could have done what I did. Pepper froze for a split second before continuing her work. Tony didn't stop. His voice grew softer, more reflective as he spoke, almost like he was justifying it to himself. I mean, think about it. I single-handedly took down a terrorist operation, stopped Obadiah from selling weapons that could have destroyed countless lives. His gaze drifted off, as though he were staring at something far away. I think I've earned the right to call myself Iron Man. Then, almost out of nowhere, he added, and I think I should have a girlfriend. The room went silent. Even Tony seemed startled by his own words. For a moment, he stood there, wondering how he'd let that slip. But now that it was out there was no going back. He straightened up and leaned into it, keeping his tone steady, as though this had been his plan all along. For a moment, he stood there, wondering how he'd let that slip. But now that it was out there was no going back. He straightened up and leaned into it, keeping his tone steady, as though this had been his plan all along. She'd know who I really am, Tony continued, his voice calm but deliberate. She'd worry about me all the time, but she'd also be proud of me. She'd feel conflicted, sure, but deep down, she'd be drawn to me, and she'd always be there, quietly supporting me in the background. Pepper, standing just inches away, said nothing. Her hand stilled on his collar as her gaze flickered up to meet his. And I'm proud of her, too, Tony Stark continued softly, his eyes steady on Pepper. She's brave and fearless, even if she's a little clumsy sometimes. Tony turned to face Pepper fully, his voice dropping into a tone that was both gentle and utterly captivating. Are you really going to tell me you haven't thought about it? That night, and last night. Pepper's gaze met his, flickering with hesitation. There was a softness in her eyes, an undercurrent of emotions she didn't try to hide. She started, her voice almost a whisper. Then, she looked away, her head dipping slightly as if weighed down by her thoughts. I need to think about it. She took a deep breath before continuing, her words tinged with a hint of sadness. If I quit my job. Tony frowned, confusion and concern etching onto his face. Pepper kept her head low, avoiding his eyes. Deep down, the fact that Tony was her boss still bothered her. It wasn't just about the professional line she'd always drawn, it was about principles. A subordinate doesn't kiss her boss. And then there was the weight of public scrutiny, the whispers and stares that would inevitably follow. The air between them grew heavy, as if the tension in the room had frozen time. And then, suddenly, a document appeared in front of Pepper, breaking the moment like a sharp knock at the door. Pepper, I've got something for you, came a calm, familiar voice. Pepper and Tony both jumped slightly, startled out of their private bubble. They turned simultaneously to find Lemieux standing there, his face wearing a warm, knowing smile. Neither of them had noticed him approach, though Lemieux figured they were too wrapped up in each other to pay attention to anything else. It's a gift, Lemieux continued, his tone casual but laced with purpose. He handed the document to Pepper, gesturing for her to take it. Pepper blinked, her confusion evident. She unfolded the document and scanned it briefly before her eyes widened in shock. 1% of Stark Industries stock, she said, her voice trembling slightly. Lemieux nodded, the smile never leaving his face. That's right. If you ever get tired of being a personal assistant, why not join the board of directors instead? Stark Industries is ours to run now. We could easily move you into an equal position. Pepper stood frozen, staring at the document. 1% didn't sound like much on the surface, but in a company like Stark Industries, it was worth at least $1 billion, even with the current drop in stock value. And once Tony revealed his identity as Iron Man and the revolutionary miniaturized arc reactor technology, its value would skyrocket. This wasn't just a gift, it was a fortune. Pepper finally looked up, disbelief written all over her face. Where did this come from? She asked, her voice cautious and full of suspicion. Is this from Tony? Did he approve this? I didn't think he was capable of being this generous. I've always been generous. Don't I have a reputation for that? Though, admittedly, this wasn't from me. Tony Stark waved his hands defensively, trying to make his case. But Pepper didn't seem to hear him. Her focus remained fixed on Lemieux, waiting for his explanation. Feigning surprise, Lemieux raised an eyebrow and said, You forgot. You even compiled the reports when I was acquiring Stark Industries stock. You submitted those to Tony yourself, remember? Pepper blinked, her mind reeling. This had to be a joke, one too surreal to believe. Haha. To Tony. she stammered, turning to Stark for confirmation, her voice rising in disbelief. To her shock, Stark shrugged and nodded casually. It's true. Her head snapped back toward Lemieux, her words spilling out in a mix of confusion and denial. But, how is this possible? This can't be real. No one can pull that off, and you're so young. Based on the data Pepper had handled, this meant Lemieux had somehow made over $100 billion in less than 6 months. It was absurd, practically unimaginable. What Pepper didn't know, however, was that Lemieux's total net worth had already soared past $300 billion by now. Lemieux gently patted her arm, his smile calm and reassuring. There's no need to be so shocked. For me, this is perfectly normal. You've probably noticed by now that I'm not exactly ordinary. Pepper took a deep breath, forcing herself to focus. She wasn't going to touch the topic of Lemieux's peculiarities, not now. Instead, she shook her head firmly, her tone resolute. I can't accept this. It's far too much. Lemieux's lips curved into a sly smile, mischief dancing in his eyes. Well, I've already transferred the shares. Even if you refuse, there's nothing you can do about it. He leaned back slightly, exuding confidence. I finalized everything online. All the legal procedures are complete through some technical means, of course. These documents? They're purely symbolic. Tear them up if you want, it won't change anything. Lemieux straightened his posture, his expression softening into one of sincerity. Pepper, this is my way of saying thank you. You've done so much for me over these past 6 months. He paused, his gaze steady but warm. You probably don't even remember, but on my first day here in America, you bought me clothes out of your own pocket. You've been there, looking out for me, even when you didn't have to. Pepper stood silent for a moment, her emotions a whirlwind. It was hard to process what she was hearing or the magnitude of what Lemieux had done. Tony, meanwhile, was leaning back in his chair, his arms crossed as he observed the scene with mild amusement. Well, Pepper, he drawled, looks like you've got a little philanthropist here. Pepper shot him a sharp look, but it lacked her usual sharpness. Deep down, she felt the weight of gratitude for the gesture, overwhelming as it was. She didn't have the heart to argue further. Lemieux simply smiled, as though her acceptance or rejection was never in doubt. I want to thank you, Pepper. Pepper fell silent for a moment, her eyes gradually turning red. Then, without warning, she pulled Lemieux into a tight embrace, her voice catching in her throat. You really remembered all this time. There. Lemieux gently patted her back, his voice soothing like an adult comforting a child. No crying now. If you keep hugging me like this, a certain Mr. Stark over there is going to get jealous. He nearly lost it when you just shook hands with someone else. He wriggled out of her embrace and took her hand, looking at her with a mischievous smile. I've always thought you two were a perfect match. Why don't you just say yes already? Then, he turned to Stark, his gaze playful yet serious. You'll take good care of her, won't you? Of course. Tony Stark shrugged, pretending to be indifferent. But inside, he was smirking. Sure, Lemieux was teasing him about being jealous, but in the end, the kid was nudging things exactly where he wanted them to go. Good, that settles it. Lemieux placed their hands together, a satisfied look crossing his face. As someone who valued his friends deeply, he was genuinely happy to see them together. Pepper instinctively tightened her grip around Stark's hand but remained hesitant. She still wasn't willing to accept Lemieux's gift. Lemieux, I really appreciate this. But you should take your shares back, I just can't accept them. Lemieux's smile remained unchanged, his expression calm yet resolute. There was no room for negotiation. There's no need to argue. You don't get a say in this. If you insist, I have all the time in the world to sit here and listen to you go on about it all day. His tone was light, but his words carried undeniable finality. I'm never taking them back. If you truly don't want them, just find a random stranger on the street and hand them over. To you, this may seem like an immense fortune. But to me, it's nothing. His gaze softened, carrying a depth of sincerity. Where I come from, we have a saying, a drop of kindness should be repaid with a spring of gratitude. And more importantly, I know you have the ability to handle this wealth. If I didn't believe that, I wouldn't have given it to you in the first place. Most of the time, wealth beyond one's control only leads to disaster. Then, as if shifting gears completely, Lemieux casually dropped another piece of news. By the way, I've decided to build myself a house and move out. It should be done in a few months. I'm moving out. A hush fell over the room. Lemieux repeated himself, just in case they hadn't heard him the first time. Tony and Pepper exchanged looks, both speaking at the same time but with completely different reactions. Pepper's response was immediate and anxious. No, you can't. It's not safe for you to live alone. Tony, on the other hand, practically lit up with joy. He let out an excited whoop, his face breaking into a grin as if he'd just won the lottery. Wow, that's amazing. When are you leaving? I'll throw you a farewell party. After half a year of living together and fighting side by side, Tony had come to trust the alien kid completely. In fact, he was more than ready for him to move out so he could finally enjoy some uninterrupted one-on-one time with Pepper. Besides, their agreement had always been clear: Lemieux was free to leave once he received his own Iron Man suit. While the design wasn't exactly Stark's, Lemieux had successfully built his own Spectre armor, and the timing more or less lined up. Pepper shot Tony a glare, her expression filled with reproach. How can you be okay with letting a minor live alone? It's too dangerous. That's completely irresponsible. Tony blinked at her in disbelief, as if she had just said the sky was green. Pepper, the miner you're talking about just gifted you, what, at least $10 billion in stock? And oh yeah, he sent Obadiah straight to hell. If anything, other people should be worried about their safety, not him. I still don't think it's right. No matter what. Lemieux sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Why does this have to be so difficult? All right, enough arguing. He cut in before the debate could spiral further. I'm not going far. I'm building my house in Malibu just one hill over. You guys can drop by whenever you want. It's a 20-minute drive, at most. If you take the armor, it's only a few seconds. He had carefully chosen that location. He loved the scenery, and frankly, there weren't many better spots nearby for a private villa. Press conference. At the podium, Rhodey gave a brief rundown of the situation before introducing Tony. Mr. Stark has prepared a statement. He will not be answering any questions. Thank you for your cooperation. The murmurs of the assembled journalists filled the air, a low, chaotic hum. At the back of the hall, an entire row of cameras stood ready, their flashes going off in rapid succession, capturing every moment of what was about to unfold. In the front row sat a striking woman in professional attire, Christine, a journalist for Vanity Fair and an old acquaintance of Tony Stark. Very old. Rhodey stepped aside, making room for Tony at the center. Stark strode onto the stage with effortless charm. Even the simple motion of pulling a slip of paper from his pocket looked stylish. He waved a hand casually, clearing his throat twice before speaking. Been a while since I did this kind of thing. Guess I'll just have to read straight from the script. A ripple of laughter and murmured amusement spread through the audience. Tony glanced down at the paper and began reading in a deliberately neutral tone. There have been some concerns regarding my possible involvement with... Excuse me, Mr. Stark. A sharp, eager voice cut him off before he could continue. Christine leaned forward, her lips curved in a knowing smile. Do you really expect us to believe that the guy in the suit is just your bodyguard? Christine leaned forward, her lips curved in a knowing smile. Do you really expect us to believe that the guy in the suit is just your bodyguard? Tony's brows lifted slightly as he looked at her, caught somewhere between amused and exasperated. Questioning the official story is one thing, he said smoothly, but implying that I'm some kind of superhero and holding me accountable for that assumption? That's another thing entirely. Christine's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I never said you were a superhero, Mr. Stark. You didn't. Tony tilted his head. Great. Because that would be ridiculous. A pause. A beat of silence. Then, a flicker of awkwardness crossed his face. Wait, was I just flattering myself? He sighed, shifting uncomfortably. Look, I'm clearly not cut out for the hero gig. I have a lot of flaws. I've made a ton of bad decisions, publicly, I might add. Rhodey leaned in, whispering just loud enough for him to hear. Stick to the script. Right. Tony let out another sigh. Screw it. No one really cared what was on the script anyway. You know what? He lowered the paper, straightened his posture, and let the words slip out naturally. Truth is. He glanced around the silent room, eyes scanning the crowd. I am Iron Man. Silence. For 3, maybe 4, unbearably long seconds, the room remained eerily quiet. Then, like a tidal wave crashing onto the shore, the cheers erupted. Deafening. Roaring. The press conference had just exploded into chaos. The entire room erupted. Reporters sprang to their feet, cheering, shouting questions, screaming, and hammering the shutters of their cameras like machine gun fire. Colonel Rhodey stood off to the side, watching the chaos unfold. He cursed internally but kept a professional smile plastered on his face. Did he just say good? Whatever. He should have expected this by now. On stage, Tony Stark simply stood there, momentarily stunned. Then, ever so slowly, the corners of his mouth curled upward into a smirk. So I wasn't just flattering myself, huh? No, definitely not. But amidst the standing ovation, the roaring applause, and the ecstatic frenzy, one person remained seated. Christine. Her jaw was clenched so tightly it was a wonder her teeth hadn't shattered. Her expression was a mix of pale fury and deep frustration, her lips painted a striking red that only served to emphasize the sickly green tint on her face. She never saw this coming. She had planned to corner him, to provoke him, to put him in a tight spot. Instead, she had just handed him a golden opportunity on a silver platter. She watched, seething, as the crowd practically worshipped that smug playboy, her nails digging into the fabric of her skirt. She couldn't stand it. She couldn't accept it. And yet, she also knew, with absolute certainty, that there was nothing she could do about it. Nothing at all. Her frustration boiled inside her, like 1,000 screaming prairie dogs clawing to escape. Backstage. In a private room behind the chaos, a young man leaned against a sleek, modern desk, watching the live broadcast on a massive screen. When he heard that line, I'm Iron Man, he couldn't help but smile. A slow, satisfied curve of his lips. His long fingers drummed out a playful rhythm against the table, his mood as light as a feather. That's it. Money in the bank. In the next few days, Stark Industries' stock would soar. It would climb relentlessly, higher and higher, until it reached the metaphorical heights of Mount Everest. Only when the public's frenzy cooled would it slowly settle down. Great sage, pull back 10 billion in cash. It's time for us to build a proper home. Acknowledged. Building a mansion like Stark's? A few dozen million would more than suffice. But that wasn't his plan. He was going to buy the entire mountain. And the surrounding forest. A vast, private sanctuary where he could plant trees, grow bamboo, and keep pets, an estate tailored to his tastes. Based on current land prices, the whole project would cost somewhere between 2 to 4 million. Well worth it. A large investment would also be needed for research equipment and manufacturing tools. Lemieux had no intention of running to Stark every time he wanted to tinker with his armor. If he wanted true independence, he had to set up his own lab. The estimated cost for this alone would likely surpass the price of the entire mountain estate. Sitting beside him, Pepper let out a quiet sigh as she cracked open a macadamia nut with a snap and handed it to him. Her face was a mix of exhaustion and amusement, though not a trace of surprise. She had already expected this outcome. After spending years by Tony's side, no one knew him better than she did. He was always pulling unexpected stunts, especially if they put him in the spotlight. And on top of that, he was unbearably arrogant. If someone dismissed him, ignored him, or doubted him, he would go out of his way to prove them wrong. You better not start acting like him, Pepper warned, shaking her head. The only thing he's good at is causing trouble. Besides that, he has zero redeeming qualities. She tried to sound stern, but her tone lacked real conviction. Lemieux raised an eyebrow, lips curling into a teasing smirk. His voice was slow and deliberate. Then, tell me, Miss Beautiful and Generous Pepper Potts, why do you like him? Before she could come up with an answer, the door creaked open. Tony Stark and Colonel Rhodes entered the room, fresh from the press conference. They were walking close together, with Rhodey gesturing wildly as he spoke. His voice was filled with excitement, and even though he wasn't speaking loudly, a few words drifted over to Lemieux's ears. You have multiple suits like that, don't you? Come on, let me try one out. You know how awesome they are, everyone does. They're calling you Iron Man? No one can see those armors and not want to wear one. Of course they're awesome. You think I don't know that? Tony interrupted, nodding in agreement. But before Rhodey could celebrate, Tony threw a verbal curveball that crushed his hopes in an instant. But nope. Custom made. Not for loan. Rhodey's face dropped. Somewhere in the suburbs, a wooden American-style house stood quietly in the countryside. Inside, the living room was slightly messy, scattered papers on the coffee table, an open bottle of whiskey half empty. A television was on, filling the room with the crackling energy of a live news broadcast. The male anchor's voice was hoarse with excitement, carrying the kind of urgency that demanded attention. Rejoice, America. After Steve Rogers, we have our next superhero. That man is none other than Tony Stark, our very own Iron Man. The owner of the house sat on the couch, legs crossed, one hand flipping through a newspaper while the other rested near his drink. On the front page, an entire section was dedicated to a bold, eye-catching spread. Half of the image displayed a sleek red and gold iron mask, shining under the studio lights. The other half showed the unmistakable face of Tony Stark, his expression sharp and confident. At the bottom, printed in massive, black artistic letters, I'm Iron Man. On the back of the newspaper, a bold headline read, Stark Industries stock hits consecutive daily limits. Sunlight streamed through the open door, casting a gentle warmth into the room. From the yard outside, the distant sound of children's laughter echoed through the air. It was late autumn, yet this year, the chill wasn't as biting as usual. In the yard, 3 or 4 young children, dressed in thin shirts and pants, huddled together. At the center of their circle was a small figure made of packed dirt, a crude humanoid shape with 4 legs and 2 heads. They jumped around excitedly, shouting at the top of their lungs, Iron Man! Iron Man! A postman, dressed in a black jacket, stepped through the gate and into the yard. In one hand, he held a thin envelope, and in a gruff, booming voice, he called out, Ezekiel Stana, you've got mail. His rough voice instantly drowned out the children's cheers. Startled by the unfamiliar and imposing presence, the kids scattered like frightened birds, disappearing into the neighborhood. Moscow. Snow was falling heavily, covering the streets in a thick white blanket. Pedestrians trudged through the icy pathways, each step a struggle against the winter's grip. Off the main road, hidden behind piles of garbage and debris, was a narrow alley rarely visited by anyone. At the very end of this alley stood an old, run-down building. Inside, the room was in complete disarray. At the center of the dimly lit space was a simple, rickety bed. Lying on it was an elderly man, his body frail and withered, the scent of decay clinging to him like a heavy shroud. Beside the bed sat a middle-aged man, his long, unkempt hair hanging loosely around his worn and weary face. He was wrapped in a tattered coat, barely providing any warmth against the cold that seeped through the cracked walls. An ancient television, dating back to the previous century, sat near the bedside. Its flickering screen endlessly replayed the same monotonous news coverage praising and glorifying Iron Man. The old man's dull, lifeless eyes turned toward his son. His breath was weak, his voice laced with bitterness and regret. That should have been you. His name was Anton Vanko, once a brilliant scientist who had co-developed the arc reactor alongside Howard Stark. But his fate had been cruel. Accused of misusing the technology for personal gain, he was exiled from Stark Industries. Branded a criminal, he was deported back to Russia on charges of espionage and later sentenced to rot in Siberian exile. And now, decades later, while the son of his former partner basked in fame and fortune, he and his own son were left to decay in the filth of a forgotten alley, living among rats and insects. Sitting beside the bed, Ivan Vanko gently placed a hand on his father's withered arm. His voice was calm but filled with quiet sorrow. Don't listen to their nonsense. But the TV continued broadcasting Stark's name, Stark's legacy, every word slicing into Ivan's mind like a blade, filling him with a chaotic storm of emotions. I'm sorry. The only thing I can leave you is knowledge. The old man's voice was barely a whisper, his breath weak and fleeting. He struggled to say more, but in the very next moment, his body stilled. Life slipped away from him like a dying ember. A single tear slid down Ivan Vanko's face. His hands trembled as he reached out, gently caressing the lifeless, weathered cheek of his father. Then, in a voice filled with agony, he let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah, ah. His cry echoed through the cold, dimly lit room, but no one was there to hear it. By the time Tony Stark returned to his mansion, the sun had already begun to dip below the horizon. There had been a lot to handle that day, coordinating repairs for the damage to his home, dodging persistent reporters eager for an exclusive interview, and most importantly, assuming full control over Stark Industries in the wake of Obadiah Stana's death. As he stepped through the front door, he immediately noticed something was off. The house was unnervingly quiet, carrying an air of unnatural stillness like a jungle that had suddenly gone silent, warning of an unseen predator lurking nearby. Tony frowned. J.A.R.V.I.S. Welcome home, sir. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s response came as usual, but the automated lights didn't turn on. The unease in Tony's gut deepened. Standing just outside the living room, his gaze landed on a dark silhouette near the sofa. The figure stood motionless, facing the floor-to-ceiling glass wall, staring out at the ocean as the last traces of daylight faded into the deep blue of night. There had been no warning from JARVIS. No alarm. No sign of forced entry. As if the system didn't even recognize this person as an intruder. Then, in the vast emptiness of the room, a deep, weighted voice broke the silence. I am Iron Man? You really think? The figure scoffed, voice laced with amusement and something else, something unreadable. I am Iron Man? You really think? The figure scoffed, voice laced with amusement and something else, something unreadable. Before he could finish, another voice cut in, smooth yet laced with quiet confidence. You really think you're the only superhero in the world? It was Lemieux, standing beside Tony, his expression unreadable as he continued the stranger's sentence for him. The shadowed figure finally turned around, though his features remained obscured by the dim lighting. He let out a short, derisive huff. A man with no past, no records, no history. 6 months ago, you appeared out of nowhere in Afghanistan. Before that, you didn't exist. His voice carried weight and undeniable authority. And in that moment, Tony Stark had a feeling that this night was about to become very, very interesting. A few days ago, you and Stark personally entered a war zone in Afghanistan. Yesterday, you killed Obadiah and caused a large-scale explosion. Don't try to provoke us. The only reason I haven't arrested you on the spot is because of my generosity. The voice was cold, dripping with condescension and arrogance, as if offering a favor from a position of absolute authority. And who the hell are you? Stark reached out, instinctively pulling Lemieux slightly behind him. Then, he stepped forward, placing himself directly between Lemieux and the intruder. His posture was tense, ready to call his mark armor into action at a moment's notice. The room crackled with the unspoken promise of an impending fight. The dark figure stepped forward, revealing himself bit by bit. First, the glint of a polished, bald head. Then, a long black leather trench coat. And finally, a face half covered by a sleek black eye patch, exuding an air of absolute authority. I am Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Lemieux raised an eyebrow, then let out an exaggerated "oh," as if just remembering something. His voice carried a hint of playful mischief. So, did Coulson tell you about me? He stroked his chin. Wait, are you here to pay the copyright fees? I hope you brought cash. Anything less than $1 million, and I'm not interested. Fury's brow furrowed. This is nonsense. SHIELD isn't paying you a single cent. Lemieux waved a hand dismissively. That's fine. I'd actually love to be S.H.I.E.L.D's creditor. Imagine telling people Nick Fury owes me $1 million. Sounds pretty cool, don't you think? Of course, money wasn't the point. Lemieux had just found it amusing to mess with Coulson earlier, and now he was running with it, seeing if he could throw Fury off his game. Fury, meanwhile, was not amused. He had carefully crafted his dramatic entrance, built up his intimidating aura, and now this was what they were discussing? His patience wore thin. Enough. I'm not here to joke around. With an exhale through his nose, his single eye shifted from Stark to Lemieux, studying him like a snake sizing up its prey. Stark, I originally came to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. Stark blinked. The what now? Some kind of boys' club. Fury ignored the remark and continued as if Stark hadn't spoken. But instead, I find out your idea of heroism is letting a teenager pilot a war machine. His gaze snapped back to Lemieux, sharp as a knife. And you Lemieux Echevarria. Where exactly did you come from? Don't tell me you just crawled out of the center of the earth. The tension in the room tightened like a coiled spring. The three of them stood in a deadlock, none willing to break the silence. Then, Lemieux casually walked over to the couch, plopped down, and leaned back. No rush. Let's sit down first. Lemieux was the one to break the deadlock. He gestured toward Fury in an inviting manner before tugging at Tony Stark's sleeve. Relax, there's no danger. He's just a friendly, mild-mannered, and incredibly good-natured agent chief. Came all this way just to have a chat with us. The least we can do is offer him a drink. As he spoke, he casually settled himself onto the couch. The dimly lit living room fell into a momentary silence. The distant sound of waves crashing against the cliffs outside filtered through the glass walls, adding a subtle undercurrent of tension. Nick Fury, for his part, seemed willing to play along. He wasn't here to pick a fight, at least, not directly. And even if he were, being alone in unfamiliar territory wasn't exactly in his favor. Lemieux poured himself a glass of water and took a slow sip. In the dark, his expression remained unreadable, his voice light but deliberate. "Can I ask you a personal question?" Without waiting for a response, he continued. "Did something happen to your eye?" Fury's lone eye studied him carefully, the silence between them stretching just long enough to be uncomfortable. Then, in a voice deep and laced with implication, he replied, "Yes. I lost it during a mission, because I put too much trust in an immature teammate." Was that supposed to be a jab? Lemieux almost scoffed. No matter where Fury went, he never missed a chance to lecture someone. He did the same thing with Steve Rogers. Classic Fury. If the man went on to say something ridiculous like a single eye is a symbol of a man's resolve, then things would really take a turn for the bizarre. No, they'd take a turn for the disastrous. On the surface, Lemieux showed no reaction. His expression remained calm, as if he hadn't picked up on the subtext at all. But actually, I wasn't asking about your eye." He took another sip of water, then spoke with an air of casual interest. "I was asking about a certain adorable cat. Word is, you own a big orange tabby. I like cats. Any chance I could meet it someday?" Fury's brows twitched ever so slightly. His fingers, which had been resting on the armrest, flexed just a fraction. His tone took on a subtle edge. "Where did you hear that? Why mention the cat? Could he possibly know that his eye was clawed out by a flurkin? No, that shouldn't be possible." The air grew tense. Meanwhile, Stark, completely left out of whatever psychological battle was unfolding, sighed dramatically before throwing in his own 2 cents. "You never told me you liked cats. If you do, I could get you 100 of them. Every color, one of each. Maybe even a cheetah. I'm very generous, you know I never owe anyone money, and I certainly wouldn't hesitate to give away a few pets." A long silence followed. Neither Lemieux nor Fury reacted. They were too busy analyzing each other, weighing each word and gesture for hidden meaning. For all his usual wit, Stark was very much not a part of this conversation. Lemieux took another sip of water. Performing small, mechanical actions while talking helped him keep his thoughts flowing smoothly. "A friend told me. A friend who can fly. She was born on Earth, but she left a long time ago." Nick Fury adjusted his coat and crossed his legs, a casual gesture meant to mask the storm raging beneath his calm exterior. "So, what you're telling me is, you're an alien?" "Of course. That's my backstory. Isn't that what you wanted to know?" Fury spread his hands, as if accepting this absurd explanation. "All right, fine. Alien. Too bad, though the cat's dead. No cat lives that long. I can't bring it to meet you, old fox." Lemieux smiled and nodded. "Now that's a shame. I was hoping it could live 1,000 years or so. That friend of mine mentioned you once. Said you were a decent guy, just a bit talkative." Lemieux delivered the line with an absolutely straight face. Not a hint of hesitation. Because, after all, slimes don't have hearts, so he had no conscience to weigh on. Nick Fury was not just talkative. In his younger days, he had been a full-fledged chatterbox. Even now, despite mellowing out with age, he still had a habit of dropping mother into conversations like punctuation. After a moment of silence, Fury finally furrowed his brow and asked the question that had been pressing on his mind. "Your friend. Is it Captain Marvel?" Lemieux blinked innocently. "Take a guess." Fury's already dark expression grew darker. Sensing that pushing his luck any further might result in some serious consequences, Lemieux decided to cut the act short. "Carol Danvers." Tony Stark, who had been watching this whole exchange with an arched brow, turned his gaze from Lemieux to Fury and back again. "Carol Danvers? Never heard of her. Wait, wasn't Fury supposed to be here to talk to him? How had these two ended up deep in their own conversation instead?" With an air of complete nonchalance, Stark reached under the table, pulled out a bottle of beer and a small bag of pine nuts, then leaned back into the couch. "You two go on. I'll just sit here and enjoy the show." Nick Fury's expression eased slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. It was the kind of smile one gives when they recognize a shared connection. As if, because of a mutual acquaintance, he now saw Lemieux as something closer to a friend. "When did you two meet?" Fury asked, his tone casual but probing. "She mentioned she'd be coming back soon. Didn't she come with you? The old gang misses her." Lemieux rolled his eyes, hiding a sharp sneer in his heart. Every single word was a trap. He weighed his options before finally replying. "First off, she doesn't come back unless it's absolutely necessary. Or, to put it another way, she hasn't returned since she left. Secondly, according to her, she hasn't contacted you in over a decade." Then, he added, as if to hammer in the final nail, "And lastly, if I don't get to pet a cat soon, I might just drop dead. From now on, I refuse to answer any of your questions." He leaned back, folding his arms across his chest. "We can have a discussion, but I won't be interrogated." That was enough information to keep Fury busy. Any more, and he risked exposing himself. From that point on, no matter how Fury tried to press him, whether with direct questioning or subtle leading remarks, Lemieux either remained silent or deflected with vague, meaningless answers. His stance was clear: give me the cat, and I'll talk. No cat? Then you can dream on. Of course, there was no way Fury could deliver on that demand. He had no idea where the Flurkin had disappeared to. After a long, frustrating 10 minutes, Fury finally gave up. With an irritated sigh, he stood and made his way toward the exit. Tony Stark, still nursing his beer, watched the S.H.I.E.L.D. director leave. His gaze flickered to the swaying hem of Fury's signature leather trench coat, moving side to side with each step. He frowned. Doesn't he get hot in that thing? Stark muttered to himself. Now that the infamous spymaster was gone, Lemieux exhaled, stretching out his arms in exaggerated relief. Good question. I've wondered about that too. But what I do know is that you should upgrade Jarvis. The fact that just anyone can stroll in here is pretty embarrassing for a so-called genius billionaire superhero. To everyone's surprise, Jarvis, who had been unusually quiet throughout the whole encounter, suddenly chimed in. Sir, I must admit, I share the same concern. Stark considered that for a moment, fingers absent-mindedly drumming against the couch's armrest in a rhythm reminiscent of typing. Yeah, you got a point. Got any suggestions? Help me look into it later. Obadiah had only managed to infiltrate the house because he had access privileges. But for Fury to waltz in unnoticed? That meant someone had actively cracked Jarvis's defenses, possibly even implanted backdoors or hidden exploits. That wasn't just concerning. It was a direct challenge. Meanwhile, Lemieux simply stood up and headed for the stairs, making it clear he was done for the night. Just as he reached the first step, he suddenly paused, as if belatedly realizing that someone had asked him a question. Then, without looking back, he gave an indifferent shrug and continued up the stairs, leaving Stark alone with his thoughts. Lemieux turned his head halfway, letting out a lazy yawn. He waved his hand dismissively, his voice muffled and drowsy. Yeah, I'm moving out soon. No way I'm wasting my time writing code for you. He paused briefly before adding in an even softer tone, good night. Dream on. On a normal day, he wouldn't lift a finger for Stark, let alone now when he was this exhausted. The mental duel he just had with the world's top spymaster had drained him far more than expected. He'd have to eat an extra 2 eggs in the morning just to recover. In hindsight, he should have let the great sage handle it. Going in himself had been a bit of a stretch. That one-eyed bald guy had a gaze sharp as a blade, constantly analyzing, constantly prying into people's thoughts, as if he could see right through someone at any given moment. Keeping up the act had been exhausting. If he had to rate his own performance, he'd say it was acceptable. Not great, not bad, just barely satisfactory. If he had to rate his own performance, he'd say it was acceptable. Not great, not bad, just barely satisfactory. In the end, he'd resorted to a shameless strategy, but at least he hadn't given Fury any openings to exploit. He'd delivered the message he wanted to send. Nick Fury wouldn't believe everything, of course. But as long as he remained half convinced, that was enough to maintain a fragile peace. After all, information like this was nearly impossible to verify. That meant Fury would have to remain in a perpetual state of uncertainty. A couple more years down the line, who would even care about S.H.I.E.L.D.? Lemieux knew that after tonight, their surveillance on him would tighten. But that didn't bother him. On this planet, no one could escape the Great Sage's watchful eye. Outside Stark's villa, a sleek, black, bulletproof limousine glided silently toward the entrance. As soon as Nick Fury stepped inside, the car pulled away, disappearing into the night as smoothly as it had arrived. Behind the wheel sat a strikingly beautiful woman, Maria Hill. Dressed in a sleek black tactical suit, with matching gloves, she radiated a sharp, commanding presence softened only by a hint of elegance. Maria Hill wasn't just any S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. She was Fury's most trusted second-in-command. She turned slightly, glancing at him through the rearview mirror. Her tone was calm, yet curious. How did it go? Fury shook his head. As expected. Stark didn't agree, but it was interesting. He had casually mentioned the idea of Stark joining the Avengers, and Stark hadn't even bothered to acknowledge it. Hill frowned slightly. Interesting. Fury simply chuckled, not offering any explanation. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the window, watching the city lights flicker past. Street lights flashed by one after another, casting a glow over the road and its surroundings. But beyond the reach of their illumination, the distant trees loomed as dark, shadowy silhouettes. Failing to convince Stark to join the Avengers initiative was well within Nick Fury's expectations. He had never anticipated getting Tony Stark to agree on their first meeting. Tonight's visit was more about establishing a connection, making sure Stark remembered his face. As for Lemieux Echevarria, Fury had already harbored suspicions about his identity. The idea that he might be an alien had crossed his mind before. But what he hadn't expected, what had completely thrown him off, was how much Lemieux seemed to know about things long buried in the past. He had detailed knowledge about Carol Danvers. He seemed strangely familiar with Fury himself. If what he said was true, then there was no issue. But the problem was, Fury didn't quite believe him. His instincts told him that the kid was playing him for a fool. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't find a single flaw in the logic. This was the first time in his long career as a spy that he had ever encountered something like this. As for the possibility that Carol had been captured, tortured, and forced to reveal classified information, Fury dismissed the thought almost immediately with a scoff. This was Captain Marvel they were talking about. A woman who could take on an entire fleet with nothing but her bare hands. Who in the universe was strong enough to break her? But there was something else, something that Fury did know. Back in the 1990s, there had been a case an individual who looked exactly like Lee Myo had suddenly appeared, and then just as suddenly vanished. At the time, Fury had been just another agent, a nobody in SHIELD. He hadn't been aware of the incident. It was only years later, after he became director, that he gained access to those classified files. The case was unusual. The security clearance required to access it was extraordinarily high. The file was so sensitive that even now, years later, it still stood out vividly in Fury's memory. So much so that the moment he saw Lee Myo's photo a few days ago, he had remembered it instantly. That file. Like a sudden bolt of lightning, a realization struck him. His expression hardened. His posture straightened. He had just connected the dots. Two classified files overlapped in Fury's mind. The first file documented an individual who bore an uncanny resemblance to Lee Myo. It had been compiled by none other than Howard Stark, one of S.H.I.E.L.'s founding members. And its contents were alarmingly sparse. The original file had contained more than a dozen pages, but most had been deliberately torn away, leaving only 4. Even those remaining pages had sections of text aggressively blacked out. What little remained was fragmented, offering only the barest hints of information. Name, Sophie. Gender, female. Age, unknown. Personality, cold, indifferent toward humans. Physical traits, unusual body density, possessing immense supernatural abilities or rather, magical abilities. Arrival, descended in a pillar of light from the sky, classified as an extraterrestrial. First appeared in New York, was acquainted with Howard Stark, an individual who was close to a SHIELD founder. Coupled with the fact that Lee Myo Echevarria was now associating closely with Tony Stark, this was the real reason why Fury had chosen not to antagonize Lee Myo, at least, not yet. The second file had a lower clearance level. Fury had only come across it by chance. It read more like an archaeological report than a classified intelligence document. According to its contents, thousands of years ago, massive pillars of light would frequently descend upon the Nordic regions, leaving scorched earth and flames in their wake. The locals referred to these events as divine descents. The beings who arrived through these light pillars called themselves the Aesir. And just yesterday, Lee Myo Echevarria had conjured a nearly identical pillar of light. A massive light column, irregular time intervals, strikingly similar appearances, the ability to appear and disappear at will. That meant they had to come from the same place, from a race known as the Aesir. And the so-called Aesir must have belonged to an advanced extraterrestrial civilization, one where magic and technology flourished together. This civilization had been observing Earth for an extremely long time. Perhaps they were simply watching, or perhaps they had an agenda. Magic, divination. If magic included the ability to predict the future, then everything made perfect sense. I see it now. I know your secret. I win. A slow, satisfied smile spread across Fury's face. Crossing his arms, he leaned back against his seat and closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of rest. 2 months had passed since Stark publicly declared himself as Iron Man. A little over a month ago, Musk Stevenson received a major contract to construct a brand new villa atop a cliff overlooking the Malibu coastline. The client was demanding, extremely generous with payment, and, from what people whispered, had an incredibly strong background. Not only had they purchased the entire hilltop, but they had also acquired a vast stretch of surrounding land. Every bureaucratic process had been smoothed over as if no one dared to interfere. In California's construction industry, Blackheart Architecture was a well-known name. While not the largest firm, it had built its reputation on speed, quality, and exorbitant fees. But what truly baffled competitors was the peculiar habit of the company's owner. He personally oversaw every project, on-site. That owner was none other than Musk Stevenson. Lately, the world had been set ablaze with Iron Man news. The stock market was soaring, and investors were going wild. Some people were selling everything they owned, leveraging themselves into debts they could never repay, betting their entire futures on Stark Industries, the rising juggernaut of the century. Others, however, were convinced that Stark's current success was nothing more than a fleeting bubble, fireworks burning bright before inevitable collapse. They spent their days obsessively analyzing the perfect moment to short Stark Industries, hoping to strike when the illusion crumbled. Stevenson? He couldn't care less about any of it. Booms and busts were beyond his control. He only cared about running his company. His life's ambition was simple: make enough money, more than enough to live a life of absolute extravagance and freedom. He wanted to buy an entire private island and spend the rest of his sinful existence indulging in whatever he pleased. And Blackheart Architecture was the golden road leading straight to that dream. He had poured his sweat, blood, and soul into this company, building it into what it was today. Now, the project was nearly halfway complete, and the construction site was a hive of frenzied activity. Heavy machinery rumbled in the background, the air thick with the scent of dust and concrete. Workers bustled under the scorching sun, drenched in sweat, their bodies aching but their hands never stopping. And there, moving among them, was Musk Stevenson, a figure that stood out like a sore thumb. Or rather, a figure that didn't belong at all. He was dressed in a full suit and tie, a sleek custom-made black hard hat perched atop his head. In one hand, he held a thick stack of fresh, green dollar bills, waving it like a battle standard. His voice boomed across the site, impossibly loud, as if he had a built-in megaphone. All right, keep it moving, faster, you lazy bastards. This is happy work hour, get your asses in gear. Work like your life depends on it. Weekly bonuses, Monthly bonuses? Year-end bonuses? Do you still want them or not? Stevenson's sharp eyes darted around, scanning the entire site like a predator hunting prey. He refused to let a single lazy worker slip past his watch. Then he spotted him. A worker in a yellow hard hat standing still for over 10 seconds. Stevenson's expression darkened as he stalked forward silently. Smack! A fistful of cash landed directly on Yellow Hat's head. Hey, what the hell are you slacking off for? I saw you. Smack! Another hit. Smack! And another. Yellow Hat shrank back, clutching his helmet as if it could feel pain. He looked deeply wronged. Boss, it's not that I don't want to work. The machine broke. The steel cutter jammed, it won't move. Stevenson snapped his fingers, his mouth twisting into a feral snarl, eyes bulging with rage. He looked like he was about to devour someone on the spot. The machine broke? And that's your excuse? You break down too, just like the machine. Why didn't you report it? And after reporting it, why aren't you doing something else? See those bricks over there? Pick them up? Use your hands? Use your shoulders? Hell, use your damn head if you have to. Move. Right. Now, move your asses, damn it. Faster. With a loud slap on the worker's chest, Stevenson casually stuffed a crisp bill into his shirt pocket. Then, he roared. Did I make myself clear? Yellow Hat immediately snapped to attention, standing straight like a soldier. Yes, boss, he bellowed. Good. Now get back to work. Stevenson waved him off, pulling out his radio in one swift motion. Maintenance? Maintenance? Where the hell are you? Get over here? Now. Yes, boss, I'll be right. Click. Stevenson hung up mid-sentence and continued his all-seeing patrol, pointing at random workers as he barked orders. You? And you? Don't think I'm not watching? Get moving? Did you skip breakfast or something? Then, he raised both arms and shouted. Come on, answer me. Do you want extra dinner tonight? Yes. The workers' voices boomed in unison, shaking the dust in the air. Satisfied, Stevenson finally started to feel a little winded from all the yelling. He climbed onto a nearby concrete pillar, plopped himself down, and cracked open a bottle of ice-cold water. Taking a deep, refreshing gulp, he let out a long sigh and surveyed the busy construction site below. His gaze was filled with pure emotion. You guys are my wings. Time passed quickly, as fleeting as a white horse galloping across a field. Soon, winter had arrived, and the school was in the midst of exam week. At Stark's villa, in the living room, a breakfast set neatly on the table, a cup of oat milk, 2 crispy fried dough sticks, and a soft-boiled egg. In a foreign land, it was important to take care of oneself. While savoring the flavors of another country, one should also remember the tastes of home. In a foreign land, it was important to take care of oneself. While savoring the flavors of another country, one should also remember the tastes of home. Lemieux, happily munching on half a dough stick, took a big gulp of oat milk. The white milk foam lingered on the corner of his lips, his hair gently fluttering in the warm morning breeze. The sight looked like a beautiful, lively scene from a cozy breakfast illustration. Pepper sat opposite him, elegantly brushing her golden hair behind her ear. She took small, measured bites of her breakfast, a tiny sandwich and half a glass of milk. Her portion was so small it seemed like she was feeding a kitten. Since confirming their relationship, Pepper had moved into the villa at Tony Stark's request. America, being a rather open country, meant that certain things were understood without having to be explicitly mentioned. Every night, the sounds of passion could be heard echoing through the walls. Unfortunately for one particular slime, his hearing was far too sharp, and there were nights when he couldn't fall asleep. It was another reason he had to move out. Pepper took a delicate bite of her sandwich, chewed slowly, and after swallowing, she finally spoke, her voice soft yet curious. I've noticed that construction on the mountain top across the way has been going on for quite a while now. It's progressing quickly. Is that the villa you're building? Lemieux continued eating without missing a beat, responding as he chewed. Yeah, I contacted a well-known construction company in California. I heard their boss studied in Japan and mastered some sort of theory scallions, or was it called spinach? Pepper blinked, slightly confused, as Lemieux explained, but decided to continue listening. They're incredibly efficient. They can build a whole villa in just a few months, from the ground up, inspections, to moving in. The fastest record is just 3 months. Lemieux took another bite of the dough stick, showing no sign of slowing down, while adding, of course, their prices are pretty steep. But it's nothing too outrageous. It's only about 10 million or so, but that's not something worth mentioning. After finishing his meal, Lemieux wiped his mouth clean and looked up at Pepper, his expression casual. When it's done, I'll move in there myself. Pepper still seemed a little concerned. She set down the sandwich in her hands and placed both of her hands on the table, looking across at him. Are you sure you'll be okay living on your own? Should I hire a caretaker for you? It's fine. I can take care of myself. Pepper hesitated but eventually nodded. I'll ask Tony to keep your room reserved. If you can't get used to it, you can always come back. But what if it's to eavesdrop on us? However, Lemieux didn't directly reject Pepper's kind offer. He just smiled and agreed. All right, I should be heading out now. Happy's waiting for me outside. Take your time eating. Lemieux finished the last half of his milk, licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, stood up, and waved. Drive safe on your way. Got it. Lemieux was heading to school. Of course, he didn't have to worry about exams, but he had promised his mentor, old Emick, that he would visit him when he had the time. After the holiday, old Emmek's family would come to pick him up for a family gathering, so these last few days were his only chance. After this, he would have to wait until school resumed. Outside the villa, a discreetly luxurious black car was parked. Happy was leaning against the car, wearing sunglasses and a suit. At first glance, he looked like a thug from the old movie The Godfather, one of those gangsters who might pull out a Beretta M1934 handgun from his pocket or take a Chicago typewriter out of the car. He seemed just as solid as when they first met. Invisible data flowed in Lemu's eyes. Actually, Happy had gained 1.879 kilograms since then, and his belt was pulled tight. At this rate, he'd end up looking like the chubby guy Lemu remembered. Have you been slacking off with your workouts lately? Happy took off his sunglasses and laughed, immediately transforming into a goofy figure, completely ruining his tough guy image. He instinctively patted his protruding belly, adding to the silliness. Ha ha ha, no, not at all. As a professional bodyguard, I maintain a high-intensity training schedule every day, you know how it is. Get in the car, I'll drive you to school. Lemu couldn't help but mutter inwardly, but you're just a driver. In the past 6 months, Tony Stark, Lemu, and the others had hardly left the house, and Happy had been stuck at home for over half a year as well. More than half a year of staying indoors, collecting a paycheck, naturally led to some weight gain, training, probably just going through the motions. Lemu didn't meet with Happy often, but over the past 6 months, they'd gradually become more familiar with each other. The roads were clear, the sun was shining, perfect weather. The car cruised along smoothly. Happy reached out and pressed a button on the console, switching the car's radio from rock music to the morning news. He figured the younger generation probably didn't enjoy those old songs from decades ago, much like how he himself wasn't fond of music from over 100 years ago. Lemu leaned against the car window, quietly listening to the sounds of the wind, the hum of the engine, and the soothing voice of the female news anchor. Green trees and various American-style buildings passed by outside the window. It has been reported that the investigation into the plane crash that killed Obadiah Stana, a senior executive at Stark Industries, has been concluded by the FBI. The conclusion confirmed that the plane's engine failed due to metal fatigue in the engine's turbine blades, leading to the engine's disintegration. It was an unfortunate accident with no human factors involved. Obadiah, time sure flies. It feels like just yesterday that they were fighting it out on the rooftop. Lemu couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. That battle had been truly dangerous, missiles flying around, bullets scattering, and flames and smoke engulfing everything. He had managed to escape death multiple times, narrowly evading the Grim Reaper's scythe. He had fought back in the face of certain doom, dancing with the angel of death, Gabrielle. One wrong move, and his career as a tentacle monster would have ended right there. War was war, life and death decided in an instant. He'd need to be more cautious in the future. The female anchor's report continued. After Tony Stark revealed his identity as Iron Man, Stark Industries has recently released new technology, sparking a new round of media frenzy. According to sources, the miniaturization of the arc reactor is expected to bring about numerous revolutionary changes for humanity's future. And now, a brief update. Last night, a panda at the San Mungo Zoo in California gave birth. Both mother and baby are healthy and doing well. Did I just hear that right? Stark Industries' new tech, the stock prices are soaring. Wait, what? Panda? It's a panda? Lemu's attention immediately sharpened. He sat up straighter, excitement lighting up his eyes as little stars seemed to twinkle in his gaze. Los Angeles Institute of Technology was one of the world's most prestigious engineering universities. With a history spanning over 100 years, practically ancient by American standards, it had a student body of just over 2,000, adhering to an elite education model. It was also a frequent producer of Nobel Prize winners. Naturally, this meant an insane amount of academic pressure, especially during exam week, where countless students were practically pulling their hair out, both figuratively and literally, as stress-induced white hairs sprouted overnight. The campus roads were filled with students of all kinds, all moving hurriedly, noses buried in books, notebooks, or tablets as they walked. With exams just around the corner, every second of last-minute cramming mattered. Once this academic meat grinder was over, they could finally breathe easy. During the upcoming break, most would return to their usual, exhausted selves, while a smaller portion would completely burn out. Yet, even amidst this intense exam week atmosphere, a stunning presence stepping onto campus was enough to make countless eyes unconsciously drift away from their books. She wore an oversized white hoodie, paired with light gray shorts that exposed her smooth, porcelain-like legs. Her long, soft blue hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her adorable face carried a look of innocent curiosity. Hands stuffed in her hoodie pockets, she casually glanced around as she strolled. As Lemu walked through the campus, her graceful figure naturally drew countless gazes. Male or female, students instinctively looked up from their books, their eyes unknowingly following her until she disappeared from sight. Many were puzzled. Wait, I've never seen her before. Is she a visiting high school student? Thinking about applying here? If she ends up as my junior, that wouldn't be bad at all. Los Angeles Institute of Technology was as picturesque as ever. The tree-lined paths were filled with lush greenery and vibrant flowers, meticulously maintained. There were even rumors that certain spots on campus had hidden stories tied to famous historical figures. The atmosphere was equally outstanding everywhere. Students were immersed in their studies, their dedication almost palpable. Lemu nodded in approval. He liked people who pursued knowledge. Though, was his return rate too high? All this attention was making him a little self-conscious. This was his first time walking around campus while being openly stared at. The last time he came, most students were probably in class, so he didn't get this kind of reception. Hey, you over there, stop staring, you're about to walk into a tree? Oof. Too late. A poor, distracted student smacked their forehead right into the trunk and fell straight on their butt. The scene was almost too painful to watch. After wandering around the campus paths for a while, Limu leaned against a large oak tree and dialed Professor Amik's number. Hello? Professor Amik, it's Limu. How have you been lately? Yeah, I'm on campus to visit you. You're proctoring an exam in A303? Got it, I'll head over soon. No rush. I'd like to take my time enjoying the scenery. This is actually my first time properly exploring the school. Sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, casting a warm, dappled glow on his face. It felt nice. Just as he hung up, a familiar voice sounded from behind. What are you doing here? Limu turned around, surprised. Standing nearby was someone he hadn't expected to see: Alice Black. 3 months ago, at the Stark Foundation Gala, he had met this hard-working upperclassman. She had helped him quite a bit that night. But now, she looked different. Her expression was cold, her tone distant. Did something happen during these months? Limu hesitated, his fingers instinctively tightening for a brief moment before relaxing again. Her attitude made him a little uneasy. It's been a while, Alice. I'm a student here. Wait, don't tell me, you are too. Yes, I'm a junior in the mathematics department. Alice was dressed in a crisp white blouse and fitted denim jeans, clutching a small white bag against her chest. The way she held it made it look like two white objects were pressing into each other, quite an attention-grabbing sight. She had been in a rush to her exam when she unexpectedly ran into the person she had been thinking about for months. I still don't know your name. What should I call you? Wait, I never told her my name? Limu froze for a moment. He was surprised. Just surprised. Nothing else. You can call me Limu Echevarria. Alice pulled out her pink phone and glanced at the time, taking a deep breath. Though her expression remained cold, there was a clear urgency in her voice. I need to talk to you about something, but my exam starts in just a few minutes. If you're free, we can talk after the test. She hesitated, then added, by the way, I've never seen you around campus before. Are you here to take an exam too? Los Angeles Institute of Technology was notorious for having a small student body. Someone with Limu's striking features, his cool-toned, sky-blue hair and delicate but eye-catching appearance would be impossible to forget after even a single glance. I have only been here once before. Right now, I'm heading to A303 to meet. Before he could finish, Alice cut him off. You're lost again, aren't you? Her face remained impassive, but her tone carried a hint of concern, an odd contrast to her cold demeanor. A303 is far from here, and you're walking in the wrong direction. How do you keep getting lost? She recalled how, during the Stark Gala, Limu had managed to lose his way barely 100 meters from the venue. It wasn't surprising that he was wandering the wrong way now. Without waiting for a response, Alice reached out, grabbed Limu's hand, and briskly pulled him in the opposite direction. Come on, hurry up. We're running out of time. Her hand was warm and soft. Limu couldn't help but recall how she had pulled him along just like this the last time they met. A faint fragrance drifted back to him as the wind shifted. Jasmine, no, this time it's lilies. Did she change her perfume? Or maybe just her body wash? They sprinted across campus, weaving between students and dodging bicycles, until they finally arrived at the base of Building A, right beneath room 303. Alice bent over, hands on her knees, breathing heavily. It took her a few deep breaths before she could even straighten up. This is Building A. Room 303 is on the 3rd floor. Just go up on your own. Then she fixed him with a serious look. Wait for me at the front gate after the exam. I need to talk to you, it's important. All right. Are you okay, though? Do you need to rest a bit? Limu wasn't even slightly winded, but Alice looked exhausted. He was a little concerned. She waved a hand dismissively, forcing herself to take in another sharp breath before turning and jogging away. As she disappeared down the hall, her voice drifted back, growing fainter with distance. No need. I'm already late for my exam. I have to go. See you later. Remember to wait for me at the front gate. As Alice's golden hair fluttered behind her, vanishing into the distance, Limu couldn't help but admire her stamina. She ran over 700 meters to get me here, and now she has to sprint all the way back? That's at least 1,500 meters before she even starts her test. It was like she had signed up for an extra physical exam before her written one. Though Alice had been panting hard, she was surprisingly fast. Even during their sprint across campus, her breathing had stayed steady. But Limu glanced at his wristband. 9 a.m. sharp. She wasn't just almost late, she was definitely late. Unless she had teleportation powers, there was no way she'd make it on time. Shrugging, he took his time strolling up to the 3rd floor. When he reached room 303, he saw old Emick inside, handing out exam papers. The professor looked up, spotted Limu through the window, and immediately waved him in with a deadpan expression. You're late. There's an empty seat in the back, hurry up and take it. Limu blinked, pointing at himself. Me? Do I even need to take this exam? And how did you forget me so quickly, dear mentor? The students, sensing something unusual in the professor's tone, briefly glanced up from their desks. And then, they couldn't look away. Standing at the doorway was an otherworldly beauty, delicate features, a soft gaze, and strikingly ethereal blue hair. Her fair fingers pointed at herself in confusion, her slightly wide eyes making her look adorably clueless. Emick remained completely serious, tapping the stack of papers in his hand. Yes, you. Echevarria, take a seat. If you don't get inside right now, I'll mark you as a late cheater and have you retake the entire course. Lemieux sighed. All right, this old man is messing with me on purpose. He shrugged and sauntered to the back row, settling into an empty seat. Just as he reached into his dimensional space to grab a pen, his gaze flickered to the ceiling. 2 security cameras. Probably not a good idea to start pulling things out of thin air. Instead, he tapped the shoulder of the student in front of him. Hey, can I borrow a pen? I forgot mine. The student, a lanky guy with glasses and a studious demeanor, visibly flinched as if startled by Lemieux's presence. Why yeah, no problem. In his rush, he nearly knocked over his own notebook before hastily handing over a black gel pen. Here, take it. Thanks. Lemieux politely thanked him and offered a friendly smile. The lanky guy hesitated for a moment before turning back, his face carrying a shy but genuine smile. My name is Chester Carter. Then, with a curious tilt of his head, he asked, which department are you in? I don't think I've ever seen you before. Lemieux blinked. Which department? He had never paid attention to things like that. After a brief pause, he casually replied, I guess, the math department. Close enough. Before long, the test papers were handed out. A math exam. Not difficult. Lemieux's pen flew across the page, effortlessly filling in the answers. In just 6 minutes, he was done, his handwriting a masterpiece of elegant, flowing script. The strokes carried the power and precision of medieval greatsword techniques, a style he had been experimenting with recently. Ancient swordsmanship, after all, had its own kind of beauty. As he finished the last stroke, he flicked his pen into the air. It spun 2,700 degrees before landing perfectly upright on the desk with a soft click. Then, with a theatrical flourish, he brushed off imaginary dust from his paper and blew on it lightly. Pure elegance. Absolute perfection. My test is done, baby. Chester had been sneaking glances backward for a while, visibly anxious. Finally, he couldn't hold back and leaned in slightly, whispering, You're done? Already? His voice was laced with disbelief. This was ridiculous, he couldn't even copy that fast. Lemieux gave a modest smile. It wasn't too bad. Chester's expression twisted, as if he had just heard the biggest joke of the century. Not too bad? Dude, this isn't just any test, this was made by that old witch, Mountbatten. No talking during the exam. Any more and I'll have to treat it as cheating. A deep, authoritative voice cut through their conversation. Chester flinched so hard he nearly dropped his pen. Lemieux turned to see old Emick standing right beside them. When had he even walked over? Shaking his head, Lemieux smirked. All right, don't scare him. Here's my test. Handing in his paper, he followed Emick out of the classroom, leaving behind a room full of stunned students still struggling with their first few questions. The hallway was quiet and empty. Old Emick held the test paper, glancing over it with an appreciative nod. Looks like you're in good shape lately. I estimated you'd need about 20 minutes to finish, even timed it with a stopwatch. But you only took 6 minutes and 17 seconds. Lemieux chuckled internally. Slime speed handwriting isn't something normal people can comprehend. With the great sage's assistance, he could if necessary write with dozens of hands at once. Finishing in 10 seconds wasn't even out of the question. He smirked. You seem to be in a great mood today. First thing you do when we meet is trick me into taking a test. You're looking pretty energetic too. Old Emick's smile deepened, his wrinkles relaxing as even his eyes crinkled with laughter. I am in a good mood, thanks to 2 things. Raising a finger, he continued. The first one has to do with you. Those papers you published, dozens of them, the quality was excellent. When I submitted them to apply for your course exemptions, the professors nearly jumped out of their seats. They all thought it was some PhD student's dissertation. His voice carried a hint of amusement. I told them, nope, just a little undergraduate trying to get out of some classes. Emick burst into laughter, shaking his head. You should have seen my old colleagues. They were freaking out, tripping over themselves trying to get you into their departments. At the peak of his amusement, his wig shifted askew. Casually, he pulled it off, revealing a thin layer of fine, soft hair beneath. Lemieux tilted his head, puzzled. Wait a minute. You're not even bald. Why the wig? Emick noticed the confusion and chuckled. I was bald. But recently, there's this new hair restoration tonic, Shinna hair regrowth serum. I've been using it for a month, and now my hair's growing back. Pleased, he patted his head. Just a little longer, and I can toss the wig entirely. That's the second thing that's been making me happy. Lemieux blinked, holding back a laugh. Oh, well, what do you know? This also has to do with me. Shinna hair regrowth serum was one of the great sage's patented formulas. He had partnered with manufacturers 5 months ago, launching it commercially. The brand's mascot was even a cute, sisterly character he had personally designed. By the way, I need a favor. Lemieux's thoughts drifted to Alice. She was definitely late. Would she be forced to retake the course? Lemieux hesitated for a moment before speaking. There was a student named Alice who brought me here just now, but she had an exam herself, and I don't think she'll make it in time. Then, he glanced at Emick, carefully choosing his words. You mentioned that students who arrive late might have to retake the course. Could you be a little lenient this time? Old Emick finally straightened out his wig, adjusting it back onto his head with satisfaction. Of course. It's really not a big deal. Normally, being late by a few minutes isn't a problem. However, he paused for a moment, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But, Alice, you don't mean Alice Black, do you? Lemieux raised an eyebrow. You know her. Emick chuckled. She's one of my students in math. Very talented. Right now, she should be taking her exam in D412. And Mountbatten is the proctor there. Good thing you told me. That woman can be quite difficult. She'd definitely make things hard for Alice if she felt like it. As he spoke, Emick had already pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Mountbatten, it's me. I need a favor. Yes, don't give the girl a hard time. Lemieux nodded in appreciation. Thanks. Emick waved a hand dismissively, though there was a hint of helplessness in his expression. Speaking of which, Mountbatten also gave you a rough time during your entrance exams. But she's technically your senior, so don't hold a grudge against her. Lemieux blinked in surprise. You even know the word senior. The concept of seniority among students wasn't really a thing in the US. They didn't follow that system at all. Emick grinned mysteriously. Then, without warning, he raised his hands and performed a sharp sun character punch, a classic move in Eastern martial arts. His movements, though slightly slowed by age, were practiced and precise. Lemieux's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed. Aside from his body being weaker due to aging, his technique is solid. Emick finished his strikes, then patted his chest twice, his palm strikes making a loud, confident smack. Of course I do. Don't underestimate an old man. When I was younger, I dabbled in some Eastern martial arts. I even learned a bit alongside Tony. He let out a nostalgic sigh before continuing. Back then, Tony and I had the same doctoral advisor. But in martial arts, he was technically my junior. His expression turned thoughtful as he struggled to recall something. In Eastern terms, I believe that's called. Lemieux offered a small smile. Fate. Emick's face lit up. Yes, fate. Tony was a hell of a fighter back in the day. Beating him took everything I had. Emick let out a chuckle, shaking his head. But these days, he could beat me with just one hand. Getting old, you know? Can't fight like I used to. Lemieux and Emick continued their conversation outside the classroom until the exam ended. Their discussion drifted from martial arts to technology, then to academic theories, before eventually settling on video games. To Lemieux's surprise, the old professor was quite the trendsetter. Not only did he own a full set of high-end AR gaming equipment, but he also had a particular love for electronic fighting games. Thanks to his sharp martial arts instincts, he had managed to stay in the top 3 rankings across multiple competitive fighting titles. Even more unexpectedly, he had an entire display case filled with action figures and models, mostly characters from combat-heavy games and anime. Some of the weapons were even life-sized replicas, crafted with stunning accuracy. Huh, who would have thought? Lemieux mused. Old body, young heart. When the exam finally ended, Emick left to collect the test papers, while Lemieux made his way toward the school gates, blending into the crowd of students streaming out. Alice was already there, waiting for him. She was still dressed in the same crisp white blouse and jeans, a small white handbag in hand. But under the golden sunlight, her long, radiant blonde hair shimmered even more brilliantly, like strands of pure gold catching fire. She stood there effortlessly, like a breathtaking scene straight out of a painting. From a distance, she spotted Lemieux among the crowd and waved. Over here. Lemieux jogged over, lifting his hand in response. Just as he came to a stop beside her, Alice opened her mouth to speak. I wanted to. But Lemieux cut in before she could finish. No rush. Let's grab lunch first and talk while we eat. Is there anywhere good to eat around here? I'm starving. As he spoke, he subtly studied Alice's expression. Still acting distant, he noted. What's going on with her today? Alice simply nodded, then without hesitation reached out and took his hand again. Follow me. I'll take you to the cafeteria. Their fingers intertwined naturally as they walked side by side down the campus path. More than a few heads turned their way, eyes filled with envy. The two soon arrived at the cafeteria and joined the line for food. Behind the counter, cafeteria staff bustled about, ladling food onto trays. Most were middle-aged men and women, dressed in white uniforms with matching hairnets and masks. In America, gaining weight seemed almost inevitable after a certain age, especially for cafeteria workers. When it was Lemieux's turn, he leaned forward slightly, scanning the options. That one, and that one too. Lemieux's tray was packed with food, a hot dog, a roasted chicken leg, 4 crab cakes, a large chicken breast, a whole potato, steamed broccoli, and a generous serving of white rice. The cafeteria lady, a plump, middle-aged woman in a white uniform, gave him a look. Then another. Her brows furrowed slightly, as if silently asking, Are you serious? Lemieux responded with a firm nod, his expression innocent yet determined, absolutely serious. With practiced skill, the cafeteria lady stacked the food onto his tray, arranging it from largest to smallest like a carefully balanced tower. Then, as if acknowledging his enthusiasm, she added a custard tart right at the top. Here you go. Here you go. She handed over the tray with an approving nod. Young people with big appetites were a good thing in her book. After all, she prided herself on her own hearty appetite. She weighed nearly 180 pounds, strong as an ox, and could take on 2 people in a fight if needed. Thanks a lot. Lemieux grinned, balancing the towering tray as he made his way through the crowded cafeteria. Heads turned. A small figure carrying a tray nearly as high as their head wasn't exactly an everyday sight. Whispers and curious glances followed him. Can she really eat all that? Wow, she's like a competitive eater. Is she gonna waste food? How does she eat this much and still stay short? Limu ignored them all, weaving through the cafeteria before settling into a quiet corner. A few minutes later, Alice arrived with her own tray and took a seat across from him. Limu glanced at her food and nearly did a double take. Damn. It wasn't as much as his, but it was still way more than what most girls would eat in one sitting. Her tray held a balanced selection: carrots, chicken breast, broccoli, grilled fish, roasted chicken wings, and pasta as her main dish. He took another quick glance at her, from her plate to, well, a little higher. No wonder. Makes sense. Alice noticed his gaze and raised an eyebrow. What? Limu cleared his throat. Nothing. A sly smile crept across Alice's lips. Want to try some of mine? Before he could respond, she picked up a small piece of fish with her fork and held it up to his lips. Eye open wide. Her voice was impossibly soft, laced with teasing warmth like she was coaxing a child. Limu hesitated for a moment, caught off guard. Then, as he met Alice's gaze, he noticed something different. The distant, icy expression from earlier was gone. Instead, there was a mischievous glint in her eyes, a small, playful smile tugging at the corners of her lips. Like she was enjoying this. Limu hesitated for a second before leaning in and taking a bite of the tuna. It was fresh, well-seasoned, and melted on his tongue with just the right amount of saltiness. As he chewed, he glanced at Alice. You seemed pretty upset earlier. Did something happen? Alice tilted her head slightly, and for a brief moment, she unknowingly radiated a soft, innocent charm like a small deer stumbling into Limu's heart. Upset? Me? Her brows furrowed for a second, then suddenly, as if remembering something, she burst into laughter. Her laugh was light and crisp, like the sound of ice melting in early spring, like flowers blooming under the first touch of warmth. It was breathtaking. Oh, you mean my serious face? Alice said, wiping a tear from the corner of her eye. Sorry about that. It's just a habit. Plus, I accidentally left the AC on too cold last night. My face has been frozen stiff all morning. She sighed dramatically. Let this be a lesson: never sleep directly in front of an air conditioner. Worst case, you could end up with facial paralysis. Limu raised an eyebrow, amused. That sounds unnecessarily dramatic. Alice smirked and waved him closer. Limu hesitated for a second, then leaned in. She leaned in too, her lips stopping just beside his ear. Soft, warm breaths brushed against his skin, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Her voice dropped to a whisper. I'll let you in on a little secret. The real reason I keep a cold face at school? It's because people keep asking me for help with their assignments. Limu blinked. That's a bad thing. Alice sighed, pulling back just enough to meet his eyes. It's not just friends. Strangers, classmates I barely know, they all do it. At first, I didn't mind. But then it started getting out of hand. Her lips curled into a slightly exasperated smile. We're all here to study. This school costs an insane amount of money. I didn't take out student loans, so I have to rely on my scholarships, part-time jobs, and a little help from my family just to scrape by. She shook her head. Between classes and work, I barely have time for myself. Franklin once said time is money. Well, my roommate keeps drilling that into my head. And she's not wrong. I don't have time to be everyone's free tutor. Limu slowly nodded, finally understanding. It made sense. College tuition in the US was brutal. For most families, a single year of tuition cost more than their entire annual income. The numbers were staggering. The median household income in America was under $50,000, but tuition at Los Angeles Institute of Technology? Nearly $60,000 a year. That meant more than half of American families couldn't afford to send a single child to college without going into massive debt. And that was assuming they didn't have other expenses. Rent, food, bills. Life didn't pause just because you had tuition to pay. Sure, Le offered massive scholarships, some reaching tens of thousands of dollars, but those were only for the best of the best. Looking at Alice, Limu realized something. She wasn't just naturally talented. She was fighting for her future. Not everyone was lucky enough to get scholarships. For those who couldn't, the alternative was decades of debt. Limu had heard of a former president who had graduated from another prestigious university only to spend over 20 years paying off his student loans. That was just how things were. Money controlled everything, an invisible force guiding every decision, every opportunity, every struggle. Right, I have something to return to you. Alice finally remembered the reason she had been waiting for him. She lifted her small white bag onto the table, unzipped it, and carefully took out a neatly wrapped pouch. It was a luxurious, stylish woolen handbag, soft, breathable, and impeccably crafted. Limu recognized it immediately. It was something he had gifted Alice, along with a bunch of snacks. Alice opened the pouch and handed it to him. Inside, every single snack was still there. Not one was missing. Limu blinked, momentarily confused. Why is she returning it? Was she mad at him? That didn't seem right. If anything, Alice clearly liked him. Limu had confidence in that. What's wrong? You don't like the snacks? He asked directly. What's wrong? You don't like the snacks? He asked directly. When it came to misunderstandings, silence was the worst possible response. If left unchecked, doubt had a way of spiraling into something much worse. Alice smiled, her golden lashes fluttering as she narrowed her eyes slightly. Nope. It's not that. She held up a single finger. It's too expensive. I looked it up. The bag, plus the snacks, they're worth nearly $100,000. Li Mu froze. Then he exhaled sharply and rubbed his forehead. Of all the things he had expected, this was not one of them. Alice misunderstood his silence and continued, her voice steady but firm. I can't accept something that valuable. Li Mu shook his head with a helpless smile. You're working so hard to pay for school, right? Even if you don't like the snacks, you could sell them and use the money for tuition. As he spoke, he casually reached into the pouch, shifting a few of the expensive treats around only to pause when he spotted something unusual. A half-eaten chocolate. Someone had taken a bite out of it, leaving behind visible teeth marks. It had then been carefully rewrapped in a clear bag, as if whoever had taken the bite felt guilty and wanted to preserve what was left. Li Mu raised an eyebrow. What the hell? He glanced at Alice, who had also noticed it. Her expression shifted almost instantly. A faint blush rose to her cheeks, making her already stunning features even more radiant. She looked embarrassed. That was me, Alice admitted. Her fingers twitched slightly as she quickly snatched the chocolate away, tucking it into her pocket. I wasn't thinking and accidentally took a bite. Then, as if trying to change the subject, she swiftly picked up a small piece of carrot with her fork and held it up to Li Mu's lips. Here, eat. Her eyes flickered with amusement, as if daring him to push the conversation any further. Selling it isn't an option, Alice said firmly. It's a gift from you, and gifts shouldn't be sold. But it's just too expensive. I really can't accept it. She hesitated, then quickly changed the subject, perhaps a little guiltily. Can I ask you something? Li Mu raised an eyebrow, sensing the shift. Alice continued, you said you're a student here, but this is only your second time on campus. That's a little strange, don't you think? Li Mu didn't answer right away. Instead, he picked up a crab cake from his plate and held it up to her. Alice, without missing a beat, leaned forward and took a small bite. The crisp outer layer gave way to a soft, flavor-fulfilling delicate, fragrant, and impossibly tender. Li Mu's fingertips accidentally brushed against her lips for the briefest moment. Soft. Warm. Like two pieces of jelly, gently pressing together. A fleeting sensation, gone in an instant. Li Mu bit down on a piece of carrot, chewing thoughtfully. I'm a special case. I enrolled last year, but I'm graduating this year. I don't stay on campus much. I'm a special case. I enrolled last year, but I'm graduating this year. I don't stay on campus much. As Li Mu spoke, it suddenly hit him he had been in this Marvel-like world for quite some time now. He had crossed a New Year's celebration. And soon, he would see his first Lunar New Year here. Graduating in just 1 year. Alice's eyes widened in astonishment, the golden flecks in her irises shimmering under the cafeteria's lights. Her gaze locked onto Li Mu's face, reflecting his delicate, almost unreal features. Then, as if recalling something, her lips parted in realization. Wait, are you that student? Li Mu blinked. That student. Alice nodded quickly. The one who got special admission from the vice principal. I read about your test paper on the forums. Li Mu frowned slightly. My test paper? On the forums. Where? How? Alice swallowed the last bit of crab cake and nodded again, this time more excitedly. Yeah, around May or June last year, someone uploaded a copy of your exam and answers onto the school forum. It caused a huge discussion. Everyone was trying to guess who wrote it. Your handwriting was so neat, and the answers were incredibly detailed. It was like reading a scholar's notes. But later, I think the person who posted it got punished by the school. Li Mu stared at her for a moment, then let out a soft chuckle. Something like that happened? That's actually kind of interesting. I didn't even know. Alice grinned. Yeah. Apparently, the guy's advisor was in charge of campus security, so he had access to the surveillance footage. That's how he got a copy of your exam paper. His name was Bennett, I think. The two of them continued chatting and feeding each other, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Unconsciously, they had drawn closer and closer, their pale blue and golden strands of hair occasionally brushing against one another, intertwining like threads in a delicate weave. To an outsider, they looked like a pair of inseparable best friends. No, more than that. The kind of close-knit pair that made others feel like they were being ruthlessly shown up in the relationship department. Around them, people at nearby tables found themselves glancing over again and again, distracted from their meals. Forks hovered in midair. Conversations slowed. 2 tables away, a guy named Bennett, a somewhat unlucky but undeniably handsome young man, couldn't seem to tear his gaze away. His girlfriend noticed. Hard. With a sharp glare, she reached over and pinched his thigh. Harder. Hey, what was that for? Bennett winced, nearly jumping out of his seat. His face twisted in pain and mild frustration. His girlfriend shot him a deadly look. Don't hate me. I know exactly what's going through your head. You think they're prettier than me, don't you? Bennett groaned. What? No, I swear, I've seen her before. She looks really familiar. His girlfriend wasn't buying it. Arms crossed, lips pursed, she huffed. Yeah, right. Sure. Whatever you say. You know what? Forget tonight. You can sleep alone. Bennett rolled his eyes but smirked internally. No fun time tonight. Fine by him. He had a thesis to grind through anyway. Girlfriends were great and all, but research papers? Now that was love. Lunch was already halfway through when Li Mu, after a moment of hesitation, carefully broached a new topic. Alice, he began, tapping his fork lightly against his plate. If I offered you a job that paid well and was super easy, would you take it? His amber eyes held a glint of curiosity, like a veil of mist concealing some deeper thought. Alice paused mid-bite. Her fork hovered in the air, her deep blue eyes flickering with doubt. She turned to look at Limu directly, searching his expression, trying to figure out what was going on inside his head. But all she saw were his absurdly long eyelashes and the reflection of her own face in his clear, gemstone-like pupils. It made her heart skip a beat. Leaning on one hand, she rested her chin on her palm, still contemplating. I already have a part-time job at the Stark Foundation. The pay isn't bad. Why are you asking? Limu smiled faintly. Because this job is even better. He listed out the perks, counting them off on his fingers. First, it's way more relaxed. You'd have way more free time to focus on studying. Second, the salary is more than enough to cover your tuition. Third, I can help you apply for early graduation. And lastly, he met her gaze, voice steady, I can personally guide you in your studies. The job comes with other perks, too, Limu continued, his tone turning more confident. I know astronomy, geography, you name it. I've published over 100 research papers, and more than a quarter of them are in high-impact journals like Sci. You can look them up online if you don't believe me. His serious expression, paired with that confident tone, made Alice want to laugh. She couldn't tell if he was joking or just full of himself, but somehow, it came across as cute. 100 papers, huh? Her lips curved into an indulgent smile. All right. So what's the job? You haven't even told me that yet. How can I say yes when I don't know what I'm signing up for? Limu cleared his throat and straightened up, his expression suddenly taking on a gravity that made her blink in surprise. Come work as my maid. What? I need a head maid for my villa, he declared with conviction. Silence. Alice blinked. And then she just stared. Her deep blue eyes, clear and unfathomable as a mountain lake, locked onto his gaze without blinking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 5 seconds. The longer she stared, the more Limu felt like his brain was being carefully dissected beneath that gaze. His composure began to slip. He shifted in his seat, suddenly self-conscious, and turned his head slightly to the side. You don't want to. Alice tilted her head, her smile taking on a playful edge. What do you think? Limu's heart dropped into his stomach. Why does she have to be so good at this? His brain spun, scrambling for a response that wouldn't make him sound desperate. Pfft. Alice's sudden giggle cut him off. Her eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed softly, her shoulders shaking from the effort of holding it in. Okay, I'll do it, she said at last. Wait, really? Limu blinked, half convinced he'd misheard her. Alice reached out and brushed her fingers lightly through his long silver hair, her touch soft and deliberate. She gave the silky strands a gentle ruffle before withdrawing her hand. What? Are you mad at me for teasing you? Should I apologize? Her voice dropped into a softer register, warm and slightly husky, like a sip of ice-cold lemonade on a scorching summer day, cool yet tantalizing. As she spoke, her breath ghosted against the side of his neck, featherlight but enough to stir something restless beneath his skin. Limu resisted the urge to shiver. So it's a deal, then? He asked, his voice a little rougher than before. Alice tilted her head, studying him with a curious smile that somehow made him feel like he was the one under interrogation. Well, I don't know the first thing about being a head maid. Are you sure I can do it? Limu quickly grabbed his spoon and started poking at the rice on his plate, suddenly needing something to do with his hands. Of course. You can find tutorials online. There are tons of resources nowadays. Alice chuckled, her smile widening. All right. It's a deal. Limu let out a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. His heart felt lighter, as if a weight had been lifted off his chest. Great. I'll contact you in a few days to arrange the details. You should be able to start in about 2 weeks to a month. A golden-haired maid, finally secured. Not easy at all. After finishing lunch, the two parted ways since Alice had another exam that afternoon, and Limu needed to head back. At the cafeteria entrance, they shared a light hug, following American social etiquette. But just as Limu was about to step back, Alice leaned in close to his ear and whispered softly, her breath brushing against his skin. Today was really fun. Should big sister give you a goodbye kiss? A jolt shot down Limu's spine. His body stiffened, his mind blanking out for half a second until her teasing voice followed up with a mischievous laugh. Just kidding. Ahem. I should get going. Limu quickly stepped back, heat crawling up the back of his neck. Hands clasped behind her back, Alice watched him retreat with a smile tugging at her lips. Her golden hair shimmered in the sunlight, her narrowed eyes gleaming with amusement like a snow fox that had just found a new toy. Such an adorable girl, and so easy to tease. On his way toward the campus gate, Limu's thoughts wouldn't settle down. Was I too obvious? Somehow, without realizing it, Alice had completely taken control of the conversation. Was it because he'd been too impatient? But why? Back when he'd negotiated with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Nick Fury, that sly, seasoned agent, he'd managed to hold his ground without a problem. Yet with Alice, he'd found himself fumbling over his words. Maybe there was some truth to that old saying. A man who yearns for Helen will always overlook the gifts of Hera and Athena. Limu wasn't the only one who fit that description. Alice, too, had chosen to walk willingly into the little trap he'd set despite knowing that free lunches didn't fall from the sky. By the time Lemieux reached the front gate, the sleek black car that had dropped him off earlier was still parked by the curb. Through the windshield, he could see Happy Hogan, head resting against the seat, snoring away with steady rhythm. Lemieux walked up to the window and tapped it lightly. Happy, wake up. MMHwa. Happy jolted awake, eyes wide with confusion. He rubbed the sleep from his face, blinking blearily until Lemieux's silhouette came into focus. Oh, hey, you're back. How long was I out? Probably the whole morning. Lemieux raised the paper bag in his hand, shaking it lightly. The faint aroma of fried rice wafted from within. Brought you some lunch, eat first before we hit the road. Happy's eyes lit up. Oh, man, thanks. I was starving. Sliding into the passenger seat, Lemieux handed over the bag as Happy popped open the lid, the warm steam rising into the cool air-conditioned space. Los Angeles Tech University dormitory. After a long day of exams, Alice was ready to collapse into bed and sleep. She pushed open the door to her dorm room, dreaming of soft pillows and quiet. But the moment she stepped inside, her plans were interrupted. There was her best friend, Nicole, standing in the middle of the room. She was dressed, or rather, barely dressed in just her underwear, with a thin, white, see-through shawl slipping off one shoulder. In her arms, she clutched a textbook, her face crumpled like she was about to burst into tears. She looked miserable, as if life itself had given up on her. Nicole had always been bold with her clothing choices in the dorm. Alice had seen it all before. Half-dressed chaos was just Nicole's style. And the dramatic, teary-eyed breakdowns? Those were old news too. Alice sighed, already used to the routine. Nicole's outfit barely clung to her slim frame, the shawl fluttering as she shifted her weight. Her messy hair stuck out in every direction, probably from hours of stressing over her books. What's with that face? Alice asked, dropping her bag by the door. Her voice was casual, though she couldn't hide the tiny smirk tugging at her lips. She leaned against the wall, crossing her arms, ready for the usual meltdown. Nicole's reaction was instant. She flung the textbook onto the bed with a loud thud and leaped to her feet. Her eyes were wide and watery as she rushed toward Alice, arms flailing like she was about to tackle her. Alice? I think I totally bombed the exam. What do I do? What if I fail? I can't fail, I just can't. Wah. Her voice cracked as she wailed, her hands reaching out for a hug. Oh, Alice replied flatly, her tone dripping with sarcasm. She raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. A black cloud of annoyance hovered over her head as she watched Nicole's theatrics unfold. The girl's bare feet slapped against the wooden floor, and her shawl trailed behind her like a sad little ghost. Alice knew better than to take it seriously. Nicole always cried about failing after every test, yet somehow, from freshman year to their current junior year, she'd never flunked a single class. It was almost annoying how perfect her grades were. Meanwhile, actual failing students probably wanted to strangle her for whining like this. With a grunt, Alice shoved Nicole back before she could cling to her. All right, enough. I know how you are, she said, brushing her hands off like she'd touched something sticky. Nicole stumbled back a step, her lower lip trembling. Her big, pleading eyes followed Alice as she tried to regain her balance, the shawl slipping even further down her arm. Go sit down, Alice ordered, pointing to the bed. I just returned those expensive snacks worth thousands to their owner. And guess what? She didn't even ask you to pay for the piece you ate. So relax already. She walked over to her desk, kicking off her shoes as she went. The room smelled faintly of Nicole's lavender lotion, mixed with the stale air of too many study hours. Really? Nicole's face lit up like a kid on Christmas morning. Her voice jumped an octave, full of hope. Really, Alice confirmed, tossing her jacket onto a chair. She didn't bother looking back, already expecting the next outburst. Awesome? Alice, you're the best? Alice is amazing. Nicole cheered, popping up from the bed again like a spring-loaded toy. Her sudden energy made the mattress creak, and she clapped her hands together in excitement. Alice spun around fast, stepping back with a glare. Sit down, and keep your hands to yourself, she snapped, pointing a finger like a strict teacher. She wasn't in the mood for another hug attack. Nicole plopped back onto the bed with a pout, her legs dangling over the edge. She tilted her head up, resting her chin in her hands as she studied Alice. You seem happy today, she said, her voice softer now. Normally, you'd smack me for acting like this. A sly grin crept onto her face, her eyes sparkling with mischief. The textbook slid off the bed and hit the floor with a dull thump. Forgotten. Ha, at least you're self-aware, Alice thought, smirking inwardly. She rolled her eyes in a playful, flirty way and sat down next to Nicole. The bed dipped slightly under her weight, and she brushed a strand of dark hair behind her ear. I was late to my exam today, she began, her tone lighter now. Professor Mountbatten was proctoring, but get this, she didn't even scold me. And then, out of nowhere, she smiled at me. Weird, right? Nicole's jaw dropped. The old hag? No way, she never smiles. Nobody's ever seen that. Her voice was loud, almost a shout, as she leaned forward in shock. Her shawl fell completely off one shoulder now, pooling around her elbow. Hey, watch your mouth, Alice scolded, though her lips twitched with amusement. That's rude. She nudged Nicole's arm gently, her fingers brushing against the soft fabric of the shawl. But everyone calls her that. Nicole huffed, crossing her arms. She's always got that sour face, and she freaks out over the tiniest things. Her voice trailed off as she mimicked Mountbatten's stern glare, puffing out her cheeks for effect. The room felt warmer now, filled with their easy chatter and the faint hum of the heater in the corner. At Villa Lemieux now sat alone in a big, empty villa, the kind that felt too quiet and too cold without anyone else around. Tony Stark, his flashy friend, had whisked Pepper off for a romantic getaway, leaving Lemieux behind with nothing but the sound of the ocean for company. He perched on a chair by the window, listening to the waves crash against the shore. The sound was steady, almost hypnotizing, as if the sea was whispering secrets to him. Outside, the water churned and rolled, layer after layer, stretching out until the horizon turned pale under the fading night sky. Lemieux stayed there all night, his dark hair ruffled by the breeze sneaking through a crack in the glass. The villa smelled faintly of salt and wood polish, its silence broken only by the rhythmic roar of the tide. Lemieux stayed there all night, his hair ruffled by the breeze sneaking through a crack in the glass. The villa smelled faintly of salt and wood polish, its silence broken only by the rhythmic roar of the tide. When the sun finally climbed high overhead, painting the sky a bright blue, Lemieux's phone buzzed. It was good news from Stevenson, the head of the construction company. The villa's done, the man's cheerful voice said through the speaker. Everything's finished, structure, interiors, all of it. You can move in today. Lemieux could almost hear the pride in his tone, and it made him smile faintly. The phone screen glowed in his hand, reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. Without wasting a second, Lemieux grabbed his ghost god armor. The sleek, metallic suit hummed to life as he stepped outside. With a burst of power, he launched into the air, soaring from one cliff to another. The wind whipped past him, tugging at his clothes, and the ocean sparkled below like a sheet of glass. In just over 10 seconds, he landed smoothly on the rooftop terrace of his brand new villa. His boots clicked against the polished stone, and he took a deep breath, savoring the moment. This villa was his creation. He'd drawn up the plans himself, sketching every angle and curve, then handed them over to the construction crew to bring it to life. It stood 2.5 stories tall above ground, with a basement hidden underneath. The morning breeze swept across the terrace, carrying the salty scent of the sea. It brushed against his face, teasing his nose with hints of spicy squid, grilled tuna, and steamed lobster. His stomach growled, but he shook the thought away. At one end of the terrace sat an open-air bar counter, its surface bare and gleaming under the sun. Empty shelves lined the wall behind it, waiting to be stocked. Between the terrace and the second floor, there was a secret layer, a hidden space Lemieux had big plans for. He wanted to turn it into a defense hub, packed with anti-air weapons, missile interceptors, smart cannons, and a laser defense system. The idea made his eyes light up. He'd already perfected high-energy laser tech strong enough to slice through armor like ironmongers in one clean cut. The villa's laser system was a toned-down version, built for endurance rather than raw power. He muttered under his breath, "May the force be with you. Amen." A faint grin tugged at his lips as he imagined the setup, the hum of machinery echoing in his mind. Lemieux headed downstairs to the second floor, his footsteps soft on the polished wood. The Seaview living room greeted him, massive and breathtaking. One wall was a 120-degree window made of one-way glass out, but no one could see in. It stretched wide, offering a perfect view of the ocean's waves and tides. The glass was high-tech too, it could double as a giant screen with a flick of a switch. Sunlight poured in, bouncing off the smooth floor and making the room feel alive. A big fireplace sat against another wall, surrounded by cozy sofas and a low table. Lemieux had borrowed that layout from Stark's place. He loved the easy, laid-back vibe it gave off. The scent of fresh paint lingered faintly, mixing with the salty air drifting in. "Finally mine," he said to himself, his voice quiet but proud. He ran a hand along the back of a sofa, feeling the soft fabric under his fingers. The second floor held more rooms too, a master bedroom, a guest room, a study, all waiting to be filled with his stuff. Lemieux continued down the stairs, his curiosity pulling him toward the first floor. It was packed with everything he'd need, a kitchen with shiny counters, a dining room with a long table, a gym with weights and machines, a garage for his cars, and a laundry room tucked in the corner. Each space was bright and open, the morning light spilling through wide windows. The faint scent of new paint and polished wood followed him as he explored, his sneakers squeaking faintly on the clean floor. Outside the front door stretched a massive armored platform 16 meters wide, round, and sturdy. Its surface gleamed under the sun, smooth and metallic. With a low hum, the center could split open, revealing a tunnel that plunged straight down to an underground workshop. Lemieux pictured it in his mind, a high-tech lab filled with cutting-edge tools for designing and building armor. One section would be walled off as a display room for his creations, though right now, it was just an empty shell waiting to be filled. The platform's edges caught the sea breeze, rustling the air around him. The whole villa ran on a smart system, controlled by the great sage and AI Lemieux trusted to handle everything. It managed daily tasks like cleaning and upkeep, and once the defense systems were fully set up, it would take charge of those too. If the great sage ever went offline, a simpler AI would step in as backup. Lemieux nodded to himself, satisfied with the plan. The villa felt alive already, buzzing with unseen energy beneath its sleek design. Speaking of the great sage, Lemieux's thoughts drifted to an old project, a secret file labeled Battle Angel. It was a masterpiece, even more impressive than his ghost god armor. The tech and materials were a step ahead, half a generation beyond anything he'd built before. He could still see the sketches in his head, elegant lines, powerful systems, a design that screamed beauty and strength. His fingers twitched at the memory, eager to bring it to life. Back on the second floor, Lemieux stepped into the living room again. The ocean sparkled outside the huge window, waves rolling in the distance. He took a deep breath and activated his dimensional storage, a pocket of space only he could access. Here we go, he whispered, his voice barely audible over the faint hum of the room. A blue swirl of light spun open in front of him, glowing softly against the walls. His heart raced as he held his breath, eyes locked on the portal. A mechanical figure began to emerge, slow and graceful. First came a sleek, streamlined leg, stepping out of the swirling blue. It wore a gray metal boot, the calf painted silver-white with faint purple patterns curling across it. The design mimicked real muscles and bones, so detailed it almost looked alive. Morning sunlight hit the surface, scattering tiny sparkles like stars. Lemieux's jaw dropped slightly, his breath catching at the sight. Then the full body stepped through, revealing itself completely. It was a female form, dressed in a high-waisted skirt and a black and white butler outfit. The curves were smooth and perfect, the metal polished to a mirror shine. Her face came into view last, and it was his face, an exact copy of Lemieux's, but softer, more striking, with a beauty that stole the air from the room. The sunlight danced across her frame, highlighting every flawless detail. "Hello, great sage. You're stunning," Lemieux said, his voice bright with awe. His eyes sparkled as he took her in, not bothering to hide how amazed he was. She stood tall and still, the faint whir of her systems blending with the ocean's murmur outside. This was the battle angel, his and the great sage's labor of love. They'd modeled her after a figure from his memories, crafting her as a temporary body for the AI. Running a villa was easier with a physical form, after all. And honestly, who could say no to a gorgeous mechanical girl like this? Lemieux grinned, his chest swelling with pride. The butler outfit swayed slightly as a breeze slipped through the window, her purple patterns glowing faintly in the light. If armor is a man's romance, he thought aloud, chuckling to himself, then a mechanical girl is the ultimate dream, the romance within the romance, a lifelong love. His words hung in the air, soft and playful. For someone who loved machines as much as he admired beautiful women, this was practically a dream come true. Initializing. Greetings. At that moment, the voice of the great sage echoed through the room. It was almost identical to Lemieux's own, which was a strange experience hearing his own tone coming from another entity in the real world. She stood still, expressionless, entirely indifferent to the robotic body she now controlled. After all, a mechanical frame had no sense of touch, and the great sage herself hadn't truly transferred into the machine. She was simply operating it remotely. Still, for Lemieux, it was an entirely new experience. A figure he had personally designed and built was now moving alive, in a sense. The sheer accomplishment of seeing his creation come to life was indescribable. Unfortunately, there were still plenty of tasks waiting for him at the mansion, and he couldn't afford to spend all day marveling at his work. Suppressing his excitement, he gave his first command. "For now, I'll leave the mansion's setup to you. Prioritize the installation of defense systems and research equipment. Make sure everything is optimized." Command acknowledged. The great sage gave a small nod, acknowledging his instructions before silently moving toward her task. Her steps were eerily light, almost soundless. Despite the fact that her robotic body weighed several hundred pounds, she moved as if she were no heavier than a feather, demonstrating absolute mastery over her mechanical frame. Under the coordination of the great sage, a convoy of trucks arrived at the front of the villa, each one packed with an assortment of highly advanced machinery and specialized equipment. Everything had been pre-ordered in advance, with a professional logistics company handling the transportation. A group of workers, all dressed in matching yellow uniforms, carefully unloaded the cargo. Their team leader directed them efficiently, ensuring that each item was safely moved into the underground storage area. The workers handled the boxes with extreme caution, stepping in perfect unison as they carried the heavy loads. No one dared to be careless. One slip, one misplaced step, and they could be looking at damage worth hundreds of millions of dollars. Inside those boxes were cutting-edge technologies, a particle accelerator, a 3D projection system, ultra-precision machine tools, and more, altogether valued at $500 million. In addition, there were countless containers filled with rare materials, precious elements, and specialized components, adding up to another $200 million. If you included the cost of purchasing the land, over $200 million, and the construction of the villa, several tens of millions, the $10 billion budget allocated by the great sage had now been completely used up. Interestingly, throughout the entire moving process, none of the workers ever saw a single person inside the villa. The only guidance they received came from an emotionless mechanical voice that seemed to come from nowhere. At first, they were unsettled, exchanging nervous glances as they followed the disembodied instructions. For a brief moment, they even suspected the place might be haunted. Lemieux stood on the rooftop, leaning casually against the railing as he observed the workers from above. From his vantage point, they looked like a swarm of tiny ants, bustling in and out of the villa. He tapped his wristband, activating a holographic interface in the air. With a quick motion, he pulled up a contact and initiated a call. It was time to bring in his personal head maid. "Hey, Alice." He glanced at the clear blue sky. "The weather's nice today. Are you ready to start your new job?" There was a short pause before Alice responded. "You're in New York? All right, got it. Tell her I appreciate the gesture." Lemieux's eyes flickered with curiosity as Alice mentioned something unexpected. Apparently, her mother had prepared a gift for him, and she'd be bringing it along when she arrived. "Address? It's in Malibu, the luxury oceanfront villa." He chuckled at the name. "Yes, that's actually the official name. Luxury oceanfront villa. Straightforward, right? After ending the call, Limu lowered his wrist, a strange mix of emotions settling in his chest. On one hand, he felt a little disappointed Alice wouldn't be arriving today. Since it was winter break, she was currently staying at her parents' place, so it would take another day or two for her to travel to California. But on the other hand, he was looking forward to it. And that gift from Alice's mother? He had no idea what it could be, but now that the thought had been planted in his mind, he found himself genuinely curious. Limu turned his head slightly, his gaze landing on the semi-outdoor bar in the distance. Without hesitation, he strolled over. The bar was built in a rustic style, with 3 sides constructed from red bricks. The 4th side featured a large, retractable glass door. When opened, it created a breezy, open-air space. When closed, it became a fully enclosed room. Inside, the space was surprisingly spacious. A long bar counter stretched across the center, completely bare for now. Around it, plush sofas and high wooden stools were arranged neatly, while the corners were decorated with lush green potted plants. On the far end, against the glass wall, stood an empty wooden shelf, simple, elegant, and completely unadorned. However, this was no ordinary shelf. It had been carved from a single massive tree trunk. The original tree, sourced from an ancient forest, had an astonishing diameter of nearly 5 meters. Its surface still bore its natural grain, creating an organic, seamless design. Limu reached into his dimensional space, pulling out an assortment of snacks and drinks, stacking them onto the shelf one by one: soda, jerky, biscuits, raisins, walnut pastries, milk candy, chocolate, chips, various nuts. The only alcoholic beverage in the mix was a mild cocktail, but that was to be expected after all. A certain lowly had once gotten tipsy just from drinking yogurt. He chuckled to himself. About half an hour later, the workers who had transported the equipment and supplies finished their tasks and departed. Limu made his way to the edge of the rooftop, glancing down at the ground below. With his inhuman physique, he leapt off without hesitation, landing gracefully on the armored elevator platform in front of the main entrance. From there, he walked further outward, heading toward the perimeter of the property. Beyond the villa, a stretch of lightly wooded land spread before him, dotted with pine trees, cedars, and other varieties. Limu scanned the area briefly before losing interest. Why? Because he planned to cut all of these trees down and replace them with a proper bamboo grove. And why bamboo? To raise a panda, of course. The ultimate goal? Unlimited panda hugs. As for where to find a panda, there was one in the San Mungo Zoo in California. Night fell. The sky was dark, the wind howled, and the stars barely flickered in the distance. It was the worst time to do something good but the best time to do something bad. A faint streak of light rose from Limu's seaside luxury villa, quickly vanishing into the vast night sky. Tonight, the famous San Mungo Zoo was about to welcome an unexpected visitor. A shadowy figure descended from above, landing quietly in a patch of grass. He crouched low, scanning his surroundings with sharp eyes. Great sage, where's the panda enclosure? Mark it on my display. Acknowledged. In his helmet's HUD, a bright red arrow appeared, pointing the way. Limu followed the marker, carefully stepping forward. Thunk. His foot kicked something solid. The sound it made was oddly familiar, like the thud of a bat hitting someone's head. 2 seconds passed. 3. Then, suddenly, a dark shadow sprang up from the ground with a startled yowl. It was a lioness, easily over 2 meters in length. She staggered back, her low growls filling the night air as she crouched into a defensive stance. Her golden eyes locked onto the strange, metallic intruder in front of her, muscles tensed to strike. Inside his suit, Limu cracked his knuckles, feeling a hint of excitement surge through his veins. He shifted into a Wing Chun stance, his armored fists raised. Little lion, you wanna fight? Come on, then. The lioness lowered her body further, her hind legs coiling like springs ready to pounce. Then, in a sudden burst of motion, she turned tail and bolted. Limu blinked, his stance faltering. Inside the armor, he tilted his head in confusion. The suit copied his movement, tilting its head as well. Wait, that wasn't a lion. He glanced after the retreating figure, finally taking a good look. Oh, it's just a fat orange tabby. Damn, how'd it get so big? I really thought I ran into a lion for a second there. Shrugging, he turned back toward his real target. The panda enclosure was just ahead. The panda habitat was a modest bamboo grove, enclosed by 2 layers of security fences. Inside, sprawled across a wooden platform, lay a massive black and white fluff ball lazily munching on bamboo. Further inside, in a secluded den, lay a mother panda, fast asleep. She had recently given birth, and nestled against her soft fur were 3 tiny panda cubs. The babies had already started growing their signature black and white fur, but their coats were still short and fuzzy. Their bodies were plump yet clumsy, looking less like pandas and more like oversized, adorable mice. They were so ugly, that they were actually cute. Limu extended a gloved hand and ever so gently poked the mother panda. She did not react. He poked one of the cubs. It also ignored him. Limu took a deep breath. All right. Time to steal a panda. Was he really going to take one? Limu hesitated. The mother panda and her cubs were huddled together, their bodies pressed close. Even in their sleep, the tiny cubs clung tightly to their mother's fur, as if afraid to let go. It was a heartwarming scene. Peaceful. Soothing. For the first time tonight, a trace of guilt crept into his heart. Stealing a panda wasn't just some casual act, it would cause a massive uproar. First, the sudden disappearance of a panda would lead to widespread public outcry. If the media caught wind of it, this could explode into an international incident. Second, the zoo staff would be in deep trouble. The caretakers would probably lose their jobs, and some of them might even be held financially responsible for the loss. And lastly, Lemieux sighed. He didn't need an excuse, he simply didn't want to separate them. Fine. No panda napping tonight. He'd just clone one instead. Reaching into his dimensional storage, Lemieux pulled out a long syringe. He glanced at the mother panda, then at the tiny cubs, who weren't much bigger than the syringe itself. Yeah, not happening. Turning on his heel, he walked back outside. In the small bamboo grove, the adult panda was still lounging flat on its back, lazily munching bamboo. Chomp, chew, chomp, chew. It barely spared Lemieux a glance when he approached. The metal suit was clearly not interesting enough to warrant any real attention. Lemieux moved closer. The panda yawned, rolled onto its side, and kept chewing. Lemieux extended a hand. He wanted to feel the fur to test if it was as soft as it looked. But just as his fingers touched its thick coat, smack, the panda swatted his hand away. Lemieux blinked. Oh, feisty, huh? All right then. Plan B. From his dimensional storage, Lemieux pulled out a large bottle of milk. With a quick twist, he popped the cap open, letting the rich, creamy scent waft into the air. The effect was instant. The panda's ears twitched. Its lazy, half-lidded eyes suddenly snapped open. It dropped the bamboo without hesitation, turned its chubby head, and locked onto the milk bottle like a predator spotting prey. Then, with a soft huff, it scooted over, waving its paws in excitement. Lemieux grinned. The moment the panda grabbed the bottle, it plopped down on the ground, cradling it like a treasure, and started chugging. Now was his chance. With careful hands, Lemieux squeezed and fluffed the panda's fur left, right, up, down, testing the texture. Soft, thick, bouncy, incredibly satisfying. Finally, the milk ran out. Lemieux quickly readied his syringe. Then stab. The needle pierced through the fur without resistance. The panda paused, grunted, then did absolutely nothing. It let out a content sigh, licked the last drops of milk from its lips, then sniffed at Lemieux's armored suit. A moment later it started licking the metal. Lemieux. This was the legendary eater of bamboo? It was so dumb. And yet so damn cute. Sinead Small had been a zookeeper at St. Mungo's Wildlife Park for 6 years. Tonight, it was her turn to work the night shift. Like most nights, she expected it to be quiet, just another evening of lounging in the office, half dozing at her desk. But that peace was shattered when a deep, guttural lion's roar echoed through the park. Her eyes snapped open instantly. That was Ethne's voice. Ethne was a gentle lioness, one that Sinead had raised since she was a cub. Over the years, they had developed a close bond, and Sinead knew every nuance in the big cat's vocalizations. But this wasn't normal. There was fear in her roar. A chill ran down Sinead's spine. Ethne rarely sounded like this, only once before, when a male lion had tried to assert dominance over her. Something was wrong. Shaking off her drowsiness, Sinead grabbed her keys, threw on a jacket, and bolted toward the lion enclosure. As she arrived at the gates, she saw it, something large, dark, and fast, moving with unnatural agility. The shadowy figure vaulted over the enclosure wall with ease, slipping from the lion habitat to the gorilla zone before making a beeline for the panda enclosure. Her breath hitched. What the hell was that thing? Panic surged through her veins. Every instinct screamed at her to turn and run, to get as far away as possible. She glanced around frantically, mapping out possible escape routes. But then, another thought hit her. The pandas had just given birth not long ago. Sinead hesitated just for a second. Then she clenched her teeth, forcing herself to move. She had to check. Keeping her footsteps light, she followed the intruder. Her heart pounded against her ribs as she peeked around the corner, just in time to see the shadowy figure slip inside the panda nursery. Her fingers trembled as she reached for the radio on her belt. This was bad. She needed to call security now. Sinead fumbled for her phone, her fingers trembling as she scrolled through her contact list. Twice, she pressed the wrong number due to how badly her hands were shaking. Finally, she found the night security office's number. Just as she was about to dial, the shadowy figure emerged from the nursery, moving toward the panda lounging outside. Then, the figure pulled something from its storage, some kind of bottle, and offered it to the panda. Her breath caught in her throat. Poison? Was this a lunatic trying to harm the animals? Her grip on the phone tightened, knuckles turning white. But the next moment, she froze. Because the criminal didn't harm the panda at all. Instead, he petted it. No, not just petted. He was thoroughly enjoying himself, running his hands through the thick fur, massaging the soft rolls, and indulging in what was unmistakably a full-on pandarua session. Sinead was stunned. She had spent 6 years working in this zoo, and she knew that technique. That was the perfect way to pet a panda. It was the exact same way she did it herself. Was this guy seriously just here to cuddle a panda? A wave of relief washed over her, and she let out a breath she didn't even realize she was holding. She glanced at the phone in her hand, hesitating. Should she still call security? After all, as someone who deeply understood the joy of petting pandas, she couldn't exactly blame him. If she had the chance, wouldn't she sneak in and do the same? Before she could make a decision, 2 beams of white light ignited beneath the intruder's feet. Without making a sound, he rose into the night sky. The sudden brightness stung her eyes, forcing her to squint. Through the glare, she caught a glimpse of something metallic, something armored. A suit of steel. Sinead's mind blanked. Iron Man? Did Iron Man just break into the zoo to cuddle pandas? Seaside luxury villa. Back at his home, Lee Myo carefully stored the collected panda blood sample in a cryogenic chamber. Panda pregnancies typically lasted 3 to 5 months, but according to the calculations of the Great Sage, with modern cloning technology and optimal nutrient conditions, a lab-grown baby panda could be created in just over 2 months. In another 2 to 4 weeks, the clone would grow its signature black and white fur. At that point, it would be soft, fluffy, and ready for cuddles. Of course, he still needed to purchase a biogrowth pod and other cloning equipment. That was easy, he'd just have the Great Sage order everything from reputable biotech firms online. Sprawled across his velvet-lined, ultra-luxurious, king-sized Simmons bed, Lee Myo hugged his pillow tightly. His eyes fluttered closed, a satisfied smile on his face. In his mind, it wasn't a pillow in his arms. It was a soft, chubby panda. His dream of unlimited panda snuggles was finally within reach. Lee Myo had one of the best nights of sleep in a long time. In his own home, in his own bed, he dreamed of being buried under a mountain of fluffy black and white pandas, their soft little paws pressing against him as they rolled around. Soft, warm, fluffy. Sah. By the time he woke up, the afternoon sun was already high in the sky. Alice was coming today. Lee Myo got out of bed, freshened up, and waited at the front entrance of the villa. Before long, a white Mazda glided up the long, winding mountain driveway and came to a smooth stop in front of him. The car door opened, and Alice stepped out. She was dressed just like last time, a simple white blouse, a pair of jeans, and golden hair cascading down her back, swaying lightly in the breeze. "Good afternoon, Alice," Lee Myo greeted with a smile. "Good afternoon, little Lee Myo," Alice replied in a playful tone. She took a small step forward and gave him a gentle hug, her voice carrying a hint of laughter. "I'm completely ready to take on my new role as your head maid. I can start working anytime." She spoke with so much confidence that it almost felt like she had gone through some kind of elite maid training course. Lee Myo chuckled, reaching out to take her hand. It was warm, a familiar warmth he hadn't felt in a while. "Come with me. I'll show you around so you can get familiar with the place." They started the tour, walking through the grand halls of the first and second floors. Lee Myo introduced the different rooms and their functions, explaining the layout as they went. "You can choose any of the guest bedrooms on the second floor as your own. Your main responsibilities will be light housekeeping and preparing meals. Everything else is managed by the villa's automated systems." Alice remained calm and composed throughout the tour. Even though the villa was filled with extravagant luxuries and cutting-edge technology, she barely reacted, as if none of it surprised her. That was, until they reached the second-floor main lounge. There, standing in the corner of the room, was a humanoid mechanical construct, the temporary body of the Great Sage. Alice's eyes widened slightly. She lifted a delicate hand to cover her mouth, a flicker of surprise breaking through her usually composed expression. "This is?" she asked, her voice laced with curiosity. She had noticed earlier that there wasn't a single other person in the villa besides Lee Myo. Yet now, the only person she saw turned out to be this strange, metallic being.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.